Kachuk got around 1 and 2. Onanen the save! How did he do it? Eustace is served. 100% juice. Devon Taves couldn't clear in front. Shot save made by Onanen. How in the world? It doesn't matter because Eustace Onanen makes a point-blank stop. Kaprizov in front. Save made by Onanen. And another one. Oh, goodness gracious, mercy me. Eustace is served and is serving up some delicious, nutritious saves here in the second period. Eustace Onanen on his Onanen game tonight.
What's up, Denver? It's Justus Anonen. Tonight we got a double dipperoo.
Ah, yes. Juice traded over the long break. I hope you guys had a great holiday week, an extended weekend as we're getting into the holiday time of year. Christmas now around the corner. Look, I'm going to be honest. Avs, Nuggets, they don't deserve the top billing on the show this morning because there was so much stuff that happened over the weekend. I can't be pissed at 6:01 because you know what my favorite theme of the weekend was, ladies and gentlemen? It was flags. I love how flags started about 15 fights this weekend. You can't deny this. First of all, the NFL, in a weekend where virtually every single game was a one-score game, like some of the wildest stuff, the only games in the NFL that were not one-score games were Dolphins-Packers on Thanksgiving night. It was Titans-Commanders, which was a blowout on Sunday. And then the Sunday night game in the Snow Globe, which was Buffalo taking care of the 49ers. Every other game was a one-score game, not to mention all of college football that took place over the weekend. So here's what we're going to do. It's one of those days I'm going to leave it open to everybody who's listening right now. Whatever direction you want to take this in, go ahead. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. But I want to start with this. For everybody who tried to tell me that expanding the playoff would dumb down and water down the rest of the college football season. Now, I'll give you at least this. There's going to be teams who are not very good in the traditional way that we speak about college football that are going to make the playoff. But you can't deny this is a hell of a lot of fun. That we are entering conference championship weekend with literally zero idea how the 10 through 12 teams are really going to break out, how the at-large teams are going to get separated. Because you got this mismatch of, Bama 9-3, South Carolina 9-3, Ole Miss 9-3, Miami 10-2. Like, you got all these different guys that are fighting for these final spots in the playoff. Because guess who didn't make the ACC championship game after being undefeated? What was it, 8 games into the year? Was Miami. That is now Clemson and SMU for that top billing. Ohio State, which it's one of my favorite things, Nelly, that I do. So there's a great brewery called Downhill, okay? Their owner is an Ohio State fan. He opens early every Saturday of Thanksgiving week for the Ohio State-Michigan game. And it's him and a couple other Ohio State fans with Michigan fans in there just talking trash to each other. And here's what we're talking about. Ryan Day, and this is just a curious case of being a spoiled, entitled fan base. Ryan Day has lost this game 4 years in a row now. There has been an entire recruiting class, guys who have come into Ohio State as freshmen, who have finished as seniors, and never beaten Michigan before. Ryan Day is 66-10 in his career as Ohio State's head coach and 46-5 in conference play, but 4 of those losses have come to You guessed it. Michigan the last 4 years. And I think he's going to get fired. I think he's going to make the playoff, and he's going to get fired. And the way the game ended with planting a flag, then brawl for 15 to 20 minutes of a constant fight between those two teams, and you just copy and pasted that around 3 other rivalry games over the weekend. Georgia Tech going into 8 overtimes. Damn it, nerds. You couldn't win.
That's honestly the only time that anybody on Ohio State showed any fight was in that brawl with the flag. Aside from that, nothing really to write home about.
And here's the situation, okay? This is why the theme of my day is about the flags. There's a very simple way. Do I think it's disrespectful to go on somebody else's home field and try and plant your flag at the 50-yard line? I mean, yeah, it probably is, but I love it because there's a way you can stop that from happening. Don't play poorly. If you watched Ohio State, Michigan basically won that game with a hand tied behind their back because they weren't throwing the ball. And between that and all the other games over the weekend that had those, the wild fight finishes, the good thing for CU over the weekend, they didn't have to worry about a fight because that game was over about 5 minutes into it. I swear to God, I was, how do I put this? Thoroughly bored watching that sort of domination. Really bored. Now, really cool that they get to, I don't care that they're running up the score, trying to stat pad for Travis Hunter, whatever. I saw this clip from James Franklin over the weekend because Penn State, they beat the crap out of Maryland, and Maryland's head coach was not happy with James Franklin for still throwing the ball late in the game. And he said, first of all, it's 3rd and 4th stringers I have in the game. When they get in the game, we're going to play football with them. Second of all, margin of victory wins when it comes down to seeding and college football playoff stuff. And he's right.
Soft.
I'm not feeling bad for anybody for getting a score run up on them. You make a stop. I'm not doing it. Again, if you want to go to the high school realm or younger and you want to talk about this, go ahead. I don't care in college or professional sports how bad you lose by. But CU takes care of business on Saturday. And then, Friday. And then CSU is able to hold off Utah State for a 42-37 win, which puts them at an 8-win season, which unfortunately, with the loss to Fresno State, does not put them in the Mountain West Championship game, but given a 2-3 start to the season to finish 8-4 is a really nice sort of jump, and you can use that as a springboard moving forward. But dumb finishes and fights after the game are my theme. Because the dumb finishes were galore this weekend. I mean, and it started Thursday morning. Matt Eberflus gets let go because of how the end of that game goes down. Now, let me ask you something, Nelly. I had a vested interest in that game Thursday morning, as you guys all know. Look, if the Bears kick that field goal and it goes to OT, is there a guarantee that they win? There's no guarantee. It comes down to coin flips. If the Lions get it, I think they probably go down the field and score and the game's over. Probably. But here's what I didn't understand. So Caleb Williams takes the hit. He takes a sack in a time that you can't do it. They got a timeout left, and by the time that they spot the ball, there's 33 seconds on the clock? And they got to run one more play to get into more comfortable field goal range because it was a 59-yarder from there. And that clock just melts down to 6. And the game's over. And everybody says, Eberflus, what an idiot, call a timeout. Can I ask you a question? Why is Caleb Williams getting no blame in that for the quarterback letting the clock drain down and then running a play that took 6 seconds with a heave to the end zone? Why is he just absent of? I know that people hate Eberflus, and so they're just going to jump on him. But you can't tell me that's not also on Caleb Williams, right?
I guess Eberflus's clock management skills are even worse than his cell phone, man. Sheesh.
Well, I can't wait to see what Chicago's going to say this morning. If not, assuming they weren't on the air on Friday, maybe they were.
They're probably not going to interview him. I think we can successfully say that his phone is dead from that show.
He's fired. He's not going to go on his
exactly.
show. The thing I couldn't believe is the next day they trotted him out for a press conference in the morning just to fire him afterwards. I'm like,
no,
what are we doing?
So, but in answer to your question, I had that same thought. I'm assuming that people are just, I guess, like you said, people already want Eberflus's head on a stake, a la Lord of the Flies on that island. So they're probably just using confirmation bias. If this is just another reason why he's stupid, and maybe Caleb Williams is getting some benefit of the doubt because he's a rookie, but he shouldn't, because quarterbacks can call timeouts at any level of football, as far as I remember.
They can call the timeout, or they can just run the play. Like, he was walking back and forth like, hey, kill, and you're just watching it melt. I'm like, that's on your quarterback as much as it's on the head coach.
And I think my favorite part of that whole thing is that was Nance and Romo on the call, right?
Oh my God, it's such a great call from those two.
And when it gets to about 7 seconds, and then they snap the ball with 5 or 6 left, Romo just goes, "Oh no!"
Okay, so
he does the math.
Can you find that for me? Because it is, to Nance and Romo's credit, it's such an amazing call. Romo's trying to say, hey, they got a light box. They can get like a quarterback draw for a few yards. He's trying to do the breakdown, and Jim is just looking at the clock going, oh, they got to go. And then the very last sequence there of the snap comes in, Romo goes, Jim, no. And Nance goes, this is a disaster in the making, before they know the result of the play. Like, it's such an amazing call. All right, let's hear it.
26. They have one timeout left.
This is like the light box. You could have gotten numbers, but just didn't.
You better hurry.
No.
Oh, this is disaster in the making here. You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play. It's third.
I got to find the full video because it cuts off. They just go, incomplete, the game's over.
But that sequence right there, it's like Romo's trying to break down the play, and then Nance is going, guys, Jim, no. Oh, a disaster in the making. So you have that. You have the next day, on Friday, the ending to the Raiders-Chiefs game, which it's Jesse from Breaking Bad, right? It's they can't keep getting away with it, but they do. The Raiders, Aiden O'Connell drives all the way down the field for what looks to be the game-winning field goal, and they just snap the football with nobody else ready. Bounces off O'Connell. Chiefs pick it up, but in that, a ref that you can see at the top of the screen runs in signaling false start. The refs huddle and go, I mean, the Chiefs got the football, didn't they? A legal shift instead, so the play does count, and the Chiefs move on with an 11-1 record. Now, guys, this doesn't matter at all for the Broncos stuff. Like, it doesn't. But it's just amazing the amount of breaks the Chiefs get at the end of games.
I don't know if you heard that ref's mic when it was hot and they were delivering, but he said, hey, guys, I still need to get to Walmart and buy myself one of those nice 100-inch flat screen TVs because it's Black Friday. So we're just going to end the game right here, and then I'm going to take my wife to a nice dinner at Applebee's.
It's so crazy they keep getting those breaks. But over and over again, we had these insane finishes to football games, fights breaking out afterwards, and because it's late in the year, there's people who lose their jobs at this time of the year. But a whole bunch to break down throughout the course of the day today. Not to mention, the Broncos have a position with their game tonight where if they can take care of business against Cleveland, they can push to 8-5. And with the Dolphins loss Thursday night, the only team that's kind of behind them now is the Colts. And I don't think that anybody is truly fearing the Colts. They needed a miracle last-second comeback to not only get a touchdown with about 10 seconds left against the Patriots, they go for 2 to win the game, and because Anthony Richardson is 7 feet 12, 947 pounds, he just bulls his way into the end zone to win that game. But if you can win tonight, you get the bye week, you play the Colts after that, you beat the Colts, I mean, that's essentially playoff clinching scenario with where everybody's at. So all of that, and as some people are talking about, yes, I do want to talk about Russell Wilson a little bit. He just put up 44 points in a game against a really tough offense. And I think the theme surrounding Russell was, yeah, Russell's okay. He can be a game manager now, but you get into a shootout, I don't think you can keep up. Well, 44
We're sitting
points.
here again talking about the same things.
It is a worthy conversation to have that the teeth has been taken out of it a bit because of the way that the Broncos and Bo Nix have played this year. So we'll get to that later. A whole bunch. Stick around. Texture says, in what world could the Broncos win the AFC West? Is there even a possibility? A possibility. That's a fun way to try and parse through this. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that the Broncos win 5 in a row and the Chiefs lose 5 in a row. I guess it's possible.
It's also possible that the Nuggets ask me to be their starting point guard, I guess.
I think that actually has a lot more validity than the Broncos winning the AFC West. Like, there's no point in trying to figure that part out. It's just about making the postseason, and they're in good position. You guys want to hear my NFL.com playoff predictor model?
Huge, yeah.
The Broncos currently stand at 68% to make the postseason. If they win tonight, that will jump to 76%. And then they get their bye. The week after that, they play against the Colts. I'm assuming if they win that, it'll jump up to about 90%. Win tonight, win against the Colts, and you're virtually a lock to make the postseason. And that's why tonight's so huge. And the things you got to look out for tonight are pretty obvious. I mean, we've been saying this over and over again, but this does have the feel of what the Kansas game did for CU, where it's like you got all these things in front of you, but if you lose, it can feel like disaster. And so if that happens, The Browns are a team that I don't think their record matches who the team is. At least what they're capable of, I guess, is more accurate. They've lost a whole bunch of games this year. A lot of those games have been closer. But at the same time, you look at who they've beaten. Okay, in week 2 it was the Jags. The Jags are terrible. And that hit on Trevor Lawrence, good Lord. That was really, really freaky. But they've beaten in the last month the Ravens and the Steelers. But they lost by 17 to the Chargers and by 21 to the Saints. So they're a hard team to figure out. But you know they're talented. Jameis Winston, super up and down. Nick Chubb's a good running back. Njoku's a good tight end. Jerry Judy's having a good year at wide receiver. Their defense, obviously, with guys like Myles Garrett, are tough to deal with. Like, this is not going to be an easy game tonight. Should the Broncos win? Absolutely they should. But I just don't think there's any guarantees right now. And so with that, you got to be on your game. And what the Broncos game is pretty simple to me. You take care of the football. Don't give guys like Jameis Winston extra opportunities offensively, and let your defense do their job. I think the Broncos are probably going to be without Riley Moss tonight. He still wasn't playing or practicing just a couple days ago, which isn't a good sign. So they'll be a little bit hindered in the secondary with not having him opposite of Pat Surtain, but they're still more than capable of winning this game and doing so comfortably as they've done in most wins this year. So, big deal having this game at home. The weather's actually going to be pretty nice today. What are we, like a high of 52? By the time it hits nighttime, it won't be that. But still, it's not going to be like 10 degrees. They take care of business tonight. They get a long layoff, get some guys healthy, play against the Colts, take care of them. I mean, the world's your oyster, man. Like, I mean, what we're talking about in year 1 of a rookie quarterback is a team that's not only in the playoff running, has pushed themselves into a heavy favorite to make the postseason, which is an insane proposition given where you thought this team was last year and heading into the offseason. Unlimited amounts of dead cap. You had a first-round pick that was, somewhere towards the middle of the first round, certainly closer to the middle than they were the top end. They draft a quarterback that I think most people are like, yeah, let's see. And now we're seeing. And potentially, he could be the Offensive Rookie of the Year as he keeps racking up awards. I think he just won another Offensive Rookie of the Week last week. So certainly have the ability to put yourself in some rarefied air that you haven't been in a long, long time which is a playoff spot. Now, each way that the Broncos have won has looked a little bit different. It was a big throwing game early in the year against Tampa mixed with good defense that gets you the win. You look at a win like the first Raiders game. It was, hey, the defense had to provide a spark, but once a spark was provided, then they took off with it. There's been some games where Javante's held or ran the football the majority of the time. Some games it's been Estime, some games Jaleel. Every game has looked a little bit different, but they're starting to key in on a little bit of a theme now. And the theme is Bo Nix takes what's available, mixes in a couple of deep shots, 15, 20 yards downfield over the middle. You don't really run the football all that well, but you'll find ways to get dudes in open space like Marvin Mims in the screen game or a little swing pass now. That stuff works. And I think that Sean Payton has done a pretty masterful job of catering an offense to a younger guy, not putting too much on his plate. He still throws the ball quite a bit as far as attempts go, but they feel like they're easier as opposed to going through like a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression route and then finding somebody. Just get the win tonight. And I think that the pressure of having teams still nipping at your heels is a good thing for them. In the long run, it's going to provide a nice little springboard to a quasi-pressure that you would feel when the postseason hits. It's not quite win or go home right now, but you feel a little bit of that, like we can't make too many mistakes. We've done good enough to give ourselves some breathing room, keep people at an arm's length, but still aren't in position of where, like the Chiefs are, where they could just literally go out there and puke on themselves every single play for the rest of the year, and they're still, probably like a 3 seed in the postseason. So, big game for them tonight. All right, let's get to the Avs and the Nuggets. We'll start with the Nuggets. Late last night, they lose to the Clippers. And it's sort of the same thing. It's you can't get a stop defensively. The Clippers game was a little bit different. It wasn't so much dribble drive to the hoop without much resistance. It was how many guys are going to be taking a wide open 3 in the corner? Like how many times do you have to see Norman Powell knock down a 3 to realize that guy can't be left wide open? Even James Harden, who they were keying on multiple times, had a wide open 3. I give the Clippers credit. Like when they run that high sort of pick and roll and they let somebody probe the lane and then they got help coming from the outside, they dish out to a wide open guy. It's sort of what the Nuggets offense is when it's operating at its peak, and it's really difficult to stop. But the fact that you couldn't find something to sort of counter that's pretty wild. And then when you did contest a 3, you decided, I'm just going to tackle the guy when I do so. I mean, what was the final number? Was it like 6 threes that the Clippers took? There were fouls on them? No, I think 3 were from Harden alone. And God, is it disgusting to watch him play basketball. It's just miserable. I jump into the guy that's defending me from the 3-point line. I've never seen somebody who takes a 3 and then ends up 10 feet inside the 3-point line when his jump shot is finished. But he gets so many of those landing area calls because of that. It drives me nuts. But some of them were just stupid. Like Christian Brown's late in the game. It just can't happen. You got Norman Powell throwing up a wild 3 at the end of the shot clock when you're down 1 possession and you just bowl him over. Like that can't happen. And I think one thing's pretty clear, by the way. I don't think I've said a bad word about Christian Brown this entire season because he has stepped up into a starting role and I think played well with it. But it's pretty clear he's not quite the same defender that KCP was. He works hard. The effort's there. He's a good defender, but KCP's pretty elite. And what you make up for maybe on the offensive side a little bit of what he can bring to the table, the defensive side for Christian Brown just hasn't quite been that. And I think that mixed with Aaron Gordon missing so much time has really contributed to sort of the miscues defensively. Now, good to see AG back in the lineup yesterday. He played 24 minutes. I think while trying to find his footing, played pretty well in that. But then you want to talk about what the real killer was. It's like, make a free throw, guys. I mean, you lose that game 126 to 122. You were 10 of 19 from the foul line. And a lot of those came in the fourth quarter where you just missed. If you shoot even a normal percentage here, if you make 16 of 19, like, you win the game. You know, the Clippers were 22 of 27 from the free throw line. And some guys, when they step up to the line, like James Harden, he had 13 free throws last night. He made them all. You just know he's going to make them. But there's just something, it still doesn't look right with the Nuggets because this defense that they're playing is not what we've become accustomed to. We've watched the Nuggets lose playoff games. Now, this was going back years, but we've seen this group lose playoff games and lose big games because they couldn't knock down a three or they couldn't get their jump shot going or something like that. I am not used to this consistently, this team losing the way they are. And it's kind of the same way I feel about the Avs. You watch the Avs right now. The Avs have always been this sort of just run and gun. We'll win a game 5-4. We'll win a game, 6-3. And they're having an offensive problem right now. There's guys on that team that are still racking up points. Your Mikko Rantanens, your McKinnons, your Makars. They're getting points. But overall, so over the last 7 games for the Avs, their record in those 7 games is 4-3. But they've scored 17. Is that right? Hang on, let me make sure I got this right. 18 goals in the last 7 games. And you know what that includes? A game where you put up 7. They're having an offensive issue that we're just not accustomed to seeing. And so both of these teams, it's pretty out of character. Because I'll say this, over the last handful of games that you've gotten, save for the Tampa Bay game, you've gotten good goaltending. That's not been the issue. You need to have a little bit of help. I think the goaltending, just for the record, I heard Biz talking about this when they were playing on national TV. He said he thinks Georgiev can be what Darcy Kemper was. And I don't disagree with that. Now, Georgie is far more inconsistent than Darcy, but can he be a guy that plays good enough for you to win a cup? The answer is yes, but you can't do that if you can't score in the way that the Avs typically do. And so the Avs, actually, we opened the show with it for a second anyway. They move on from Onanen. And this is after a sort of merry-go-round of who's going to be between the pipes on any given night, between Georgie and then Juice and then Kakinen for a minute and then everybody else. It looks like they've just gone back to, all right, Georgie, it's yours. Which, again, I think he's good enough to do this and get the Avs to the place where all of their goals are. I mean, like season-long goals. But it has to come with offensive firepower that just has been missing for a few weeks now. And until the Avs start to figure that part of it out, they're going to have some struggles. Now, taking on Buffalo tonight, 5 o'clock. I'm sorry, that's tomorrow at 5 o'clock. You got a chance where you can bounce back and hopefully find the scoring again. But one of my favorite names in all of hockey, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, is not somebody who's given up a whole bunch. 2.5 per game. I don't know when you're going to give Wedgwood a look, who was acquired in the trade with Juice. It's not like his numbers are anything that you should be uber excited about as of right now. Hopefully it's more veteran depth. I assume the thought process on that trade is that despite the numbers looking pretty similar, it's somebody who's just got a little bit more experience, but I don't know. there's some problems with both the Avs and the Nuggets. That is, we aren't a couple weeks into the season anymore. It's still just early December, but there's some real reason for concern that we'll break down more as we go along today. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. I do want to mention this. We're giving away a set of irons from Adele Golf this week, a 4-iron through a pitching wedge, and it's all going to be custom-fitted Adele SMS irons, and they can be yours. And all you need to do is text Adele. It's E-D-E-L, E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925. You get a bounce-back message. You reply with your name, and you are entered. And if you want an extra entry into the drawing, just head over to altitudesportsradio.com/Adele and fill out the entry form there. Check out the special section on adelegolf.com for the perfect Christmas gift for golfers. We'll announce our winner next Monday, so good luck to everybody. Back after this. All right. As we just sort of weave our way in and out of different things, I want to go back to CU. They win 52-0 on Black Friday, just totally dismantle Oklahoma State. And they tried to put, and I don't blame them at all, a giant exclamation point on the seasons that have been had for both Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. As you know, the last pass of the game, at least for the starters when they were still in, was a deep ball to Travis Hunter. He hauled in for his, well, out of all the highlights that he had throughout the course of that game, whether it's offense or defense, that was his third touchdown of the game, 10 catches for 116 yards and 3 TDs. Not to mention the interception he had early in the game. He got his hands on a couple more. He's been remarkable to watch. Will go down as, I think, my favorite college football player ever, just to watch. On both sides of the ball every week, making plays. And here's what I got thinking about. CU, as far as chances, odds to do, CF peeping, not going to happen. Okay? It's done. It's over with. I hate it. I wish you didn't lose to Kansas, because then this would get really, really fun coming up this weekend, but it's just not going to work. Even if they're ranked somewhere around, 20th, which they very well could be by the College Football Playoff Committee.
Do we need to hold a funeral for CF peeping? Send the open off into the great beyond?
Here's what I wanted to ask with that. Like, I don't want this to sound super dour or anything like that, because I got a Travis Hunter discussion I want to have in a second, too. It does feel a little bit empty, though. Like, they have this great year. They finished 9-3. If you would have told me the Buffs were going 9-3 before the season started, I would have thought, man, what a year. Like, I thought that was the top end of what they could have done. Like, the very maximum, the ceiling of what this season could be. But it does feel
The College Football Playoff.
College football!
Can CU make the CFP?
It turns us on.
We're not leaf peeping, we're CF peeping.
It turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact.
With Brett Kane.
As far as CF peeping goes, like, I was trying to can I figure out any way for this to happen? It's like, okay, what if, nope, I got nothing. There's nothing you can do. It's just like, it's over, and it sucks. And that's what I wanted to ask. Like, it feels nice to get this blowout win to close out the year, do it at home, give the proper send-off to Shedeur and Travis Hunter, who's made at least the last couple of years interesting, if nothing else. Gotten the program back on the right track, the arrow's pointing up, like all that stuff. But it does feel kind of like, what a missed opportunity. Good year. Was about the height of what I thought they could do, but then in the middle of it, they could have done more. You drop that game late to Kansas State earlier in the year, and then you just refuse to put like 8 guys in the box against Kansas when you know they're not going to throw. You get punched in the mouth. I'll tell you this much. That defense this week, they were coming out saying, don't call us soft again, because they were there to hit against Oklahoma State. But here's the other discussion I want to have, just for a minute. Texture says, Genty should win the Heisman, but Hunter will win because people are scared of Deion backlash. Not true. Travis Hunter's going to win because and I'm not one of these guys where I don't think this is close. I actually do think it should be close between Ashton Genty and Travis Hunter. Like, if Travis Hunter did not exist, Ashton Genty is the runaway Heisman, no doubt about it. He put up numbers that only a few people in the history of college football have done. He deserves an unbelievable amount of praise. There wasn't a bad game that he had, and he's getting pulled at halftime of a lot of these games where he could have racked up even more numbers. And I wouldn't, if I were a CU fan, I'm just telling you guys right now, I wouldn't go down the route of competition that you played. Because that whole argument is not going to, It's not as good of one as you think it is when you're talking about the Big 12 versus the Mountain West right now. It's really not. Is the Big 12 better? Obviously. It's not that sizable, though. The gap between the Mountain West and the Big 12 is a lot smaller than the Big 12 and the Big 10. Or the Big 12 and the SEC. He deserves praise. But I saw somebody say this, and I can't get it out of my head, and I think this is the truth. Ashton Jeanty is doing something we haven't seen since Barry Sanders. Travis Hunter is doing something we haven't seen and probably will never see again. And the way, this feels a lot like the really early Joker Embiid type conversations for MVP, where it was never about, both guys are having a good year, I just think this guy is having a better one. It's whether you're a Jeanty guy or you're a Hunter guy, you feel the need to blast the other dude as opposed to just prop your own guy up, which I think is a really ugly way to go about this for two guys who seem like really great dudes, number one, and number two, incredible talents. I'm not going to say a bad word about Ashton Jeanty. I think what he's done is remarkable. I don't think you put any other running back in college football on Boise State and he puts up the numbers that he does. I don't think it's possible to do that outside of him. I know one thing, though. I know nobody can do what Travis Hunter does. I know it. Nobody is going to play 120 snaps on both sides of the football and be like a top 5 player on both sides in the country. It's just not happening. And anybody who tries to tell you differently and say something like, oh, Travis Hunter, he's just, they stat pad for him. I'm like, watch him play. Just watch him play. Do they do some stat padding? Like, yeah, I guess. I guess they do. But you can't deny to me that he is one of the most talented players on the defensive side and offensive side of the football. And here's how I know I'm right, okay? This isn't an opinion. This is a fact here. Very few times can I state something that feels like opinion, but it's fact. Here's how I know it's true. For all those yahoos out there that try and tell me, Travis Hunter is mid on both sides of the ball, but because he does both, he gets a boost. Here's how I know. If that's the case, why the hell is he projected to go top 3 in the draft? Scouts aren't stupid. And I know he's not going to play. Well, I can't imagine that he plays both sides in the NFL. Maybe he does and just really freaks us all out. But my guess is they're probably taking those guys. Or he's probably taking Hunter and saying, you're going to do one or the other. Texture says, Brett, Boise State is 86th and Colorado is 68th in strength of schedule. That's nothing close. Please stop. Okay. Now take strength of schedule from what I said earlier. The gap between Boise State and Colorado's strength of schedule and the gap between CU and anybody in the Big Ten or the SEC. Do that one. That's the point I'm making. I didn't say that they were the same. I said the gap between them was closer than it was if you went Travis Hunter and Colorado to the SEC. Okay, that's it. Again, I'm trying to use facts here and not opinion. Another one. We've seen these numbers before, though. Melvin Gordon, Monty Ball, Rashad Penny, great season, but yeah, nothing new. He's done this in, by the way, those guys had 13, 14 games, playing in championship games, playing in bowl games, playing in playoffs. He still has that to go. I'm not going to hear the Jeanty slander this morning. You can't deny that guy's unbelievable greatness. It does not mean that Hunter should not win the Heisman. He should. But you don't need to make this Embiid and Joker and only tear down the other guy. Prop up your own case. Anyway, a lot more we can get into with that. 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR on the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Broncos tonight. Recap all the football from the last 5 days. Avs, Nuggets. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Kachuk got around 1 and 2. Onanen the save! How did he do it? Eustace is served! 100% juice! Devon Taves couldn't clear in front. Shot save made by Onanen! How in the world? It doesn't matter because Eustace Onanen makes a point-blank stop. Kaprizov in front. Save made by Onanen! And another one! Oh, goodness gracious, mercy me! Eustace is served! And is serving up some delicious, nutritious saves here in the second period. Eustace Onanen on his Onanen game tonight.
What's up, Denver? It's Justus Anunen. Tonight we got a double dipperoo.
Can we still hit the double dipperoo sound even though Juice isn't here anymore? Can we still do that? I think it's too
Double
good.
dipperoo.
It's too good not to keep using it, right?
Yeah. You don't have to use this is Eustace Onanen, but you could say this is double dipperoo.
Yeah. So here's
dipperoo.
Here's my thought, guys. Avs and Nuggets, they don't deserve top billing because they don't want to be bad this morning, especially with all the funny and amazing things that happened in all the days that we have missed since Thanksgiving, including my theme of the day is flags. And you know what? Flags need to be more involved in football now, I think, because if it's going to cause a fight every single time that somebody wins a football game, then we should do this every single week.
So you want every college team to bring their flag.
How great is it, though? Like, the rivalry week in college football is so amazing for all these reasons. And there was was it 4 games over the weekend that just got into an all-out brawl in the postgame?
Got pepper spray.
Like, people got maced.
Yeah.
After Ohio State and Michigan.
I think it's stupid. My team didn't do it.
Okay.
They played their intersectional rival. They didn't even think about doing it.
Yeah, Vic, you need to hit a reset button. You need to hit a reset button and join us back in a minute.
I swear to the
Just
Lord
in a
above.
minute.
I swear to God, your day of reckoning has come, Lombardi. Today is the day of all radio days, Lombardi.
Yep.
Never again. Ever in the history of mankind, ever. Okay, go ahead, Brad.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. I did what I always do. For 3 straight years, on Saturday morning of this weekend, I've gone down to one of my favorite breweries, Downhill, okay? And the owner of that brewery is a big Ohio State guy.
Oh, I'm well aware.
And he and a couple of his friends are Ohio State people. They have Michigan fans that show up, and it's just, I watch these people watch the game.
You were in my neighborhood. You didn't even tell me.
That's right. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay, but I had to work anyway. It's no big deal.
But here's the deal. Watching them watch the game is my favorite thing because Ohio State fans all year have said this is the most talented team I think we've ever had. And Michigan, for the 4th consecutive season, and a bad Michigan team who is playing that game with a hand tied behind their back because they weren't going to throw the football ever, finds a way to win. And Ryan Day, who blew it by calling 2 consecutive timeouts that resulted in a first down at the goal line for Michigan, is now 66-10 as a head coach. He is 46-5 in Big Ten Conference play as a head coach. But because he's lost, and to think about it this way is nuts, a full recruiting cycle. There is somebody who was a freshman at Ohio State who is graduating this year who never beat Michigan. Ryan Day is, I think, probably going to lose his job at the end of this year.
I'm sure
unless they find a way to win the college football playoff.
Did you see his face after the game?
Yeah.
He looked like he aged 40 years after one game.
Because he knows, he knows that game is all that matters.
Yeah, Vic, all the paint fell off his face. Like everything washed off, man. He just became an old man right
the
then.
The face just drooped.
Yep.
The face drooped. It was like a president, right? When a president goes into office and you do the before and after, that's what Ryan Day looks like after playing Michigan.
The way that game ended, too. Michigan wins. Sharon Moore, who's had a miserable year, is waving goodbye to Ohio State fans. They plant the flag, and then there's a brawl. I mean, look at Ryan Day's face.
Yeah, just
look
ruined.
At this guy.
He's just ruined.
Can we, because obviously I had to get my antenna working. Can we talk about the plant the flag stuff?
Yes, please. Like I said, it's my theme of the day.
I know. I'm not trying to be a Puritan. I'm not trying to be that guy. But at what point do you say to yourself, this is not our field. This is not our stadium. We're playing our rivals. I know things are heated. I know they hate us. We hate them. But this is not our home. You should not be able to do that in somebody else's home. That's very disrespectful and insulting. And I know I'm going to hear people say, oh, but it's a rivalry. Great. Do you want to fight? This is not your home. This is their home. Brett, if you came to my house and tried to plant your flag in my living room, we'd have something.
Here's the
now,
thing.
if you want to do that in your home, if you want to do it in your home, great. How come there are many schools and many rivalries that took place over the weekend where the opposing team won and they just treated the field with respect? You shake hands, you walk off, you go home. Why is that hard?
Here's the thing. I agree almost 100% with what you're saying, that it's highly disrespectful. And it's a very provocative thing to do. You know you're going to get a reaction. God, do I want to see that every year?
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. It's mayhem. It's stupid. Someone says, what about when the crowd storms the field? Well, that's your home. That's your stadium. You can do whatever the hell you want to do in your stadium. You earn that right. It's in your stadium. But when the other team comes into your house and tries to pull that stunt, no, that's not how this works.
Well, that's
so, you know what? It's like even the Nebraska guys. Even Nebraska, mighty Nebraska, Matt Rule, all they're trying to do is pray at midfield. We just want to pray. Well, guess what? You can't pray at midfield here. Go pray in the corner. The midfield logo, you can't sit on the logo like they tried to do at CU last year, and they tried to do it at Iowa over the weekend, which resulted in a lot of intensity at the end of that game. You're not allowed to pray at midfield. You can go to choose another place in the stadium to pray. This is not your home. This is my home.
Yeah. That one's a little bit I can't count the amount of times I watched Russell Wilson. Now he joined other players on the other team to pray at midfield. Sure. But
this
whatever.
This is our midfield. We consider it part of our routine. You're not allowed to have your head coach just traipse around, walk in there in the middle of our pregame warm. No, you can't do that.
Okay.
I don't care what your intent is. I don't care what you're doing. That's your own thing.
Here's the thing, though. Like, this would be so frustrating, especially in the Ohio State part. I hate to make it this simple. Just don't lose the game. Like, don't lose, okay? Take care of business.
You lost. Don't plant your flag.
Okay.
Don't play. Okay, you lost. The pain of losing is enough. The act of bringing an actual flag to the game and then trying to rub it in, no, you deserve to fight.
Oh, I agree with you. Like, if I'm on Ohio State, I'm probably wanting to fight somebody too. Now, where was Ryan Day in all of that, by the way?
He was kind of an innocent bystander, sort of. I mean, you want to call him innocent? He watched his captain get mouthy and start the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't say, hey, ho, ho. He's like, yeah, go ahead right there. By the way, each school has been fined $100,000, which for them is nothing.
Good.
But it's a pretty big fine. And I couldn't help but think in the throes of all of this, the frustrated police officers, probably Buckeyes fans. I don't know. But if you ever wanted a free reason, or you're looking for a free reason, it's not free, by the way, because I think there should be some sort of investigation. But to whip out the mace and start hammering players,
that was ridiculous.
I'm like, good Lord. Like, they're like, yeah, take that too. I mean,
I didn't know what happened. I saw the sideline shot, and it's just two guys with Michigan jerseys going like this. And I'm like, did they get maced?
It's kind of like when they ate that hot chicken, right? You're like, it was really excessive. I suppose I'm in the middle between you two. I mean, I agree with you, Vic. I completely agree with you. It's incredibly disrespectful.
I told Vic I agree with him, but I still like to see it.
And I don't.
Well,
I don't want to make this. Hold on, Vic. I don't want to make this a habit. I completely agree with you. By the way, if anybody came in and planted their flag in my joint, I mean, I was pissed off when Von Miller's exchanging jerseys with Kyle Kuzma, right?
Moj,
What?
when Marty beat you in your ping pong table, on your table for the 8th straight time, if he came over there and planted a flag right in your living room, how would you feel about
Well,
that?
I'd plant his ass in the gutter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen, there are plenty of teams. I watched the A&M Texas game. All right? The Texas players started to get unruly afterwards. Their coach said, no. Get over here. Fine. No problem. I went to a game over the weekend. There was no thought about doing something disrespectful. Dude, it's just...
You went to a game over the weekend. I know where you were. That's stupid. You were at the Coliseum. Everybody knows it. Don't act like you're some sort of Puritan.
Well, I am.
Oh,
we didn't do it.
We didn't do it because we're good Catholics, sure.
I mean, it's just stupid. It's stupid. I mean,
So the
but
amount
in the
of-
moment,
Brett,
you're
Brett.
caught up in the intensity of the game. That's not your field. You can do whatever you want in your home stadium.
Brett,
do
but
whatever you want. But when you're in somebody else's place, treat it with respect.
I don't mind a good melee from time to time. No, I'm just saying. I don't mind a good hockey brawl, although they don't happen anymore. I don't mind a good baseball brawl. They rarely happen at all. I don't mind a good football brawl at the 50. I don't. I'm not a Neanderthal. I'm just saying that, from time to time, when it's appropriate, okay.
Well,
Moj,
and here's the thing.
Do you remember? Hold on, Moj. Do you remember when the Red Sox beat the Rockies 4 straight to win the
Of
World
course.
Series? Do you remember? Because I was at that game. Do you remember the huge celebration at Coors Field with Red Sox fans?
Yep.
Can you imagine if somebody from the Red Sox side, if Noma would have gone to second base and planted a giant Red Sox flag?
No, that would make me really unhappy. Really unhappy.
What do you think the Rockies players would do if he tried that?
Well, hopefully they'd come storming out of the clubhouse and we'd have ourselves a Donnybrook, hopefully.
So all you people out there who say, oh, it's just tribal, it's fun, it's sports. No, it's stupid. It's unnecessary. It's stupid.
So the amount of games that had the flag incidents, which I guess this was just something that everybody knew that they were going to do.
Carolina
this
and State, right?
North Carolina and North Carolina State had one. Florida and Florida State had one. Arizona State had one. Michigan, it was at least 4 from my count.
Nebraska had prayers.
Well, in the NFL, there was fights in the Jags game between the Texans
that's
because they hit on Trevor
That's
Lawrence.
because Lawrence got absolutely almost decapitated.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, what did the SC player do to warrant a punch in the face by the Irish offensive lineman?
Hit him in the junk.
Oh, he did?
Kicked him in the junk. Yeah, the replay didn't catch that.
Okay.
Kicked him right in the junk, hard.
Well, listen, if I get kicked in the junk, you're definitely getting a straight right to the face. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just curious. Just curious about that.
Look.
Hey, Brett, you want to give that a shot? Which one? Do you
Hit
want
him in the junk and see what happens?
Well, no, do you want to be the junk receiver or the junk giver? And then because then you can be the punch giver or the punch receiver. It's the opposite, see.
I love this from Johnny Jazz Cabbage on the text line. I'll grind my dirty boots on Vic's couch like Rick James.
Well, let me see you try it.
I'm not kidding you. That episode of the Chappelle Show.
Let me see you try it.
When Charlie Murphy is describing the grinding of the feet and then the real
Unity.
That's got to be one. Is that not one of the greatest episodes in the history of television?
I mean, you can say that for pretty much every Chappelle
Oh,
show.
for God's sake, that was funny. Unity.
All right, so listen. Between that,
oh Lord,
we got a huge game tonight, guys, because what we needed to happen over the weekend pretty much did for the Broncos, with the exception of one game in the Colts, but you can take care of that after the bye week. You got the Dolphins lost Thursday night on Thanksgiving, which seeds room for you to really drive a dagger into everybody else's hopes behind you playoff-wise. They beat Cleveland tonight, and you get the bye week. You play against the Colts afterwards. Like, you can get to a place where it's virtually impossible for you
are
to
in
miss
such
the
a driver's
postseason.
seat. I know
Yeah.
we'll get to it, but you are in such a driver's seat right now. It's not even funny. I wake up on this Monday morning feeling so good about the postseason. And you know what? I even tweeted about it yesterday. I'll tell you.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
All right, so
I can't believe I am the rational, peaceful person when I'm probably on this show the biggest trash talker.
No, you're
when it
soft.
Comes to
You're
sports
soft.
that exists.
You're just soft.
And I can't believe I'm the one taking the high road on this.
SAWT.
I cannot believe
FT.
that on this show I'm the high road guy. But it just goes to show you what our true moral compasses really are.
No, it doesn't show a damn thing. You're soft.
Great point by a texture, by the way. If Nomar did plant the flag inside of Coors Field, that would have been weird because he wasn't on the Red Sox at the time.
Oh, shut up.
It would have been weird for him to do that, though, when he wasn't a member of the team.
That would have been even better.
Actually,
he didn't even play for the team anymore.
Yeah, if it was like, who was he with at that time? Was it the Cubs? Was he still playing?
Yeah, he had to be playing. Was Johnny Damon still there?
So
I'm trying to remember.
I think Johnny Damon was already traded to the
He's already the Yankees,
at that
yeah.
point. I can't remember.
I think he was already a Yankee.
So that'd be like if the Nuggets won the championship and then Monte Morris planted a flag in the middle of.
Hey, Monte was at the championship series.
That's what I'm saying. Like if he just did, he's like, look, I'm not on the team, but I kind of was. Anyway, 303-504-0925.
Gary Harris is planting a flag
exactly.
at midcourt there.
Back after this. Circa Sports, what a time to jump on Monday Night Football tonight between the Broncos and the Browns. And they have not just the live betting odds, the over-unders, the point spreads. They have game props already out, and you can look at Bo Nix over-under 220.5 passing yards for tonight against Cleveland. Also over-under 20.5 rushing yards, which sounds a lot better if you ask me. But the Broncos 6-point favorites and the over-under 42 points. You can find that and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook as they have the best odds in the game. Compare them to any other sports book around. The odds are better with Circa. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. And all you need to do is download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Adam Schefter is going to help recap the entire long football weekend with us at 8 o'clock this morning. I want to get to the Broncos in a second, but can we just jump back to it? You know, we talked about the fights in college football and some of the great games that we had over the weekend. An 8 overtime game between the nerds at Georgia Tech and Georgia.
I can't believe the Yellow Jackets blew that game.
I know.
Can't believe it.
Run the ball, dude.
Run the
running
football.
Successfully all
Son
game,
of a
and all of a sudden you
beeswax.
think what are you doing? You're 2.5 yards away.
So, get back to that in a second.
But it's for those of us who want the chaos of the playoff, right? You want it to be nuts. Having Georgia out would have been awesome.
I don't even know if they'd be out. I really don't know if they'd be out.
I don't know if they'd be out either.
They'd be a 3-loss team. They'd have to be out.
Moshe, 3-loss teams are getting into the
My
playoff.
butt.
I know.
Go look at it,
My
Moshe.
backside.
Alabama might get in with 3
My
losses.
lily white
South
fish
Carolina
belly
might get in.
backside.
Do you
Loss?
believe the SEC is overrated? Do you
Yes.
believe the SEC
Yes.
is overrated? Or
I
are
do
they
now.
Just beating up on themselves.
I do now, yeah.
Well, overrated in what sense? I don't know if there's a conference better. They certainly aren't as good as they used to be.
How about put it this way?
I'm not afraid of the SEC anymore.
Okay.
I think they're
That's
beatable.
fine.
I
That's
think every team in that league, they think they're above everyone else.
Right.
Not the case
Well,
anymore.
no. They're still the best conference. Brett is correct. But,
Head to toe,
but,
yes.
But the shine has come off the bumper.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And so now you want to, like if you see that Corvette over there and you're like, I don't know if I want to race it, but you don't mind racing that Corvette.
So
They don't have the 1 or 2 elite teams that everybody fears. Not the case at all. Nope.
yeah,
They can be beaten. Georgia can be had. Bama obviously can. Tennessee's got holes. Texas, they got holes. I'm telling you, these guys cannot. And think about it. Texas, in its first year in the SEC, after all those seasons residing in the Big 12, their first year, they win the conference?
yeah, it's wild.
Hey, by the way, no offense.
Well, regular season. Yeah.
And no offense to the Mountain West, but UNLV's playing for the conference championship.
Mm-hmm.
And they had their star quarterback quit on them.
Yeah. Gosh, it's just like CU, right? Where at the end of the day, CSU, they get that nice little win over at Utah State. They finish 8-4 on the year, and CU blows out Oklahoma State 52-0 in a game where I was so thoroughly bored, I changed the channel in the second half.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't do this anymore. I mean, I can't keep watching this bludgeoning. But both of those records are good. If I told you CSU was 8-4 this year, you'd be like, okay, I'll take that. If I told you CU was 9-3, you'd be like, hell yeah, it's a great season. And they still feel kind of empty because both of them had a shot to play in the championship game, and neither did. But let's save that for a second because I want to go back to Thursday and Friday. It started Thursday morning. Some of the chaos that the NFL had, where almost every score this weekend in the NFL was a one-score game. Almost every single one. I think 3 games weren't one-score games. But Chicago makes this roaring comeback. And in one of the dumbest ways I've ever seen a team lose. Like to just not give themselves a shot. Where it wasn't a bad call that happened to them like the Raiders game the next day that we'll get to. It wasn't anything like that. It was self-inflicted. What the hell are you guys doing? Caleb Williams takes a sack. They're down 3. They're in field goal range. Takes a sack. There's 33 seconds on the clock by the time they spot the ball. They have a timeout, and it's 3rd down. And they get 1 play off. And here's what I don't get about this. Eberflus is fired. He should have been. He's awful. Okay, we all know that. It's the first time the Bears have ever fired a coach in the middle of the season. But it was deserved. And he's getting ripped apart as he should. Can somebody answer this, though? Why is Caleb Williams getting 0% of the blame for that situation?
I have no idea.
He's the quarterback.
He
knows the clock.
the lack of awareness there. Well, and listen, it's
That's
part
on
and
the
parcel
coach.
with its coach, too. I mean,
It's on
of
the coach,
course,
man.
it's ultimately on the
He
coach.
just got his head smashed the play prior. He's a rookie coach. He's trying to run the offense the way the coach envisions
He's
it.
rookie QB.
That's
Rookie QB.
100% on the coach.
Rookie QB.
I don't think it's 100%. I don't think it's 100.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll say 90% on
a
the coach.
quarterback should have, rookie or not, just as much awareness in that situation as the coach does.
There's got to be situational awareness. There's got to be. Watching that time
coach,
tick down.
man.
It is, Vic. It is. I mean, the fact that he got fired with a timeout in his pocket is a disaster. I mean, it's just the whole thing was I I almost tweeted about it. I'm like, well, what do I care if the Bears win or lose? I don't care. But to watch that level of incompetence at that level of football, it's shocking. It should never, ever, ever happen.
From what I understand, the plan, at least initially, was a decent plan. He got sacked. They said, we're going to run a quarterback draw. So we're just going to go get another 5 yards, a little bit closer of a field goal, call our timeout, and kick it. And then Caleb Williams changes the play and then waits until 6 seconds to snap it. Now, the coach should obviously, you get to like 12 seconds, 13 seconds, it's like call a timeout and just reset things. But I couldn't believe. I want to see, what's the guy's names that used to talk to Eberflus? Cap and Hood.
Cap and Hood,
I would love to hear what those guys are saying this morning.
This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline?
But here's the other thing. So they fire Eberflus the next day. Can you guys explain this decision to me? They had him do a press conference that morning before they fired him? Did that not feel weird?
Whole thing felt bizarre.
It looks like it took a little time to get to the top.
Yeah, probably.
The wheels were probably in motion, but the guy at the top didn't make the call until the press conference.
You know, I'm telling you, someday this has to happen because I think of what I would like to have done had I been the owner of the Chicago Bears. Eberflus doesn't make it to the locker room. He's fired. He's fired before he gets off the field.
Who was the? Was
and
it?
Then I take the reins at the news conference and say, yeah, coach won't be here tonight to talk about this game because he's already been fired. I mean, you want to send a real message about the serious nature of winning? That would do it.
Didn't that happen to Lane Kiffin? Didn't he literally get left at? They said he was not allowed on the flight.
Well, that was Alabama. That's because he took another job as he was a coordinator.
Okay,
and he'd already taken another job.
Gotcha.
And so.
But he wasn't allowed on the plane.
Nick Saban wouldn't allow him on the plane, correct.
But then the following night, okay, so you had that wild stuff. The game in the afternoon on Thanksgiving was whatever. It was Giants-Cowboys. Watched a little bit of Drew Lock play, I suppose. And the game.
I root for that guy.
I was rooting for him.
I don't think he's very good, but I really root for him.
The game at night went the way that we all wanted it to, which is the Dolphins lose, and that puts them farther in the rear view. But then the next day, in the middle of all the college football on Black Friday, you had the Raiders and the Chiefs. And I don't get it. I don't know what the Chiefs have. I don't know how this continues to happen. But Aiden O'Connell, of all people, drives them down the field for the potentially game-winning field goal. And they just snap it when he wasn't ready. And what do you guys think of? You watch the play. Ref runs
One
in.
guy said false start.
Giving the false start sign, which means plays dead, doesn't happen, 5-yard penalty. They huddle, and then it turns into an illegal shift. I'm not the conspiracy type. It looks really weird that this continues to happen with Chiefs games, though. I really
don't
does.
understand. I don't know where to go anymore with Chiefs games. After a while, it's like, oh, that's pretty funny. Oh, wow, it's a good team. They're resilient. They're always there at the end. Okay, how many times in a row can this occur where they're the beneficiary of a whistle or a play? Or I mean, what is going on here?
I agree with you guys. I keep waiting. Well, I mean, for those who already are conspiracy theorists, every single week it seems like they get one more thing to back up their. It's like more Zapruder film keeps coming in week after week after week after week.
Conspiracy theories are sort of rooted in I don't really have evidence. I just think it's like this,
right?
And so. You have so much evidence for the conspiracy of the Chiefs are getting the good end of calls in huge moments. And I'm like, I don't even know if it's a conspiracy all that much. It's just an argument.
I don't believe that the league is conspiring to have the Chiefs win and the officials and all that kind of thing.
But it's weird.
But it's funny. It's every other team in the league. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean you're wrong. Right?
Do you know how the evolution
that's
of
the way I look at it.
It's like the evolution of sports hate. Here's how it's gone for me with the Chiefs. It went from a team that, they're the Chiefs, to a team, wow, they're the Chiefs. You respect them. Okay, you fear the Chiefs. Now I just damn hate the Chiefs. I went from annoyance to hate. I hate them.
The Travis Kelce thing, boys.
What, the thing of him dating Taylor Swift?
No, the thing of him walking off and not shaking hands and being a big baby and all this. I'm so over that guy, Vic. I'm not to the point of hate yet, but I am so I'm butting up against it. How about that?
I've had so many issues with teams and players over the weekend. Here's another one. Tell me what you guys think about this. Justin Tucker, at one point considered the Rock of field goal kicking.
He's cooked.
At one point, the best kicker in the league, hands down. He suddenly can't make a kick. And when I see him missing kicks and extra points, the only thing that comes to my mind is, wait a minute. You're the same guy who went viral for poking fun at Russell Wilson, making fun of him. And you remember that? You remember he did it on the airplane?
Yeah.
And they're coming back from a road trip. And at the time, I was like, really? I mean, is everybody piling on Russell Wilson? A kicker, too? Karma, brother. Karma.
He's missed 8 kicks already this year. 8.
There was a time, for those who aren't up on their NFL kicking, and I blame you if you're not, but this guy was so he was beyond automatic, right? Which is why this is so shocking. He missed 2 field goals yesterday. He was 2 of 4, and he missed an extra point.
Yeah.
And then do you remember? Not only did he, I forgot what he did in regards to Russell. He mimicked him in some manner on the plane, and I can't remember what he was mimicking.
Yeah.
Perhaps
That's up.
I mean, what do you want to know? What are we doing on the plane ride back home? I heard Lamar's leading us in high knees. Ravens flock, let's fly.
There you go.
And then, how about in the playoffs when? Do you remember? And again, I hate the Chiefs. Chiefs are just warming up, man. This goes back to respecting your opponent, and their territory on the field. Chiefs are just trying to warm up, and there's Justin Tucker, who plants his little field goal routine right in the middle of the Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce area.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yep.
That was punkish. Karma sucks, doesn't it?
Well, I can't stand Kansas City, but at this point, who cares? I mean, win the rest of your games. It's not going to matter at all to what the Broncos are doing. I mean, what, if the Broncos win out and the Kansas City loses out, then they win the division? Like, Kansas City got this wrapped up.
At this point, I'm not even capable of trying to plan out who's going to play whom in the postseason.
Did not like seeing the Chargers win again, though. The
Agreed.
Chargers have had opportunities to lose, and they keep finding ways.
Agreed. But if we could get a Broncos and Steelers matchup,
that would be epic.
Oh, that's what I tweeted. I would love to see Bo Nix and Russ go head to head.
Okay.
I mean, the drama, the personal drama for us.
Dude, Russ threw for over 4 bills.
Dude, he was dealing yesterday, and he's doing that falling down, throwing it downfield and connecting thing. It's unbelievable. But that would be so tasty, Brett. Think of the most tasty thing in the Funyuns, right? You like Funyuns.
Oh, I'm a big Funyun guy.
Okay. Just that football game would be an unlimited supply of Funyuns for 3 hours.
So,
promise it would be in Pittsburgh, though.
Yeah, I know.
Here's the
that's
thing.
what state. But I want to see these two teams hook up.
I wondered this. Really wondered this. For where the Broncos are at, and they're in great shape, right? They're in pole position for that last wild card spot. They got distance between them and the teams behind them.
They can move up.
Yeah, if they win tonight and they beat the Colts in a couple weeks after the bye, then they're virtually locked to get in. And their quarterback's playing well. Like, he just racked up another Offensive Rookie of the Week award. Should we still have a discussion about what the hell Russell's doing in Pittsburgh and how odd this is that he's able to throw for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns? And, the sort of the story behind Russell was, okay, well, he's a pretty good game manager, and in Pittsburgh that's going to work because they have a good defense. But he can't get into a shootout and win. Well, he just did that with Joe Burrow. He put up 44
points. It's not a fluke anymore, right? After the first few weeks, people were saying, "Well, it's just, he'll come back out of orbit." No, this is Russell could still do it if given opportunity. And now he's getting the benefit of a couple receivers, primarily Pickens, when he's not getting involved in other stuff, who just makes plays.
That guy drives me nuts, by the way.
Yeah,
nuts.
I know. His coach nuts too. His coach told him to grow up. Whatever. You cannot dispute Russell Wilson. I don't want to hear people say, "Oh, it's just it's not a big deal." No, it is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
It is a big deal. How many quarterbacks threw for 4 bills yesterday? How many?
I think just him. I think
him. Yeah.
By the way,
thank God, Moach. Thank God that the Broncos are good and Bo Nix looks pretty good, or else this would we'd be
It would
yanking our hair out every
probably-
time we watch Russell.
probably
Wilson.
Think about it. In the two big trades the Broncos made, Russell Wilson, both teams won. The Broncos won. They got their guy, a young kid who's developing. Pittsburgh won. They got their guy. He's performing. And then the other trade, Jerry Judy. The Broncos have younger receivers. They lay other dudes who've come up and filled that role. And Cleveland won. Judy is Cleveland's leading receiver. So
Having a good year.
very rarely you get one trade where both teams win. We got two.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see Mike Tomlin after the game? Did you hear him talking about Pickens?
No, I didn't hear
He
it.
was
No.
mad.
Yeah.
Well, he should be. Like, Pickens is super talented, but he's a moron. And I don't know what Pittsburgh does to breed just crazy wide receivers, but every year they have one where you're just
feels
like,
like it,
guy's
yeah.
talented,
Antonio
but he's
Brown.
nuts. Yeah.
The Juju.
Juju
Yeah.
Smith-Schuster was another one.
But
yeah.
having Mike, one of my biggest fears in life would be having Mike Tomlin mad at me. Just the look on his. I mean, just watching him, I was sort of uncomfortable just watching him get mad at Pickens. I'm like,
And who's crazier?
If you can find it, I mean, he's got the hat on and he's got the look on his face, like the super mad dad look. Ugh. That's after putting up
crazier?
44 and beating Cincy. What?
Is Pickens crazier or that Buffalo receiver who shows up at the game wearing some weird costume and walks in barefoot in a
Matt
snowstorm?
Collins?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nuts. Now, he's the guy earlier in the year, like he doesn't wear shoes. He eats only with his hands. He doesn't
Correct.
use utensils. And so you're a Neanderthal.
He's a weirdie,
You're caveman.
Yeah.
basically.
But he's wearing high fashion.
I'm not walking barefoot in the snow, okay? I don't care how tough I think I am. I'm just not doing it.
I was looking at that too. You know, we're flying there today, right? Like this morning, I'm heading to Buffalo, New York.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm wondering.
Is it still going?
Well, I don't know. I don't think it is.
That lake effect snow is something else, dude, because if you drive just a few miles up the road, there's nothing. And then in Buffalo, it's covered.
Can we hear Mike Tomlin real quick? Go ahead.
You know, you just got to grow up, man. It's an emotional game, man. These divisional games are big. He got a target on his back because he's George. He understands that. But he's got to grow up. He's got to grow up in a hurry.
He doesn't have a target on his back. He's got a target on his back. Look, if I go in front of a police station waving a 9mm around, like that's not a target on my back. I'm just making myself a target.
You're bringing it on yourself.
Yeah.
And listen, he's a good player, George Pickens, but Mike Tomlin's face is just intimidating. His face.
Somebody says here the Broncos Russ thing wasn't a trade. We won nothing, and I agree with you. In the grand scheme of things, you're right. You had to pay his salary. You did win something then. You won the freedom of going with your guy.
Yeah, that's it.
You won the opportunity to develop a young quarterback. That's what you won. So both teams won there in the grand scheme. They both won.
303-504-0925. Talk more about this with Adam Schefter in about 20 minutes. Let's get to the Nuggets and Avs from over the weekend because they have, I think, speaking of themes, a common theme between both of them, which is they don't look like the teams I recognize, but for different reasons. We'll get to it next.
1 second left, and that is it. And now we have pushing and shoving and punching. It's Ludwig in the far corner as he took one from an unidentified Oiler and decided to fight back. Nurse is in the middle of the pile. Ludwig tangled up with Adam Henrique. And the game is over. It finishes Edmonton 4 and the Avalanche 1.
Good, and that's a ball game. Denver's down 126 to 122. 8 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic. Jokic for 3. Jumper short. 2 seconds left. Rebound Harden, and there's the horn. Well, the Nuggets are alternating wins and losses. They lose tonight in Los Angeles. The final tonight, Clippers 126, Denver 122.
Thanks for the highlights. I hate it. I don't like a lot of things about what I'm watching with the Avs and the Nuggets as of late. The Nuggets is kind of same story. They just can't get a stop. The amount of wide open threes last night for the Clippers drove me nuts. And then when you decide to contest a 3, you decide, let me tackle them as I do that. And that sounds like a good idea, which is even worse. And then you miss free throws. Like, just very basic stuff. But again, you have another game where you give up 120 points. And I just...
Very mediocre team right now.
Yeah,
they are. It's a very mediocre team. And that's shocking to the system, considering that they won an NBA championship,
2 years
15, 16 months ago. So... the fact that this team has suddenly dropped to mediocrity, and there's no other way around it, because that's what they are. They're mediocre. Their defense is abysmal. This is the worst defense I've seen out of a Michael Malone squad since he first got here. They're just not moving on defense. They're not moving. They're not guarding the perimeter. They're giving up points in bunches. The three-point shooting last night, watching the Clippers make threes, it was, wow. Are you kidding me? And then when they didn't make threes, you fouled them while attempting threes.
Mm-hmm.
It was awful to watch. James Harden, guys. James Harden
is
what a disgusting watch, by the way.
He's the devil.
I hate watching him play basketball.
I'm convinced he's Lucifer. I'm convinced. Sorry, just wanted to say
go
that.
Ahead, go ahead, Vic.
It is hard to watch. It's hard to watch. There's no doubt about it. I mean, watching him play basketball, it's never an easy thing because he is, wow.
Can I just, sorry, I'm going to let you go, Vic, but does his jump shot, when you hit his landing area, does that include 5 feet from where he took his shot? He's attempting threes and ending up 5 feet inside the three-point line. And how do you contest that without being in the landing zone? Sorry.
I agree. All right, here's what we know, though. Here's what we know. We all detest the way James Harden plays the game. All right, it's a horrible,
Vic,
horrible way to play
basketball. He shot 13 free throws last night.
Vic, did I say that he sucks? Did I say that already?
He made 13 free throws.
Yes,
13
he did.
For 13.
That is correct.
You know how many free throws the Nuggets as a team made? 10. He made more free throws than the Nuggets as a team made. Free throws lost that game for the Nuggets last night.
It did.
They were 10 for 19. They missed 9 free throws. You make at least half of those, and you win the game. So free throws killed them, and the fact that they can't play defense killed them. Those two things. The Nuggets shot the ball well. They shot 58%. If I told you the Denver Nuggets shoot 58% for a game, you're saying how much they win by, right?
Well, I don't anymore. I don't, because 120 points is not enough to win basketball games for this team, which is insane. It's insane. If I tell you the Nuggets put up 120 points, you should say that's at least a 10-point win.
Another crazy stat from last night, and I know that, in hindsight, this stuff, it doesn't matter, but it does matter because it makes you mad. So James Harden, who works on the perimeter and went to the free throw line 13 times and was 13 for 13. Nikola Jokic did not attempt a free throw until 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. He happens to be the league leader in touches per game. Touches the ball more than anybody per game. Did not attempt a free throw until 2 minutes left in the game. James Harden had 13 free throw attempts. And then when you ask what is wrong with the NBA, case in point, they give too much allowances to the perimeter players and not enough to the big players. That's the truth.
Okay, that is.
You can bang down low. You can bang and bang. Mose, you're banging. But as soon as you touch anybody on the perimeter, free throws.
Okay, I agree with all of that. I I'm not doing that one today, though, because
Oh, I know.
it's just...
I know.
I
It has
agree
nothing to do with
Agreed.
I know.
But again, just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean I'm wrong.
No, I understand.
That's
No,
more-
it's true. What Vic's saying, that's all true. But what also is true is this, and this is sort of what I was talking about with the Nuggets and the Avs. You know what's really weird about watching these two teams right now is that they're like... The Nuggets, ever since they've had this core together, we've seen them lose playoff games. Remember was it their first playoff run where they had 2 threes in that Portland game, that closeout
Both
game?
of them by Joker.
Like, we've seen them go through scoring droughts that have hindered them before. I've never seen the Nuggets lose like this, where they're just getting beat defensively over and over again. And when it comes to the Avs are the team that scores 5 goals every single night. But now, I looked this up, over the last 7 games, where they're 4-3, but the Avs have scored 18 goals in the last 7 games, and that includes a 7-goal performance in one of them.
Correct.
I don't recognize the non-offense that they're giving.
Well, part of it, too, and again, you're absolutely right. The power play right now is abysmal, the Avalanche. At least the number 1 unit. They are if my calculations are correct, and again, it was Kovalenko's power play goal with his second unit that put the Avs on top 1-0 on Saturday night. But if my calculations are correct, they're 4 for their last 29.
Ugh.
And again, they're still, the other night they were 6th in the National Hockey League, but they've been, again, above 30% all season long. In fact, it saved some of their bacon in some of those games in the early going. That's how prolific it was. The power play, they got 1 goal on 1 shot on Saturday night on that first power play. Kovalenko, the top unit didn't generate a shot. They had 2 shots on the next 4 power plays total.
Yep.
2 shots total on the next 4 power plays. And Edmonton's kill has really picked it up. And now they've killed like 18 of 19 or 19 of 20, whatever it is. But your top unit can't go through a power play without a shot on goal.
Right.
You can't do it. And what's so frustrating is it's not just one thing, although that's a big thing right now. It's not just one thing on any given night. It's this or it's that or whatever the case may be. And they simply could not capitalize, Vic, and push more after the first period. It looked to me like they started to run out of gas.
Moj, it's almost as if the Avs and the Nuggets right now they're mirror images of one another.
Yeah, it feels that way.
They're like in mud. There's a malaise. There's they're better than what they're displaying. We know they are, and yet they're just mediocre. Both of them. Both teams are mediocre. And that's hard to stomach, to be honest with you. And I know it's early. I get it.
It's still, it's not, I mean, listen, Vic, we're in December. It's not early. Okay? I mean, you're in the teeth of the season now. This is, every game counts.
I've always said the season doesn't start till after Christmas.
Okay. And that's fine, because hopefully the Avs will be a much healthier club by then. But losing Josh Manson in Dallas.
Yeah.
I think his game has been elevated as of late. But to lose him for who knows how long, it just stinks.
To Mosier's point, though, and I get what you're saying, Vic, there's still a lot of season left, a lot. And they can find it, and they can go on a run, and then all can be cured. But this isn't a small sample size anymore. Like, this is a nice, decent chunk of the season where you're like, this is a middle-of-the-road team for both of them.
Yeah. Now, you don't want to have to force yourself to go on a run to get back to it. But both teams at this rate, we're used to seeing both teams hovering near the top.
Yeah.
Hovering near that 1 seed, hovering near, they can beat anybody at any point. I just from a Nuggets perspective, against some of the better teams in the league, I don't know what they're doing.
And I wonder sometimes, too, if self-doubt is creeping into both of these teams. I mean, as good as I think the Nuggets are, as good as I know the Avs can be, on any given night, does some self-doubt come in?
But where's the self-doubt when you're knocking down shots and not playing defense, for the Nuggets at least?
Yeah, good.
For the Nuggets.
Good point. Good point.
A lot of too is KYP. It's simple, know your personnel. I'll give you an example. The first time the Nuggets played the Clippers in Denver, Game 2 of the season, Stormin' Norman Powell killed them for 37 points. He couldn't miss.
Yep.
So last night, Norman Powell misses a bunch of games. He's back in the lineup just to play the Nuggets. Again, he kills the Denver Nuggets. Do you know in 2 games against the Nuggets, from the three-point line,
hosted them.
12 of 19, Norman Powell. 12 of 19. And there were so many moments in that game where he and Harden were wide open.
I know.
Because they missed on switches and rotations. They couldn't switch and rotate. And man, they were angry. The players were angry on the bench. Just, it seems too complicated and hard. Don't leave them open.
Well, Vic,
figure it out.
Let's hang on to this. We'll get back to it later. Make room for Adam Schefter, ESPN, who joins us next.
They have a light box.
Clock is running with 15 seconds, and it's 3rd and 26. They have one timeout left.
This is like the light box. You could have gotten numbers, but just didn't.
You better hurry.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is disaster in the making here. You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play. Incomplete, and the game is over. Completely botched at the end by the Bears. And it is over. They took way too long to get in position to run this play. This had no intention of being their final play.
Oh, my goodness.
They would have had an attempt of a field goal to send it to overtime from about 59 yards.
All right. I got to say something before we get to Adam Schefter.
But don't you love it, though, when the announcers go, oh, no.
No.
When Romo's...
That call is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's great.
Like, from Romo going, Jim, no! to Nance before the ball is thrown saying, this is a disaster in the making. You're just like, good Lord. And with that, to help recap the weekend, is I'm sure a very, very happy Adam Schefter, who joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Is that a Michigan mug that I see, Adam? Yep.
It is. As a matter of fact, it is, yes.
As it should be.
I had a few Ohio State friends reach out on Thursday, Friday, and they're like, hey, big game. And I'm like, please stop. Not a game. Not a game. And by the way, like, I'm not alone. Like, there are a lot of people that felt that way. I could not have been more surprised at what I saw on Saturday. I could not have been more pleased at what I saw on Saturday. It was I don't remember the last time I was that surprised by a sporting result.
My buddy, he's also a huge Michigan guy. I texted him before the game. I was like, do your boys have a shot to win this week? And he goes, we're going to get wrecked, and I hate it. And
you know what's funny about it, Adam? Your quarterback could not complete a forward pass, and yet you won the game on the road. It was stunning. It was like playing and winning with one arm tied behind your back.
I'm just telling you, I never expected that. Like, I could not believe it. It's a great group of guys. They work hard, they try hard, but I watched them all year, and I'm like, Ohio State, they've been waiting 4 years to unleash the fury of 4 years in this one afternoon. Like, it worked out perfect. Like, we got to play there in a year where we're not very good. Like, okay, we'll go take our medicine, and we'll get them back next year.
Yeah. Yeah, the devastation for everybody in Columbus must be, I can't even begin to comprehend it this morning. Yeah.
Were you a little embarrassed with the post-game antics, though, in the flag? Because I would be if I'm a Michigan alum. That was embarrassing. Just go home. Win the game and go home.
Well,
what are you doing?
Let me say this. I think what you're saying is a little strong. Texas did it to Michigan. I'm not excusing it. Do I like it? No. Would I have done it? No. But other schools have done it, and I just
what?
I didn't. Yeah. I got it. I understand that. I didn't like it. I didn't care. Like, you don't need to do it. Just go enjoy.
To what end, though? Right. So what happens next year if Ohio State beats Michigan in the Big House? Are they going to do the same in another brawl? When does it end? I mean, just win the game. You already devastated them. You embarrassed them. You took their cookies in their place. Go home. Go home and enjoy.
I agree. I agree with that. I'm not going to argue with that, right? I didn't like it, but yeah, I don't like the whole thing. So I'll group it all together.
Now they're both $100,000 lighter this morning, no doubt about it. So.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Adam,
$100,000. Why they fine college people? Like, what do you mean $100,000 lighter?
They fine the schools.
But they fine both schools. The Big Ten did, yeah, $100,000 each.
Big deal.
Exactly.
That'll teach them.
That's 2 days' salary for Michigan's new quarterback next year.
I was gonna say, hey. You know how many commercials I saw on Saturday? Like, I don't know how much money that Fox made on the game and the Big Ten made on the 100,000. Give me a break.
To the NFL, Adam, can I go all the way back to Thursday, Thanksgiving, with you? Because Matt Eberflus gets let go after that disaster of an ending for the Bears, as they've had a few of those over the last month and a half. But my question was this morning. I know that Eberflus is catching all the heat. He gets fired. He's being called the idiot in Chicago because of the way that game ended. How much responsibility is on top of Caleb Williams? He's the quarterback. He should know the clock too.
And he changed the play at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
look, he deserves some, but again, he's a rookie, and it comes back to the head coach, and it's the head coach's team, especially when the head coach is on the hot seat. Like, you got to make sure that that's done. And by the way, they did change offensive coordinators, right? Like, and he gets promoted by it. I mean, the whole thing. I don't think it's like Michigan Ohio State postgame. It doesn't reflect well on anybody. There are a lot of people that deserve a lot of blame. So I'm going to answer that question the same way that I would answer my Michigan Ohio State flag question. You know, people don't handle situations correctly. A lot of people.
Just to follow up, how often does the coach do a press conference just to get fired like an hour afterwards? That was also weird.
Well, there are many things about that were very odd. Like, you know, I understand the Bears had a lot of people to inform and they wanted to go through it and discuss. Like, hold on. We didn't know that Matt Eberflus was being fired. You didn't know weeks ago that he was being fired. You didn't have discussions in an organization to know what direction. You weren't going to let people know like this could happen anytime so that after that game happens Thursday, I know it's Thanksgiving, I'm going to send a text to the owner, Virginia, just want to let you know we are going to go follow through and take care of this now. Like, how hard is it to organize that and do what you need to do so that the man doesn't have to come out? How hard is it to say to the guy, and I had this conversation with somebody that morning, they're letting him do the press conference. Why didn't they just delay it and say, hold on, Matt Eberflus should be well, then he would have known he was going to be fired. Well,
so
he knew anyway.
Yeah, he knew it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
of course he knew.
I would have just, I told the fellas this morning, he wouldn't have made it to the locker room before and then I would have taken the podium and said, hey, listen, I just fired the coach. He's not going to be here. Everybody knows we're moving on. That being said, we'll get to the Broncos here because they are in prime position now, Adam. I mean, prime position. It's awesome for everybody here in Denver. But if I was a conspiracy theorist, and I'm not, and I know that there's no conspiring with the league to have them win, but how did the damn Kansas City Chiefs get every friggin' break under the sun? I mean, is that just me, or is that discussion anywhere?
Yeah, what happened? What's the explanation for the guy signaling a false start, which is the dead play that got changed to a legal shift?
Would it have mattered whether it's a legal shift or a false start?
The false start would have been a dead play, so the fumble doesn't exist.
Right.
The illegal shift allows them to decline the penalty.
Well, here's what I'd say. I don't know the intricacies of the rules. You have to get Mike Pereira on, to describe that. But what I would say is that they're surviving every single time, and at some point in time, it just catches up to you. Now, the scary part is they got back Isaiah Pacheco. They're going to get back Hollywood Brown, and so they're going to get better. But they're not pulling away from anybody. It doesn't mask their offensive line issues. The offense hasn't been prolific. Like, they are eminently beatable. And so, okay, so they're winning and they're rolling. Big deal. If I'm the Broncos, frankly, you'd want your shot at them in the postseason. Yeah, we'll take our shots.
Yeah.
Go against the world champs. Like, we'll take that chance. Like,
I agree.
If I had said to you all in Denver before the season, would you take a wild card game in Kansas City in round one?
100%.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's so funny
Sign me
about
up.
that, Adam? If I'm the Broncos, I'd rather play KC over Buffalo, KC over Baltimore. I mean, I could pick a lot of teams I'd rather play. I'd rather play KC because the Broncos have proven they could beat them. Listen, they should have beaten them. It came down to that fluke field goal attempt at the end of the game.
Right.
KC is eminently beatable. Now, the only thing that scares you is that they figure it out come playoff time, and we'll see. Hey, speaking of figuring it out, there are a lot of questions around the NFL today. And as I watch the New York Jets, just the lame-o Jets, Aaron Rodgers turned 41 years old today. He's 41. Is he done there, or do you think he comes back to the final years of contract?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine he's going to be back. I mean, do you see him getting better? Do you see them paying?
No.
Like, now, is there a scenario, like, I'm making this up, they wind up hiring Mike McCarthy, they don't get a quarterback they want, they decide, you know what, let's bring Aaron back in a one-year deal, he has to take less money. So first of all, there's a lot that would have to fall into place on their side. The other part is he's 41. He hasn't looked like he's had fun. You think he wants to come back? You think he wants to come back? I don't think he wants to come back. So, like, I know he said it, but when you take some time away, he'll be 40. Does he want to go to a Jets team that that doesn't seem like it's overly close to winning? Or does he want to go somewhere to a contender that wants, or does he not even want to play anymore? Like, he's got to go through all that. He's got to take the time and see what the options are and process them. Like, I don't think there's any guarantees any which way. I think it's right now it'd be hard to imagine that he's back. There are absolutely scenarios, I'm sure, in which he's back, but they're not likely.
Adam Schefter with us, ESPN. We'll get to the Broncos in just a second. One last question from around the league over the weekend, though. It's not mattering because the Broncos are in a playoff position right now, and their quarterback is racking up a whole bunch of awards, another Offensive Rookie of the Week award. What am I supposed to do with Russell Wilson tossing 400 yards and 3 touchdowns and the Steelers looking great? Like, what do I do with that in comparison to how he looked last year?
It happens. Russell, despite the fact that he struggled last year, his numbers were pretty good last year. The numbers were okay. I just think that it didn't work for the Broncos with Sean and his offense, and they wanted to let him go. And there have been other quarterbacks that have gone on. Let's see. Like, Russell's played well. So long as he's got to continue to play well. He's in he was smart to pick the right organization, like a team that knows how to play defense and run the football and win. That's what they've done. And so, by the way, I just realized that Mike Tomlin clinches 22nd straight season without a losing season.
Yeah.
Just as we're talking about that. So he knew what he was getting by going there. That was a good decision on his part to go there. Like, he could have chose the Giants. He could have chose some other play, the Jets, whatever. I mean, there are other places he could have gone, but he made a good career decision, which is what you're supposed to do.
I'm going to say this. Broncos win tonight. They're postseason bound. Adam, when you look at it, in your eyes, would they have to just completely muff the rest of the season to not make it to the playoffs? I mean, it just seems like they'd be shoo-ins, controlling their own destiny.
To me, they have a great opportunity here. The way the conference stacks up, it's there for them. They're already in a better position than most people thought. And tonight would be another step. Every one of these games now is going to be big for them, getting closer to getting to the playoffs, right? They're 7-5. Is that what they are?
7-5. Yep, they got a 2-game lead in the loss column. So they're in really good shape, and their bye week is coming up.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if they could get a win here. Go to 8-5. Like, it's a good spot to be.
Adam.
By the way, I'm curious to from you guys, just as a question. What's the city's react? Like, is the city excited about the Broncos? Are they indifferent about the Broncos? What's the general mood in Denver about the Broncos? I'm curious from your perspective.
Excitement, Adam. Like, oh my gosh, this is fun again. 8 years of misery followed by opportunity now and a team that can give you something to watch. Do you know how many games I slept through, Adam? I'm a journalist. I used to be.
You're not a journalist.
I used to be on the news. I slept through games, Adam. There were second halves where you're sitting there going, really? Can we just get to the end?
Would you call it?
And now it's fun to watch.
Would you call it tepid excitement, maybe? Like, they're excited about where they're at, but there's still this feeling of, I don't know if I can fully go.
Yeah, I don't want my heart busted up a little bit, but the excitement level is back because, I mean, this is all sort of new. You didn't expect any of this, and so all of that is coming with the enthusiasm for them and what they could possibly do here in the future.
Great. It's nice to see. I'm happy they're winning. I'm happy for the city. It's great to see, and hopefully they could keep it rolling tonight, right?
Yeah. 2 quick questions before I let you go, Adam. Number 1, Christian McCaffrey leaves the game. They're calling it an MCL that could be potentially season-ending. What do you think?
It was a
PCL.
PCL, my bad. PCL. Yeah. What do you think happens with Christian McCaffrey and the Niners long-term? Because they have obviously a season that's not going the way that they want. It's going to be a long road back for McCaffrey again, but the team is responsible for paying Brock Purdy soon. What do you think happens in San Fran?
Well, I have to see how his contract breaks down. They restructured it this offseason. I don't know what the charges are for next year, what the options would be. He's older. He's injured. I would think on its surface, they would like him back. I definitely think they're going to want him back. The question is, what is the price? What do they have to do? Can they afford it? And so that's going to be up to them and him to figure out. But I would think they're definitely going to want him back. And then the question is, can they figure out how to make it work?
Last one, Azeez Al-Shahir, his hit on Trevor Lawrence yesterday. Is that going to be a suspension?
I would be surprised if it's not. If it's not, I mean, I don't know what the league is watching. So to me, the guy's going to get suspended. The question is, 1 game, 2 games. They're on a bye this week, but yeah, I'd be surprised if he wasn't suspended. Like the league is not going to stand for that. And if they stand for it, it would be embarrassing.
Yeah. Adam Schefter, ESPN. What do you got for us on Monday Night Countdown tonight as we get ready for the game?
Those guys are there. I'll be doing the pregame show from the confines of this office tonight. So we're excited about that. I'd love to be in Denver, but it's much easier not to have to get on a plane, especially Thanksgiving weekend. And there we go.
All right. Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every single Monday, 8 o'clock. Always appreciate it, Adam. Thank you, buddy.
Guys, have a great day.
Adam Schefter, all conversations with him brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
When we come back, we have a guy on hold, one of our loyal listeners, our great listeners, you make this show, who wants to call me a boomer on the air, and we'll tell you why.
All right, Vic, I don't know what this is, so go ahead.
Well, I mean, somebody on the text line, in reaction to my stance on all the flag planting and all that and how I think it's unnecessary and stupid and it's a road to nowhere and it's going to cause more mayhem and chaos. And so many of you listening saying, oh, it's great. It's college football rivalries. We love it. To what end, I say? To what end? Sometimes you have to have an adult in the room and you got to say, no. It's not good.
It's just the way you're talking. Yeah. I mean, listen to you.
That's fine.
To what end? Okay,
that's fine. You could say,
okay, Attenborough. I mean, to what end do we unlock the potential of this future ancient anger?
And I get it. I'm all for fun. I'm all for rivalries. I love it as much as the next person. But I just think it's excessive and stupid. So somebody on the text line, I think it's Jack. Jack joins us now who wants to call me a boomer. Jack, what's up, buddy?
I mean, Vic, I just think it's a boomer take to have. You said it's embarrassing for Michigan alum like Adam Schefter.
Yes.
For them to plant the flag, right?
Yeah, it's very embarrassing to do that in the horseshoe, yeah.
You're Ohio State.
Uh-huh.
You got beat by a lesser than. Is it more embarrassing for Ohio State to take the flag planting as a sign of disrespect? You already got embarrassed by losing to Michigan. You're going to embarrass yourself
that should be
more.
Enough. Yeah.
It should be enough. You should learn to lose.
You should learn to win. You should learn to win. How about I turn that around and tell you to learn to win? If next year Ohio State goes to Michigan and beats Michigan and does the same thing, what do you think happens, Jack?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming probably.
What do you think happens if they do the same thing in Michigan next year? What happens?
Maybe the same thing. However.
Maybe? You think maybe the same thing, or do you think that'll happen again?
I mean, who knows? I mean, we can play the what-if game forever.
All right, so you think it's okay. So you think it's okay anytime you win a game in an opposing stadium, it's okay to disrespect the opponent by taking your school flag and throwing it in the ground in midfield. That's okay. That's just, hey, man, that's part of the deal.
I think you're making too big of a deal out of it, which is why I called you a boomer.
Well, I'm just asking you the question. I mean, answer the question. Is it okay to do that? CSU.
Yes,
if CSU came here and beat CU in Boulder and planted a flag at midfield, that's cool.
Yes, absolutely. Learn to lose.
Learn to win.
Yeah, well, come on, Vic. When you win, you want to show out for the crowd. You want to show out
when
for
you
your
win,
fans.
the scoreboard tells the whole story, Jack.
hang on.
Jack, it's that mindset that's jacked up in this country. That's why we have political unrest, because everybody's got to flex all the time. How about you just win?
Let Jack finish. Hang on. Go ahead, Jack.
I just, can we be humble when we lose and humble when we win? But when you win, you want to show your rival you own them, right?
Why? You just did. You just won the game. What more do you need to show? The scoreboard shows it.
All right.
So a gesture like planting a flag, I believe,
it's stupid and excessive.
Is not as big of a deal as you're making it.
All right. Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack, and I appreciate the phone call. If it's not that big a deal, why did it result in what it did? Why is there mayhem and chaos all over football fields? If it's not that big a deal, why didn't the other teams just walk off as Jack suggested? Let me tell you why. If you came to my house, Jack, and you tried to plant a flag, I'd beat your ass.
Unity.
Here's the thing. I actually think that you guys, I actually agree with both of you. Like, is it kind of childish? Should you do it? Yeah, probably not. Do I think you're a little too over the top about it, Vic? Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
A little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think it's
over
a little
the
bit
top because it's got to end. Because otherwise, if there's no adult in the room that says stop it, it's going to continue to the next game, and then the next game, and then what?
Okay.
What's the end? What's the end game?
Okay. Jack, thank you for the phone call. Real quick. I have a question for both of you. Okay. And I want a legit answer, okay, from both of you. Vic, why does it bother you so much when I show confidence in the Denver Broncos and I say, oh, they're going to win this game? What feelings does that evoke inside of you when I say Broncos are going to smoke these guys tonight? Why do you get sideways?
I don't understand the connection. I don't understand the connection here.
Brett, you get a little bit hot and bothered when I make predictions about things, and you think I'm overconfident. What do you call it? What do you think I am?
There's times I agree with you. I don't think the Broncos game is one of those games tonight. I don't think that's one of them. I thought the Saints game was. I thought the Panthers game was. I don't think tonight is.
You don't think that defense is going to have something for Jameis and company?
Jameis and company has beaten two really good teams this league, which is the Steelers and the Ravens in the last month.
Understood. That being said, the Broncos are not going to take this lightly by any means. And number two, the carrot that's out in front of them right now, the carrot that dangles out in front of that dangles out in front of them, of you're already up 2 in the loss column, right? I mean, dude, you're going to get to 8.
You're up 1. Colts are 6 and 7.
You have 5 losses, bro. That's loss column. You're 2 up in the loss column.
Gotcha.
I mean, is my math?
Yep, you're right.
Is my math not good? Hey, maybe I'm over here.
I was thinking games back, not
okay.
Got it.
You're going to be at 8 wins, same as Baltimore. The carrot that's out there and the incentive that's out there on your home field on Monday Night Football tonight, I can't envision a scenario where the Broncos would even remotely take this game lightly at all. I think that defense is going to stick it to Jameis and company.
Okay, I agree with you that they're not going to take the game lightly. By the way, a texter says, shame on Neil Armstrong for planting a flag on the moon. The moon didn't deserve that, which I appreciate.
To what end, Neil? I mean, to what end, for God's sake, all right?
Vic, if there were 5 aliens on the moon and he planted that flag, is that disrespectful?
That's funny. That's funny.
Now,
hey, man. You get my anger for this comes from a place of I've been that guy. I've been that idiot who did that kind of stuff, and you learn from your mistakes, and you figure out at the end of the day that kind of stuff is frivolous and stupid, and it's it's short-lived. That eagerness to celebrate and stomp in your opponent's face just to really rub it in. At the end of the day, man, it just looks dumb, and it's not redeeming. It really isn't. And I think for these college kids, there's still a lot of them are kids. Let me see you try that in the pros. Let me see you try that in pro ranks.
It's different.
The only time I can really recall that is Terrell Owens when he was with the 49ers. He went to the Star and he spiked. He put the football down there, and then who was it? One of the Cowboys blew him up, and so ironic he ended up being a Cowboy.
Has it ever ended well in any sport when there's one team on the road that tries to disrespect the home team's turf or arena? Is it ever ended peacefully ever in the history of sports? You tell me. Give me an example where the other team said, "Okay, go ahead."
I don't think
that ever happened.
I don't think anything happened to Baker when he did it at Oklahoma. Now, was that the Red River rivalry? Good Lord, I hate that name. Where it was a neutral site. Is that the difference there? Because I think that was after they beat Texas, wasn't it? Because Baker was like the first one to do that, plant the flag at the 50. Or was that Ohio State that he did that too?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember.
I'm getting a lot of people chime in saying, "Aren't you the guy who termed Lakers daddy?" Yeah, and that was wrong. As I look back at it,
now it's going to.
You're exactly right. What's that?
It was fine. It was fine. It was your championship parade.
I get it, but I mean, I didn't do it in L.A. I didn't do it in downtown Los Angeles.
Well,
you're in the opponent's stadium.
Don't apologize for it, Vic. It was great.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
You're in the opponent's stadium. You're in their place. Treat the opposing stadium and their fans with some level of respect. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, Baker did it at Ohio State too. Okay, that was at Ohio State. That's what I thought. But anyway, can I go back to something that Mosier was talking about? Because with the Browns game tonight, that's huge. And we didn't know what we haven't done yet. What are they playing on? What is tonight?
It's Monday Night Football.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
No, you got me all sideways, man. I can't unless I start it. I can't jump in.
You went to the next one.
Okay, Nelly.
It's fine. No, we'll do it later. Now it's ruined. But to your point. No. We're gonna do it later now.
Oh.
To your
point.
Take
that L on the way out.
Here's what does scare me for tonight. Okay? And this could be just PTSD from all the football teams in town, seemingly over the last couple of weeks, having destiny in their hands, controlling their own destiny, and then finding a way to blow it. It's why when CU finishes with a 52-0 win over Oklahoma State and they finish 9-3, and that's great, I still feel kind of empty at the end of it because I'm like, you had the college football playoff in your sights and you let it go. And who did you let it go to? By the way, did you guys see what Baylor did to Kansas this weekend?
Yes, I did.
Smoked
them. In fact, I listened to that game, and it was already it was like 21-10.
Oh, just crushed them.
Yeah.
But here's the point, is that was a team in which their record was bad, but they had a couple of good wins against a couple of good teams in recent memory within the last few weeks, and you blew it. And what I'm scared of for the Broncos tonight is Jameis Winston is weird, first of all.
He is weird.
He's a very, very weird player.
But he's a fun weird.
No. I just mean from a strictly football standpoint, he can have a 4-touchdown game or a 4-interception game.
That's my point. He's a fun weird.
Yes.
It could go either way. It could be haywire.
So if that were to be the case, that he has one of those on days, you have to be on your game offensively. That's going to mean throwing the football a lot. And I got faith in Bo Nix now, certainly more than I had, a couple of months ago. But I watched last week with a much worse team in the Las Vegas Raiders, where they had Max Crosby coming off the edge on McGlinchey, and they would switch him over to Bowles. He was in the backfield a lot. Myles Garrett is no easier, okay? And he's going to pose the same problems. And I hope they get that protection dialed in a little bit better, because I don't want Bo Nix under pressure. The most key stat I can throw out with the Broncos' wins and losses this year, when Bo Nix doesn't throw a pick, you win. When he does, you lose. It's been that way the entire season. Don't turn the ball over, it's a W. Turn the ball over, it's an L. And if you give that offense they still got good pieces, by the way, whether it's Nick Chubb in the backfield and Njoku at tight end, Jerry Judy's having a good year. Mm-hmm. You give them extra opportunities, they can burn you.
Brett?
Because they started Deshaun Watson for 2 months.
Yeah, they started Deshaun Watson, who was basically a corpse at quarterback for about 4 games, and they never got it going. I guarantee they'd have a different record. Listen, this game, Mosier, you started the segment by saying, hey, you get mad at me when I say this is going to be a dub. Are you going to guarantee a Broncos win tonight?
I feel so good about it.
Big-time win.
I feel so good about this game, dude. I feel so good about it.
You can feel good. I feel good, too.
I think they
But
win.
you're not guaranteeing a win, right?
Don't be not guaranteeing one.
Don't be stupid.
What are the Cleveland Browns all-time in Denver?
Again, I understand the history. I've given you the history already. We know who the better team is. We know this. But Cleveland also beat Baltimore and Pittsburgh, 2 things you could not do. Mm-hmm. So before you start making guarantees,
they also got blank kicked by the New Orleans Saints.
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
I mean,
that's why I said that, but they're weird, Mo.
That serves my argument. Anything can happen.
You have no idea with this football team. And Vic is right about this.
Chargers smoked them.
Hold on.
The Saints smoked them.
Hold on. You said, then why are they 3-8? Can I ask you just a basic question?
Sure, please do.
If they started Jameis this whole year, are they 3-8 or better than that?
Probably better than that.
I don't think there's any probably about it. I think they're better.
But they're beating teams inside the division. Everybody outside the division, they're getting killed by.
That's fine.
The Cleveland Browns are 2-14 in Denver in the last 52 years. 2-14. I mean, there's just the preponderance of evidence is stacking up in the Broncos' favor, and I don't know why you guys choose to not see that.
By the way, this is Jerry Judy talking about his return to Denver this week.
It was just a new change every year, and just the amount of plays I had got throughout the year last year, and just knowing the player I am, and I wasn't satisfied how they were using me, and I felt like I could do way more than what they expected of me, and I felt limited, so I felt like I had to go somewhere else to really showcase what I'm about.
Okay, very hard to hear, but he said they didn't utilize me enough. He's also said that he wants to come back here and kick their ass, whatever. It's Jerry Judy being Jerry Judy.
Yeah, you'll see number 2 on the other side, buddy.
It's going to be tough for him.
Yeah, you're going to see number 2 on the other side who wants to get all up in your jock.
But I'm kind of with Vic on this one. I'm a little bit scared tonight. I really am. I think the Broncos should win, but there's plenty of scenarios, Moj, like if you do those NFL game simulation things, like I think there's a decent number of games in which Cleveland comes out on top just because of the oddity of what that team is.
Okay. Propeller head, find me a computer. Do one of your random computer things.
I don't know where those are at.
Where's your cousin Michael? I need him for computers. I need him to run this AI sim thing. I don't. It doesn't bother me at all.
Why don't you check your computer and see what I just posted on Twitter and tell me if that doesn't make you smile? Tell me if it makes you smile. First, explain what it is, and tell me if you're smiling a little bit, because I am. That's pretty cool. I think it's really cool.
Says, friend of mine is currently at an Irish pub in Rome, and this is currently on their TV screen. It's us. We've gone international.
Wait, time out.
Buenos dias.
Hey.
Oh, it's Rome nuts.
Wait, what do you?
This show.
What the hell did you just say?
Said Buenos
Yeah,
dias.
I know, dude. Get the language
Good
right.
luck. Come
This
on,
show,
dude.
Hey, Sammy. By the way, you're watching from Rome.
Arrivederci.
This show is live across the world in some random Irish pub in Italy.
How is that
For
even
one
possible?
I have no idea why.
What's the name of the? How many Irish pubs are there in Rome? I've been to Rome. Did you guys know that I went to Rome?
I swear to God.
All right, Irish pub Rome.
The name of the pub is Scholars Lounge.
Yeah, there it is.
Scholars Lounge in Rome.
There's Scholars Lounge on.
Pretty cool.
It's a Via del
That's okay.
Plebiscito.
It's okay. Yeah, it's
Plebiscito.
Okay. It's okay.
My bad. Hello, Scholars Lounge.
Shout
What's
out
up?
to our international.
How is that even
viewers.
possible? How do they pick us off? I mean, what satellite are we on that they can beam us
I have
down
no idea,
to
dude.
Scholars Pub in Rome?
I think they're pirating us.
When we return, you
Never
guys remember about I think it was about 3 years ago now, when the Jokic-Embiid debates were at their peak. And here's how people discussed it. If you were an Embiid guy, you didn't prop up the reasons as to why you think Embiid should win. You tried to denigrate what Jokic was doing. If you were a Jokic guy, you tried to chop down at the legs what Embiid was doing. There's an exact same conversation that's happening right now with another local guy that we'll get to next.
Can he be a wide receiver? He could be a wide receiver. He's a tier 3. Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Hey, it's Moj, and you know my story, right? A couple of years ago, I went to the doctor, had my physical. He says, your testosterone's getting low. So, okay, what do? He's like, you're getting old. So, enough of that, man. There's got to be something I can do about it. And then I discovered the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Yes, it's the holiday season, guys. All kinds of hustle and bustle out there. But if your energy is down, if you're not sleeping well, gym's not the same as it used to be, maybe you wake up tired, well, you might have low testosterone because guys start to lose 2-3% of their testosterone production every year in their early to mid-30s. It happens gradually, and before you know it, you're on the wrong side. So do yourself a favor. If you're feeling any of these symptoms, or maybe you're just not feeling right, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take a low-T quiz. It's right there on their website, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood. You'll have results within 30 minutes to all Colorado licensed medical providers, and it's only $99. It's pretty cheap. It includes the consult, the testosterone test, the PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, your visit is absolutely free. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. So there's one by you, or give them a call. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
All right, again, about 3 years ago, the MVP discussion between Embiid and Jokic was more about can you tear down the other guy enough to build the case of the guy that you like. And I thought that was a gross way to do it. Other than saying I think both of these guys are really good, I just think that this one is better than the other one. It's not the way we discussed it. And I'm seeing the same thing happen right now. Because there's two very, 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 very worthy candidates for the Heisman in Travis Hunter and Ashton Jeanty. And if you ask a Jeanty fan, why should he win? The response is, oh, what? Because Travis Hunter plays a lot of snaps. He's mid at both positions. And it's like, no, he's actually not.
Yeah, he's actually really good.
He's incredibly good at both of them. I would say like top 5 in the country at both positions, and it's why he's going to go in the top 5 at least in the NFL draft. And when it comes to Ashton Jeanty, a lot of CU fans are going the route of, oh, yeah, well, he plays in the Mountain West. It's a soft schedule. The dude ran for like 200 yards a game, okay? Enough with that.
How is this even a debate? I don't understand how this is a debate. I really don't. I'm trying to remain neutral here and unbiased. I'm trying. We have seen Ashton Jeanty's before. We have seen remarkable running backs. It's time and time again where we've seen this one running back just throw enormous amount of yards on the ground and just dominate his conference. We've never seen anything like Travis Hunter. I repeat. There has never been anybody or anything like Travis Hunter in college football. It's never happened before. It's over. It's been over. This is not even debatable in my book. Any other year, Ashton Jeanty would have a legit, if not the front runner. Heisman is his. Not this year. Not with this kid.
No, this is what I'm getting at, though, Vic. And I know you didn't mean it this way, but I want to clarify something. To say we've seen the Ashton Jeanty before, yeah, like Barry Sanders. Like, he's done that. And Barry Sanders had the most prolific year in the history of college football from that position. So, yes, we have, but we're comparing that to all-time amazing, holy bleep type seasons. If Travis Hunter didn't exist, I think Jeanty runs away with this, and it's not even close.
No pun intended.
For anybody else. Yes.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. That's why this is a discussion. If Travis Hunter didn't exist, there is no question who the Heisman is. It's this guy. But the issue for Jeanty is Travis Hunter does exist, and he is doing something that hasn't, nor I think will be done again, at least at this level in college football.
I don't think it can be done again.
But the crux of my argument remains intact. I've said there have been other running backs that have done what Jeanty's done. We've seen it. And not just Barry Sanders. There have been other running backs that have produced at those numbers. Well, there's never been anybody like Travis Hunter.
For now.
Ever.
No, hang on, Vic. The reason why there are others who have produced Jeanty's numbers is because they've had championship games and bowl games and potentially playoff games that have also boosted their numbers. He hasn't gotten that chance yet. If he adds another 400 yards to this, we're talking about something insane. Secondly, he's been pulled at halftime multiple times this year where he could have racked up another, 300-400 yards in those games.
He is a junior. I mean, he's not a senior. He
is not staying for another year. He is not.
There's no chance. He's a junior.
Great player. Wrong place, wrong time.
That's all I'm saying. That's exactly my point. In any other year, that guy's the Heisman. It's just not this one. It's just not. But I don't feel like I get kind of upset for Boise State people, but they do the same thing the opposite way. When CU fans brush us off as, whatever, dude, he's in the Mountain West. I'm like, all right, take another running back from anywhere else in the country, put him on Boise State. He hasn't run for 2,300 yards and 28 touchdowns
100%.
this year.
Yeah, 100%.
It's not happened.
Yeah, 100%. I feel bad for the kid, too, because he is such a talent. I mean, you look at Hunter the other day, he almost had 2 picks in that game.
Well, he almost had 3.
Almost had 3 picks, in that game. And he caught 3 touchdown passes.
Bro, by the way.
And the last one, you got a hand fight going on, right? But the way he pivots, puts his body in front as the DB slides back. I mean, it's just brilliant stuff. It's brilliant.
I am very, I'm usually not a huge James Franklin guy. He's okay. He does a lot of things that bother me. But they beat the hell out of Maryland this last weekend.
Right.
And Penn State, because of Ohio State's loss, I believe they're the team that jumped into the
Big
Ten, right?
They're playing Oregon in the title game, yes.
So he said something after that game. Maryland's head coach was upset with him because James Franklin put in his 3rd and 4th stringers because they were up like 40, 50 points, but they continued to throw. And he said, I did my job. I put in the third and fourth stringers, but when they're on the field, they're going to play football. And then he goes, by the way, margin of victory and things like that matter when it comes to college football playoff seedings and making the college football playoff. I'm not apologizing to anybody for, quote, running up the score. I feel the same way about CU. You know what, Oklahoma State? If any fans out there are upset that you're throwing touchdown passes to Travis Hunter when you're up 40 points, shut the hell up. It's college football. They're adults on the field. I don't care about running up the score. Who cares? Who cares?
Football. How many yards has Genty run for this year? And listen,
about 2,300. About 2,300.
Okay. By making this argument, it sounds as if we're trying to crap on him, and it's not the case at all. We've given him his flowers all year.
He's a total stud. He's a total stud.
The dude's amazing. He's an amazing little back, and he's going to be a great pro. But somebody just sent this in. There have been 27 running backs, Division I football, that have eclipsed 2,000 yards. 27. 27 times it's happened. Travis Hunter, that's never happened. Ever. In the history of the game. It's never happened. Look it up. Read a history book.
Okay, but Vic, here's what I'm trying to tell you. Genty's going to play in the Mountain West Championship game. He's also going to play in some sort of bowl, perhaps a college football playoff spot. That's 2 more games, minimum. He is 350-ish yards away from the all-time single-season record.
Yeah.
He very easily could break this. Very easily. That would be
He could run
season.
for 5,000 yards, and it wouldn't matter.
Okay, that's fine, but I don't know why you're making the point. Other running backs have done it. He might set the all-time record, which the point is, if Travis Hunter didn't exist, it's not close who wins
you're
the
starting to
Heisman.
be a real hard-ass about this.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. Why are you taking him down as opposed
I'm
to
not trying to take him down at all. I'm just telling you.
Doing it.
No, I'm not taking him down. That's where you're misinformed. To match what Travis Hunter has done, the versatility of what Travis Hunter has done, Travis Genty would have to run for 2,500 yards and line up at D-end and have 10 sacks.
Understood.
Can you do that, Travis? Can you do that, Ashton Genty?
Understood.
Can you line up at D-end and give me a couple sacks as well? Because if you can't do it, this thing's over.
But for you to say 20-some other running backs have run for 2,000 yards, nobody has run for 2,630, which he's probably going to do.
You're not listening to what Brett is saying, dude.
You want me to pull out Travis Hunter's stats?
And by the way, you want to
play stat games?
No.
You want to play stat games?
You know what I would do if I'm Boise State as well? You know what I would do? I would absolutely keep him in the entire game against UNLV.
100%.
I would try to get him 3 bills in this game.
I'd be like, dude, can you run for 700 yards in the next 2 weeks and go to 3,000? Like, let's try it. I totally would.
So, Vic, Brett has a point. I agree with you. Mm-hmm. For the poor kid to set, let's just say he did it. Let's say he ran for more yards in a season than any back has ever done in college football. It would suck because he's up against this unicorn. He's up against this guy who doesn't, this mythical character
and that's just
Travis Hunter. It would suck for him, man. It would be bad. I would wish there were 2.
It's a unicorn, and there have been plenty of great players who did not win the Heisman that rightfully deserved it. Christian McCaffrey deserved the Heisman. He lost because people on the East Coast didn't stay up and watch Stanford. Back in my day, Rocket Ismail deserved the Heisman. There's a lot of players that deserve the Heisman that did not win it. Sorry, Ashton Genty and Boise State fans. Great season, great kid, great player. It's over. Stop it. It's over. Stop playing games.
By the way,
quit wasting my time.
Before people text
it's
in,
over, pal.
What about Charles Woodson? What about Champ Bailey? They didn't do what Travis Hunter did.
They're not.
That's
did not
not
do
even
that.
the same ballpark.
No. They did not do what he did, which is play every single snap on both sides of the ball. They had some plays that they would do on the opposite side of the football. Not every single one.
Charles Woodson. I watched Charles Woodson play games. He would occasionally line up on the other side, occasionally return kicks. Travis Hunter plays the entire damn game. On both sides.
And by the way, the odds are so overwhelming for Hunter. He's going to win this award. That's not up for question. I was just saying there was no need to say, actually, Ashton Genty is not as good as you say. Yes, he's every bit as good as I say he is. He's every bit as good.
He's the best running back in the country, hands down. There's nobody close.
How much sleep did you get last night? How much sleep did you get last night?
I got enough to know this. If Boise State and Ashton Genty fans want to equal Travis Hunter, start playing safety. Let me see you next game. Play safety, too. If you could play safety, then run the ball, we got something. If you can't do it, no argument. It's over.
And, I wanted to mention to you guys, by the way, we're giving away a set of irons from Adele Golf this week. A 4-iron through pitching wedge. All custom-fitted Adele SMS
you get
irons.
some wedges?
I got 2 wedges from a 50 degree and a 60 degree. They work great. They're unbelievable clubs. And all you need to do to enter is text Adele, E-D-E-L, to 303-504-0925. You get a bounce-back message. Reply with your name, and you are entered. If you want an extra entry to the drawing, just head over to altitudesportsradio.com/Adele. Again, E-D-E-L.
So not hello from the other side.
Not that.
That. Okay.
E-D-E-L, and fill out the entry form there. Check out the special section on AdeleGolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers, and we'll announce a winner next Monday.
Sure hope somebody's listening.
Like who?
Bersky.
Yep.
I could use some of the wedgies.
303. Oh, I guess, you know what? I've just found something out. If you type Adele, it might autocorrect to feel, because I've seen 2 of those come in already. So, E-D-E-L and your first and last name. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Not that Adele, Nelly. E-D-E-L. Wrong one.
Hey, am I I was just going to ask if I'm a moron, but I don't want you to answer that.
Well,
I really don't know any Adele songs.
I have an answer. If you want it,
I don't want it. Okay. It was a rhetorical question. I don't really know any Adele. I mean, I know this song. I've heard this song before.
Yes, you do.
I don't know what it's called. I don't know the name of the song.
Rolling in the Deep.
Set fire to the rain. Hello, it's me.
Never mind, I'll find someone like you.
Hello,
never
is it
mind,
me
I'll
you're
find
looking
someone
for?
like you. You know all of her songs. You might not.
Lionel Richie, dude.
And I wonder what you do.
Okay.
Are you somewhere feeling lonely?
Fellas?
What?
Fellas.
What?
Mosier, you've been to a lot of arenas. I know you have. I've been to a lot of arenas and stadiums. This Intuit Dome that I saw yesterday and last night.
Were you into it?
Next level. Dude, this thing is crazy. This thing is nuts.
How about the Wall of Idiots?
The wall, they call that the wall of fans that set up, and the verticality of that thing is crazy too. I mean, it makes my stomach turn when you're up there. It's like straight up. And they like to take credit for the Nuggets missing free throws last night, but I want to add that the Nuggets missed most of their free throws down the stretch when they were shooting on the other rim. It had nothing to do with the wall. Even Michael Malone said last night, he was asked, did the wall affect the free throws? He goes, wall? What walls? We missed free throws on our own. We didn't miss free throws on a wall. Had nothing to do with it.
By the way, I heard everybody was talking about in the broadcast last night how cool the new arena is. And my reaction is, it better be. It was like $2 billion. And if you're making a new stadium, your new stadium better be the best stadium that's ever existed. Okay?
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing.
Be. Yeah.
If you're leaving crypto.
Like, do you know how much I cannot wait for the Broncos' new stadium whenever the Walton Penner Group builds a new one? It's going to be unbelievable. Because that's how it has to be.
It has to be.
You can't build a new arena and have it look like, what's the pile of crap that's up in Canada? The one that's really, really old? Saddle Dome?
A Saddle Dome, yeah.
You can't have it look like the Saddle Dome.
No, you can't say, is this what we got for our bread?
Yeah.
Although I will say this, they put up nearly $1 billion into renovating Madison Square Garden.
Mm-hmm.
About $400 million went into the renovation, and about $550 went somewhere else.
Yeah.
Went to people's pockets?
I don't know. I mean, but it's...
it doesn't look much different. I agree with you.
Each screw costs $2,000. You're like, that
what is
seems
this?
odd.
Is this the Pentagon? What are we doing here? Anyway, Vic, where is that joint, by the way? Where's the Intuit
It's right
Dome?
across the street from SoFi.
Oh, it is?
It's all in that same area, yeah.
Okay.
And it is marvelous. It is. They've got 5 basketball courts on the premises, 1 outside, full court. They've got, there's so many parts of it that you can go into detail and go, wow, that is so. They've got more bathrooms than you really need. They have over 120 bathrooms, which is like 4 times the normal arena. They've got this. They've got massage chairs on the seats.
Hey! Don't gloss over that. That's an amazing detail. To have enough restrooms for a crowd of people not to have to wait in line for 15 minutes.
I know, but you sound
is
like
a good detail.
You sound like you're on Ballmer's payroll. I don't know
what you're. I can't give credit. See, this is the problem. I have a problem with you. Why can't you give people credit? What is wrong with you?
No.
I'm on the guy's payroll because I give him credit for a cool arena?
It's got
That's illegal now?
But no, you like.
Well, let's not.
It's got 153 bathrooms and all the toilets flush at the same time.
And
let's not act like we haven't seen this before. SoFi was built just a few years. No.
What? Hey, the other thing they have that is pretty.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, it's sort of crazy. Listen to this thing. Listen how crazy this thing is. So you walk into where you get your beer, your nachos, your concessions, or you even buy, goods. You want to buy a pennant or a shirt. There's no cash register. There's no computer. There's nobody taking money. There's no exchange of currency. There's no credit card. You download an app, and on that app, you do a facial recognition thing.
Yeah, I don't like
and you
this
give
at
them
all.
your money. So when you walk out of the concession stand with a water or a juice, whatever, the cameras, there's cameras everywhere, they see what you bought.
Yeah.
They take a picture of your face, and then they charge you
Yeah,
out of
I'm not giving my DNA. I'm not giving my DNA.
Stupid.
To buy
Dude,
a
it's
sweatshirt.
crazy.
Okay, well, I'm not doing it.
So you know what I did?
I hate
What'd you did?
You know what I did?
What'd you
I
did?
walked in.
Yeah.
I took like 80 different items. I took a couple shirts.
I saw this, yeah.
And then I walked out like this.
Smart move. Hey, let me tell you
For those who
something.
don't know, he's got
I've talked about this before. Guys.
There's a Chris Marlowe mask on. That's
There is a beauty to, especially like I have somebody who's always at the gas station before I come to work. The same person. I have a relationship with this person. I appreciate seeing this person every morning. Some familiarity, some, hey, good to see you again. This little cashless society and no cashiers, and I go to King Soopers and there's one person working behind there.
Boomer.
There's
Be
one
careful.
No. This isn't about being a boomer. This is about having relationships with people outside of your own house.
That's a boomer take. That's a boomer take. They're going to call you a boomer.
Let me
the
tell you
text line's
something.
going to light up. All the youngins.
Okay,
all
fine.
the youngins going to
Go
call
ahead.
you a boomer.
Let me tell you something right now. My wife, she gets grocery delivery. I've had her stop because some of my favorite things that I do every week, I mean this sincerely, I take baby Jamal Kale, put her in the car seat, we go to the store every Sunday together. Grab her a couple donuts, we do the grocery shopping. It's like my favorite time of the week. It's a beautiful hour I get to spend with my daughter where she has a good time. And then I get time to check out. I got $150 worth of groceries. And it's like there's a self-checkout and one other person with 15 people in line. And I go, what the hell are we doing here? I want somebody to check out my groceries and bag it for me. I don't want to do this myself. I got a bunch of stuff in here and a kid with me. And this is the world we're moving to? Done.
Jesus God. It feels to me like you just got your AARP card all of a sudden. I mean,
does it not drive you nuts when you go to the store
open up your
and
wallet.
there's one person working behind a register
I need
now?
to see if God put an AARP card in your wallet during that rant.
When Vic's expired, it went over to Brett.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Mo-
Before you move on,
Brett.
no. Before you move on, am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
In my take, that when there should, when you go to a grocery store or God forbid a Target, I have not seen a red vest in Target in months. Nobody works there anymore.
Can't find help anymore. Can't find. I did walk up to a couple poor, unsuspecting people that were stocking the shelves in these facial recognition concession places, and I said, "Don't you want some of this? Do you want this or not? Do you want this? Think about how much of this you could pocket right now. You don't want this? Okay, fine. Not going to give it to you."
We're going to get to a point where you can't, crooks can't rob cash anymore. Like there's just going to be no cash, right?
And that'll be a sad day when bank robbers are obsolete.
yeah.
And
I mean,
then
really.
I go to Costco and I got the Gestapo stopping me before I get to the parking lot. Can I see your papers? It's like, I paid for this stuff because you don't have people working here.
What am
Why
I going to be saying?
checking me?
Are we going to be saying, I missed a really good Bonnie and Clyde. You know that? I really miss them days.
I mean, and those people, I love that. When I go to Costco, my cart's not full. I got like 5 things in there. But those people that have like 2 carts walking out and they hand the receipt over, I'm like, how much did you really check? 60-year-old with the marker at the
how
exit.
many things could you cram in there?
Somebody's got like a scroll this long. And they're like, "Yep, all checks out. There you go. Have a great day." Makes no sense. Anyway, sorry. It really did upset me.
I can tell.
So listen, tonight is such a massive, massive game. You lose tonight, all of a sudden, it's back to like high pressure. Each week matters. Margin for error slips through. Like, say what you want about the Colts. I don't really believe they're a good team. You got a chance to take them out in a couple of weeks. But the Colts, to their credit, last second drive, scored a touchdown with 7 seconds left on the clock against the Patriots. Went for 2, got it, got the win, got the hell out of there.
I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have a rookie quarterback. I don't care if you've been on the beach every postseason for the last decade. I don't care. If you are a team that's 2 up in the loss column, after week 13 of your schedule, you should make the postseason. You see what I'm saying? If you're in a playoff spot and 2 up in the loss column, after week 13, you got to be there. If they blow this game tonight, and I don't think that they will. I mean, the Broncos are a big-time favorite. I know it's only 6, but money line wise and so on and so forth, they're a favored football team. If you blow this, then all bets are off. I will lose it tomorrow morning.
Especially make home field matter again, right? Like, take care of your home stadium.
And see, that's what they have going for them. They've got these home games that they can hang their hats on. Not only tonight, but the Colts game as well.
You bring up a great point. And by the way, I didn't realize that at Empower Field they have this facial recognition. I've never purchased anything in concessions. I'm a cheap media guy. I just get free food in the media press box. Anyway, the home field advantage that used to be a staple of Denver sports, and I mean a staple, is gone. It's gone for everybody. The Avs don't have it. The Nuggets don't have it.
I don't think
so
there's going to be
year.
10,000 Browns fans showing up tonight.
I'm talking about winning at home.
There were a lot of Oilers fans in that building the other night, by the way. I don't know where the hell they came from.
I'm talking about dominating at home. This year, the Avs have not had it. The Nuggets certainly have not had it. Not going to even mention the Rockies. The Broncos have not had it. They haven't had that home dominance. And I just wonder, gone are the days when, even when the teams locally were just mediocre teams, even when they were mediocre, they won at home. Damn right they won at home. I don't know what happened. I don't see those days anymore. You tell me.
Yeah, like, I think there's... Look, the Broncos just haven't been good.
Yeah, they just haven't been very good.
When you're not good, home field's not going to look good either.
Vic,
but if they're
Avs,
a good team...
When the Avs are having a 48-point season, it wasn't like Ball Arena was a fun, barrel of monkeys to go play in. I mean, they lost everywhere because the team wasn't that good, right?
Yeah.
So, it just goes hand in hand that way. Now, when it comes to
Jeff writes in, if nostalgia was a person, its name would be Vic. This is not about nostalgia. It's about history. It's about taking advantage of the altitude. It's about taking advantage of the home crowd.
Mm-hmm.
The Cleveland Browns are 2-12 in Denver in the last 52 years. Where's that text from Casey? The Broncos all-time are 27-5 and...
I told you that. I told you that last week.
25-7 all-time against the Cleveland Browns.
Can I ask you a question? When you guys bring stuff up like since 1952, do you really think that matters? Like, teams are different
for most
every
cases
year.
it doesn't matter, but sometimes it's so inherent in the culture of that rivalry. Like, do you think it matters right now in recent history between the Nuggets and Lakers? Do you think there's a mindset, a confidence issue for the Lakers when they play the Nuggets?
Yes.
Okay. I really believe...
But Jameis Winston isn't feeling the pains of the drive.
No, you're right. You're right. But there's something crazy about this matchup, and it's lived there for the longest time. The Broncos have a great way of causing pain to the Browns. This is why this game scares me, because the Browns have nothing to lose here. There's no pain to be had.
Mm-hmm.
If Cleveland loses, I don't care. What do they got to? They got nothing to go for here. But they can really make things tough on the Broncos. That's why these games scare me more than the others.
Well,
100%.
When the Broncos are favored to win a game, they usually win with some comfortability to it.
Some
luster.
Continues. They win with luster, bro.
How dare I say, Moj? The Broncos actually win in the style department.
Yeah.
Like, they get style points on the way to wins, too.
Well, they do now. They haven't always, but they do now, and I like
this
it.
year.
Yeah. I mean, the little matchup predictor. It's 51-49, which is a bunch of crap. Vic, I don't know, this whole computer thing, I guess I don't know what to do. Did you get your simulation done, by the way? Did you?
I have no idea where to find that.
Huh?
You said you were going to get a simulation
I'm just
done.
saying, if those people that do those simulations, and I think
I'm going to get a simulation on what?
No, not you. Brett was going to do a simulation.
Simulate what?
Earlier in the show, I was talking about if these guys who do those stupid simulation things, if they did this 100 times, I bet you the Browns would win quite a bit.
What
Not
define
more
quite
than,
a bit?
Like 30-some? Like I do.
I'm not worried about tonight's game. I'm sorry. I'm not scared at all.
Well,
I feel great. I told you they were going to be a 9-5 team.
I don't like
I'm sticking by it.
Yeah.
I'm sticking by it.
I just don't like you.
Let's get back to the Mosier attitude in just a second.
They're in the playoffs, man. They're in.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out if this is Mosier hubris or if this is a legitimate feeling that Broncos fans have. So if we go out to the text line, hit me with a straw poll if you can there.
Another one?
Straw poll.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you feel the way Mosier does? Is this you're playing a 3-8 team? You're a playoff team. You take care of business, no questions asked. You have no fears like Mosier, or are
big
you
time win?
Are you a little bit more hesitant like me and Vic are? Because I am hesitant for.
Well,
tonight.
are you for real or are you a joke?
I don't think.
Are you fool's gold or are you the real genuine
Are the
article? What are you?
Are the Steelers for real or a joke?
They're for real.
Are the Ravens for real or a joke?
They're for real.
Then
They both lost to this team.
in the last month. They both lost.
Yeah. Well, are the Saints real or a joke?
Well,
Your
Are the
argument
Saints
makes no
real?
sense. You know what? You need to go to a speech and debate class. I'm going to sign you up for one in high school just to set this, because you have no idea how to debate. You just completely. Well, what are you talking about?
This team got kicked by the New Orleans Saints. Kicked.
And then
they beat Pittsburgh. Yeah, listen, I'll admit it that they are schizophrenic, that they can be Jekyll and Hyde, that Jameis Winston is a weird player in the fact that, yeah, he can throw for 350 and 4 touches, or he can throw 4 picks in a game and you get kicked. Okay, I give you that. I think the Broncos are more real. I think the Broncos are getting more real every single damn
That's fine.
week.
Here's
and if you
what I'm
can't
telling
see it, then you're blind or you're willfully ignorant.
I agree with you on that. What I'm telling you is this. This isn't playing Carolina. This isn't playing New Orleans, especially when you played them when everybody was hurt. This isn't playing teams like that. This is a team that's got legitimate talent. That I think if Jameis Winston started since week 1, I think they're closer to 500 than they are 3-8.
Okay.
I think they're probably challenging you if they start Jameis Winston from week 1 for that last playoff spot.
We've learned one thing outside of like 3 or 4 really bad teams, and I mean really bad. This league remains a week-to-week league. It's a week-to-week league. How come you don't know that, Moj? You never know, man.
I understand it's a week-to-week league, Vic. I understand that. I think the Broncos are the better football team, and they're only getting better as the season continues.
I agree with you.
In fact, this version of Bo Nix today, Bo Nix is a better player right this second than he ever has been at any point in his life.
We agree. Hey, listen, I can say yes to all these things. The Broncos are better than the Browns. Yes. Mm-hmm. The Broncos are home. They should win. Yes. Mm-hmm. Bo Nix is getting better every week. Yes. Mm-hmm. This defense is really superb. They get to the quarterback. Mm-hmm. Yes. The Browns are terrible. They have a terrible record. Yes. Is there a way the Browns could somehow beat the Broncos tonight? Yes.
This just is, I guess the difference is this is a game that you should win. I don't think this is close to a guarantee.
It's not. Okay.
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Well, you're probably going to need him tonight, Jameis, when you've got the Broncos defense all over your jock, right?
I think our listeners, maybe not them, but we are getting tired of some of your ridiculous guarantees. After a while, the boy that cried wolf, put something on it, man, so that you stop doing this.
What about when I said they're gonna smoke the Raiders? What about when I said they're gonna smoke the Falcons?
His guarantees have been pretty accurate.
My guarantees
you also
are
guaranteed they'd have no chance against Kansas City, and they should have won that game.
Yeah, if we're going by guarantee percentages, I'm closer to 100.
You know, I almost said the A word.
Why?
My backside.
What do you mean?
I said they've got a way better shot against Kansas City than they do against Baltimore. I laid that out there. I said I didn't think they'd win in Kansas City. I said, but I would give that 1,000 times better shot than winning in Baltimore.
Don't you dare.
Don't you dare what?
Sit there and pretend like both of you two weren't yelling at me, calling me a moron for saying that game was a coin flip. Don't you dare.
Well, you were a moron for saying that, but it turned out to be true.
So I was a moron for being correct.
Yes, you and Sanford were both, and DMAC, you were all three morons, the three moron tiers.
Yeah, that moron Einstein, he just happened to be right about the theory of relativity. He's still stupid.
Well, Mosier.
Yes, sir.
You said that you were willing to put, I believe, your junk on the line.
Knife.
Yes. You said that if the Broncos lost to the Saints, you would take a Ginsu knife to the Mosier Jewels. Tonight, what are you willing to put on the line?
Is this a Ginsu knife guaranteed?
No, I'll make it very easy. I'm not going to. We're not going to sit there and obliterate your
cheese
Williams.
grater.
How about this? Something very simple. Just a little tattoo of Vic L under your breastplate. Vic L. Just a little.
Like on my nipple? Like what? Where?
Yeah, a little ink, like right here, right there. Just like underneath it. Just
How about
says
this, Vic?
Vic
How about
L.
inside the belly button? Just Vic written inside the belly button.
Would you be willing to ink yourself up?
I'll tell you where I would put it, which is what you're being.
Huh?
I got it.
Oh.
Bend over, it'll show you.
Hey, listen, okay. I don't want to be overconfident here. I just feel really good, and I think you guys should feel really good as well. I mean, the Broncos defense is superb. And I'll tell you, Jameis, he ain't seen what Vance is going to dial up for him tonight, okay? And I like Jameis Winston. Again, his personality is gregarious. He says funny things, and the guy when he's on, he is really, really on. But when you turn him off, and the Broncos defense has the ability to turn him off, he's really, really off.
Before we can talk about this at the end of the show, but I want to go back to a couple of things that we discussed earlier.
By the way, he's only thrown 7 touchdown passes this year.
Okay.
I'm so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play.
I know he hasn't played. I know.
Right.
But it's not like he's going crazy per week.
I got to send you to debate school
He's
because
played,
you're not helping your
Dude,
cause.
he has 7 touchdowns in 9 games played.
I tell you what.
7
I want
and
you
9.
to watch
Would you
the
just
debate
calm down?
session in old school.
Calm down.
Watch Will Ferrell. Watch Will Ferrell in old school, and you'll learn how to debate because your debate is being lost.
He's less than a touchdown per game.
Okay, hang on. We'll get back to this towards the end of the show.
Calm down.
I want to go back to things that we discussed earlier that need to be revisited. One of them is, I think, just an amazing call by Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on Thanksgiving Day when the Bears blow this end of game situation. Matt Eberflus is fired, but the way they called it is so great.
They have a light box.
Clock is running with 15 seconds, and it's 3rd and 26. They have one timeout left.
This is like the light box. You could have gotten numbers, but just didn't.
You better hurry.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is disaster in the making here. You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play. Incomplete, and the game is over. Completely botched at the end by the Bears. And it is over. They took way too long to get in position to run this play. This had no intention of being their final play.
Oh, my goodness.
They would have had an attempt of a field goal to send it to overtime from about 59 yards.
Okay, so you guys remember just a couple of short years ago, the Broncos played their opening game against the Seattle Seahawks in which Peyton Manning was doing the timeout gesture about 30 times, right? That play, that sequence for the Broncos pales in comparison to what this was.
Oh, absolutely.
Pales. Because... And again, the call, I think, is so good because Romo is trying to break down the play that they can run, and Nantz is going, they got to go. And the Jim, no! Like that.
You better hurry.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is disaster in the making here.
And him
You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play.
Disaster in the making, I thought was so great. But just an insane... And especially with, I don't know what the total numbers are from the Thanksgiving games. They're always a massive number, whatever that is, because everybody's together. You got football on in the background. To be that embarrassed on that national of a stage when you already have had mess-ups for 4 of the last 6 games towards the end is unbelievable.
Brandon Staley thinks it was a mess.
But let me ask you another coaching question.
Disaster. Yeah.
So that's bad. Eberflus gets fired for it. You guys tell me what you do with this. Because I think that Prime is a very difficult person to judge and will especially be if he sticks around for another 3 to 4 years. I don't know how you're going to judge success and failure with him when you got this close to the Big 12 championship game now, but 2 of the best players in the world in college football.
They're irreplaceable. I mean, from now until the end of time, they're irreplaceable.
But here's the difference in standards. Ohio State just lost a game to a bad Michigan team for the 4th year in a row. Not that all the Michigan teams were bad for 4 years, this one was bad. Ryan Day is 66-10 as a head coach. He's 46-5 in conference play as a head coach. What do you do with that?
4 of his 5 losses are to Michigan.
And the only other one that he had was that weird end of game thing with Oregon earlier this year. That's the only other conference loss he suffered.
Yeah, that's again, you go back to the history thing about how some teams sort of own you mentally. He's owned mentally. There's something there. Dude, Michigan couldn't. Did you guys watch the game? Michigan could not execute a forward pass.
They didn't want to. They didn't want to do it.
They couldn't execute a forward pass. They are literally telling you what they're going to do, and they still couldn't. It's crazy to me. It's nuts.
So in 6 years, they've lost 5 conference games, and Ohio State fans are done with him.
Yeah.
They want him out. And I just go, how do you properly judge a situation? Because that sounds insane. That you're going to fire a guy who's lost 5 conference games in 6 years. And I'm telling you, I kind of get it. That's the weird part. I kind of understand it.
The quarterback for Michigan is Davis Warren. He had a QBR of 35.9 and 1.
Yeah.
That's a joke. Because Will Howard wasn't much better. Brady comes to, okay. What's the most important thing to Buckeyes fans? What is the most important thing?
Winning that game.
The most important thing is beating Michigan.
Yeah.
And do you know the history between Ohio and Michigan?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about football. I'm talking about the states themselves over territory and wanting to go to battle and all this kind of thing.
I guess no, not that.
Okay, they wanted the same pieces of land, man. Anyway, the point is, that's the only thing that matters. I mean, yeah, you want to win a natty and all that kind of thing, blah, blah, blah. I mean, but this is the most important thing to them, beating Michigan. You're running the table on the year. You have one silly loss to well, it's not even a silly loss, but one tough loss to Oregon. Yep, you should be in the Big Ten title game, Vic. You should be in the natty playoff scenario. You should be, right? And you've got a great team, and Michigan stinks this year, and you blow it. Yeah, you probably should get canned. Go ahead, Vic.
Despite all the shenanigans that took place over the weekend with these games, at the end of games, is there anything better than rivalry weekend at the end of a season?
Oh, it's so
Is there
great.
anything better? Because you always get this this is why, Moj. This is why you could never say never. This is why your guarantee tonight is so ridiculous. Because no matter how much better a team is than the other squad, and we know Ohio State is better at football than Michigan, but when they play, that doesn't bear out. It just doesn't. And you could say the same thing about a lot of other rivalries where one team is just a class above the other, but you play that game and all bets are off.
Well, one of them was an 8 overtime game between Georgia and Georgia Tech where I thought the nerds were going to pull it out. But there was one video.
I cannot believe. And I also thought the other nerds blew a big lead against Tennessee, for crying out loud.
Have you guys seen this, by the way? It is such a perfectly timed video. So before you hit play, this is
describe it.
One of the touchdowns from Georgia. And I want you to watch the celebration that's going to go on this lower corner down here, where when the guy hits the helmet, like he jumps in celebration, hits the helmet of the guy who scored, it looks like he hit a button to make the fireworks go off. Just watch this for a second.
Okay.
So, again, this is late in the Georgia Tech game. There's the touchdown. All right, he's in. Here come the teammates to come celebrate. And watch this. Hit the button.
Boom. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's one of the coolest videos from over the weekend outside the fights.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah, but the nerds played so well too. And Georgia Tech is just a 7-5 team now. What a bummer.
By the way,
because I want total chaos in this playoff.
You guys tell me something. With the expanded playoff, did any of these games feel like less was on the line, by the way, this weekend?
Not at all.
Not
to me, it didn't.
Last year, that loss would have kept Ohio State out of the playoff, and it would have ultimately meant more. But I don't think that takes the sting out of anything. Nothing.
It doesn't, because this is why, and people poo-poo when I say this, people call me nostalgic. This is why history and tradition matter in college football. That's why the history and tradition of that sport will always matter.
Yeah.
It will always, and the conference realignment and all this stuff, it's taking away a lot of that history and tradition. I mean, Texas versus Texas A&M, was that an intense game?
Sure.
Was that intense?
Yeah.
That game went away for a few years. That's criminal. Criminal. That game should never go away. Ever. USC Notre Dame. That game should never go away.
Hey, listen, and USC's not good, but man, was that a fun football game.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. That's what when you get these rivalry games, it's just so intense, and it's so much what college football is that the NFL cannot match.
The biggest game over the weekend.
There's nothing in the National Football League that can match the historic, traditional rivalries of these games.
Well,
you can't.
The big rivalry in the ACC was huge. That SMU and Cal game, man, it was kick ass. And that's what I love about the new conference realignment. You get all these great rivalry games returning, like Cal at SMU.
Hey,
bunch of dorks.
By the way, CU won 52-0.
I know,
and it just felt empty, didn't it?
It did.
Who cares? Oklahoma State's not a rival. You see all these other rivalry games going on. It's like Oklahoma State, like, ugh, okay.
This is why Nebraska and CU should always meet on that Thanksgiving holiday. Always.
I agree with you.
For every CU fan who grew up, you never missed it. That was always the game during Thanksgiving. CU Nebraska. You
Get back
always
in the
made
Big
room for it.
12.
And when they took that away,
Come on, Corn,
when it
what are you
went
doing?
away, it's not right.
It's not right.
Those games should live. And then they went to the Pac and they tried to substitute Utah. Nobody cares about CU Utah. That's stupid. Well, CU Nebraska should always be in that part of the schedule every year.
52.
That's what makes college football so fun.
A 52-0 win against Oklahoma State. You're like, yeah, all right, great. Now imagine if that was Nebraska who lost 52-0, and how you'd feel this morning.
You'd feel great.
Imagine.
Well,
It would
I
be
remember
awesome.
62-36.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that for the rest of my life.
Just crazy.
That big old BYU and Houston rivalry game. I mean, they've been going at it for years. I mean, think about it, though. SMU hosting Cal.
Hey, guys, you guys hear
So
this?
lame.
At that A&M game, a 21-year-old from College Station and a 22-year-old from Houston were arrested at Kyle Field that night. They got in with fake credentials. They showed up in hard hats and reflective vests, entered the stadium with fake construction credentials, arrested for criminal trespass. They were wearing fake names on their credentials. One said, I can't read one of them. One said, Harry, Ascrack, and the other one, I can't read the other one. I can't. They got in with these ridiculous names and watched the game. They got arrested, but they got in.
Not worth it to me. I don't need to go to jail just to see a game. By the way, speaking of
jail, right away.
Seeing a game, you can meet Kreckman Lindahl at Hofbrau in Westminster from 3 to 6 today for Monday Night Football as the Browns and Broncos take the field at 6:15. But Kreckman Lindahl from 3 to 6 at Hofbrau in Westminster.
I feel kind of bad today. I didn't ask you guys. Broncos, I think they're going to win tonight. That's my final prediction. I'll give it to you here in about 12 minutes. But I didn't ask you guys how your Thanksgiving went down. Was everything good? Everybody have a good Thanksgiving?
You don't care.
I do care. I saw your picture. I saw the picture of your bird. I wanted that bird badly.
It's a good bird.
Super good. Vic, how about you?
Yeah, it went great. We had a lot of bird.
I did watch again. For the first time actually in quite a while, I watched Planes, Trains, and Automobiles again.
Neat.
I think you forget how good that damn movie really is. The acting in it, the little one-liners, the this and the that, the da-da-da-da-da-da. It is spectacular.
Cool. Very
Sweet.
cool. Very cool. Very cool. Cool.
Riding on the bus and sing a song, everybody. And never mind.
Unless my house was lit on fire over Thanksgiving, I don't think anybody wants to hear how my Thanksgiving went.
Okay, but Doug Griffith pulls out the Flintstones. Meet the Flintstones. Oh,
yep.
All right.
Very cool. Very cool. Cool.
You should write a book about that, Moshe.
Maybe I will, Vic.
We don't do that. That's a lot of I always love shows that do this. All right, welcome to the show. Moshe, how was your weekend? It's like, shut up.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Nobody cares how your weekend was. Just go.
Cares.
We all want to hear about the bad stuff.
Get off our show. They want to hear how
Tell me something bad that happened.
They want to hear how I opened the show, which is, I want to talk about flags for a second, if you guys don't mind. It was Flag Day in college football. Anyway, again, guys, massive game tonight.
Why are you taking your flag on the road with you anyway?
Well, I was going to ask that.
Why is your flag on the road?
I wondered that too. NFL teams don't have flags, right? I guess the mascot at the home stadium runs out with one or something like that, right?
Yeah. But what got me, the Sun Devil, did you see the Sun Devil beat the crap out of the Wildcat?
That was a
the
good
mascot
brawl.
fight between
Now
ASU and Arizona?
brawl.
Yeah.
Now that's what a rivalry should be.
I'm telling you right
Mascots beat
now,
the crap out of each other.
that little Sun Devil guy, but here's the thing. He's got an easier swinging outfit, right? So he can really start chucking them, and he did. But the thing is, if you're the Wildcat, it's better for you because you got a big fuzzy head on, and you're not really taking blows, right? But the mascot did the pitchfork at his own field, and the Arizona player got mad at him. He's like, "Get that out of here!" It's like, "Oh, this." No, actually, it was in Arizona. It was in Arizona.
I'd be all in for that. Now, if you want to, instead of disrespecting your opponent with flags, if you want to put the mascots at right midfield after a game and let them go, let's do this. Good luck fighting Ralphie.
One time, the Stanford tree got its butt kicked.
That is true. It would be unfair.
The Cal Bear beat the snot out of the tree.
It would be unfair to use an actual animal versus like the Notre Dame Fighting Irish mascot. Like the Trojan versus the Fighting Irish guy, that's fine. But Ralphie against, I don't know, even that BYU Cougar guy who does the crazy push-ups, he's going to lose that one.
Well, you remember the time that Bevo went after Uga on the sideline. Remember the playoff game where the big steer actually is going after – no, the Bulldog, went after the Bulldog went after the steer, right?
But then Bevo came back.
No. Sorry, the Bulldog tried to bite an Auburn player. That's what happened. And then Bevo went after the Bulldog.
And the Bulldog went, like, immediately scared. He's like, I've made a mistake. I'm sorry. My bad.
Now, the Bulldog, Uga did try to bite a guy from Auburn one time, though.
Yeah, let's do that. A texture says a Wolverine versus a tree nut. Let's go. See who wins. Anyway, what's your biggest fear for tonight then, Vic? If you're like me, I got one idea. Your biggest fear for tonight with the Broncos is what? What happens?
Well, if Jameis gets hot and, you get a couple plays, explosive plays that turn into touchdowns, and if for some reason this string of no turnovers turns and you produce a couple turnovers, things could change, man. It could get hectic out there. And the Broncos have faith in their own control. They can ride this out and make the playoffs, and you don't want to see them trip up against a team they should beat. But that's why this game scares me, because they should win the game.
Has Jared Goff played every single snap on offense for the Lions this year?
I have no idea.
Because Bo Nix has taken every snap at quarterback for the Denver Broncos this year.
See, there's another example. Thanksgiving. I mean, Lions and Bears. Lions on paper should win that game by 3 touchdowns.
They had a 23-7 lead, dude, and they went to sleep. They got tryptophaned out, bro.
Okay, but it's just there's the proof. That's all the proof.
There ain't no tryptophan tonight, bro.
Could have lost that game.
Here's what scares me. I think the Broncos defense is going to hold up fine. I will say, I don't know if this has been officially ruled out, but Riley Moss still isn't practicing, so I'd assume he's not playing tonight.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. It's a big deal because when Levi Wallace came in the game last week, you saw a drop-off, a pretty big one between him and Riley Moss, and especially for a team that Jameis Winston, if he gets hot, then who knows? I mean, that's a little bit of a problem. Myles Garrett scares the hell out of me. He's a game wrecker, and all it takes is, him to get free past McGlinchey or a Bulls one time, get a strip sack, and then the game can change. Like, Myles Garrett, say what you want about Cleveland, incredibly talented, and still, I don't know how old he is. Is he 30? He's probably 30-something, isn't he? He's up there. He's still got the ability to just totally wreck what your offense wants to do. And
I'll
tell you this much. They got to run the football a little bit better today. Okay, you got to. I want to see a lot more of, I don't care if it's Javonte, if it's Estime, I don't care who it is, but I want to see a good, 20 carries out of your backs tonight. Control
that
the
was
clock.
the one thing, that was my takeaway from the last game, and Sean Payton mentioned it. He said, it was going to be tough to run the ball no matter who was running it because the way the defense was set up. The defense was set up, they wanted you to throw the ball. I mean, if that was the case, why wouldn't other defenses do the same thing? If I'm the Cleveland Browns, you fit to stop the run and make Bo Nix beat you. And I know Bo's improved every week, but that's what teams have done against the Broncos, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Here's the way it breaks down. And again, I think the spread should be even more than 6. The Broncos average 22 a game. Browns average 17. Broncos give up the second best in the league, 16.8.
Do not judge the Cleveland Browns
on what?
Including 2 months of terrible Deshaun Watson. It's not the same team. It's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. The team that you're doing throughout the course of the year and you're doing these numbers, 17 points a game, give me the points per game with Jameis Winston in the lineup as compared to Deshaun Watson. It's different. It's a different thing.
They scored 14 against New Orleans, 14 points, and lost 35-14.
Okay, what'd they score against Baltimore?
Understood.
What'd they score against Baltimore?
The score against Baltimore was 29-24.
What'd they score against Cleveland? Or, I'm sorry, against Pittsburgh?
24.
Okay.
The Saints scored 35. What are you getting at?
That it's a viable offense.
They got kicked by the Chargers 27-10. You're forgetting, they beat the Ravens and they beat the Steelers. You're right about that. But pigeonholed in between were 2 kicking losses. They got kicked by the Chargers and by the Saints.
It will be cool to see the Broncos on Monday Night Football. What's the weather tonight, by the way? What's going on?
I think it's going to be over there. It's nice, right?
Is it nice?
I'm trying to figure out what Buffalo.
Tonight at kickoff, 6:15, the temperature will be 40 degrees.
Tonight.
Okay. It's a little chilly. That scene in Buffalo last night was just fantastic. That play, that Josh Allen pass in which he follows the receiver and catches it, and that was just nuts.
I was trying to figure out why that wasn't the forward progress stopped blow the whistle thing. They let that go a little bit, and then he just hands it to Josh Allen. So he gets – that's the weird thing about that play. So Josh Allen gets the touchdown pass and the touchdown catch on the same play.
Yeah.
I'm only concerned about myself tonight. Mostly cloudy skies, become partly cloudy this afternoon. Few flurries, possible still. That's where I'm heading. 1 hour, I'm heading to Buffalo, dude. That's all I care about.
You're going to be indoors. I think you'll be all right. You're not playing a football game.
Yeah, you're fine.
I think they have.
Are you staying outside?
Yeah. Do you have plans on camping outside tonight in Buffalo?
No, but I would like to walk to Gabriel's Gate, get some wings, perhaps.
I think you'll be all right.
You'll be fine then.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to be crying about your situation in Buffalo.
It's a couple flurries. I just want to walk to get some wings.
Hey, what's this Wedgwood guy all about?
32-year-old goalie Vic. He's your backup, and he's put it this way. He's awesome from what I understand. He's awesome in the room. Here's what I do know. He's going to be predictable between the pipes. Numbers haven't been great this year, but he's also been on a Nashville team that's not really good. Incidentally, the Nashville Predators they've got the market cornered on Finnish goalies because both their goalies are Finnish, and both goalies' nickname is Juice.
Yeah.
Jussi Saros is juice, and Justus Anonen is juice.
You know, I was thinking about this, too, with that trade. One thing became clear, despite the fact that you had just about, a month ago, a rotation of Georgie, Juice, and even Kakinen being mixed in a little bit, they've pretty much just been like, okay, Georgie's our guy now.
Yeah. I mean,
when do you think they made that call, Moj? When do you think they decided, all right?
I think after he got pulled yet again, a couple of 3 games ago.
Juice, yeah.
I mean, it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he got smoked. Had to yank him.
Got about a minute left. How about a fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Someone tweeted at us earlier with some pictures showing us that our television broadcast has made it all the way to Rome. We are being broadcast at a pub overseas, and Brett wanted to greet our Roman fans, and here's how he did that.
Says, friend of mine is currently at an Irish pub in Rome, and this is currently on their TV screen. It's us. We've gone international. Buenos dias.
I believe they speak Italian in Italy, if I had to guess.
Sorry, what I meant to say was konnichiwa.
Feliz Navidad.
Guten Tag.
I don't know. I was thinking Spain
Bonjour.
for a second.
Rome. Oh, bonjour.
Konnichiwa. Buenos dias.
Meter später schon auf gut.
Hello, guten Tag.
Oh my God!
If you're watching us internationally, whatever your hello is,
seriously,
hello.
people. I'm like, how do they get us in Rome? And they're like, well, it's the internet, Moj. I'm like, no. They're beaming it down from a satellite over the earth someplace in Rome. How are they getting us?
Have a great
and
day,
why would
everybody.
we be on at an Irish pub in Rome?
Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
They want to talk about rivalry weekend.
It's baffling.
Broncos win. Love you all. Buenos dias.
Arrivederci.
8 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic. Jokic for 3. Jumper short. 2 seconds left. Rebound Harden, and there's the horn. Well, the Nuggets are alternating wins and losses. They lose tonight in Los Angeles. The final tonight, Clippers 126, Denver 122.
1 second left, and that is it. And now we have pushing and shoving and punching. It's Ludwig in the far corner as he took one from an unidentified Oiler. And the game is over. It finishes Edmonton 4 and the Avalanche 1.
Colorado is going to register its first shutout since 2015 against Nickel State. 52-0. And Travis Hunter with some statement plays today. Indelible ones that will be no doubt emblazoned in the minds of the Heisman voters.
Stinker of a weekend for the Avs and the Nuggets, salvaged by a 52-0 rocking of Oklahoma State. Nice final pen stroke on the Shedeur and Travis era. Depends whether or not they'll play in a bowl game coming up here, but they do fall short of the Big 12 title game. They don't get the requisite help. And tonight we get Broncos and Browns Monday Night Football. If the Broncos win this thing, you're like virtually guaranteed to get into the playoffs this year. Welcome into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi, Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. So much to get into today. We're going to do our Week 13 NFL recap coming up at 11:15. We'll walk you through all of the craziness at 10:15 in the college football playoff world, but we start here, Coach. First off, welcome back from Thanksgiving. Second off, paint the nightmare scenario for me tonight.
Raj, it's the perfect lead-in question. You had it already conjured up, and I have been going through, and I'm going to take our listeners through the mind of a coach ahead of a game. Your brain goes every which direction. And so last night on Altitude After Dark, I think I was having a pretty serious case of the Sunday scaries.
You can watch those on Twitch, on X, and on YouTube.
And we do it just about every night, man. It feels like we're doing another one tonight. I don't know when I'm going to be at the game, and we'll just figure it out. And then I'll wake up at 3:45
wherever
tomorrow.
DMAC is, there's a blinking red recording light.
There is. You just know.
Just walk into his orbit, and you're like, oh, crap.
Could you imagine being married to DMAC and just realizing he is...
No, Kim is an angel.
It's the Truman Show. It's the Truman Show. So I had the Sunday scaries last night, and I walked through the nightmare scenario. And that was the mind of a coach, is that you go through so many different waves of how a game's going to play out, especially when the game has massive ramifications, which this one does. This is the biggest Broncos game since when? Monday Night Football, possible showcase game for rookie quarterback Bo Nix for Rookie of the Year. Everybody that you needed to lose did indeed. They lost this weekend, except for the Chargers, but you still have that opportunity to go head to head with them coming up. This is the moment. So my Sunday scaries last night was, oh my gosh, all these stats that people are throwing around for the Broncos and the Browns. You know, I heard I think it was Moj saying the Browns are 2-14 as a franchise in Denver. Okay, cool. They get sacked the most of any team this year, and you have the best defensive front in football for the Broncos. Dude, so much of that was Deshaun Watson being just completely incompetent. They have the hot hand right now, the confidence of a franchise that are playing behind Jameis Winston, emotional leader.
It's not like Jameis has fixed the sack issue, though. He's been sacked a handful of times. And what is he, 500 right now as the starter this season? Just south of it, like 2-3 as the starter. Beats Pittsburgh last time out. But he has been sacked a handful of times. I think he's like nearly 15 sacks in his last 5 starts. So he hasn't fixed that issue.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But the thing about Jameis Winston that Deshaun Watson was not creating was explosive plays through the air. And this is a gunslinging son of a gun. Jameis Winston, for all of his faults, for all of his flaws, the dude can push the football down the field, and he probably is licking his chops at the prospect of seeing a ton of man-to-man coverage, which is what the Denver Broncos defense plays, and knowing that, yeah, I might get sacked 3 to 5 times, but I'm going to throw the ball over that imaginary wall because they're going to play so much man, there's so much press, and I have the arm talent and still have some of the athleticism to extend plays and throw it down the field. So I'm scared to death about that. I'm also scared about the amount of man coverage that the Cleveland Browns defense plays that happens to have a ferocious front led by the best current pass rusher in the National Football League in terms of how he's playing right now. Or at least you're as good as your last game. Myles Garrett, you were freaking unbelievable against the Steelers. So that's my nightmare scenario. But then here's the waves of a coach. I woke up this morning. I'm like, dude, why was I so scared last night? The Broncos do have the best pass rush. They do have a really solid defense. They don't blow these games this year. They've played so intelligently, and Sean Payton's made game plans to make sure that you don't expose yourself to maybe the strength of the other team. Look at Max Crosby. He doesn't get the big sack numbers because you have chip presence from your tight end position. Lil Jordan Humphreys chipping Max Crosby before either one of his tackles gets there. I do believe that the Broncos will have the better plan tonight. That building will be rocking. And I'm so excited that I'm going to be there tonight to watch a Monday Night Football game in Denver, Colorado with massive implications.
That means this much. You said, like, when's the last big game that the Broncos had that was at this magnitude? And it was probably last year against New England. Like, that's probably the closest one you got in terms of playoff implications. You win it, you're basically in. You lose it, well, you're not basically out. You go back to 50-50, and Indianapolis has a heart-stopping performance at the end of the game against New England. They get a touchdown with 13 seconds to go. They go for two. Richardson pops it in. And when you thought that New England was going to help you, they end up falling at the last second. That's probably the last time that the Broncos had this big of a game come up in this time of the year. Just last year, you end up falling New England, and then it spells the end of Russell Wilson.
It felt so different, though, right? Would you agree that it felt so different?
It's because of how young the quarterback is and how cheap the quarterback is, and the fact that he is well ahead of schedule as compared to what you thought he was going to be at this point at the beginning of the year. When you talk about man-to-man defense and how much the Broncos are going to play it and how good the pass rush has been, the secondary has helped the pass rush all season long. Riley Moss is out for this game.
That scares me.
When I when I saw that come across yesterday afternoon, evening, and he had been out the entire week, so we were kind of preparing ourselves for it. That's when I get a little bit nervous. Because what do? You just handcuff Surtain to Judy for the rest of the game? Take out the number one option and then hope that your secondary can step in for a guy that, like, Riley Moss, a Pro Bowler, man. He's been that good for you.
Been phenomenal.
And that's the one thing that I looked at, is that having your number two corner out of this game against a quarterback that I know he is hot and cold, man, but he can throw up a 375-yard game at the blink of an eye.
So somebody here just said, this coach is clueless as always. I appreciate you, 4753 from the Shop Mazda text line, brought to you by Shop Mazda, where you can get one price, one person, 1 hour. He says, this coach is clueless as always. 2 of the last 3 games, Jameis hasn't been able to put up more than 14 points. All right, well, I guess I'm not as clueless because I have the stats in front of me. And yeah, I do keep receipts. In the last 3 performances, let's go back 4 games that Jameis Winston has been playing. His first full start was a win over the Baltimore Ravens. 27 of 41 for 334 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. Pretty good. Chargers, who we saw that defense, they pretty good?
Pretty good.
Yep.
Big win for them this weekend.
26 of 46, 235 yards. He did throw 3 interceptions in that game. That was his bad game. His only bad game since he's been the starter.
That's the Jekyll and Hyde of Jameis Winston.
But hey, Kirk Cousins just threw 4 of them to that same Chargers defense.
I can't wait to talk to you about that in about an hour. I can't wait.
It's coming.
You called it at the beginning of the season. You're like week 12, 13, or 14. Wait for my guy. And
Michael Penix Jr.
Michael Penix.
The Pen 15 Club is arriving in Atlanta. Okay, the Saints. Oh, they look terrible. Jameis Winston threw for 395 yards, 30 of 46, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. And then, of course, the snowball game, for him to be 18 of 27, 219 yards in that game and be the catalyst for the comeback. That's a confident team behind a confident quarterback that does create air yards. He does create offense, which is what this team had none of And that's the first 7 weeks of the season was the Deshaun Watson failed experiment. And they find themselves looking like the team that made the postseason a year ago. That's what I see.
When I look at Jameis Winston, I look at probably pockets of 3 games because he can keep it together for 3 games. And then eventually he turns into Florida State blind Jameis Winston, even though he got it done very clearly as a Seminole. He was playing essentially blind, as I see you guys texting in. The guy was a legally blind quarterback and could still throw 60-yard bombs down the field. You're waiting for the other shoe to fall, and I think that for Cleveland, this might be the game. Is that you're just waiting for him to have a 2-3 pick performance. And if you turn the ball over more than 2 times against Denver, you're not winning the football game. It's just simply not going to happen. Unless you are one of the elite teams in this league, you're not winning the game because Bo's not going to turn it over. The running backs, for everything that we said at the beginning of the year about the running back core, they're not fumbling the football. They're not world beaters, but they're not fumbling the football. And that is the main key to success right now for Sean Payton's offense. Don't turn the damn thing over. And if the defense can force 2 picks, man, then I get into Mosier's territory of like, yeah, this is an easy win.
Which I do believe that my last night reaction, which some call it the Sunday scaries, I actually think it was a overconsumption of football, food, and libations from Wednesday all the way till Saturday night. And then Sunday, I was like, you know what? I've overconsumed. So I was in bad mood yesterday. I had food withdrawals. I had libation withdrawals, and I was just in a bad mood. And I did the unthinkable. I predicted the Cleveland Browns on Altitude After Dark winning 31-21. But now, the coach with a fragile mind,
I'm going to walk that back?
I'm going to walk that back. And the reason I am is because of the turnovers. And I do think that Jameis Winston, for as explosive and dynamic as he can be as a downfield passer, what I believe is going to change this game tonight, it's going to be a sack fumble. And I think that because of the Broncos' strength on Jameis Winston, who does, I'd say his weakness, which also is a strength, bit of a Shedeur Sanders vibe here. He holds onto the ball to create explosives. There's going to be a Nick Bonito blindside sack fum, just like he got against Desmond Ridder to seal the game against the Raiders. And it's going to be scoop and scored by whoever. Let's go Cody Barton. Scoop and scored. Game opens up, and now the Broncos are in business. I think it's going to be the turnovers, Raj. You bring up a very valid point.
So much to get into today. Week 13 NFL recap coming up at 11:15 during NFL Notes. We'll get into the Nuggets and the Avs and the crap weekend that was. There was a goalie trade. It wasn't exactly the one that I wanted, but there was a goalie trade. We'll talk about that in a bit. But on the other side, a wild flag planting, fine infested weekend from college football. We'll bring you through everything that happened, the college football playoff scenarios on championship week. It's Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio. Championship week is here. Rivalry week in the books. And here's what championship week has up on the schedule. Big 12, Iowa State number 18, Iowa State against number 16, ASU. Sun Devils are 2.5-point favorites Saturday at 10 a.m. on ABC in the Big 12 title game. The Buffs, despite a 52-0 win, coach, they don't get the help. And it seemed as though they needed like 3 or 4 different things to happen. Then everything boils down. Texas Tech wins. And then you go, all you need is BYU to lose. And Houston just bungled everything. BYU tried to throw the game. And if the Cougars lose, the Buffs get in.
All you needed was just Brigham Young and Joseph Smith to do what they do best. Good friends
What
of
is
mine.
that, coach?
Well, my brother-in-law is the quarterback coach there, so I'm not throwing too much shade at BYU. That was a weird watch for me, Raj, just knowing that I am a recent employee of CU, somebody who has caught the fire of Coach Prime and Shedeur and Travis Hunter, so much so that I actually defend Travis Hunter with my alma mater and their crazy Twitter fan base that just throws all types of shade at Travis Hunter in the Heisman race with Ashton Genty. But I was watching that game, man. You want to talk about just being confused? I was really confused because my wife's brother coaches at BYU. They went
Hold on, what's your wife's brother's name?
Matt Mitchell.
Where does Joseph Smith factor into this?
Just a guy that kind of helped found he was part of the origin of the university and Brigham as well.
No, I know he's the prophet of the religion.
Right.
I get that.
He kind of helped start the university.
Okay.
Like indirectly. He was dead before they got to Utah.
All right, I get it.
I know the whole history.
All right.
Lived in Idaho for 5 years, coached at Utah State. My brother-in-law's coached at Snow College in Ephraim, Utah, I think it's what it's called. Anyway, so it was just a weird watch, and like my emotions were so out of control, and my wife was actually asleep. And I was watching this game on my phone with my AirPods in, and I'm like yelling with nothing coming out because of all the. I mean, they turn the ball, they fumble a snap inside the 5-yard line. Houston gets the ball, and then subsequently, like the next possession, their punt returner muffs the punt. BYU tried to give this game away. They tried so hard to give the game away. And as a CU fan, you're sitting there like, this is happening. This is really going to happen. I think it was a 1-possession game, a 6-point game.
It was a 1-possession game. Houston had the ball at midfield. Granted, it was 4th and 6 at that point. And then you fumble the ball, you kick it twice, it goes down to your own 30, and the game's over at that point.
Houston's so bad. They're so bad. It's just
that's what happens when you don't show up against Kansas. And Kansas didn't show up last week either.
Did you see what Baylor? They were
what
a
happened to the
7-win
Jayhawks?
team.
What happened to the Jayhawks?
Got obliterated.
Because I was expecting at the end of this week, even if Colorado did not get into the Big 12 title game, like had everything kind of worked their way toward the Buffs being, in contention for the CFP by playing in the Big 12 title game this coming weekend, I would have said, all right, well, Colorado, if you look at the overall body of work, Colorado's the best team in the Big 12. Had they lost or been given the opportunity to get into that title game, my thought process was going to go, KSU is going to hammer Baylor, and I'm going to walk away from this year going, the best team in the Big 12 is a 500 football team, and they didn't even sniff the title game. And then Kansas just stopped being who the Jayhawks were for the last 5 weeks.
They not only, like, their calling card as a program and why they beat CU was that they're going to out-physical every team they played against. Baylor absolutely mollywopped them in the trenches. I mean, they made them look like an FCS team. It was insane. And this, I want to bring up a point, Raj, that I want to hear your take. I'd love to hear KJ's as well. So the Big 12 as a conference, without question, was an incredibly exciting conference. Every week you had no idea what the chaos was going to bring. But there was an absence of a really, really dominant, good team. What makes a good college football conference in this new landscape? Is it having 1 or 2 teams that are head and shoulders above the rest? Which I would say, at least in the case of the Big Ten, is probably Oregon. I don't know who this, maybe Penn State, but they lost to Ohio State, so I don't know about that either. At least Oregon is one, like you have Oregon to point to. The SEC, who does the SEC really have to point to?
Texas.
There you go. That's the closest thing. Texas.
Georgia over the past few years has certainly something to say about that. They are a 2-loss team this year.
Like, do you see what ASU, do you see who their 2 losses are to this year? It's like Cincinnati and like not good teams.
Yeah, the Big 12 is lacking either the team or the 2 teams that are or should be head and shoulders better than the rest of the conference. And then what they need is the middling mid-teen numbers. You need to have like 2 guys at the top. You need to have 3 or 4 teams that are in the middle of the national rankings. And I think you look at, all right, well, that's the proper parity you need. True parity in college football nowadays, probably not good. But you do need to have those outliers. You need to have 2 teams that are your front runners, and then you have to have a swath of teams in the middle that can beat you on any given Saturday. That's what you have to have.
Which is that's the Big Ten and the SEC. I would say the SEC is less like that right now than the Big Ten. I think there's almost too much parity. And the parity of college football, Raj, I thought it was going to be eliminated because of the transfer portal and NIL.
And it's the 12-team playoff.
It's gotten
awesome.
So much worse in terms of, I mean, it's gotten better for the case of parity, but it also is like, who's really good? I've said that since week 4 of the college football season.
It's funny because I don't even, like, Oregon is the unanimous number 1 team in the country right now, according to both the coaches poll and the AP.
Who should they have lost to earlier this year?
They should have lost to Boise State.
Yeah, who? Boise State right now? Like, dude, they've playing with their food against Oregon State. That game's a little closer than it should have been. They almost lose to Nevada. They should have lost to Wyoming. Like, these are teams that are 3-4 win group of 5 teams, and Oregon's like, yeah, we almost lost in our own building to Boise State. Just college football is just drunk.
Is there a reason why I don't believe in undefeated number 1 Oregon?
I kind of don't either.
Is it just because of the history of them never being able to like
get over that
done?
Real hump?
And it always goes back to that national championship game against Bama. What was that, 2012 or something like that? It always goes back to that game where I was so gung-ho about the Ducks being the best team.
The 2014 game against Ohio State. Same thing. They looked so good. They had so many future NFL starters on that team, and they got obliterated by Ohio State in the national championship.
Man, it was a wild weekend. The SEC title game is Georgia against Texas. Texas 2.5-point favorites. That's Saturday, 2 p.m. I want to say Texas, but every single time they're there, they don't get it done.
I'm just not convinced on Texas's offense.
I think Georgia got scared straight this weekend against Georgia Tech in that 8 overtime game. I think they got scared straight. And I think Kirby Smart's all right. Like, guys, stop screwing around. We're in the playoff. You have to find a way to get this thing done in the SEC title. If they lose, are they out? Do you knock Georgia out, a 3-loss Georgia team, if they lose to Texas?
I think the style points will matter a little bit on that one. Like, if it is a overtime loss, and I think Georgia will be in.
Because who's not playing this weekend is Alabama.
And should not be in, man.
Right, but if Georgia loses the title game, they're now a 3-loss SEC team. They'll drop down, and who's the next closest SEC program? A 3-loss Alabama Crimson Tide team that beat Georgia by a touchdown.
That wants their head coach fired. Their own fan base does. Like, it's wild, man. It is so insane. So Ole Miss, did you see what's happening between Ole Miss and South Carolina? They're like, Lane Kiffin wrote an essay, or probably had one of his interns write an essay about all the reasons why they should be in the college football playoff and South Carolina should not. Well, then it was great. Brett Bielema of Illinois went through a case-by-case and quote tweeted Lane Kiffin as to why Illinois should actually be representing Nate Kreckman in the college football playoffs. It's just chaos. It's so fun.
I mean, there's a chance that Mississippi and South Carolina both don't make it. Very good chance that both of those teams don't get in. The projected bracket as of right now, and that comes out tomorrow night, Oregon, these are the 4 byes: Oregon, Texas, Boise State, Clemson. The Clemson program can thank my Syracuse Orange for getting back into that title game. What a win. Go Cuse.
Clemson looks just hapless, though.
They've looked hapless the whole season.
Yes.
Georgia is the 8-9 matchup against Tennessee. Penn State is the 5-12 matchup against projected Arizona State, Big 12 winner. Ohio State and Indiana is the 7-10 matchup, which has kind of lost its juice because what a horrible loss for Coach Day and the Buckeyes. 13-10 against a bad Michigan team.
Bad. And that has been the Achilles heel of Ryan Day since he took over for Urban Meyer, and he can't even get over the hump with the team that came into the game.
Can't beat them.
5-6. They were 4. They were 5 and no. They had 7 losses, didn't they? They ended up 5-7. Michigan, or 6-6.
6-6, if I'm correct.
I think that's right.
I don't know off the top of my head for Michigan.
Like
if there's one matchup in the country that loses you your job, and Day he's been great. Like, Ohio State has been a national championship contender every single year that he has been the head coach, ever since he got the keys handed over to him.
His career record's really good.
I think Brett said it. He's lost 5 conference games. 5 in the last few years.
4 of them have been against Michigan.
The only team he can't beat is the most important team for you to beat. If you're Ohio State, you can go years and years and years of being in the mix and not necessarily winning a national championship as long as you beat Michigan. You lose your job for that. If he doesn't do it next year, that dude's out. There's some sort of like mental roadblock with it. I don't understand. They should have won that game by 25 points. Michigan could not pass the football to save their lives. And as a result, now Ohio State drops down to the 7. They would play against Indiana, and I would love to see the Hoosiers win that game. And then your final matchup, Notre Dame and SMU as the 11 seed. This is a projected bracket by The Athletic.
So if SMU loses to Clemson in the ACC championship game.
ACC championship game is Saturday night at 6 p.m. on ABC. The Mustangs are 2.5-point favorites.
So that would put SMU as an 11-2 team if they lost that game. Do they get in? What's their current ranking?
Their current ranking right now in the AP?
I think they're 10. No, they're in the top.
The ranking in the AP for SMU is 8.
They might drop out. So then it'd be Clemson.
Clemson's the only ACC team to get in. Miami would be out. And then you would have the conversation. I wouldn't say Miami's completely out. Miami would be in the conversation alongside Mississippi, South Carolina, and who? I don't know.
Because IU's in, right? Indiana, they're in.
Indiana's in.
Yeah. They should be. They're 11-1.
These are the teams that are in for me. Oregon, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame. Georgia's a question mark because they lost to Bama. Tennessee, in. Ohio State, in. Indiana, in. Boise State, in.
Or UNLV. The winner gets in.
You think that's a tough? Do you think Boise State can lose that football game?
100%.
Really? Walk me through that.
UNLV is playing lights out football. They just had their rivalry game, which everybody else seemed to stumble in their rivalries this weekend. They played Nevada, who took Boise State to the very final possession. That game was a 1-possession score 2 weeks ago, Raj. 2 weeks ago. They absolutely obliterate Nevada. 38-7, 38-14, but it wasn't even close. They're playing better football right now than my alma mater, and I might be up there for that game, and I'm mortified. It's the biggest group of 5 matchup in the history of college football.
So then you're looking at 4 spots between Georgia, Alabama, and this is assuming like Georgia loses to Texas. Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Mississippi, Miami. Those are your 5 teams vying for 4 spots. Those are your 5 teams. Now pick 4 of them. I think they leave Miami out, which would suck for that team, but don't lose games you shouldn't lose. You should not lose to Syracuse at all. Mississippi, South Carolina, Bama, and Ohio or in Georgia probably all get in, if that's the case.
What is the craziest thing to me, the Pac-12 conference dissolves, correct? It's gone. I mean, it's going to be a Mountain West, mega Mountain West / Pac-12 light going forward. That's what it is. 2 of the 5 conference championship games are going to be represented, and really the regular season champs before the conference championship game are Pac-12 teams from last year. The Big 12, the mighty Big 12, took the worst placed team from the Pac-12 last season and is now the leader in the clubhouse to win the Big 12 conference championship
And everyone's
game.
pissed off that
ASU.
the second worst team is not in the title game.
The mighty Big Ten, the team from the Northwest, the Oregon Ducks, that rarely were able to get over the hump themselves, they're the leader in the clubhouse in the Big Ten conference. And then even
I was
beyond
corrected
that,
on the text line. It was Auburn that Oregon played against all those years ago, and then Notre Dame got trounced by.
and then let's think about the mighty ACC. At one point, was like a proud conference when Clemson's rolling. Miami earlier in the season's going to. It took an AAC team, a first-year AAC team in SMU, to go 11-1 in that conference. Army, an independent, they're in the AAC now. They're going to the conference championship game.
Neither one of those teams getting in.
And then, oh, by the way, the SEC is so good. So good. Mighty SEC. Guess who's the team to beat in the SEC right now? A lowly Big 12 team, the University of Texas from last year. It's a wild time in college football.
Is this the last that we've seen out of Shedeur and Travis in Buffs uniforms, or do they play in, let's say the Buffs get into like the Alamo Bowl. Is that the sexiest non-playoff bowl that's left, the Alamo Bowl?
There's a few.
It's one of them.
Yeah, and you got to take Coach Prime for his word. And I love what he said this weekend about other programs could learn a thing or two about finishing what you start, and they are going to finish what they started. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be portal entries from guys that were maybe not playing a lot, maybe not starters. I mean, everybody's got to take care of their own. I don't know if you saw, the portal is going wild. Even at CSU, they lose their top two receivers after going 8-4, their best record in forever.
Without their number one receiver, mind you, all season.
Yeah. So it's just, I do believe that you take Coach Prime for his word, because he has been a man of his word. And I still think that those two players will play in the Alamo Bowl, and most likely it will be against BYU.
If that's the final game that we've seen from them, it was a hell of a stamp on a great year. It's the greatest passing year in Buffs history from Shedeur. It's probably going to be the second Heisman in the school's history, with Travis Hunter having gone off for 3 touchdowns, over 100 yards, a pick on defense. Granted, the Cowboys are terrible, just a big pile of stink, Okie steak. But if you're going to put a Heisman moment in front of a terrible team, you better make sure that the numbers are gaudy. And the numbers for Travis were gaudy. I think if that's the last impression he has on the voters, I think he probably locked it up.
My heart and my mind, if I were a voter, would be biased, and I would vote for Ashton Genty because I'm a Boise State alum. The reality, beyond heart and head, the actual reality is that there's no way that Travis Hunter does not win this award. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Is Shedeur Sanders the best quarterback to have ever played for the Buffs? Is he better than Cordell Stewart? Is he better than what Joel Klatt did for 4 years?
You got to talk Darian Hagan in terms of the...
Can throw him in there too.
Yeah,
be my guest.
Because of just the ramifications of what happened in 1990, in that era. 91, 90. But as a passer, as a dynamic playmaker, Shedeur Sanders is the best quarterback to ever play at CU.
Does he go number one overall?
Yes.
Is he the first? Oh, okay, never mind. That answers my second question. Is he the first quarterback taken?
Yes, and yes.
We'll get into what happened over the weekend with the Avs and the Nuggets. But on the other side, do the Broncos have a hidden advantage, a hidden crab leg up on Jameis Winston, as it were? We'll talk about the relationship between the Browns starting quarterback and the head coach of your Broncos, and Sean Payton.
and Onanen has been pulled. It is the NHL debut of Trent Miner, 7th-round pick of the Avalanche back in 2019, 202nd overall. Out of the Vancouver Giants organization, play with Bo Byram there.
Whole bunch of crap from the Avs and the Nugs over the course of the weekend. Avs are still relatively hot, 7-3 over their last 10, and 13-12 over their first 25 with all the injuries and absences. And honestly, I'm okay with that. Nuggets fall to the Clippers last night, 126-122. We spent the entire break crapping on MetLife Stadium, and I really enjoyed those 3 minutes with you, Coach. We'll get into Broncos and Browns. Again, Monday Night Football. If you win this game, I think you skyrocket. According to NFL.com, a win gets you to 76%, according to NFL.com, to make the playoffs. A loss drops you down to basically a coin flip between you and the Colts, who you'll see after the bye week. The Colts get a big-time win last second over New England to make sure that they stay within a half of game. The Broncos are technically a half game behind Baltimore after Baltimore fails this weekend.
Been a bit of an inconsistent team. They're the Ravens. They're an up and down outfit.
Yeah, but they scare me more than Kansas City does.
Yeah, because if they turn it on, we saw it.
They scare me more than
41 to 10,
Kansas City does. Because the Chiefs, again, they come out after stepping in their own crap, smelling like roses because of a botched snap against the Raiders in a game that they should have lost. And yet another one-score game. What did I say? It was 13-0 in their last 13. Now 14-0 in their last 14. And there is also a little bit of a referee scandal at the end of that game. Guys stepping in.
Yeah. Do you believe that the regular season Chiefs that we are watching, even though they're 11-1 and they're kind of fiddle farting their way to wins week in, week out, and you can say the officials have a lot to do with it. You can say that other teams' field goal blocking units have something to do with it. Do you really think that we should talk about the Chiefs as not a threatening team in the postseason because of their regular season?
No, that's hubris to do that.
Did we learn our lesson a year ago?
You should have learned the lesson a year ago. It's funny. I'm having the same thought processes with the Avs and the Nuggets right now. True, the main difference between the Avs, the Nuggets, and the Chiefs are that while all three teams seem disinterested in what they're doing currently, the Chiefs are winning those football games. The Avs and the Nuggets are hovering around 500 right now, right? Avs 13-12, Nuggets at 10-8. They'll take on the Warriors tomorrow night, 8 p.m. It's an NBA Cup game at Ball Arena. 7:30 p.m. pregame show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avs will be on 9:50 tomorrow at the start of a 5-game road trip as they'll take on the Buffalo Sabres, a very winnable game, and we will get into the Justus Onanen trade in just a couple of minutes here. I have a hard time reconciling these two things. The Avs and the Nuggets pushed way too hard at the end of the year to get higher seeds for home court and home ice advantage. And while the Avs had a different situation with Val Nichushkin, they still felt like they petered out energy-wise. Even with Val, I don't know if they get past Dallas. Dallas just felt like they had a little bit more juice last year, for lack of a better term, with the recent trade. The Nuggets definitely ran out of gas after pushing hard last year to make sure that you had home court advantage. Now that they're starting off slow, Coach, there's a lot of resentment towards the teams. Why aren't they winning these games? Why do they look disinterested? Why are they not playing with the same dominance that we've been expecting over the past few years? And typically my response has been this: you can't have it both ways. Either the regular season matters or it doesn't. But the issue with these two teams right now is that they could just turn it on at any given point over the past few years. And I don't know if we're at that point right now.
I hate being the guy that tells a fan how to fan. And I actually agree with the fans in this instance of both the Nuggets and the Avs in some of the malcontent that you do have. And I share it with you, fan base.
The Saturday night game against the Oilers was crap. Just a bunch of...
It's a little bit less to me about we need both of these franchises to show that they're dominant in the regular season. I think it's more about you need to answer some of the very glaring issues that both of these franchises do have. And what are the two issues? Netminder one for the Avs. Was that solved this weekend?
No, it was not. The two issues, the main issue for both teams can be put under the one big umbrella of
defense. And that's the more concerning piece of it. And I'd say the other thing for the Nuggets is just the overall state of Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray, the defender. Maybe one night it just doesn't have that look in his eye. And then the next night he didn't press the envelope as a shooter or as a guy that's going to penetrate and create like he did so famously in the 22 championship year. The questions that remain for these two teams just seem to linger through this regular season. I know we're early in it. That's where I think the chaos and hysteria of the fan base, it centers around those, not necessarily the standings and where you find yourselves in.
This is the third time that the Nuggets have lost a game in which Nikola Jokic has recorded a triple-double this season. He looked good. Nuggets couldn't hit free throws at the end, but it was the fact that you just left Norman Powell and James Harden wide open on the wing threes, and they didn't miss. And when those guys aren't missing, you can't have those wide-open shooters. That's what broke the game open for the Nuggets last night. On the opposite side of the coin, the Avalanche, they make a trade for backup goaltender. It wasn't the trade that I wanted. I'm on the gamble for John Gibson train. I don't know if you could get him. He's got no movement clause. It depends whether or not there's other teams
Old
in that
Jay
race.
Gibby likes that SoCal lifestyle, though. He likes that Orange County living.
I mean, I would too. Under that contract, I would.
Hey, I've lived in both places, Gibby. If you're listening, it's better over here. It's just better in the great state of Colorado. And I'll say that to anybody from California.
Attaboy.
That's why I hate the Lakers so much. And the Dodgers even more.
Avs make a trade. They send Eustace Onanen and a 6th-round draft pick to their division rival, the Nashville Predators. So the Predators get another Finnish goaltender to back up now UC Saros. UC Saros, the starting Finnish netminder, backed up future Hall of Famer. If not, Pekka Rinne might be a Hall of Famer right now. But future Hall of Famer, if not current, Pekka Rinne, Finnish netminder. They just stay with what works for that organization. And the Avs move on from who a lot of people thought to be the goaltender of the future for Colorado. Georgiev is a pending restricted or unrestricted free agent. Georgie has been playing well as of late. He was the better goaltender against Dallas. Just didn't necessarily work his way. He's been better. Do I believe he's the number one of the future for Colorado? No, I do not. And I had this to say, because there were a lot of people that when that happened was that Saturday, like mid-morning during the Michigan-Ohio State game. People were like, this spells the end of the Avalanche Cup window. And I did not know at that point that backup goaltenders were the harbingers of Stanley Cups past, present, and future. But apparently that's the case. No, the answer is that the cup window has not closed because you moved on from Eustace Onanen. I would tell you what the organization is thinking about that netminder. While he jumped in and played well against bad hockey teams, when they played against playoff teams, he was a nightmare. And he didn't show the requisite growth as a young netminder, 25 years old, but he was drafted 7 years ago. And I think that the day that this team drafted Ilya Nabokov, who is far and away the best goaltender in the KHL right now, his contract ends this year. I think the day that they drafted Nabokov last year was the day that Eustace Onanen stopped being the goalie of the future for Colorado. And they told you that on Saturday.
When can Nabokov get here?
He could get here as soon as the KHL season ends.
When does it end?
His team probably won't go long in the playoffs. It could end in late March for him.
Gosh, dang it. You still don't have the right netminder.
I don't think you do either.
No, not at all.
I still think Colorado makes a trade. I don't know if it's going to be for a number one goalie because I don't know if you can do it. They're missing something. It feels like a team that is just a little disinterested right now. I don't think it's to the point where you talk about, oh, do you make a coaching change? No, because I think the same thing would happen with Jared Bednar that happened with Jim Montgomery, where he gets fired by the Bruins and 5 days later, the Blues hire him. And the Blues didn't have a head coaching opening. They weren't being led by an interim guy. They saw Jim Montgomery and went, well, now you're gone. I don't even know who their head coach was. They fired their head coach to bring in a guy who had just gotten nabbed. And the same thing would happen with Bednar. I still think that there's a bigger trade in the offing just to give that room some spark.
I think you are in the need of exactly what you've been looking for. You stockpile some draft picks through some of these little acquisitions, and you just throw a little Sidney Crosby.
My guy.
In the burgundy and blue, baby.
Keep it alive. Keep it alive,
You said something's missing.
Let's get weird.
Better believe it, Connor. Oh, yeah. Avs and Nuggets, they don't do anything over the weekend. They'll be back on the hardwood and the ice tomorrow evening for a double dip on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, quickly, Raj.
What's up?
Which team is more frustrating right now, the Nuggets or the Avs?
Ooh. I think the Nuggets are more frustrating to watch. Defensive head coach, team can't play defense, and you're healthy. Now you're healthy after Aaron Gordon came back. I think the Avs had a little bit more leeway because of the lack of talent that was on the roster due to injury and suspension.
I think if you look at the holiday weekend as a sample size, both teams.
Yeah, the holiday weekend sucked. I was so happy that we got a great weekend of football.
Oh, gosh.
And it's not done yet. Browns, Broncos tonight, Monday Night Football. Coach will be there, Altitude After Dark, and all that stuff. On the other side, Jameis Winston is known better by Sean Payton than probably any head coach in the NFL right now. We'll go through that relationship and whether it works for the Broncos or against them in tonight's massive, massive game.
He's got natural leadership abilities, and you feel that with him. You got to remember now, there were years where he was in Tampa playing against us, and so I hated him, because it was one of the opposing team's quarterbacks. But we always had some good battles, and then when he came to our program, man, he was a sponge as a backup, and then again he tore his ACL, I think week 6, week 7. And he was having a really good season. So it will be good to shake his hand and see him after the game.
Sean Payton ahead of tonight's game, where Jameis Winston, a quarterback that he is very intimately connected to, whether playing against him in the NFC South or coaching him in 2021, in which Jameis started 7 games for those New Orleans Saints. Nothing too crazy for Jameis in those 7 games in 2021 as the starter under Sean Payton. Best game that he had was a 279-yard day against Washington and a 33-22 win. Nothing too crazy. No 375-yard games like we've seen in the past few years. And by the way, a little programming note for you guys. And we just made this happen. Coach and myself just made this happen.
I know some people that know some people.
We sure do. If you guys are looking for the Mountain West title game, that's going to be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on Friday night with a 6 p.m. kick. You can watch, rather listen, to Ashton Genty take on the UNLV Rebels.
There's a chance that Coach Sanford will actually be in the building at Albertson Stadium with that
Boots on the
glorious
ground.
blue field. And yeah, you fishing for cards there on the Twitch feed, that blue field is glorious.
I love the blue turf.
Yeah, because you're a great human being.
The blue turf's sweet.
It is a marketing.
I think it would suck if you had to coach on it every single day.
Oh, it becomes normal. It's no different than a green field if you do it every day, which I did. I played on it every day. We practiced on it every day. That's all you know.
I always thought that they should do that in hockey, man.
What, blue ice?
You should paint the ice.
That'd be pretty sweet.
We had an orange side rink in Syracuse, like a little practice rink up there that was painted orange underneath it, and it looked sweet. It wasn't like so bright that you couldn't see the puck or like the red line or the blue line, but it was tinted enough to make a difference. And I wish that the NHL did that.
Maybe Raj, you should be the head coach of expansion college hockey program, Boise State, and have the orange ice.
I don't know if I want to move to Boise, Coach.
Good place.
Really?
Good place.
Kind of like here?
It's a little bit more jammed up and trafficked up right now because all of California moved there after 2020. The place used to have like 100,000 people. Now it's got like 1.5 million.
Familiarity with a quarterback, Coach, for a guy that coordinated offenses and was the head coach of many programs. And when you weren't the head coach of the coordinator, you were working with quarterbacks. Familiarity with your opposition. How much does that matter when it comes into game planning?
It matters a bit. It matters in terms of knowing what the strengths and weaknesses are. And there's nobody who knows the strengths and weaknesses better in the National Football League than Sean Payton with Jameis Winston, because Sean Payton is a very hands-on quarterback coach, play caller, schematic builder to fit the skill set of his quarterback. He did that for Jameis Winston. And so I do think that there have been, knowing my experience as a coach, there have been a lot of conversations over the course of the last 7-8 days between Vance Joseph and Sean Payton. And it's one of those things where VJ's probably game planning. He's doing his deal. You sit there for, hours on end, just finding ways to attack the protection that that you're going to see tonight from the Browns. And then all of a sudden, Sean Payton's going to pop in to the defensive staff meeting, probably throws his feet on the table. And he's like, hey, you guys do know that if Jameis sees an interior pass rush in his face, he freaks out. Cool. All right. Let's make sure that we build this thing inside out. Or, hey, if Jameis Winston doesn't get the edge on his scrambles, he turns the football over and gets chaotic and doesn't know how to function. Sweet. Those are the types of conversations that are going to, I think, have more to do with how to attack Jameis Winston. It's going to be about the pass rush because he is a really good thrower of the football, Raj. He does have some errant throws from time to time. He does make some boneheaded decisions from time to time. I was looking at his career. Is it not mind-blowing that this is his 10th season in the National Football League? And it's been such an uneven, like there's been unbelievable and there's been really bad. I mean, his second year in Tampa his first 2 years in Tampa, he throws for over 4,000 yards. Second year in Tampa, has 28 touchdowns. The interception numbers are mind-blowing. His final year in Tampa, which was 2019, he threw for 5,109 yards.
Wasn't that the 30-30 year, though?
33 touchdowns, 30 interceptions.
Insane.
Like, what are we doing? But then you look at the last couple years, he hasn't played much. He's been playing more sparingly. What he did in New Orleans under Sean Payton.
See, and I wonder if he is a better quarterback in this relief scenario, right? Because when you look at him starting 16 games in a season, he's throwing 15, 18, 30 picks in a year. When he is on the opposite side, when he jumps in and he plays, 7 games for New Orleans and he goes 5-2, he throws 14 touchdowns, 3 picks when Sean Payton is his quarterback. That's a damn good ratio.
That's his best year of playing the position in the National Football League.
And right now, what he's done over the course of 9 games and 4 starts, right, after coming in for Deshaun Watson this year, he's 500. He's thrown 7 touchdowns, 4 picks, which is a little bit higher of a ratio, but he's still racking up the yards. When I look at Jameis, I'm more nervous about him now because he is this he's this assassin that he's coming in and he can make the Browns dangerous again, a team that people thought could be a playoff-ish team this year, right? Because of how damn good the defense was last season, he could be that guy. He's more dangerous to me as an assassin than he is as a 16-game starter. And we were talking about nightmare scenarios. That's the reason why I had the Sunday scaries too yesterday.
So this being such a monumental game for the Broncos and I think putting a massive stamp on ending this 9-season playoff drought, is it also that big for Jameis Winston to potentially be the solution for the Browns going forward? Like if he wins this Monday night matchup and he stacks 2 games, one over Pittsburgh in his own building in an iconic snow globe game, and then he goes to Monday Night Football and beats his old head coach, a team that is trending and peaking and looks to be the team that is the darling of the National Football League because of the turnaround.
Big headline game. I mean, because if he beats Denver tonight, there's going to be a player on the opposite side from the Broncos that will likely have had a huge impact on the game. And no, it's not Myles Garrett. If Jameis Winston walks into Denver tonight and wins, that probably means Jerry Judy had a great game too.
That's exactly right. I just think Jerry Judy's got some PTSD from Power Field, man. I think it's going to play out tonight.
He's been good for Cleveland. He's been their number 1 wideout. And if that happens and your playoff chances take that huge hit, right? You go from a virtual lock to make it if you win to a coin flip with Indianapolis and also Miami, who's still viable. Cincinnati's toast after losing to Pittsburgh over the weekend. If the Broncos make the playoffs just barely, but Russell Wilson continues to look amazing for Pittsburgh, what did he throw for 400 on Sunday? And Jerry Judy looks like the future number 1 wideout in Cleveland. How much of that is a black stain on Payton? Even if he makes the playoffs. Or if he makes the playoffs, do you just forget about all of it? It doesn't matter.
You forgive, you forget, and you don't forget to forgive. I mean, because you ended an insane drought on a year where you were picked to win 5.5 games by Las Vegas.
But it's not a mark against him saying, well, you couldn't do it with those guys, and you traded one away who was a former first pick for you, and then you cut ties with one. You're paying him all this money because you couldn't make it work with Russell Wilson. But
why couldn't he make it work with Russell Wilson? I mean, he didn't want it to. He didn't want it to. That wasn't his guy. And plus, it wasn't the solution for the long term. It might have been the solution for right now. Russell Wilson with Cortland Sutton, with Brock Bowers. It could have worked if insofar as Sean Payton was willing to build it around Russell Wilson and he does have some clear deficiencies. But one thing that Russell Wilson proved this weekend is that he can win in a shootout game and throw for a crap ton of yards.
I didn't think he could. I did not think he could.
Against the Cincinnati Bengals. He stared down, and they have a terrible defense. Terrible. You still got to go out and execute, and he did it to the tune of 44 points, 414 yards passing. He looked good, brother.
You know what the Bengals are going to do this year? They're going to let T walk, and he's going to sign some monster contract with a wide receiver needy team. And Cincinnati is going to draft it 8 or 9 or 10 or something like that. And they're going to take a wide receiver off the board that people want here in Denver. That's what's going to happen. They're going to lose T. Higgins. They're going to go, oh crap, we don't have a number 2 target anymore. That was the end. That was exactly what we had our offense built around, is pay Jamar a bunch of money and pay Burrow a bunch of money and then let Joe Mixon walk so that we can have this Jamar and T. Higgins two-headed monster until the money runs out. T. Higgins is going to go somewhere else. They're going to find a rookie on a 4-year deal with the team option there, and he's going to be the guy that I want in Denver. It's either going to be him or they're going to take like Ashton Genty off the board. I'm going to be pissed off.
That very easily could happen. In the absence of Joe Mixon, that's probably their biggest deficiency. They just don't have that guy. Yeah, and Genty he'll be off the board. He will.
I'm looking at Cincinnati right now, and I'm going, this is the best thing that could possibly happen for them. You just have one really bad year where you can't win any close games. You just can't get it done. You start off the season injured. This is the best thing that could have happened for Joe Burrow. You have one bad season, you pick in the top 10, you get a stud, and then you're right back to being a contender.
Does Zach Taylor survive?
I don't think he does.
So is that ultimately good for Joe Burrow?
I think I think Burrow at this point in his career is established enough that it doesn't matter. I think the head coaching and coordinator changing things is way more detrimental to a young quarterback in the league than a guy who has already established himself as an MVP.
Because he also lost his play caller, at least offensive coordinator.
Burrow hasn't
Brian Callahan left to go to the Tennessee Titans. That's going about as bad as you could imagine.
Right, but Burrow hasn't taken a step back. Burrow's not the reason why they're losing
still
games.
fantastic.
He's not the reason why they're losing football games.
So probably the path forward for that franchise, I'd say the best path forward is that you blow up the defense. Defensive coordinator's fired. Their defense is a problem. I mean, it is a major problem. And yes, like I cited that Russell Wilson's capable of putting up numbers like that, but their defense is historically bad right now for that franchise. And Lou Anarumo was the hottest defensive coordinator in football just, 2-3 years ago?
Do you look at Bo this evening, having played the most amount of games that he played in a season was last year, Oregon at 14. Is the rookie wall coming up for quarterbacks? And does the rookie wall exist for quarterbacks? I think it exists for players that are skill position based, that are legs, right? Like
which Bo looked like in the first 5-6 weeks of the season.
I know.
And now he's playing on schedule and not running it as much.
I think for skill position players, the rookie wall is real, where you get to what should be the end of your season, and then you look up as a playoff team and you've still got another 5 possible games remaining that you have never played that much in your entire football life. Quarterbacks, I think it's different. Quarterbacks, I think that the rookie wall happens in sophomore year when you see more tape on the guy.
It's happening with C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud in
real
Houston.
time. I think it happens at some point for almost all quarterbacks except Bo Nix. And I go back to
Why is he different?
Because his wiring and what made him so valuable to Sean Payton is he's a coach's kid. He's been through a lot in his college career. He's overcome being the hottest quarterback as a freshman at Auburn, to Auburn saying, yeah, get out of here, you're good, to reinventing himself at Oregon. The dude is unbelievable between the ears. And that's the most important compliment that me as a former coach can give to the franchise quarterback of the Denver Broncos is he is wired so differently than so many of the modern quarterbacks. And it's because of his life experience and how he just continues to respond to every adversity that comes his way.
We'll get into Broncos and Browns prediction coming up at about 11:45 today. We'll predict Bo's stat line as well. Does he continue to climb? Does the interceptionless streak continue? Right, he's gotten 3 straight games without a pick. Last one he threw was the 41-10 loss at Baltimore, and before that, in 2 wins, no interceptions whatsoever. He's only had 2 picks dating back to week 3 of this season. That's the reason why he is in many people's books right now. Well, he's the leader in the clubhouse to win Rookie of the Year. It's not necessarily Jaden Daniels anymore. Bo has planted himself in that conversation. On the other side, we normally do this on Tuesdays, but because the Broncos are the only game remaining, we will go through our Week 13 NFL recap. That'll be part of KJ's NFL Notes on the other side. Don't go away.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. And typically on Tuesdays, we go through a full recap of what happened in the previous week in the NFL. But considering the Broncos and Browns, the only game that has yet to be played, we will do so on a Monday mid-morning. Coach, let's start this thing off. Week 13 nearly in the books, and last night gets capped off in a snow globe game. My pick at the beginning of the season to make the Super Bowl for the AFC. The Bills 35-10 over the Niners, and we got a hook and ladder?
85% of the targets to Shakir completed. This is behind Cooper, who brought it in, pitched it back to Allen, who's going to go to the goal line and get in! No! Spectacular touchdown!
To him. Come on.
Does that get your Boise State jowls in a tingle?
It does, but most everything at Boise State was a play design. This was actual Turkey Bowl football.
It was awesome.
It was family in the backyard. It's like, hey, we're running slant. We're up big. Snow, we're sliding around. Yeah, I'm just going to follow the football after I throw this slant. And Josh Allen, he's got to be improving his stock with MVP odds because that was phenomenal.
We were talking about odds for Rookie of the Year. It varies greatly per book. I've got FanDuel open right now. Jaden Daniels at minus 270 for Rookie of the Year. Bo Nix at plus 240. But if Nix has a big game, those will be way closer to even money. Jaden did go off this weekend for MVP right now. Josh Allen leads the way, minus 250. Saquon Barkley next closest, according to FanDuel, at plus 500.
Wow.
That's a gap.
Yeah, when a quarterback does monumental things that doesn't happen and the team's winning, they always win those awards.
Something feels magical about the Bills this year. Something feels magical.
Be careful.
I know. I don't want to be that guy to dash the hopes of a great fan base because that's kind of what I do.
One of my favorite relationships is with Bills backer Rob Trujillo. Is anytime I send him a text, I always go over the top glazing the Bills because I know that his Bills hurt that is so deep.
Yeah, we're not allowed to be excited.
You're not allowed to be excited about anything. We'll blow it. We'll absolutely blow it.
Bills 35-10 over the Niners, fall to 5-7, and it looks like they lose Christian McCaffrey again. Probably not a great idea for Kyle Shanahan to rush his star running back into a snow globe game in central New York.
Yeah, well, it was ugly, and I hate this for Christian. He was running so hard early on in that game. He looked so physical, and you're like, that's what the Niners have been missing. And then, of course, it wasn't the injury that he stopped playing the play on in the toss play. It was actually the long breakaway run where he fell with all of his weight on his kneecap. And anytime you fall on your kneecap on a hard surface, it's either a cracked kneecap, and then it always goes with that PCL or patella tendon, and that's what it appears to be, and that's a season ender.
The Ravens fall to 8-5 after Saquon Barkley scores a monster 25-yard touchdown.
That would mean you have a chance of a one-on-one if he comes down with Brown.
First down. Saquon. Oh, here he goes. Barkley at the 10, the 5, and the touchdown.
He's the best running back on the planet. 24-19 is the final.
He's the Ashton Genty of pro football this year. He's playing so well, and if it wasn't for Josh Allen doing incredible things, kind of like Travis Hunter doing incredible things, he would be the MVP. He is must-watch TV right now. And you know what? All the apologies in the world towards Nick Sirianni. We were talking about him being on the hot seat, and right now it's the furthest thing from the truth. They look like a really good, complete football team.
You know the reason why I'm more nervous about the 8-5 Ravens? It's not because they hammered the Broncos 41-10. Why I'm more nervous about that team than I am a one-loss Chiefs outfit. It's because in those losses, the Ravens look like, yeah, you probably should have or could have won that game. And while Kansas City is doing, it's the one thing in sports, right? Like, just win. Doesn't matter how. They don't ask how. Just win the games. That's the reason why Kansas City is who they are.
Isn't it funny, just the sports fandom that we all have, that we point to the Ravens as being better than they are because they keep losing close games, and yet we say that the Chiefs aren't very good because they keep winning these close games.
I don't get it, man.
In crazy fashion.
It's because I see red and I hate the Chiefs.
Both teams
I hate the Chiefs more than I hate the Ravens.
Both
That's
teams
the
are really
why.
good. That's the bottom line. They're both really good. If you're in that situation and you still have a winning record, you're a really good football team.
Bucks get the Panthers 26-23. Bryce Young, I know it's a losing effort, man, but they should have won this game. Chuba Hubbard fumbles in overtime. You lose on a walk-off kick or a walk-off field goal. 26 of 46, not very efficient, but 300 yards and a touchdown.
He looked great.
Ever since he came back, Carolina, right? You're going to be picking top 5 this year, Carolina, but you don't have to use it on a quarterback now.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like sitting him down was the right choice, and now you can start building a team around Bryce Young.
It's a great situation for the Panthers to be at as an organization, because Bryce Young was fighting a lot of optics from a disintegrated fan base that doesn't exist. And he's playing good football, and he's fun to watch. He's energizing. He's got a smile on his face, and he is the quarterback who was drafted number 1 overall. And might I say that at least today, arrow is trending up for Bryce and trending down for CJ Stroud. Might I say that the order was correct?
Did they get it right?
What? I don't know. Well, that remains to be seen.
It's going to take us 7 years to figure that out, like it does with most NFL drafts.
Or maybe they're both good players and they're going through the ups and downs of the first 2 years of being a starting quarterback, just in different timing. It does happen.
You want patience? Come on.
Well,
it's too much to ask.
The difference with patience, and this is what I said all along with Bo Nix, is if there's no sign of hope, which Bryce did not show in his rookie year, then the patience wears thin. CJ has the backing of a great rookie year, so you've earned patience in both of these instances because Bryce came back and was sat down and has paid off by playing really good football.
Rams stay alive in the NFC race, 6-6 now with the 21-14 victory over the New Orleans Saints. They get 104 yards and a touchdown on the ground from Kyron Williams. Just kind of a ho-hum game for Matthew Stafford. It was efficient, 14-24, 2 touchdowns, 183 yards. Puka Nacua, he only has 5 on 59, but the touchdown was special.
You were right on this NFC West prediction. I think you had the Rams as your team.
No, the Rams were they were not my preseason prediction.
You're
were
adjudicated.
Yes, they were my quarter poll. Did you screw up? How wrong was I prediction? And then I took the Rams.
I can't remember what I did. I don't think it was good. I think I stuck with the Niners. That thing is falling apart so quickly.
I think you stuck with the Niners. Yeah, because I remember you saying something about the flat bill hat and being on the same team as Kyle Shanahan and like flat bills and
that didn't age well. But
flat
anyway,
bill buddies.
Not the first time I've had something that aged poorly.
They're a game behind Seattle now.
Yeah, the Rams are playing good football right now. They're not playing like the most dominant brand of football. They're finding ways to win. The Cardinals are another team that just seems like they're in it every week. They end up taking, we'll talk about it here in a sec, but the Vikings to the brink of it. But that's a really closely contested battle. Frankly, just like the NFC South is. That's going to be interesting going to the down the stretch.
In the South, in the AFC, the Texans get a 23-20 win over the Jaguars, and that was home to the ugliest hit of the year.
Oh, there's no doubt that Trevor represents them well. And that'll be Alshire, who's flagged for the big hit on the slide, and that's going to start a little bit of a scrum afterwards as the Jaguars come in to protect their QB. Oh, my goodness. Another flag has come down with the activities on the bench, but the bigger concern right now is what's going on with Trevor Lawrence.
Azeez Alshire, dangerous hit against Lawrence, who had clearly given himself up, hit to the head. Lawrence gets pulled from the game late. Easy concussion to spot there. That was as dirty as it gets.
It was bad. I coached against Azeez Alshire 2 years that he was a starting linebacker at FAU. He was there with Lane Kiffin. And believe it or not, he was there recruited by the previous staff. He is a violent football player. And it's weird because I was on Twitter, not defending the hit by any stretch of the imagination, but the dude's a really good football player.
Like defending the player.
And he is getting, it turned into a political matter. All kinds of, it just got really ugly. You got to understand that a lot of these hits, they do happen, and we slow them down as people and evaluate them based off of slow motion. Trevor Lawrence slid late on that. What I didn't like the elbow brace used as a weapon,
Right.
directed in the direction of Trevor Lawrence. And I do think that was intentional.
Late hit on the slide. He gets taken out. Mac Jones, though, jumps into this game and goes 20 of 32 for 235 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jacksonville was right in this thing. But the Houston Texans walk away. 23-20 is the final. They move to 8-5. Jacksonville at 2-10. Fun fact, not technically eliminated from playoff contention yet.
How about just real quick on Mac Jones?
I love that.
Mac Jones ended up being productive, but did you see how wide open a touchdown was that he just overthrew by about 11 yards? It's like,
I did not.
Oh, it was so bad. It made the rounds. Like, hey, this is your New England Patriots savior from several years back. Bill Belichick got this one right. There's a lot going on. Keep going.
42-19 is the final for the Commanders, who improved to 8-5 over the hapless Titans. 3-9 now. 3 touchdowns, 206 yards from Jaden Daniels. He adds another 34 yards and a touchdown with his legs. Washington was great on the ground. Brian Robinson had 100 yards and a touchdown for himself as well in this game. The Commanders, legit playoff team. They went through a little bit of a midseason lull there, but that's a team that I am excited to watch with all of these rookie quarterbacks playing really, really well. I'm excited to see them in the playoffs in the NFC, see if they can make some noise.
Yeah, I think they are.
That's a team that I probably don't want to see. Like if I'm Detroit, do you really want to get in a shootout against Washington?
Yeah, especially if they continue to get a little bit healthier, namely their quarterback and Jaden Daniels, who played really, really good football. And I think he did answer the question, is he still in a good headspace? Did he hit the rookie wall? And I'd say he was going through a rookie wall period of time. I do believe that, and some of it was physical. He looked really good yesterday. I watched that game, and I'm like, yeah, that dude's special.
Aaron Rodgers has washed a 92-yard thick 6 for Lenny Williams.
Seahawks load the line and bring pressure. Rodgers has it picked off by Leonard Williams. Just the second interception of the Big Cat's career. And is he going to take it to the house? His old house. He sure is. A pick 6. And he flips the game on a huge play.
92 yards for Leonard Williams, the pick 6. Jets fall 26-21 to the Seahawks. Seahawks now have a game lead in the NFC West.
Mike McDonald, the head coach, but also the defensive play caller, just dialed up the perfect look on that particular thick 6 by showing all pressure, knowing that Aaron Rodgers loves the little quick off-schedule slant throw to replace heavy pressure. He drops his nose tackle right into the window, and I just loved it. It was one of those evil genius defensive coordinator. He's like, I told you so. I guarantee you. He's on the headset. He's like, hey, I told you that was going to happen, fellas.
Is it just me hating on Aaron Rodgers because he's down and he's, 40?
He looks so bad, Raj.
Is it just me hating on him? Does he think he looks really cool when he does that little check down, like sidearm hip zip pass? Because I think in real time, what's going through his head, which is like, don't get disintegrated by Leonard Williams, who, by the way, outside of the 92-yard pick 6, the dude had 3 solo tackles, 3 quarterback pressures, and 2 sacks.
And he looked fast on that pick 6. He looked really good. I'm like, big boy running.
Big boy grilling on the roof. Don't you get the feeling that Aaron Rodgers in his head is like, I look so cool doing this.
Oh, he
I look
absolutely
so
does.
dope
Well,
doing this.
and he'll make sure that he goes on the McAfee show for his weekly appearance to describe how cool he looked doing it. And making sure that he spins every narrative that's out there. The one narrative he can't spin is that he is dead last in the National Football League in completion percentage over expected. I didn't understand how that's possible with a guy like him until I saw him miss a wide open Garrett Wilson who ran a sick route in the red zone, and he overthrew a guy that created 7 yards of separation against man coverage. He threw the ball 4 yards out of bounds. It's ridiculous. Aaron Rodgers playing terrible football. Hang it up, A-Rod.
Back-to-back weeks, the New England Patriots were probably Broncos' biggest team Broncos fans' biggest team that you were rooting for. Like if you were watching them play against Miami, you want the Dolphins to lose. And this weekend, when they were playing against Indy, you also wanted the Colts to lose, which makes you a Pats fan. And they had this thing in the bag until the end.
Richardson looking. Richardson, end zone. It is caught for the Indianapolis touchdown. Alec Pierce able to squeeze it. Feels like this is his best chance right here. Going for 2 in the lead. Richardson pulls it back. Richardson bangs it in. And the Indianapolis Colts have taken the
Throw them on the table. I love that. Go for 2 at the end of the game. Don't leave it up to chance when you're on the road. 25-24 is the final. Indy improves to 6-7. The Patriots now 3-10. Richardson, 9 carries, 48 yards. He punches one in on the ground. You heard he also did it on the ground for a 2-point conversion to win the game. He's just a weird quarterback. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks on just 24 attempts for 109 yards. I still think that's a really, really winnable football game for Denver in 2 weeks.
It is a winnable football game, but a bit more of a confident AR5 is a bit scarier. I think that this is a team with Shane Steichen calling the plays. They've gone through their ups and downs. Just 2 weeks ago, he was being called for his job as the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. He coached himself a heck of a game, and he's got a confident quarterback, just like you're going to see tonight at Empower Field. A confident quarterback coming off a really good ending to a football game.
Vikings get a 1-point win, 23-22 over the Arizona Cardinals. Sam Darnold, 235 yards, 2 touchdowns through the air. Kyler Murray, fine game, 31-45 for a touchdown, but he does throw 2 picks, and that's what kills Arizona in this one. The Cardinals dropped to 6-6, still very much in it in the race for the NFC West. It's 7-5 is the team that leads it in Seattle. Kyler can't throw picks. If Kyler doesn't throw picks, Arizona is probably the team to beat in the West right now.
Kyler Murray he's a tease. He's a bit of a tease because he does so many good things, but man, game on the line, he gets really careless with the football, tries to be superhuman, and he just is not that guy.
See, I think I get the same feeling from Richardson and Indy.
Oh yeah. The difference is that AR5 has shown very little evidence of being a high-level thrower of the football. So think Jalen Hurts training wheels edition early on in his career. That's exactly how former offensive coordinator Shane Steichen is using AR5, heavy quarterback-driven run game. Kyler Murray, he can throw for 300-400 yards any given day, but he's going to do some costly things down the stretch.
Steelers get 414 yards and 3 touchdowns from Russell Wilson as they prove that they can win in a shootout, 44-38. They basically kill the Bengals in terms of their playoff hopes. They're down at like 3%. Bengals are toast. Great game from Russ, man. You hate to see it, but you also kind of love to see the guy rising to the occasion. Chargers get a 17-13 win over the Falcons in game they should not have won because, well, Kirk Cousins throws 4 picks.
Kirk Cochains might be searching for a new Kohl's location to shop at locally because I don't know if his is going to be long for the Falcons organization. They invested so much in him, but they also told him, hey, you better make good on that investment because we have the next guy waiting in the wings. It's going to be interesting to see how long until Michael Penix Jr. is behind center for those Atlanta Falcons.
Chiefs improved to 11-1. They kill the Raiders' hopes of making the playoffs, which were, nothing. 2-10 is what Las Vegas sits at right now after a botched snap.
It would be a 50-yard field goal from here. Drops it. Flag is thrown, though. Flag will stop it.
Big ol' shift on the offense. That penalty's declined. The Chiefs did recover the backwards pass and take over first down.
Whoa, wow. On top of it.
Wow. Botched snap? Was it a botched call?
Yeah. I mean, it's the Chiefs. It's end of game. Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs just keep becoming the beneficiary of both boneheaded decision-making down the stretch, time management of Antonio Pierce, certainly under a little bit of criticism after that one. But yeah, it just seems like anytime there's an opportunity for the officials to intervene in favor of their beloved Kansas City Chiefs, they're going to do it.
Packers get a 30-17 win over the Dolphins on Thanksgiving night. Tua throws for 365 and 2 touchdowns. They're still very much alive, 5-7. They're in the rear view, but they're not out of view for the Broncos. 27-20 is the final between the Cowboys and the Giants, which is, for me, was a worthless game to watch. But the best one was the Lions. They got out to a lead here where you thought this thing was going to be a blowout in the first half, but the Bears just stuck around. And you thought, was this the one that they're going to bunch through and they're going to finally win a game and snap a 5-game losing streak? Well, no, they're going to lose it, and Matt Eberflus is going to lose his job.
3rd and 26. They have one timeout left.
This is like the light box. You could have gotten numbers, but just didn't.
You better hurry.
Oh, no.
No, this is disaster in the making here. You're going to have to do something when it comes down to this play. Incomplete, and the game is over. Completely botched at the end by the Bears.
I can't believe they didn't take a timeout.
There was a combined 67 years of college and pro coaching sitting on my couch in my home as we watched this, my dad and I. This was like watching slow motion horror scene for coaches. It was malpractice. My dad and I both agreed this is 100% on the guy who lost his job, and that's Matt Eberflus. Most head coaches don't give quarterbacks, period, timeout calling authority, and that's clearly what it appeared to be. So anybody who's blaming Caleb Williams just doesn't know the inner workings of how a football operation works.
30 seconds ticked off the clock in between the sack that pushed Chicago out of field goal range that could have tied the game. 30 seconds. They snap the ball with 6 seconds remaining. Instead of throwing something short and over the middle and then calling another timeout, they try a deep pass down to the 5. It's incomplete with zeros on the clock. And the Bears, who I will continue to say this, they've lost 6 straight and they should have won 4 of the 6 against playoff teams. Eberflus deserved to lose his job. See you, man.
He 100% did. And if you're a Bears fan and you watch this team on a weekly basis, I'm not, but I've watched a lot of Bears football. This was not the outlier of Matt Eberflus. He has been doing this consistently, and that's why he lost his job.
Broncos and Browns tonight, Monday Night Football. You can hang out with Kreckman and Lindahl at Hofbrau starting at 3 p.m. up in Westminster. Go up there, watch the game. It'll be a blast to watch a football game and have a couple of beers with Andy. Do not miss that. On the other side, we'll give you our Broncos and Browns prediction. 2 great defenses going up against each other. But I think it's going to be a shootout.
Hey, Colorado, it's Coach Sanford. It's officially ski season. If you're like me and my family, it's go time. I have the perfect place for you and yours. Loveland Ski Area will be our home away from home this winter. We love that we can skip all the traffic and lift lines and head straight to Loveland, where the slopes are filled with snow, not people. For all you powder seekers, Loveland gets more snow on average than any Front Range or Summit County resort. Give the gift of snow this holiday season. Season passes are still available online at skiloveland.com. We'll be seeing you up there.
Over-unders at 42.5 tonight. If you're going to the game, get ready for it to be blown up. I know it's two good defenses. Coach, Riley Moss being out of this thing, I think opens up the door for Jameis Winston to throw the football all over the field. And I think that Bo, while he's going to have the protection, they're going to utilize all those chips that we talked about in the first segment today that they had to neutralize Max Crosby against the Raiders. I think this is going to be the first time that we see Bo Nix truly have to get into a shootout to win a football game. And I can't wait for it.
Would you ever have predicted that when you looked at this matchup in like week 3 when Deshaun Watson is just stumbling and bumbling around to about 10 points a game?
Bo's throwing 2 picks at the end of the game to lose. This is a 9-7.
Oh man, you live week to week in the National Football League. Raj, I want to bring up an interesting one here, and I'd love to hear from all of our Twitchers and our texters as well. If you're going to be in the building tonight at Empower Field, or if you wish you were in the building tonight at Empower Field, what would be your reaction to the homecoming of Jerry Judy? Please text us 303-504-0925.
Oh, I think he's going to get booed. I think he's going to get mercilessly booed.
And beyond that, I want to have the conversation with you, and I want to hear KJ's take. I think that Empower Field is a house of horrors for Jerry Judy. So I envision that he ends up going for over 40 or 50 yards receiving tonight. But just imagine that his first target at Empower Field, or first 2 or 3, sometime in the first 3 targets for Jerry Judy is a blatant drop. What does that do to Jerry Judy's headspace? And what will happen in the stadium?
You want to hear a Bronx cheer? The place will erupt if he drops a football. Erupt.
Would it be like a mixture of laughter, like applause, and boos?
It'll sound like this. It'll sound, hey! But, an entire stadium's worth doing that.
Yeah, we just got one from Matt here on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Boo that man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a failed first-round draft pick.
I love this
Who
one.
didn't seem like he wanted to be here. Be my guest.
I'm going with my boy. I want to see him get folded in half. I'll be there, and I'll be screaming at him to kiss my ASS. I love it.
If Sean wants to prove that he was right, that it just wasn't going to work with this guy, you just bracket Surtain on him the whole game. Deal with it.
So you're saying bracket meaning double cover him with Surtain and whoever. And just eliminate him.
Deal with it.
They don't really have a lot of they have David Njoku. I think he's healthy. I didn't see him on any injury reports. He's a really capable tight end. Outside of that, man, their receiving core without Amari Cooper is not very deep.
If you bracket, it obviously runs the risk of leaving the box a little light, and then can Chubb start running it down your throat? The Denver rush defense has been really good. It's been top 10 in almost every single metric this year. So can you deal with just hat on hat and not having an extra guy in the box against Nick Chubb?
Is there anything that I'm more excited for about being in the building than first quarter, first attempt at Jerry Judy, potentially dropped? Or one of those typical Jerry Judys where everybody debates whether he should have caught it or not, and he doesn't. And it says, PA announcer, Jameis Winston pass intended for Jerry Judy is incomplete. That's going to hit hard tonight, boy.
I was going to say,
it's one of the great
he's going to
ones.
be there, but he's not. I think the Avs plane leaves for Utah in a handful of hours.
We don't get McGahee tonight?
Is that Saunders? Does Saunders fill in for him?
Can I fill in? I think I'd bring some juice on that call.
Give me your best 2 minutes remaining. Come on. Step up to the plate.
2 minutes remaining.
Not bad.
2 minutes remaining in the ball game.
A little nasally at the beginning, but I'm nasally every day.
I'm a little sick. My mom and dad brought some strand of some kind of something from Vegas.
It happens every Thanksgiving. My nephew's here, right? He's in from Houston. My brother came in with his wife. My nephew's 2 and change, and been hanging out with him all weekend. And my immune system doesn't have the little kid blocker. So he's a 2-year-old.
I'm pretty good. I've developed a little kid blocker. What I don't have is the old people blocker. It's my parents, and they're nearly 70. They brought some strand, and you know what?
I've been sick all morning.
Different than some others around here. Guess what I did? I showed up to work with this little something I have. so that we could have a super spreader event here in the studio at Altitude Sports Radio.
Well, get ready for it, PhD. Have fun. I've got Lysol here, but I'm not going to use it just because I feel like messing with people today. All right, Coach, we've got a big matchup tonight. 42.5 is the over-under. Denver at -6. Give me your game prediction. How's it going to play out?
Yeah, I'm a flip-flopper because we just came out of political season. Thank God. So I'm going to flip-flop from my Altitude After Dark pick from last night where I said the Browns were going to win 31-21 because of all the man coverage that both teams employ, and that was going to be favoring Jameis Winston. I am going to change that. I do believe that this is going to be a high-scoring affair, and I like Bo Nix leading his first come-from-behind victory where it actually gets accomplished. It's not the Chiefs where a field goal is blocked, and I like the Denver Broncos winning 34-31 on a game-winning field goal, and it's going to be a shootout.
34-31. All right, so you got Cleveland covering. This is the one thing that I've been looking forward to, right? Every single week, it has felt like I've wanted something checked off in terms of Bo Nix's growth as a rookie quarterback. And it was winning a close game. It was winning one coming from behind. It was winning one when you're in a game that's not a blowout, like looking good in a game that's not a blowout, whether it's for you or against you. And this one is, I want to see Bo Nix win a shootout because we haven't seen it happen quite yet. It is the closest one, the week 5 win against Vegas? Maybe. The one that could have happened to be a blowout or a shootout rather was the blowout against Baltimore. You had to step up to the plate there and you just simply didn't, right? You lose by 31. I think tonight is the shootout victory. I've got it 33-27 Denver. I've got Bo throwing for 3 touchdowns and 3 bills in this one.
And he is winning the Offensive Rookie of the Year.
And the Broncos are going to win this game because they win the turnover battle. Yet again, no picks for Bo. 0, 0, 0, 0. He's going to take care of the football, and it's going to be an even money Rookie of the Year odd when we come back in and do the show tomorrow morning.
I think he'd be the odds-on favorite after that. And he should.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. If you guys aren't doing anything for the game this evening, go up to Westminster, hang out with Nate and Andy at Hofbrau. They'll be there from 3 p.m. all the way through the end of the game. It'll be a wonderful time. Go Broncos. PhD is coming up next with their game predictions. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
This is I'm laughing about our guy Sanford Tyler flip-flopping.
On what?
His Broncos prediction.
What was it? I didn't catch it.
Well, he was all about the Browns last night, and just a few minutes ago, he's turned to the Broncos. So it's just a flip-flop of flip-flops. Like,
what happened last night?
He just thought the Browns were too much. They had this, that, the other thing. They were just going to be, running roughshod on the Broncos. I think,
really?
Like 31-21, something like that. And I'm like, wow, okay. Well, that's different.
It is one of those games that scare you for sure. So I understand the respect of the Browns. It's a team that when they get streaky, they just get streaky. And it feels like a couple years in a row now, they just get these weird bounce back effects when they get that backup quarterback in there, and it's Jameis Winston. So all those things, man, I get a very healthy amount of respect for this game. But I really like where the Broncos are at right now. And I think mentally they're in a pretty healthy spot.
Yeah, I'm more confident. Listen, I've got plenty of respect for the Browns and what the possibilities are. I just cannot get over the fact that they've allowed the most sacks and the Broncos have the most sacks. I can't get over. I don't know how they're going to score all these. I'm hearing about like a shootout, 34-31, and last second. I guess I just don't see it like that at all. I got it like 23-13 Broncos. Not like a blowout, like maybe you got a touchdown later. It's pretty close throughout, but you just kind of, you come away with it. Something like that.
I'd be surprised if you held them to 13 points. I do think that Jameis Winston's got them clicking right now. So I think if you're going to win this game, you're probably going to have to put up 27 points, somewhere in that ballpark.
So you got a little bit of a shootout, huh?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
I do. Normally, if you get to that 24 mark, that's kind of like, all right, you reach the pass-fail. If we lose this game, it's not because what we did on offense. And again, it's not that there's a ton of evidence to back this up, because I see the same matchups that you're looking at. But I worry about Myles Garrett. I worry about that matchup. Garrett Bowles has been playing a lot of good football, and he's the one he'll be going over for the most part. But there's just some things on that Browns team. They've got some weird intangible that's tough to put your finger on.
Well, talk to me about it then. Like, where is it coming from in your opinion? Like, where's their offense? Where's their scoring coming from?
Well, Jameis. Jameis is what scares me. Jerry Judy scares me a little bit in this game. Look, Jerry Judy is one of those dudes that I do think he is highly motivated by revenge. I think he's highly motivated by I told you so type of moments. So he's going to be faced up against Pat Surtain. So it's not like I'm worried about Jerry Judy going off for like 10 catches for 120 yards, but I could easily see Jerry getting a couple explosive plays in there with Jameis Winston at the helm. So look, man, like I said, I feel healthy. I feel good about this Denver Broncos team. I think mentally they're probably the strongest they've ever been. But the biggest question I've got for this team, as a team that is learning to handle success, how can they mentally handle weird little nuances like a Monday night game? I know that sounds stupid, but it's just a change in the rhythm. You get out, your clock gets off schedule. It's little things like that the young teams have to learn to overcome.
Yeah, who are they got? Well, Nick Chubb, but he ain't what he used to be. Jalen Darden, Jamari Thrash, Jerome Ford, Njoku, okay, Jerry Judy. I don't know, man. It's not exactly a murderer's row of offensive talent, but Jameis is a better quarterback than Deshaun Watson for this team. But, man, it's a roller coaster. When they're up, they're up. But when they're down, they're pretty terrible.
That's why I called them one of the more streaky teams you've ever seen. Like you just can't quite explain what it's going to be.
I just think, and look at the games they got up for. They got up for Pittsburgh. Well, that's in the division. They got up for Baltimore. Well, that's in the division. And even the Pittsburgh game was a weird game. It was all snowy and crap. It just wasn't. And they got kind of lucky to win both of those, frankly.
Yeah, that game last night, by the way. There's been some snow games this year.
That was great.
Holy cow.
Such a great game.
It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
You're back to the basics. I mean, throw it all out. Throw everything out. Let's go 9-on-7 the entire game.
Yeah, it was funny. Like Chris Collinsworth was saying, maybe you agree or disagree, saying this is like a basic high school offense. Like
I do agree.
Anybody could do this.
And matter of fact, I think that Kyle, it took him a little bit too long to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because early on, I guess not super early, but by the time the snow had really accumulated, and guys like Christian McCaffrey's like looking for footing, and god dang, I feel so bad for him.
I do too. That sucks.
It's just brutal. Did you see I know they're calling it a PCL, which I believe, but did you see them zoom in on the calf?
No.
Oh my God, dude, the calf like exploded.
No, I did not notice that. I mean, I just noticed when he started limping and fell down. I did not
instantly
notice that.
I thought to myself, like you can't play in fear or coach in fear. But instantly I thought to myself, man, he probably shouldn't have even been out there on that game, should he? Like a dude that's dealing with tendonitis like that, should he? It should, like as a coach, you just be like, nope, not today, not today.
Well, I mean, he looked pretty good in the beginning. Like everybody running the ball looked pretty good, and I my heart. We love the McCaffreys and Christian, and it's just Kyle is, of course, all that. I don't want to see it, Dan. What are you putting it up there so I can see his pulsating calf?
Yeah. Oh, look at the left calf.
Left calf. Oh my God!
You can see it explode.
Oh my God!
Like they're calling it a knee injury, and even Ed was doing radio hits this morning, and he called it a PCL. But the calf explodes.
Okay. God.
Anyways, but you're starting to talk about
God.
the elementary, like back to the basic stuff. And Kyle Shanahan, he had one play. He brings Debo back into the backfield. He starts a reverse motion. You've got two or three different fakes that are going on, and all of a sudden you got a TFL for 5 yards before you can even get the ball out of your hands. Like, no, you can't do anything like that in a game. Like you got to go as simple as it could possibly be.
Yeah, man. And then the Bills they had the game won. They're not trying to win the Heisman. So they take Josh Allen out once they got it wrapped up. And then that's it. Then the end of the game, 3-quarter game. And listen, man, I lived in Buffalo for 5 years. I've been part of several games like that. It's fun for about 10 minutes. I guess it's fun if you're just hammered and drunk and just, it's hard to keep that sort of stamina up the entire time. It always looks like the people are having the time of their lives, Tyler. But I've done it. And you just sit there and your toes are frozen, and for the 10 or 15 minutes that you might pretend to have fun, the rest of it is like this endurance test like you can't believe.
Well, at least the new stadium is partially covered.
It's hysterical. It's comical that they're not having some sort of retractable roof in that bad boy. It's going to cover 65% of the fans. That's it.
It's clearly what the fan base wanted.
Oh, no doubt about it.
I promise you, those owners don't do that unless that fan base had been adamant about wanting an outdoor stadium.
Tyler, the amount of people that were proud to be from Cheektowaga or North Tonawanda, and I live on Williamsville down Amherst Transit, near the big blue water tower off the Skajakwita. I'll see you at Frank and Teresa's at the Anchor Bar off Delaware. Tyler, we're going to hook up at the pier when I'm going to hook up my jet ski. Seriously, summertime. There's a lake right there.
Nice.
It was mind-boggling how much pride they took in being from that part of the country. But you get it. You get why they bond together over their football team. You get why it's such a crazy fan base. It's a lousy place to live. So when
you don't say.
Well, I lived there, and it sucked. But it does rally you around each other, that's for sure. Just like Detroit, just like Baltimore. There's a lot of crappy places to live, just like Pittsburgh. So we got it good out here, no doubt about it. But, hey, I'm happy for the Bills. I think the Chiefs are the worst one-loss team of all time.
They get away with another one
against
the Raiders of all teams, and it's pretty hard to fight the referee conspiracy. It is. I mean, good Lord, I'm not a big conspiracy guy. I'm not a big NFL is fixed type of guy. But good Lord, man, I mean, how many calls can they get? That situation at the end there, that was an absolute joke. Like, God dang it, you got a false start, you got flags over there, you got this, you got that. Well, let's just go. What benefits the Chiefs? Let's do that.
Let's do that. I would much rather, and I'm thrilled to have these type of conversations, I would much rather the Broncos play the Chiefs in the first round of the playoffs than the Bills. Much rather this year. Bills ain't... Well, first of all, I think the Bills are going to get the bye. They have the tiebreaker over the Chiefs, and I think the Chiefs are just going to drop another game, and I'm not sure the Bills are. I really am not sure who the Bills are going to lose to the rest of the way here.
Here's the thing. I would agree, for the record. I would rather play the Chiefs in the playoffs than the Bills also. I promise you they're not a bad football team. Yes, they've got the refs going their way. Yes, the ball's bounced their way a lot. But I promise you, bad teams don't figure out a way to win that many games. They don't.
Well,
it's still a good team.
Oh, no doubt they're a good team. They're a playoff team. I got it. They're a dynasty. I got you. Boom, boom, boom. I'm just talking rather than. That being said, that's not who I really want the Broncos to play in the playoffs. I want the Broncos and the Steelers in the first round of the playoffs. And we could get that. And we could get it in a weird way.
Yep.
And I just don't know how much further the Ravens are going to fall. I mean, they're dropping games. Justin Tucker's missing kicks. Broncos win tonight. They have the same record as the Ravens. Okay. And I don't know about the Chargers, bro. I think they're gathering steam. They didn't have a big scoring game, but their defense played pretty well. And Harbaugh can coach. And I don't know where it goes tiebreaker-wise. I don't know if we could look it up. I mean, they already beat the Broncos one time, so you'd have to beat them again. I mean, you'll start there, right? But, you know, it's in your path. Then you got the Bengals, and the Bengals may be the best crappy record team of all time.
They always are. I thought for sure, no chance that this year it's done. Fire the coaches, right? And lo and behold, they're just doing what they always do.
And Russ, it was a great weekend of football. Great NFL weekend.
It was, man.
And Russell Wilson thrown for 400.
A lot of times when the Broncos have got the bye week or whatever, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take the day off. I'm not gonna spend the entire day watching football here. Yeah, that was a full day.
It was actually 4 pretty freaking awesome days of college and pro
Actually,
football.
you're right. It was like 4 straight days of not leaving the couch.
And Thanksgiving wasn't, like the best football, but the way the Chicago game ended, like how stupid that was, how dumb that was.
That is single-handedly the worst end-of-game management I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, he deserved to be fired, and he was.
And you know what? I heard Coach Mike giving Caleb Williams a pass in that situation. No, he doesn't get a pass either. First off, yes, the coach needs to be fired. Yes, fire him. Good, he's gone. Fine, whatever. But Caleb Williams does not get off the hook in this situation, Mike. I got it. You're saying the coaches don't want to give timeout power to the quarterbacks. He changed the freaking play, dude. Like, he changed the play with 20 seconds left. Don't change the play. Don't change the play. Don't. Just run it. Just run the damn play. Throw the ball out of bounds if you got to do that. But Caleb Williams absolutely has got responsibility in that situation.
You don't cut him some slack because he's a rookie?
Well, cut him some slack, sure. Like, do I understand that rookies do dumb things? Yeah. Does that absolve him of responsibility in the situation? No.
It seems like common sense. This is what kills me.
He had no clue how many. I promise you, Caleb Williams had no clue how much time was on the clock. No clue.
Well, that's on him then. If that's the case, then that's just basic quarterback game management. It doesn't get much more basic than that. End of halves, end of games, man. You got to be an expert on it. And by the time you get to the NFL, come on, man. You've gone through this thing 10 freaking million times. I mean, through little league football or whatever, high school, college. Come on, man.
They were trying to do the right thing. And then Caleb changed the play. They're trying to save the timeout so that they can use the timeout for the kick, not rush the kicker. But come on, as a coach, like it's fine, call timeout, do something.
We'll look at some of the matchups tonight. Pretty exciting. You get through the weekend, no Broncos, but once it gets here, it's hard not to get the juices going for it. So going to be an awesome atmosphere. Going to be incredible. It's like the 6-hour pre-game show here on Altitude Sports Radio. So we're here for it, live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Yeah, the reception for Jerry Judy. We'll get into that. Plus, your Buffs. Man, do I have feelings about the Buffs I've never had before. And, we can dig into all of it, as it was a spectacular football weekend. And the Nuggets and Avs also played games. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor and go to the best car dealership in Colorado. That is my friends over at Phil Long Ford. This is Tyler, and I've been buying all my cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL. The only dealership that I'll ever deal with, because I built a long-term relationship, and I know you're going to do the same thing. The end of the year is always a great time to buy vehicles. There's great deals to be had, but you're not going to have to haggle for it. You're not going to have to negotiate. You're just going to get the best price at Phil Long Ford. And you will find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care if you're looking for new or pre-owned, whether you're looking for a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans on their lot right now. The inventory has never been better. One-stop shopping. Don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to Phil Long Ford. Find the vehicle of your dreams. Get the best price. The interest rates are solid. The incentive deals are great. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You'll have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Don't call it a comeback. Ain't going to need a comeback tonight. No comeback needed tonight. It's the Broncos defense, not Bo Nix. It's the Broncos defense that's the issue for all these teams.
Should be.
Yeah, man. I mean, don't call it a comeback. What game? I mean, you're down one. You got blown out by Cleveland, right?
Don't go Justin
Not
Tucker
Cleveland,
though.
by
Don't do that. Don't go Justin Tucker.
What do you mean?
Don't let karma come bite you. Don't get overly proud here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm
just warning you. I mean, look, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. The Browns are just 2 weeks from. Was it just 2 weeks ago they lost to the Saints, right?
Lost to the Saints and
yeah.
lost to the Chargers.
Yeah. So
beat Pittsburgh, beat Baltimore. Those are the 4 Winston starts, significant playing time.
Yep. And it's been a roller coaster. So it's not like Jameis Winston is a cure-all by any means.
Nope. Got sacked 6 times by the Chargers.
But how do you know when that roller coaster is going to be having the fun part? How do you know when it's going downhill? Is it really that kind of the fun part?
I guess you don't have the advantages you have. You don't have a division game. You don't have the dog pound. You don't have snow.
We got Myles Garrett hot as hell. He is hot as hell right now. He's the best defensive player in the world. Maybe the best football player in the world. Although Garrett Bowles has been playing pretty good.
Okay.
I'll give it that. Right?
And Nick Benito has the same amount of sacks as Myles Garrett. Not comparing the two, but just saying, number-wise.
Yeah, I think he did just compare the two, but that's all right.
But their production, at least that end of their production.
Hey, man, I'm not trying to knock down Nick Benito. That dude's been balling. I'm not going to knock him down at all. The dude's been balling, but he's not Myles Garrett. That's for sure.
Are you all just having some I don't want bad karma. I don't want to feel too good about things.
Well, first off, I always do that, okay? So that will never leave me. I will never disrespect the game or disrespect an opponent.
Okay.
But I legitimately live in fear of Jameis Winston. I do.
Okay. How about Jerry Judy? Do you live in fear of him? He's got to throw to somebody.
I think Jerry Judy's going to have a good game. Yeah.
What's
but
that look like?
Not a great game, because that would mean he would have to have a great game over Patrick Surtain. So, good game, 70, 75 yards, maybe gets himself a touchdown.
You can live with that. What's Njoku putting up?
That's a good question. What has he been putting up?
Well, what's Jameis putting up?
I
bet you a crab leg is not as good.
I'll call it 258, and 2 touchdowns.
2 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Okay. What are they in the red zone, their offense? They're all right. They're all right. They're 13th in the league.
David Njoku's just he's been okay this year. Nothing spectacular.
I got Njoku for 345 receiving yards. I mean,
been okay.
It's all right, I guess. I mean, he's no Brock Bowers. We saw what that did for the Raiders.
Yeah, here we go again.
By the way, they are the worst team in the league on third down. Why are they so bad on third down? 32nd on third down, their offense.
Probably because they give up the most sacks in the NFL.
Okay. So it's third and forever. By the way,
do you happen to know the number by the chance?
No, that's what I was going to say. There's the before Jameis and after Jameis numbers, and I don't have them separated. So obviously you're throwing a lot of Deshaun Watson numbers in here too.
Yeah.
That's, might be kind of a moot point. But still, 32 is 32. Sacks allowed, 32 is 32. Yards per play, 32 is 32. Points per game, it hasn't increased that much with Jameis, the 30th. It's 16.9. That's why I'm thinking 24 points. Like a team that averages 17 points a game is going to go up to 24 on the road on a Monday night, huh? Against this Broncos defense? Really?
Probably shouldn't. Look, man, I've told you 100 times. I'll keep saying it. I'm not bad about anything, but I can't give you on paper the reasons why this team makes me nervous. I can't. I give it to you. There's a lot of statistical categories that you're going to see the Broncos should have an old-fashioned butt whipping against them.
There are many more indicators that it's going to go that way than the other way.
I agree.
And I just rattled off a few. Never mind that they're -7 in giveaway takeaway, which is a pretty significant indicator. That's tied for 27th in the league. And then defensively, they're all right. but nothing like leaps off the page aside from just Myles Garrett being Myles Garrett. And Denzel Ward's a pretty good corner, I guess. But I mean, again, it's not like we're talking about a 3-8 football team. They're 3-8 for a reason. I don't know,
what are the Broncos?
Broncos are record-wise?
No. What are they? In my mind, I've got kind of three different categories for teams of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the elite teams, okay, which is probably only 5 or 6, and maybe elite's a little bit strong, but I'll put
elite
the top
this year
tier.
would be like Eagles, Lions, Bills. That might be it this year. The Chiefs, there ain't no way they're an elite team this year.
They're still in that category.
No way,
Come
man.
on, dude. They've got
they
one
are
loss.
getting by.
They've got a loss.
Skin of their teeth.
They've got a
elite?
Loss. Yeah. They've got a loss.
You barely survived to the stupid Raiders. You should have lost to the Broncos. You should have lost to about 5 teams.
Hold on. A team with one loss, we're not going to put in the elite category?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I would not.
What was 2015 then? Because a lot of people would have said that about us.
You guys weren't elite.
We won a Super Bowl.
I know. You don't have to be elite to win a Super Bowl.
Okay.
You have to be better than certain teams, but you guys weren't elite.
I would define a Super Bowl team as elite.
I think at the end of the year, sure. If you want to say elite teams because you won the Super Bowl, fine, but you guys weren't elite going into the playoffs. No way. No way were you guys an elite team. We didn't even know who the starting quarterback was going to be. You ended up elite. You had an elite defense.
Yep.
You had an elite defense.
Yep.
And,
all right. Well, anyways, we can find out. I'm definitely putting Kansas City in the elite category.
So you got Kansas City, Buffalo, Detroit, and Philadelphia. Who else?
Sure. That sounds about right.
4.
That sounds about right. And then you've got the rest of the league that's kind of the parity league, right? The rest of the league that's kind of any given Sunday type of moment. And then you got the bottom feeders. And this year we've got far more bottom feeders than we've ever had before. Would you put the Cleveland – because I put the Broncos in parity. That's where I'd put them in the NFL. Where would you put the Browns?
I guess I just respectfully disagree with you that there's only 3 levels. I mean, I think there's garbage. And the Cleveland Browns are not garbage, but the Giants are garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville, they're garbage, and I hate to see what was happening to Trevor Lawrence. That was awful. That dude, what's his name? Aziz Ayer?
Yeah.
That dude should be suspended.
The elbow thing was bad, but I've got some empathy for him, man. I mean, that was boom, boom. That was boom, boom. It was a late slide. It was... I don't think it was as vicious as it looked, personally.
Well, we'll see what happens to him.
Anyways,
Jacksonville's garbage. Giants are garbage. Raiders are garbage. This is garbage.
Yep.
Garbage team. And the fact a garbage team almost beat an elite team is unbelievable. But the Raiders are garbage. Who else is garbage?
Maybe Titans.
Okay, I haven't even looked at them.
Panthers are playing better. All of a sudden, Bryce Young looks like he can play quarterback.
They just kind of got a little dumb yesterday.
They're still garbage.
Okay, I think they're staying with Bryce Young. I think garbage means you're replacing basically everything, and I don't think they're replacing Bryce Young.
I don't either.
I don't think the Patriots are garbage because they got Drake May, and they obviously like Drake May. So I think there's garbage. Then there's just like bad teams, and like the Patriots now.
Patriots are garbage. Hold on,
they're garbage.
You can have a quarterback and still be a garbage team.
I think if you have a quarterback for the future, you're not a garbage team. Just my interpretations of it. This is
I guess, but you're looking at that more holistically as your future. I'm talking about today.
Okay,
I'm talking about this season.
All right. So how many different levels? You want to just say 3 levels?
I've got 3, but you can do it however you want.
All right. Well, I'm saying there's garbage. There's total Shrek garbage. Like, you got to blow up everything. There's probably 4 or 5 teams there. Then there are just like bad teams that, bad record teams, but not bad teams. I think that's where the Browns fit. I think they're a bad record team that aren't necessarily bad teams. I think the Bengals are in there. I actually probably would put the Patriots and maybe even the Panthers in that grouping, because I don't think they're garbage. And then you have playoff contending teams. So there's another level. The Colts are a playoff contending team.
Mm-hmm.
The Seahawks are like a playoff contend. The
NFC
Cardinals,
West.
the whole NFC West are like playoff contending teams. They're not playoff teams. They're not bad teams. They're not garbage. But then you've got playoff teams. And the Broncos are clear. In my opinion, what are the Broncos?
So
the Broncos are a playoff team.
Of those categories, what category has been every team that the Broncos have beat?
Well, I'd have to go through it, I guess.
They
beat Tampa. Tampa's a playoff team. So, or well, they're 6 and 7. They're a playoff contending team. They're a playoff contending team.
Okay.
Gosh, I don't know. The Raiders suck. They're garbage.
I mean, I would say the majority of them in the garbage category.
The Jets are garbage.
Almost
the Jets
all
are
of them.
Garbage.
The whole NFC South.
The Saints are garbage. Although I don't know. Maybe they're not garbage. They're just a bad team. They beat mostly bad teams.
Yeah. I think the Browns and the Broncos are in very similar camps.
Oh, wow, man. So you think it's 7 and 5? The Broncos are in the same camp as a 3 and 8 team that's had to replace their quarterback? And,
I don't think it's as far off as you think.
Well, it's 4 wins. I mean, where do you see them that close?
Well, you got to find me I'll look at the Browns schedule here, and I'll look at all the teams they've lost to, or the teams that they've beaten. Are the good teams that they've beaten? Have they beaten any good teams?
Who, the Browns?
Yeah.
They beat the Steelers.
They beat the Steelers.
They beat the Ravens.
They beat the Ravens. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I brain farted both those.
There's some mitigating circumstances.
So I would
in those
say,
games.
What was the mitigating circumstance in the Ravens game?
The Ravens dropped passes that should have led to touch. They had them. They literally just dropped, touchdown passes.
I wouldn't call that mitigating circumstances.
But
anyways, my point is
okay.
the Browns have got some good wins. The Broncos have accumulated a bunch of wins, but none of them have been against good opponents.
I'd say this, I'm going to stick to instead of must win, all that. I like the expected versus unexpected. Did the Broncos get an unexpected win against Tampa? I'd say yes.
Yeah.
I think at the time it was definitely
hindsight. It doesn't feel that way, but at the time, absolutely.
And I think I'd make the argument they got an unexpected win against the Jets at that time. Hindsight tells you the Jets aren't that great, but they had to come from behind in the fourth quarter to beat the Jets in terrible conditions. It's Aaron Rodgers, and the Jets, believe it or not, were actually playing relatively good at that point. The rest of them are expected wins. I'll give you that. They should have beat the
but come on, I mean, even the two that you're putting in the unexpected category, hindsight 2020, the Jets are one of the worst teams in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers has got the worst completion percentage of any
as
quarterback.
It turns out, they're garbage, But they weren't at the time, and at the time...
It doesn't matter at the time. It's what we know now.
What are you trying to say about the Broncos?
I'm saying it's not as far off as you think. Like this is not an ass-kicking type of game.
I didn't say it was going to be.
I thought you did.
23-13 with the Broncos pulling away late. I got it 16 to 13 to 13, and some quirky stuff happens in the fourth quarter. Something along those lines. I got it 23-13, but a close 23-13.
All I know is the Broncos haven't beaten any teams like the Browns have. That's what I know. And so do I think the Broncos are going to win the game? I do. Yeah. I think the Broncos are in a very healthy spot mentally right now. And I think they're actually learning how to be a good team. And that's a really hard thing to do. So they'll win the game. But I do think that the Browns are much better than their record shows.
All right. But the Broncos still win.
Yeah.
All right. And they have to come from behind?
I hope not, man. If they I don't know if they win if they have to come from behind.
I don't think they will have to.
I don't know if this team's ready for come behind victories yet. So I'm going to say no because I've got them winning. No, they don't have to come from behind.
What's awesome about Bo Nix, and there's a lot of things that are awesome about Bo Nix, but the truth is the dude doesn't turn the ball over. He doesn't. They don't turn the ball over, man. 6 interceptions on the whole year. That's it.
Do you expect
6.
another 2-interception game? Because I do.
From Bo Nix?
Yeah.
Not tonight. I'm
not saying tonight. I'm just
ever?
Saying no, not this year. This year.
Sure, I guess. I mean, passes get deflected. You throw up Hail Marys. I mean, there's quirky things that happen.
It's been the best thing that he's done.
But he doesn't make panic, throws. He hasn't. I mean, it would be so bizarrely out of character for that to happen, really, at any point. I mean, he's pretty careful with the ball, and his athleticism has been way beyond what we expected. So he just gets himself out of trouble.
Well, most turnovers by quarterbacks is caused by elite pass rush. And anytime Myles Garrett is at the helm, that's when bad things can happen.
All right. Why then, you tell me, the Broncos are 4th in the league sacks allowed. Only 3 other teams have been sacked less time than the Broncos. Why are the Broncos so good in that category?
Well, I think there's a few things that have been going on here. First off, you paid your offensive line for a reason. They're all a whole lot better than anybody wants to admit. They had a really bad week last week. And going into that, though, they'd been tremendous. They've been really, really good all year long. So you start with an offensive line that got paid a whole lot of money because they're pretty dang good at what they do. You combine that with the quarterback who is executing plays by a play caller that has not asked him to challenge himself. He's put him in very healthy situations. I love the chemistry between Bo Nix and Sean Payton right now. I think that Sean Payton understands his quarterback. I think the quarterback understands his play caller. And when you understand what the play caller wants, that's when you protect the football because you're putting the ball in the exact spot that the coach intends it to be. So you've got a lot of things that are factoring into it. But the main thing to me is you've got a much improved offensive line.
Really fun question on the Shot Mazda text line. Tyler, how would you feel about CU Miami Bowl game? D-Mac, how are you going to feel when Schefter gets drafted to Vegas and has a weapon in Bowers? Fun questions, which gets us into what an amazing weekend it was for college football. And there's a hole in my heart for CU right now, man.
Yep.
I mean, it's painful. And
You cannot tell me the teams wouldn't be terrified to play Colorado.
Oh, dude. And I proved myself to be a complete idiot on Saturday night. But I don't think it was my fault, but I was a moron. Details next.
Well, I've always been coaching Dad, so I don't know no other way. So it's not tough to balance that situation because I don't know any other way. Just this is the first time I seen the finish line. Usually we're distant runners. Only sprinters see the finish line from the start. I'm a distance runner, so I never really see the finish line from the start. And the day I saw it, that's tumultuous. That's tremendous. That's heartfelt. I don't know how they're going to handle it, but Shiloh's going to say he's glad that's the last game with me. I know who he is, but the others, it's going to be tough.
We welcome all of our guests on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Season's over for the Buffs, man.
Dude, and what a
damn.
What an anticlimactic ass kicking that was.
I mean, good for them.
Golly. They absolutely beat the doors off of Oklahoma State this weekend.
Yeah.
Although
except for the second quarter.
Yeah, for sure. There was a weird lull in there offensively in the first half.
Prime gets in there at halftime, rips them a new butthole.
Yep. And they responded.
Yeah. And that was that.
And it's like womp womp. What was the final score? 51-0 or
52-0.
52-0.
Yeah.
And it's like womp womp. Now we get to wait to figure out whether we're going to the Alamo Bowl or to the Holiday Bowl.
Yeah.
And you cannot tell me that there would not be teams out there terrified to play the University of Colorado in the playoffs right now.
Well, here's the irony. Of course, CU would be incredibly dangerous. And you saw what happened when a 6-5 Michigan team just got a bug up their butt. By the way, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, and I like a good flag planting fight at midfield. I mean, I just love the chaos of it. It's a totally classless thing to do.
Oh, you know there's about to be a brawl when you do that.
I mean, but I'm not going to sit here and not say I'm not entertained by I'm going to plant a flag in the middle of your field. So listen, if the conferences really wanted to stop it, Tyler, they would give a $5 million fine for whoever plants the flag, and you'd be done with it. But they don't. What is it? $100,000 fine? That's like changing the couch for Michigan and Ohio State.
Right.
Give me a break. So you don't really. I mean, you say you want to stop.
First time I've ever
really
seen pepper spray in a football game, though. I've never seen that before.
I mean, how many flag planting incidents? We had a couple, right?
Oh, God. After it was all over, the dude comes back and he does it again.
So if you're serious about it, $5 million fine for whoever plants the flag, and that would probably do the trick. But that being said, if you don't take it all that serious, I'm not going to take it serious. You know, you got cops out there pepper spraying people. You got to freak it out. It wasn't really that bad, but all right.
It really wasn't that bad. It was a lot of people is what it was. And it was a whole lot of pushing and shoving. Nobody had their helmets off. There was nothing dangerous happening.
It was a 70-year-old security guard cop dude who's just dying to use his pepper spray. I've had this pepper spray for 30 years. I've never used it. I'm going to use my pepper spray. What was going to pepper spray? But that being said, good for Michigan. Embarrassing for Ohio State. My guy Kyle McCord from Syracuse was asked about it on the same day that they beat Miami. What a comeback that was, by the way. He goes, yeah, life has a way of coming around because they told him to get the hell out of Ohio State and they couldn't score any points against Michigan. He's rolling up 45 or whatever against Miami. But the CU, let me tell you this. First of all, CU could compete with anybody. You just start there. Second, CU would bring the most eyeballs to any game in the college football playoff.
Dude, it's insane. The Deion effect. I read something today that Deion Sanders is bringing in $10 million per game to the city of Boulder, Colorado.
That's awesome, man.
$10 million per game.
Awesome. I love it. And my only heartbreak here, and listen, were you rolling it up a little bit at the end? Yeah, but you know what? How many more times none is the answer.
Right.
And so the last play with Schefter and Travis is that touchdown pass?
That's a freaking movie, man.
Thank you.
That is an absolute movie.
I say thank you for that. Thank
Hell
you.
yeah.
So I'm thrilled by it. I was like, pour it on, keep going. I mean, I think after that, sure, it's 52, it's fourth quarter. I mean, all right, I get it at that point. But listen, we didn't make up these bogus rules about how to win Heismans and stuff.
No, and quite frankly, I mean, Deion's looking at Travis Hunter just getting snubbed for the was it the Thorpe?
Thorpe.
For the Thorpe.
Yeah.
He just got snubbed for the Thorpe, didn't even make the finalist cut of it. So he's thinking, all right, fine, I'm just going to keep rolling. I'm going to make sure that there's zero chance in the world that you could not give this guy the Heisman.
I don't think it's in their best interest to play in the bowl game for injuries. But that being said, they're going to play. I think it would be just way too stick in the muddy to protest or go on and on about them not playing for their health. So I'm not going to do it. Fine. They're going to play. Have fun. Go to whatever
5 years
lame-ass bowl they're going to. And listen, Deion has said they're going to play. They're going to play. So that's kind of the end of the argument. There really isn't. What am I going to sit here and rag on Deion? The guy's been unbelievable. He's been unbelievable. And anybody who says he hasn't been unbelievable is just too proud of whatever their original opinion may have been to admit what the truth is.
Yeah. 5 years ago, these guys would have been heroes for saying they're going to play in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And I still think that way. I mean, look, there's something to be said about finishing a job, even if the job is not going the way you thought it was going to. And if you're whatever, you're playing in a bowl game that was not the end goal, but you're going to finish the job. And I do agree, in today's day and age, it seems insanely risky for these guys to play in this game.
Would you have them play or not? All right, let me ask on three different perspectives.
That a different way.
Let me ask you three different perspectives. As a fan, do you want to see him play? As a fan?
Hell yeah.
Okay. As their dad, would you want to see them play?
I'd be conflicted, but at the end of the day, I would be very, very conflicted because I'd be so grateful to Deion Sanders, the University of Colorado, that I would want to give every last opportunity I could back to that program. But at the end of the day, my advice to my kids would be, man, you got to take care of yourself now. And you should not play in this game.
Not play or just play a little. Not play.
Oh no, there's no in between.
There's no halfway.
There's no in between.
All right.
If you're on that field, play.
All right. So as a fan, yes. As a dad, no. How about as a coach?
It's tricky, man, because Deion's right. He is right when he talks about this lays the stage for next season. He is right. And people don't forget these things. And it does have a weird effect of changing that next year's the future can be changed based off a stupid bowl game that you go out there and get your ass kicked, right?
Mm-hmm.
It can be changed. I think I would still tell him not to play.
As a coach.
Yeah, I do.
Well, there are ways they can mitigate certain things. Like you don't have to have Travis out there for the whole game as a defensive back. You could just have him out for not even the entire offense. You certainly could call plays with Schefter that are more protective.
I would disagree with that because if the point is to protect the future, then you're playing. You're playing. Like if the point is we're setting the stage for what next season's going to be and we don't want anything weird to happen, you're playing. And I honestly think it's probably more dangerous for a player to put him out there in a circumstance in which you say, look, we're only playing you 15 snaps. Because then they know, like, I just got to survive these 15 snaps. You got to be you got to be there.
Yeah.
You got to be dialed in if you're on that field.
Then I would say this. I think Prime, and I haven't been the biggest fan of certain things, and we're going to get to the Sean Keeler thing in a second. That was an interesting twist there. I'd say this. Any criticism of Prime, the dude ultimately came in, said what he was going to do, and did it over 2 years. So
how many human beings have actually done that?
Right. So at this point, Tyler, who am I to do anything but say, okay. I mean, you've earned it. I mean, you didn't need my approval, and you weren't looking for it either. But who am I to say you should or shouldn't do anything opposite of what you're going to do? So if he says we're going to do it and this is important and blah, 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 I'm like, all right, cool. Go for it.
Here's the thing. For a dude that is all about the glitz and glamour, allegedly, Deion Sanders is the most old school coach in college football today.
Very old school.
He is the most old school coach in the game, man. I mean, look, you're going to finish the job. We got a job to be done. You signed up to do it,
cool.
And we're going to do the damn job.
Then have fun, man. Have fun, and we'll enjoy seeing you play for however long the game matters. And, a lot of these meaningless bowl games, Tyler, you get hyped up before, you get about halfway through the first quarter, and you're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, bowl games are weird.
Because it sort of hits you how meaningless the game actually is, which it is. And it's such a shame because there's no doubt college football was so much better this year. Might have been the greatest year of college football ever because of the 12-team playoff. It kept things so interesting for so long, to the degree where I feel like, oh, man, I can't believe it's over. Like, it's too much fun. I'm missing it already because it was because of that 12-team playoff.
Yep.
And that's it. And that it kept so many more schools and fan bases involved with what was going on. So I'm glad it went. It could expand to 16, be fine by me if they want to throw a few more in there.
It's never enough. Whatever it is, it's never enough. Whether you make it 12, whether you make it 16, there's always going to be a team like the University of Colorado that's going to be on the outside looking in. And you're like, dude, can you imagine if they were in there? So I don't know what the magic number is. I like the setup now. This is the best it's ever been. I know that much. So I'm grateful for the changes that they've made.
All right.
You know what else? I'm grateful for NIL. I'm incredibly grateful for NIL. You ever seen the SEC look so human? You ever seen the SEC all of a sudden, like, hey, when all of a sudden everybody can pay their players?
There you go.
It's happened, man. It took a couple of years.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, you've got SMU's back in the highlight. They're back in the ACC championship game.
Right,
you know? Like, the SEC is not what it once was. Is it still the best? Yes, it is.
Yeah, but you know what? You're right about that. You give it 5 more years of schools equally on an NIL footing, 12-year-old kids will not understand the legacy of Alabama in 5 years when they're college seniors. It won't be as big of a deal.
There was no such thing as parity in college football before.
Yeah.
And now there is,
That's
even with
fair
the top
point.
dogs.
And there's a lot of rich people that went to a lot of different types of schools, man, and they're going to back their schools. All right.
Think Vanderbilt doesn't have smart people that graduated from there?
There's no doubt about it. If you want your college football team to, survive and thrive, look what's going on with this, Underwood kid there from Michigan.
Underwood.
Yeah, like, who wasn't paying him? How much did Schefter cut off for him? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I asked Adam that as a joke, and then he was like,
it wasn't so jokey, was it?
Well, I was being facetious, Adam, but okay, I guess you did.
All right, I'll give you the Sean Keeler story. It's interesting. You don't know anything about it?
I don't.
Okay, cool. I'll give you that. But Prime gave him a shot. He gave him a shot. Also, yeah, man, it's game day. Broncos and the Browns. How you feeling about it? We're feeling pretty positive overall. No flip-flopping here, too. We had this one dialed in from the get-go. How you feeling? PHC on Altitude Sports Radio 925. Broncos and the Browns, baby. Game day, Denver, Colorado. Come on, let's go. Yeah. Dude, what we got to? 50, sunshine, freaking beautiful. They're going to be like mid-30s when the sun goes down, crisp, not too cold.
We're gonna
Not really
crush the
windy.
Browns because it's nice weather, and they don't know how to deal with that.
I'll just tell you this, man. It's going to be a banger just to go and sit in the stands and get drunk tonight and have fun. It's always the tricky part of that Monday night game. How hammered do you get?
What's the difference?
Well, work on Tuesday.
Don't you have that on Monday?
Seems different. So, fair point. More recovery. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, Keeler. I defended our guy Keeler. I did. I was like, that sucks. And if you missed what I'm talking about, it's the Keeler Prime, and specifically Keeler, by the way. It wasn't like a million other people. It was really just Sean in the Denver Post. So this was their interaction. What was this, in August? This is the first.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
That first press conference was just kind of like unhinged. And
this was the first week, right?
Yeah. It's the first like Tuesday before the North Dakota State game.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, here we go, first game, yay. And this is the interaction between Keeler and Prime.
Coach Sean Keeler, the Denver Post. Happy summer, my man.
You don't like us, man. Why do you do this to yourself?
Come on.
You don't like us.
Mark likes me, by the way.
Huh?
Yeah. Mark said he likes me.
No,
so
but
that's
you
one.
don't. Why do you do this, though?
No, I'm sorry. Two-parter if I could.
No, I'm serious.
Football
Why do
question.
you do this? Like, you don't. Like, why do you do this?
No, it's not about that. Football question.
No,
Question.
why do you do this? Like, it would be hard for me to really engage in someone I don't like or something I don't like. I'm just asking why. Like, why?
Gotta pay
What
the bills,
did I
Coach.
do?
You didn't do anything. It's not about that. But this is
But
a football
why?
question.
I'm asking you why.
Yeah, you can answer, but that's
Okay,
not
answer
your
me.
means.
Because you want me to answer you. So
Yeah,
you
okay, that's fine. That's fair.
Why?
Why? Because I have
Give me
questions.
your why.
What's your why? What do you want to know?
Why do you always on
I got
attack?
it.
No, let
What-
go
what-
because
where am I
my
on
skin's
attack
crawling,
today?
man.
Where am I on attack?
Yeah, I'm not gonna give you opportunities to be on attack. But I'm asking you why. Like, what does it do for you? Like, what happened?
It's not about me.
But what happened to get you like this?
It's a good question.
No, I'm serious. Because I want to help. No, I'm serious. I want to help. Because it's not normal.
We can talk about that.
Okay.
Can I ask you a football question?
No,
Seriously.
No, we'll talk about that. When we talk about that, I'll talk about that with you.
Oh, man. Crazy moment, right? Crazy moment.
Yes, it's crazy no matter what, but it's even more crazy when you understand the context of what Dion was ticked off about.
Yeah, it was
which is important. It's an important part of the story. I mean, there were reasons why Dion was very offended from Sean Keeler, and it wasn't just strictly criticism of the program, but it was a very personal nature of the criticism, and some of it having to do with his faith and other things. He called him a false prophet and things along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane no matter what, but it's important to understand the full context of the situation.
All right, so coaches and reporters having back and forth is not that unusual. It's happened a million times. What was unusual is that after that, Keeler was banned from asking questions, not just to Prime, but to anybody. But he wasn't banned from going to games and press conferences, which he's done the whole year, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He's been there. He just hasn't asked any questions. So here we are. It's at the end of the very end of the press conference after the ass kicking to Oklahoma State. Very end.
So the season's gone by. We're at the last game. It's all over.
It's all over.
Time to make amends.
Well, here's how it went.
You got one? Oh, well, man. No. You. No. Your man behind you. Give him a mic.
Sean, you want me?
Let's go. God bless you. God bless you. I was just trying to. It's Thanksgiving, man. Going into the new year. Let's start something new. You had your shot now, right? I did it. God bless you.
And Prime was heard when he walked off the podium. He was heard saying, I'm never going to talk to that guy again. Saying, like, he gave him a shot.
Okay.
So they passed the microphone, because this is one of these pass the microphone around deals, which, I hate, but whatever. It's the way that goes. So you really can't ask a question unless you have the microphone. They give the microphone to Keeler. He takes the microphone.
Yep.
And says nothing.
Well, now, Keeler's probably not prepared to ask a question because he's just not thinking he's going to have an opportunity to ask a question. But he was given the opportunity.
He was given the opportunity.
And I know he's dialed in. I'm sure there's a million things he could have asked.
Yeah, the simplest thing to ask, and it is tricky at the end of press conferences because, there's 20 questions that have been asked, right? Your question probably has been asked one way or the other in some form. I mean, you're the last one. It's 18, 19-minute press conference. Okay. But he could have just said, Prime, what's next for you? Or something like that. You could have kept it very simple and very generic. But to say nothing, now listen, if this was Sean's mode of protest, Tyler, but why would he take the microphone then? So I definitely defend Sean. I still to this day will say banning reporters from asking questions, I'm not a fan of. But even if he's put on the spot, I mean, hey man, you got a shot. And as confrontational as it was, Prime was putting out an olive branch for you just to take. Yep. And you could have said basically anything.
Yep. For sure, it was his form of protest now. You punished me, so now I'm not going to reward you by asking a question.
I'm very curious if that's what it was. If that's what it is, then fine.
He also, he easily could have been flustered, just to be honest. He could have been flustered in the moment.
It feels more like that.
I was not prepared for this. Quite frankly, I'm not sure how I want to handle this. Look, I thought at some point in the offseason, this was exactly what was going to happen. I thought at some point Deion would open the doors back up and be like, all right, man, you want to do this differently now? Can we try this thing again? And maybe we could come to an understanding of what is respectful, what is not, whatever, right? But he didn't do that, which probably would have been the easiest thing to do, is to do it one-on-one. He did it in a public forum, but he did give him the grace. He did give him the opportunity to ask questions. So
it's pretty confrontational, though. It definitely wasn't like a here we go, in your face sort of moment. No warning, just here we go, let's do it. And the way he approached it, Prime was definitely sort of like, okay, let's go, which wasn't exactly friendly or anything. But then again, so what?
I mean, so what?
So I got
do you expect it to be friendly?
I got you. So what?
There's a million coaches that don't have friendly relationships with reporters.
And I got to be honest with you, I don't know why you're at a press conference unless you're like a photographer. But I don't know why a reporter is at a press conference if they don't have a question to ask. Why are you there?
That was probably his double down form of protest. Okay, fine, I'll be here every day anyways.
I guess. And that, to me, is a little confusing. So that's that story. So I really don't know where it goes from there, nor do I care that much.
Well, it probably goes back to the exact way it was. And in Deion's mind, I opened it up. I gave you an opportunity. Fine, you don't want it. We'll go back to the way it was.
Well, I mean, theoretically, I guess Sean should be, I guess he's back. I guess.
I don't think so. Didn't you just say that he said that he was never going to talk to him again?
Well, that's what Prime said, according to sources when Prime walked off. That's what I heard. Who knows, man? It is something else there. It's a quirky deal. But I'm not here to criticize Prime, man, because that dude had an unbelievable year. Had a great year. And this little twist with the Sean Keeler stuff is just that. It's just a little twist. It's a very small part of the overall story. I'm proud of you guys at CU, man. I thought that was, hey, man, and also props to CSU. Yep. How about CSU getting their 8th win of the year?
Yep. Big year for Colorado sports, man.
Great.
Weird that Air Force had a down year because they never have down years.
Yeah.
But that was cool, man. I'm pretty dang sure Jay Norvell was on the hot seat after that CU game.
Felt like it, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Not now.
Not now.
Way to go. 8-win season out of CSU, 9-win season for CU. Air Force a little down. Broncos playing great.
9 wins, dude. That's unfreaking real. 9 wins. I think sometimes we just get caught up in the moment and we forget, it was just last year that things were still terrible. Mm-hmm. It was just last year. He did all this in a year and a half. He got that close to accomplishing what he really was trying to accomplish, which was a playoff appearance. He got that close. A stupid game to Kansas State away, or Kansas, if you want to refer to it. But to me, the Kansas State game is the one that hurts me even more than the Kansas game.
Way more.
You just got your ass kicked versus Kansas.
Kansas, they figured you out and they kicked your ass.
Yeah.
Nebraska, they figured you out and they kicked your ass. Kansas State, you had the lead with less than 3 minutes to go when they went over the top on you.
Yep. Yep.
The Kansas State. But then again, you got the Hail Mary, 2 Hail Marys really, against Baylor, and you shouldn't have won that game. So you kind of, karma-wise, it's kind of like a trade, I guess.
It reminds me of my senior year in high school when I committed to the University of Colorado. They were 1 game out of the national championship. They just beat Nebraska 62-36.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska ends up going to the national championship. They get smoked by Miami. Colorado didn't go to the national championship because they dropped a dumb game early in the season to Fresno State. 1 game out of it because of one stupid game early in the season. Colorado, and what's amazing about it is how much better Colorado got during the year. Because, man, when it first started, look, North Dakota State that's a respectable team for sure. But come on, man. I mean, they're not in the Pac-12. They're not in the Big 12. They're not in Division I. Well, they are. What are they again? The FBS?
Whatever that is.
You struggled. You got your ass kicked by Nebraska. You had some games early on that you're like, well, this could be very similar to last year. And then they got better. You know how hard that is in the middle of the year? Most teams actually don't get drastically better or worse in the middle of the year. You just kind of are what you are when the season began.
So I actually have to give you props because the whole narrative was like 2 of these 3 teams have to lose. And then you kind of came over the top rope with like, well, I'm looking at the Big 12 website and there's actually, and then you started off like West Virginia, TCU, Cincinnati, like there's all these other weirdo, scenarios. And it was like kind of overwhelming. So on Saturday night, I was just stuck on the like 2 of the 3. And I watched my Sun Devils. And you knew they were going to kill Arizona. That really, whatever. The game that you felt like maybe there's a chance here, right, was Iowa State, Kansas State. You thought,
sure.
and that was pretty close.
I legitimately thought Kansas State was going to win it.
They had a shot. So when they won, when Iowa State won, I was just like, hey, nice try. Put that on Twitter. And I just get hammered. Hey, jerk.
It's not over.
Guy who talks sports for a living, know your scenarios. And I'm like, I'm at the Avs game, which was another like, thanks for the distraction. But I'm getting hollered at left and right because it felt like nowhere because of what? West Virginia, TCU, Cincinnati, I don't know, some combination of whatever. It was like, holy cow, if Houston can beat BYU, we're in.
Yep. It was excruciating how long it took to accept that it's over.
Right?
It was excruciating.
It took all night. It took all day. Then
especially because Colorado played the day before, and you're like, all right, well, they handled their business, and now we just got to sit here and wait on all this other nonsense to unfold.
Prime said he was going to go snowmobiling in Vail.
They went to Breck, I think.
Oh, did they really go to Breck? Did they seriously go there?
I saw Shiloh. He was
he was
doing his walkout.
Yeah.
He said, handle business today. We're off to Breck tomorrow.
Oh, is that right? Good for them. That's okay, because that's what he said they were going to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if Vail, Prime really, Breck, Vail, probably to him it's mountains, whatever, same thing. I didn't know they really went up there. That's cool that they did. Because that's what he vowed he wasn't going to pay attention to it. But we all were paying attention to it. We were all rooting against everybody. All Saturday was rooting against teams. The entire day was rooting against teams.
Such a letdown. Such a freaking letdown. And now we're going to go play in some stupid bowl game that
do you
5
care?
years ago I would have been thrilled to be in.
Do you care?
Do I care?
Would you rather it's the Alamo Bowl against BYU or the Holiday Bowl against, say it's Syracuse or Miami, an ACC team? Do you care?
I would much rather it be Miami. That would be the most ideal situation.
It'd be fun, right? Cam Ward, Shadur.
That would be a showdown. There'd be a lot to play for. You'd have 2 guys that had issues early on in the season. I don't know if you remember that in the offseason. Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders, they had that workout together where they were talking trash to one another.
I do remember that. That's a good memory. I forgot about it, but now that you bring it up.
And they're both competing to be the first quarterback off the board.
By the way,
that would be by far the most exciting matchup you could get.
I'm not going to try to sound biased here because I didn't watch a lot of Miami football, a little bit, but not a lot.
They were the Chiefs. They were the Chiefs. They were surviving all year long.
But I watched every single snap of Schefter this year, and I watched every single snap of that Syracuse-Miami game. That was amazing. How in the world is Cam Ward in any world better prepared for the NFL or a better choice than Shedeur Sanders? I don't get it. I mean, he looked fine. But I didn't think, I think it's night and day between him and Shedeur, favoring Shedeur.
I think it's a lock that Shedeur Sanders is the first overall
right?
pick.
Like, what does Cam Ward have over Shedeur?
The first probably 6-7 weeks of the season was going to be the first quarterback selected.
No way now.
Now I think it's a lock. Shedeur's number one.
I agree. I don't think it's even close. So I think Shedeur will be the first pick off the board.
Shedeur's going to have a lot of bad habits he's got to break, though, once he gets to the NFL, because a lot of it's been what happened last year, that he just had this just carryover effect from the terrible offensive line. He's got some bad pocket presence. He's got a bad habit of just backpedaling 15 yards on every single snap, but teams will overlook it, and they'll say we can coach him out of that stuff.
Well, let's get to the Broncos and the Browns, and we'll get to no dumb questions as well. Thank you for listening wherever you are on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheitewins.com. That's willheitewins.com. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Love hosting the Premier Heating and Air show. Saturday mornings at 7:30, powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Podcasts available at altitudesportsradio.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Listen, if you're in need of a heating and air expert, nobody's better for you than Premier. Give them a holler at 720-547-8009. 720-547-8009. Now is the time to get that furnace tuned up. Got a nice weather week before it gets really cold. $49 furnace tune-up if you use my name. They're also offering a $1,000 trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and even a gift card up to $500 if you sign up for a free estimate today. So call 720-547-8009. That's 720-547-8009, or visit premieraircolorado.com and throw my name in for exclusive offers like a good discount on that furnace tune-up. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Yeah, I mean, they're different type players. They're both elite at their position. They're both, Pro Bowl, all-pro type talented players that can take over a game. We've got a ton of respect for those guys, and it forces you to, to have a really good plan for them, and that requires a little bit more work, a little bit more calories during the evening meetings, but it's necessary.
Myles Garrett, great player. They handled Max Crosby. Kind of handled Watt. They lost that game, but they handled them.
It's easy to handle these guys at the beginning of the game. Not easy, but you got to plan, right? You come out, you spend all week long. All right, boys, anytime we go empty protection, we're sending the slide to Myles, so I don't care if he's on the right, I don't care if he's on the left. We're going to give Chip presents. We're going to corral him. There's things that you do to game plan for it, which is why a lot of times you see these pass rushers go so quiet and they get very streaky until they get their opportunity. And that's why you never, ever want to be put in a situation where you're passing a lot against a guy like Myles Garrett. Because then the plan goes out the window. There is no plan anymore.
Yeah.
You got to do your job.
Yeah. I think the juiciest story, though, is the Jerry Judy return.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Oh, yeah. And Judy's trying to make it that way, too.
Yeah, what's he doing?
I wouldn't say he's been...
What'd he say?
Yeah, I wouldn't classify it as like any bulletin board material or anything like that, but just little things like, yeah, I want to beat the hell out of these guys,
Well, all right, you got to give the guy props on that. I mean, of course. What else is he going to say?
There was one comment, and I don't remember the exact verbiage of it, but early on last week, there was something along the lines of 4 years was a long time of waiting my turn, and they did give me the ball the best they could, but, it was 4 years, and it didn't quite materialize the way I wanted it to.
Yeah, listen, I don't really have beefs with guys who have beefs with teams that get rid of them. I mean, I get that.
I'm waiting for Sean Payton. It's not going to happen. It clearly didn't happen, so it's definitely not now. But I was sort of waiting for Sean Payton to put his foot in the mouth with Jerry Judy. Sometimes he just can't help himself.
They wanted to get rid of Judy so bad at the trade deadline last year. Oh, my God.
Oh, they turned him into the nicest guy on planet Earth.
Remember that? Oh, they were so paranoid about, like, the truth about Jerry Judy coming out. It was like, he's great. Hey, everybody, Jerry Judy's cool, everybody. No problem with him. He's not an issue whatsoever. The guy's amazing.
Remind me, what did we get for Jerry's trade?
Oh, God, I have no idea.
I think it was a
like
fifth and a sixth.
A fifth, and what did that turn into? That'd be cool. We could. That's a good question. I don't know. That's a fun question, though. What did we end up getting for Jerry Judy?
Yeah.
Who do we not? Well, 6 could be Bailey.
Yeah, it could be. Could be.
That was my draft memory. I think it's like Chris Abrams Drain and maybe Devon Vele. Something like that.
Drain. He feels like that was forever ago.
I know.
Was that recent?
That was last year. He was in the same draft as Vele.
God, that feels like forever ago.
Yeah. I could be wrong. Dan will have to look it up.
I'm sure the Browns are happy with Jerry Judy. He's producing for him. I don't know if he's producing what he's getting paid. He's getting paid pretty damn elite money out there.
I don't know. I don't know what you're happy with and what you're not happy with when you're 3-8.
Well, he's going to have a 1,000-yard season.
Okay. But again, what are you happy with? What is rocking your boat when you're 3-8? Like what's making you really happy when you're in the 3-8 world?
Well, he's not on the list of problems. I know that.
Here is Judy talking about it.
Just there's a new change every year, and just the amount of plays I had got throughout the year last year, and just knowing the player I am, and I wasn't satisfied how they were using me. And I felt like I could do way more than what they expected of me, and I felt limited. So I felt like I had to go somewhere else to really showcase what I'm about.
That's Jerry Judy doing a podcast on a waffle iron. He wasn't happy the way they were using him.
There were other comments that he talked about. It was 4 years was a long time to wait.
Whatever, dude. You were a first-round draft pick. You did have some injury issues one season. That is true.
Hey, Jerry's numbers when you were here, they were never bad. They weren't. And his rookie year is what stood out because of the drops. And he's acknowledged that, by the way. He's acknowledged the drops in his rookie year. After the rookie year, it was never a production issue. It was just a behind the scenes issue. It was like the constant management and the ambiguous tweets, which he did put out an ambiguous tweet this week. He put out one of the like crying, laughing emoji, which he always puts out, wanting everybody to digest what does Jerry's tweets mean. I don't know, Jerry. What are we laughing about this week?
I'm seeing on the text line, Shama's the text line, Dan. I don't know if you've done some research, but it's Troy Franklin and Zach Wilson. Is that right? I'm seeing that from a couple of different people.
Well, would you rather have Jerry Judy or Troy Franklin and Zach Wilson?
I would rather have Jerry Judy.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, Troy Franklin and Zach Wilson. I would rather actually have Jerry Judy. I mean, come on. We don't have explosive playmakers. He has the. I'd rather have. That did not work out for the Broncos, man.
This is where you and I have butted heads over Justin Simmons in the past. Of Sean Payton had to get rid of the guys that just weren't his guys, and Justin was on that list. Like Jerry was on that list. Like I get why a guy like Jerry would be on that list. He's producing. It's fine. Logic would tell you he's a good player. Keep the good player around. But the headache just was not worth whatever the production was.
Oh, I totally agree with you. They couldn't wait to get rid of him. So whatever frustrations we might have thought they had, multiply that by 100 as it turns out behind the scenes. I mean, so it's kind of a moot point because it's like, oh, how about Russell Wilson? Well, all right. But like, it was only going to work somewhere other than with Sean Payton and the Broncos. It just wasn't going to work here. Jerry Judy was not going to work with Sean Payton in the way they had things here. It wasn't, even though he's got the talent. But it is funny when you say Troy Franklin and Zach Wilson. Obviously, Jerry Judy's a better football player than that combo meal.
There is a part of me that wonders, though. You got Cortland Sutton and Jerry Judy. How's Bo Nix looking with that?
Probably pretty awesome. Listen, man, if we're just talking football and we're not talking every karma and locker room chemistry, or are we? Can we not separate that?
Well, I don't think you can separate it, especially with a rookie quarterback.
I
don't know that I think Bo Nix has got the right personality to manage guys like that. I really do.
Listen, he would certainly throw him the ball, and Jerry Judy would do great things with it, I think. I mean, the guy's an extraordinary athlete.
Well,
he just had some significant maturity issues when he was here.
Yeah, the best thing that Bo Nix is doing right now is he does have a favorite, and his name is Cortland Sutton.
Rightfully so.
But he's dishing that rock around, man. 2 weeks ago, he had 10 receivers catch a ball.
Right?
10. That's hard to do.
I mean, Jerry Judy is a talented guy. Well, hey, we'll see it tonight, bro. Do not be surprised. I mean, we went through who Cleveland has. They don't have an assortment of unbelievable weapons. Judy's absolutely their number one weapon. No doubt about it. He is their number one. Who else? Njoku? Listen, they don't have a lot of great offensive weapons, all right? There's a reason why they're 3-8, and I get it. There was before Jameis and with Jameis. They're 500 with Jameis. They were a hot mess of garbage with Deshaun Watson. I mean, they have had a bad season with 2 really good wins.
500, but 2 good wins.
Two
really good wins.
2
Broncos
good
don't
wins.
have any wins like that.
Oh, all right.
They don't.
The Tampa win wasn't pretty significant?
That was a pretty good win. That's not a Baltimore or Pittsburgh win.
We'll see what the Broncos can do because they got more games.
Could have beat Pittsburgh.
Listen, they got the Chargers coming up on a short week. That'll be on the road. Tough game. That would be the equivalent of beating Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh or Baltimore and Baltimore. That sort of thing.
I'll tell you the one thing that is like one of the intangibles that's bothered me a little bit. There's just a lot of time on the front and the back end of this game. And when you know that as a player, it's hard not to be planning. It's hard not to be dealing with Thanksgiving. It's hard not to be looking at where are we going for the bye week. Are we buying flights? Are we doing this? Are we doing that? There's a lot of time on the front end and back end of this game that I don't like because football players are creatures of habit. And when you get them out of that rhythm, weird things happen.
All right, time for no dumb questions. Let's go.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present Dum 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 Dum. No dumb questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
You're a smart guy.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's no dumb questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Thank you to Old Chicago. Go to oldchicago.com, order online, find a location near you. This is more of a Scott sort of featured time. Scott's traveling back with the Nuggets. We may hear from him a little bit later on. But yeah, I got one on the text line, but go ahead. You got one? Go for it.
What does it mean in a player-for-player trade? So Avs trade Juice for Wedgwood. A straight-up player-for-player trade is one of the more weirder things in sports.
There was a 6th-round draft pick put in there.
Oh, there was?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I apologize.
It was we gave them a 6th-round draft pick and
okay, yeah. All right. Well, I guess that does change the question here a little bit.
Okay.
But when you just go straight player for player, what the hell does that mean? Like, but both players suck. No, neither team likes them. Like
basically, yes.
What's the point of a player for player trade?
I would say both players suck. And both teams are sick of them, and both teams think the same thing. And usually it's backups.
Maybe your sucky player is not as bad as my sucky player.
The craziest one of all time, of course, and I don't know if there's anything else in there, but Champ Bailey, Clinton Portis. And I don't know if there...
I would assume there was more, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I feel like that was basically player for player. And it worked out great for both teams, basically. Better for the Broncos overall.
Yeah, that what would make that one so weird is those were two guys that were thriving.
But Portis went to Washington and had like 3 outstanding years, and then he got hurt.
Oh, he's a hero out there.
Yeah. Well, is he a hero?
Oh, yeah.
He got into some legal problems.
Yeah, I know.
Still a hero?
Even despite all that, he's still been employed by the team, and yeah.
What do you got there, Dan?
That trade, the Washington football team sent Champ Bailey to the Broncos and a 2nd-round pick for Clinton Portis.
Wow. Damn. Well, the Broncos made
What did we turn that second into, I wonder? I'm not expecting to know the answer.
All right, so the Avs have a new goalie. He's going to get...
All right, so what does it mean for the Avs?
The Avs are in a tough spot. Because remember how injured they were at the beginning of the year? They're back to that all of a sudden. Wood, month to month. Manson, week to week. Chillington, who knew he was even on the team? He's kind of a day-to-day guy. Duran's been out. Now, the good news here, if there is some good news, is their top 6 guys and their top blue line guys aren't really impacted, and we're still waiting for Gabe. Meaning you still have Lehkonen, McKinnon, Rantanen, Nichushkin, and I'm forgetting one. No, did I get 5? Nichushkin, Rantanen, Lehkonen, McKinnon. I'm missing one, Dan. Who am I missing there? Oh, Middlestat. Middlestat is the second line center. So you're missing one top 6 guy. That'd be like probably Drouin, maybe Colton, probably Colton. He's still out. So you are missing like a top 6 guy. But it's not, you still got good guys. You know what I'm saying? Tyler, there's good dudes there. And you got Taves and Makar and Gerard, okay? And you got your number 1 goalie, which is Georgiev. You got enough there to win games. You do.
Yeah,
okay?
But your number 1 goalie was in a hot hand situation.
Well, I don't know what else to say. There's nowhere else for them to go. You got Wedgwood. You got a wedgie. So this is the best you could do is get...
It's a hell of a goalie name, though, by the way. Wedgwood.
I guess he's a journeyman's journeyman. He's in his 30s. I don't know anything about him. If we're leaning on this dude, and don't forget, Annan
he's going to play. You know that much. They all play in hockey.
He'll play a little bit. He won't play that much.
I feel like backup goaltenders play all the time.
Yeah, he won't.
So, really?
Yeah, really. Yeah, no, it's Georgie.
So Georgie's not going to get the normal time off that other goaltenders
You realize
get?
we had a guy named Kakinen start a game this year, right?
That went for a day.
Right. Do not be surprised if it's revolving door of goalies, until they kind of figure it out. I mean, he'll play here and there, but this is Georgie.
Why did we trade Juice?
Because he sucked. To keep it real.
He sucked enough to be considered the starter for a while this year.
Yeah, things change when you start sucking really, really bad.
All right.
I mean, he sucked. I don't know how else to put it.
He was in the rotation, so we traded for a dude that's not going to be in the rotation?
Correct. I mean, he'll play. Listen, I'm not saying he's not going to play. He'll sort of play. But no, it'll be the vast majority will be Georgie. Unless
to be honest, I've never really understood the hockey goaltenders need all this time off thing. I really don't, and I guess that's naive of me, so feel free to yell at me, hockey guy, but
that's all right.
Why do goaltenders need so much time off?
I don't know.
I mean, seriously, like why does a goaltender need more time off than Nathan McKinnon?
Georgie just played back-to-back games. They lost both of them, but he just did it.
Explain that to me.
I don't know. Got me? You're standing too long? Who knows? I don't know. I mean, Georgie's going to play like the vast. I think they do have a back-to-back on this road trip. But I bet you of the 5 games they go on the road, they go to Buffalo. By the way, that looked like a fun place last night. They go to Buffalo today to play tomorrow. I bet Georgie plays 4, if not all 5 of the road games. Georgie's it.
All right.
Right. Hey, listen. It ain't great right now with the Avs or the Nuggets right here, bro. Like, we're not talking like greatest times. We're definitely in, LOB time. Life outside basketball. And it's different for the Avs than the Nuggets because the Avs are dinged up. They've got some significant injuries. The Nuggets don't.
The Nuggets head coach literally declared a newcomer the best leader on the team.
Yeah, there's all sorts of issues there too, unfortunately. And last night kind of reared its ugly head again. It's not great. It's not great. Not great, Bob. I'm not going to lie to you. Not going to lie to you. You got to hang in there and hopefully something can happen once the playoffs roll around. But not great for either team right now.
Interesting concept here. With NIL evolving as the next step of its maturation, something that resembles backers for future PGA players, meaning players will get paid now in college in exchange for a percentage of future earnings. Well, there's already people out there doing that. And I think what this person's referring to is like NFL teams, which would be an interesting concept that's never going to happen. But there are people right now giving – Kendrick Perkins was giving loans to high schoolers for a percentage of their college NIL stuff.
You said you liked NIL.
I do like NIL. They did it back-asswards, but I like what it's done. So I hate the way they've done it because they just took the previous anarchy and they made it legal anarchy without controlling anything. But I like what it's done for the competitive nature of college football. What they should have done is simple. You've got a salary cap for every single conference, and it's different. It's based off their TV money. Then you pay direct salaries to the players. They sign a contract. Once they sign a contract, they get fronted $1 million, $500,000, whatever. Now you can't just leave your team every year because you've got a contract that you signed that money has to be given back if you leave. So they should have just done it with legit salary caps, but I do like what it's done to make college football more competitive.
Listen, we are countdown to good old kickoff, just hours away from the Broncos and the Browns. We'll dig into it. But at first, we'll go around the NFL, brought to you by the Cleveland Browns Travel Agency for games that impact the Broncos and a wild weekend of football coming up next. That is the Cleveland Browns travel agency. There's no trips to Cleveland. It's just to leave
We
Cleveland.
will get you out.
We will get you out because we know you don't want to be here. Cleveland Browns travel agency. First up.
Except for D-Mac, who's got the weirdest love fest of all time for Cleveland.
I can have a fun time anywhere, but stay I
wasn't even referring to that.
Whoa. Yeah. Listen, I find there's certain joy in Rust Belt blue-collar cities for very short periods of time.
Sure.
Yes. Let's go Raiders, Chiefs, man. The Chiefs figure it out again.
It would be a 50-yard field goal from here. Drops it. Flag is thrown, though. Flag will stop it.
On has snapped his football. O'Connell's not expecting it. He's surveying the defense. There's the ball. It's snapped. Rest of the offensive line surprised as much as it ends in a disaster here as well in Kansas City for the Raiders.
Once again for the Kansas City Chiefs, they can take it right down to the nub.
1917, Chiefs hang on. Raiders just here in field. Oh my God.
Antonio Pierce, not good at game management,
God.
but not as bad as Matt Eberflus.
No, that's for sure. But
Raiders are, Chiefs are a one-loss football team, and it's easy to point the finger at them and be like, "Oh man, they suck. They should have lost a bunch of games." I don't know, man. The more I look at it, I'm just like, I think they're a whole lot better than you realize.
Well, they got the Chargers next at home.
Okay.
They play the Browns.
So do you think the Chargers will beat them?
They should.
They should. Really?
Yes.
Why?
Because they're better than the Chiefs.
How many losses do the Chargers have?
You and the records. They're at the Browns. They're home against the Texans. They go to Pittsburgh, and they finish the season up here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games. What do they do in the next 5? The Chiefs.
All right, go one by one. They're going to beat the Chargers. What's after that?
Okay, at Browns.
They'll beat the Browns.
Home against Texans.
Texans are struggling. CJ Stroud's back to planet Earth. They'll beat the Texans.
At the Steelers.
They might lose that one. Because the Steelers are built to win grinded out games, which is what the Chiefs have been doing. I'll give them a loss to the Chiefs or to the Steelers.
At Denver.
They're going to get smoked by the Denver Broncos.
You know what? If all those other games go the way...
I mean, how many? What would you say?
I would say if those other 4 games go in that direction, they probably will get smoked by the Broncos because they can get some time off, and there would be no reason to play their guys.
I got them losing one more game coming into the Broncos. You?
I would. I'll say they'll lose at least one of those. I don't know which one. You know, who knows? Browns will probably win. Who knows? I mean, anybody could beat the Chiefs. Anybody could beat them.
We're going to smoke the Browns, but the Browns are going to beat the Chiefs?
I don't know. Who knows, man? It's hard to tell with the Chiefs, man. I'm not a believer in them, but they keep winning games. It's annoying.
Yep.
Next up, Cleveland Browns travel agency. When you just need a release and just vacation somewhere relaxing. Let's go Chargers Falcons.
They're going to play shell coverage.
LA called that timeout. 4th down and 12. And a throw by Cousins. Intercepted. Number 4 today. And Derwin James will seal the win for the Chargers.
Are they real?
Yeah. Yeah, they're real. They're clicking. The Harbaugh family is weird, and he's the weirdest of them all. But I got to tell you, I'm buying into his affirmation fest with his quarterbacks. That's his deal. I'm going to affirm. And believe it or not, I think Justin Herbert needed it. The dude, for a guy that has been considered an elite quarterback, I think he needed a guy to come in and speak that way to him. I absolutely think the Chargers are a dangerous football team come playoff time.
Well, we got a short week, and they're down the road, but not before the Broncos play the Colts. Around the NFL, brought to you by the Cleveland Browns travel agency. Our river near our city once caught on fire. We suck. Let's go, Colts Patriots.
Going for two in the lead. Richardson pulls it back. Richardson bangs it in. And the Indianapolis Colts have...
Well, that's 2 in a row for the Colts now, and Anthony Richardson has strung together 2 pretty good games. Weird things going on with these young quarterbacks. Bryce Young's all of a sudden playing good football. It looks like the Panthers might actually stick with that dude. Anthony Richardson gets sat down for tapping out, literally tapped out of a game, and now he's bouncing back.
Yep.
I don't know what to think of the game itself because I'm not sure who the Patriots are, but I do think Anthony Richardson is going to be this roller coaster experience his whole career where it's going to be high highs and low lows.
He can't really throw the football, though. Not really.
There are times where he looks like the worst quarterback I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I liked him coming out of college, so I'll put my hand up in the air on that one.
I think that's where they realized, hey, man, we can win this game right now. I love them going for two. I'm going for the win. For the 2-point conversion at the end of the game.
I didn't see it. Break it down. What happened?
Oh, they just scored late. They scored with less than a minute to go, and you could either tie and take it to overtime or go for 2 and win. They went for 2. Anthony Richardson ran the ball in. They win. That's what happened.
By the way, did you guys see the Patriots went for a 68-yard field goal to win the game?
I did see that. Yeah. You know, it was right on. It was right on.
I would love to see what the analytics say on that. I think that's probably the right decision.
I do too.
I would love to see the analytics. What is the probability of a Hail Mary versus a 68-yarder? And I bet it's higher for the 68-yarder.
And I guarantee you that dude's banged home 70-yard field goals. Almost, you got to see these kickers, man, in practice. All these kickers are knocking down.
But they don't have to put any height on it when they do that in practice.
I get it. But the point is, kicking a ball from 70 yards for these guys, they can do it in practice. I understand it's not the same set of circumstances, but like if you're a coach, what do you have a better chance of, to your point?
Yeah.
Like a Hail Mary or...
See, Hackett was right.
I see that this guy can... What? Listen, man, I got to admit, I've seen Brandon McManus hit 64 yarders in practice all the time.
Yeah.
Like it's not that unusual. It's not... That decision to me, Tyler, actually did not seem that crazy.
It was just yes, it was. Because you just paid Russell Wilson. You just got him.
I get it.
He's home. It's a story. It's a movie. Like everything was set up for him to go be the hero. Yeah, no, that one is inexplainable.
All right, let me go through some other games just really, really quick. Trevor Lawrence hit to the head. Should that dude, what's his name? Azir?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Should he be suspended?
Yeah, he'll get suspended, but I personally might be on an island on this one. I don't think it was nearly egregious as most people think. If you look at it, man, that is boom, boom. I would love to see anybody in that spot. The elbow is what's going to get him suspended.
All right, Eagles over the Ravens. Are the Eagles the best team in football?
No, they're not the best team in football, and maybe that's just pure bias in previous years that are leading into that for me. But that team... I don't believe in that coach. I think he's a weirdo, and I think he's going to make a bad decision at some point.
Is Saquon Barkley the best player in football?
He's the MVP. Saquon should win the MVP, shouldn't he?
Fine by me. The guy's been unbelievable.
It's really hard for a non-quarterback to do it.
I think he's more responsible for their wins than anybody else, and they're winning games left and right and making it look relatively easy. Justin Tucker, karma man, came back and bit him on the butt.
Isn't that wild?
It is pretty wild.
Sports are crazy. How do you see a dude go from being the best in the world to not being able to make a kick?
Missing chip shots is in his head. I don't know how else to put it. And Steelers, Bengals, are you happy for Russ, not happy for Russ?
Oh, I'm happy. I am.
Threw for over 400 yards, 3 touchdowns.
It's not our headache. I don't have to listen to the press conferences. He was never a bad human being. There's no reason to root against Russell Wilson.
But it sets up what could be the best matchup for the Broncos in the playoffs. And after tonight, the world will recognize the Denver Broncos are a playoff team. Not a team just having a good season, a playoff team. We'll tell you why next.
Hey, guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, know that you're not alone. It's a bad feeling, and I know you've probably gone online and you're looking for answers. You might have bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Your pocketbook's getting thinner, and dang it, your hair is still remaining thin at the same time. Nothing's working. It's time to invest in yourself. Do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. This is groundbreaking technology. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and now it's your turn. You're going to love the entire staff over there. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. Everybody that works at Advanced Hair is the best of the best. They've got cutting-edge technology, the best technicians in the world, and they guarantee their work. Guys, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee there, folks. When you invest in yourself, do it the right way with a company that believes in what they do so much that they guarantee it for life. Guys, call today. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Visit them online at advancedhair.com or call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR.
It's game day, man. It's game day, and it looks spectacular. Are you fired up? Are you excited? Or are you filled with trepidation? The big question of the day is simply who you think's going to win this bad boy and why. And if you want to get on the voice of the people, fine. If you want to get the Sean Mazda text line, do so. We would appreciate it. However you want to voice your opinion, it's time to go. I guess I get a little fired up when I understand the complexities and that the Browns are not a pushover team, but there's something about hearing people being nervous about this game that get me more fired up for the Broncos.
You're just so blindly all in on Bo Nix that it's like we're there. It's okay to be a team on the rise. It's okay to have competitive games against teams that are in the same ballpark as you. My goodness, we're not there yet, buddy.
I think
we're going to have every game is in all likelihood going to be a challenge to win. For the next couple of years, it's going to be that way.
All right, well, get on the Sean Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. You can call us. You can get on the app. Get on the voice of the people on the app. I think they're going to win 23-13. I don't think it's going to be a big blowout. I just do not see.
10 points is kind of a blowout, I would say.
Depends how you get there. If it's 23-3 and they creep back in with 10 points, well, that's a blowout. If it's 13-13 and, it's really not. Sort of depends. But I think it's going to be more like that. It's 13-13, 16-13, something along those lines. And the Broncos probably get something late to make it a 2-possession win.
I got the Broncos winning the game. And I'm really not overly concerned about this game either. But I do know that the Browns are just a weird team that when you find streaky teams like that, you just don't know what you're going to get. And I do think that you got to look at this team simply since Jameis Winston has taken over. Forget the rest of it, all right? Forget the rest of it. And what that would show you is that they're still a streaky team, right? They're a better team than they were before. They've won 2 really good games, and they've lost a couple. They lost one to the Saints, a team that a lot of people thought was terrible just a couple weeks ago. So I do believe the Broncos handle their business. I do believe they get a win. I just don't think this team is ready to dominate start to finish against a team that, in my opinion, is still in the same ballpark as the Broncos.
Bronx by 40, baby. Bud Driver buff. There you go, pal.
Hey, if we put up 40 points, when's the last time we put up 40 points?
We haven't. 38 was a lot against the Falcons.
That was a lot.
I don't know the last time they put up 40.
Hey, that was good. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
D-Mac, you're like that. You're like that guy that said that was the best looking sweep of the Lakers. You're going to be saying that's the ugliest three-peat by the Chiefs. Maybe. I hate the Chiefs. I'm starting to hate the Chiefs more.
It's sad, but I almost have zero Raider hate in my body anymore because it's just been like it's just all transferred to the Chiefs, all of it. I still hate the Raiders. Don't get me wrong, but I mean like the passion. That's the Chiefs, man. What's wrong with just being a team that is figuring things out? Why we got to bypass the figuring things out stage? Or have we? In your mind, is this team already bypassed the figuring things out?
I think this team is going to win 9 games like a hot knife through butter. 9, they're going to win this one.
So the answer is yes?
I guess. I don't know what's going to happen after that. I think that Chargers game. See, I'm much more in that world of, instead of must wins, I hate the term must win. I understand it's not literal. That's why I hate it. I like expected and unexpected wins. I do. And I think I'd
refer to it as must win, man.
There you go. That's why I probably hate it.
Well, if you lose this game, the path to the playoffs is very, very difficult.
I get it. I just take words literally, sometimes maybe too much. I hate to be that dude as a get off my lawn sort of moment. But to me, what are the games you should win? And if you don't win games you should win, that's really, really bad. This tonight is a game you should win. It's, in my opinion, an expected win. And so will the game be against the Colts. An unexpected win would be at the Chargers.
Who scares you more, the Colts or the Browns?
Colts. Nah, Browns. Browns scare me more.
Yeah, me too.
I think Anthony Richardson I think the Broncos are going to crush him. I think they are going to cause multiple turnovers. I think they're going to handle the Colts relatively easily. This game is more dangerous because they're more unpredictable, because Jameis Winston can be
I think you can
a
rattle
good quarterback.
Anthony Richardson. I'm not sure. Like, Jameis Winston makes a lot of mistakes, but I don't think it's because he gets rattled. I think he's a gunslinger, and he just takes chances, right? You can rattle AR5.
He's like a lot of backup quarterbacks, the Case Keenum, Ryan Fitzpatrick guys of the world. Like,
but that's a dangerous place to be when you're in the I got nothing to lose mode.
Yeah,
that's a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, but those guys also make a lot of mistakes. Because they take chances.
They do. And then generally speaking, when they become a full-time starter, they reveal themselves again.
Yeah, man, the pressure's going to get to him. Not that he's going to like feel I'm nervous pressure, but like just pressure. There's going to be a lot of defensive pressure. I cannot get over the fact of how many sacks the Browns offensive line and quarterbacks have given up. I can't get over it, and I can't get over the fact that the Broncos, who are basically healthy, wreck shop. By the way, Josh Reynolds will not play tonight. He is out.
Okay.
So whatever's going on with him, he ain't quite there. Oh, well. I wish him the best.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, I think it's more than just the injury going on. I think it's tough. I think being shot at is probably difficult to recover from, reasonably so. So whatever he needs, whatever. Hopefully he'll be back soon enough. But that literally just happened just within the half hour that he was ruled like out for tonight. They were hoping that he could play. He was eligible to play. He could have played.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he's not. That being said, we're not sitting here waiting for Josh
Reynolds. Even getting him back, though, I don't know what I would do differently. I guess I would give him little Jordan Humphrey snaps, and that would be what's different. But I'll tell you this about little Jordan Humphrey. I know why the dude plays.
I do, too.
And it's not just because he's Sean Payton's guy.
I agree.
The dude is ridiculous in the run game.
That's right.
He's ridiculous. He is actively looking to hurt people. I mean, he's really, really a weapon in the running game. He's a weapon.
And the percentage of plays that he's in there on running plays is actually staggering. He's there for blocking reasons. He's there to be something extra with the receiving stuff, but he's really in there to wreck shop and hit people. You're right. And that's how they're using him. You just don't notice that.
There's a lot of wide receivers that play for that exact reason.
Well, that's little Jordan's game. That's his game. That's why he's there.
But I mean, other than that, though, I feel unusually comfortable with our wide receiver room. I feel great at where Cortland Sutton's at. I mean, Cortland's played himself into a new contract here with the Denver Broncos, not just in the NFL, with the Denver Broncos. So he'll get what he wanted.
$30 million? That's what he wants.
What is that the top? What's
top
the top?
12 guys are over $30 million.
No, I don't think he'll get 30. But he'll probably get like 23, 25, somewhere in that ballpark.
I'd have no problems with that.
Yeah.
$30 million?
And I think he'd be happy with it too. I mean, I'm sure he'd want more, but my point is I think he'd sign the deal. But anyways, I'm unusually comfortable with our wide receiver room. You feel great about where Cortland Sutton's at. All of a sudden, you're figuring things out with Marvin Mims, and it's not as good as what everybody thinks it is. Like Marvin Mims has had like 2 plays per game, and they've been a very effective plays. So that's why it feels like it's working, because the 2 plays have been really good, important plays of the game. But it's not been a ton. I feel better there. All of a sudden, Troy Franklin seems to be contributing a little bit, and you feel great about Vele. So your wide receiver room that just a few weeks back felt so pathetic feels all right.
You're not a big fan of Debo Mims?
No, but that's not why you're putting him there. And I live with the carries for the mismatches you can get in the passing game.
I do too. It makes sense. And they're making it make more sense. The running back room, it's a mystery. Not great. I had people asking me, and I didn't know the answer to this about Tyler Bidet. Kind of forgot about him.
He's still on the IR, right?
Yeah, but I think he may be eligible to return at some point. I don't know. His name came up to me a couple times today. I was like, oh my God, I totally forgot about that.
And he had about a week there where he had an opportunity to take over as the full-time starting running back.
Yeah, it just
against the Jets.
We just have not been able to figure that one out that great. So I like Mims out of the backfield.
Dude, I'm telling you though, each one of these running backs, there's not been consistency week in, week out, but each one of them has had a game or three that has been phenomenal. Javante's had some great games. Audric Estime's had a game or two that's been really, really good. And Jaleel just has got a role that he's very good at.
On the Sean Mazza text line, is Drew Sanders active today? He's eligible. He's on the team. I don't know if he's going to play or not. I don't know if he's going to be activated or not, but I
would be shocked if he's dressed.
He's there. He's available. He's off IR. He's there. We'll see what they do.
He's not fitting in the pass rusher rotation, that's for sure.
Well, keep our eyes on
maybe
it.
in the rotation, but...
Well, he's available whether they activate him or not, but he's off IR. He was practicing with the team this week, and, we'll see what they do with him.
Is he a special teams guy? I don't even know.
Drew Sanders, it could be, I guess. I suppose. I don't think that's why he's on the team, but I don't know.
Well, it might be what keeps him on a team.
Hey, boy, he was a stud, man, in college, though. He was the man. I was watching some highlights of him, and these guys, they got great college tape. Ain't no doubt about it.
You never know, man. Every now and then, these guys figure it out in years 3, 4. It happens, but more times than not, once it takes a couple years, usually you just got to fade off.
All right, I got it 23-13 Broncos. You got it.
I'm not gonna say as high as I was too high early in the show. It's not good. There's not gonna be that many points.
That is the first time that's ever been said in the state of Colorado.
Well, it wears off over time.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll take your word for
later
it.
in the show here,
Dan?
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go 24-17 Broncos.
Okay. Raj, who'd you have? Raj is sitting here. Did you pick the Broncos?
I had Broncos, but I'm hoping for a shootout. I don't believe it.
I don't know how I heard you say that really earlier. How does that happen, though, with this Broncos defense?
Riley Moss being out and Jameis Winston being a guy who you don't know if he's going to throw for 370 or 180.
When they put Surtain more or less on Judy, and who does that give you? Just whoever else? They're gonna
maybe David Njoku, but if you put Surtain on Judy and then possibly double him, does that make the running game a little bit easier for Nick Chubb to go off?
Yeah, it's been mediocre this year.
I just want fireworks.
The running back's been really bad. Their running situation's been pretty bad overall.
It has been.
Coach Mike predicted a loss?
He did last night on Altitude After Dark, our award-winning digital show.
And then I made him waffle this morning.
And then he just so it's whoa, he really surprised me last night picking the Browns to win. So last night I go to bed, I'm like, wow, that was kind of interesting. I'm driving in here today, and I'm like, I'm changing my mind. I'm flip-flopping.
There's nothing like good old positive Raj to get coach on the Broncos side.
You know what I got?
What kind of loss did he predict?
Pretty bad, 31-21 Browns.
31,
kind of handling things, and not only.
I do not see this defense giving up 31 points to the Browns.
I didn't either. I'm telling you, he said it last night. I was like, huh? What?
I think the final he predicted today was 34-28.
I thought it was 30. Wait, hold on.
Why? No.
No.
Why do you guys both have these shootouts? Where's this coming from?
I thought he said 34-31 with a walk-off
field
goal.
Oh, that was it. 34-31
with a walk-off. With a walk-off field goal.
With a walk-off field goal.
I do not know how the Browns will score that many points on
quite
this
frankly,
defense.
I don't know how we scored that many points.
Well,
I don't know if it's as much of a prediction. It's what I want to see. I want to see fireworks.
It's more fun.
Yes.
I understand it. The Browns' offensive line gives up the most sacks in the NFL. The Broncos get the most sacks. How in the world is this going to be a shootout?
That would be a huge step for Bo Nix to win a shootout. That would be when you see that. That's going to be the day. All right, the dude's here. It's not just coming; he's here.
But the Broncos had a shootout. The Falcons didn't want to participate. They had it. They did it. They've done it.
It's different, though. It's different.
Against Kirk Cousins, it's different?
No, you weren't in a shootout.
No, I get it, but I'm saying it was set up to be a shootout. You're playing the Falcons, a first-place team. You got Kirk Cousins.
It didn't materialize that way, though.
But it's going to happen with Jameis Winston?
I didn't say that.
He did.
You know the reason why I want it, man? It's because I looked at the ex-girlfriend, and she got hot over the weekend, and Russ proved that he could win a shootout.
Hey, Raj, here's what I got for you. Down the field goes old Syracuse. Just watch those backs hit the line and go through down the field. They go marching, fighting for the orange, strong to true victories in sight for old Syracuse. Jaleel knows that Miami will lose for a fight. Yes, we'll fight with all our might.
Who cares?
Old Syracuse, go fight, win. Let's football go next. Oh my God. The CU Muggles must have been in just the joy seeing Sean Keeler being allowed to ask a question, then freezing up at that moment. Unless it was in protest, I don't know.
I bet he panicked.
What's the question?
Wasn't ready. What do I do with this moment now?
Oh my God.
Do I double down? Do I get mad? Do I ask a tough one? Do I give him the softball that he wants?
I think it was passive aggressiveness from Sean.
You think it was a form of protest
Yeah.
that he didn't freeze?
Yeah.
Then why would he take the mic?
To show that he's protesting.
I'm protesting. I don't know, man. It's a weird protest. If it's a protest, it's a protest, but it feels to me like it just... All right, thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. I like Sean, though. Sean's a good dude. It was a weird moment. What can I tell you? Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, go ahead. What you got?
All right, we heard from Jerry Judy earlier. He wants to whip the Broncos you-know-what in his return to Denver. Well, Cortland Sutton was asked about Jerry Judy's comments and sort of some revisionist history with his time with Jerry here in Denver.
He's a competitor, man. That's my brother, man. I have so much love and respect for Jerry. I think that he's one of the most talented guys that I've shared the field with from any level of football that I've been able to play. You know, just happy to see him having the success that he's having right now. Going into this week, I think our defense is going to do what they need to do. He got a tough matchup with that boy too over there. I mean, everybody know that's cornerback one.
All right, let me ask you guys this question. We talked a little bit about this earlier. Is the Broncos offense better this year with Jerry Judy instead of the draft picks they received from Cleveland? Are they a better offense with Jerry Judy still in Denver?
They unfortunately are not, but it's not for football reasons. It's for other stuff. Like, it just wasn't the right mix. Like, Russ wasn't the right mix. He's obviously thriving in Pittsburgh. Justin Simmons wasn't the right mix for whatever reason. And Judy was one of those guys too. They really, really wanted to trade him in the middle of the season last season. So it's not a surprise he ain't on the team now.
Yeah, I guess it's the same answer, more or less. But the Broncos are better today because this is Sean Payton's team.
Yes,
it's his squad.
Yep,
he's got the guys that he wants. Maybe there's one or two guys left over that he's still trying to get rid of. I don't even know who those guys would be, quite frankly, because if Garrett Bowles isn't, whatever. This team is better because he's got guys that he believes in, and they believe in him. So inevitably, yes, they are in a better spot without Jerry Judy.
He said it, man. He said, Sean Payton did, the team last year doesn't win this game. It's against the Raiders. Team that last year doesn't win this game. What he's saying, and it's so clear, last year it was a team that he was coaching. This year, it's his team. And there is a big difference there. And he's got more pride in his team than a team. Ain't no doubt about it. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton. We also talked a little bit about Marvin Mims' new role as sort of the Deebo Samuel
Mims
of the Broncos. We'll hear Sean Payton on Marvin embracing that new role.
As a coach, I'm mad at myself that we didn't begin looking at this earlier, but he does such a good job running when you watch him returning punts that vision can carry over to certain runs in your offense and then certain things in the passing game. That 3rd down and 8 where he kind of leaked out of the backfield, they dropped the coverage. It was hard for them to kind of find, it's hard to figure out which direction he's going. It's allowed us to kind of expand some packages with him.
Is this Marvin's new role with the Broncos moving forward, or do you guys still see him as a legitimate wide receiver type threat, or is he a Deebo Samuel type player?
He is Deebo Mims from now on for the rest of his career. I love it. I think it's great. Deebo Mims.
I mean, the most fun part about it for me is seeing the creativity in Sean's mind. And there's been some really creative play calls, and not just the ones that have been big hitters for Marvin with the simple wheel routes out of the backfield. that he's done some things with Marvin, putting him in motion, creating chaos, getting Jaleel doing a dive, reverse action with Mims going the other way, dump off to Troutman, nobody there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Little things like that. And what I'm seeing is Sean is now gotten past the point of managing a young quarterback and now getting creative in his play calls again. So that part for me has been really fun to watch. I don't know if Marvin Mims will be the long-term answer for this role, but I know that this role is a permanent answer for Sean Payton. So he'll find the best player to fill this role for him. I don't know if it's going to be Marvin in the long run or not.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. Rookie quarterback Michael Penix said today that he'll be ready if the Atlanta Falcons coaching staff calls upon him, but he said he knows the decision is out of his hands. In fact, he goes as far as saying he believes Kirk Cousins will be able to stem the tide this season. So Kirk is in the middle of arguably the worst stretch of his 13-year NFL career with 6 interceptions over the past 3 games without a touchdown pass. The Falcons have lost all 3 of those games and have turned a commanding NFC South lead into a tie with the Bucs atop of the division at 6-6. If you guys are the Falcons, do you go ahead and just throw Michael Penix in there and say goodbye to Kirk?
Nope. You're in first place right now. It's a terrible division. It's a horrible division, but you are in first place. You're a playoff team as it stands. You'd be insane not to stick with Kirk Cousins right now. And maybe if you're not a playoff team, okay. But this is silly. It's a silly concept that you would put Penix in now, Tyler. You want to make the playoffs. You don't start now.
It's gotten complex because of the meltdown here, but for a few weeks, the plan was looking golden. I mean, amazing. Kirk Cousins comes in. He's going to hold down the fort for a year or two. Then you'll pass it off to Michael Penix. But Kirk has not been playing good football of late, and it was a serious injury that he was coming off of. The temptation to put Michael Penix in will be serious, and I actually think at some point this year it happens. So I tend to agree that teams in first place don't make changes, but they also drafted Michael Penix because they like the dude a lot. I don't know, man. It's a fascinating situation.
Yeah, not a lot of it made sense. They're at Minnesota. That'll be a tough game. They could lose there. They're at the Raiders. They probably win that. They beat the Giants, you would think. So if you stick with Kirk, you're going to be 8-7 going into the final 2 weeks. At Washington, that'll probably be a loss, and then Carolina will probably be a win. You can go 9-8 with Kirk Cousins and win. Unless the Buccaneers, who you're tied with, kind of pull off, I don't know, some sort of magic and do better than that. I think it's incredibly risky to do right now because you're a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
But they just showed one of Kirk's interceptions in the end zone. That was terrible. I mean, Penix would have just run in from that point. I don't know what they were thinking there, Tyler. It's a weird situation. Like, what is your plan for Penix?
All I know is at some point crowds do have power. You think they don't. You think fans don't have power. At some point, if the fan base gets loud enough wanting Michael Penix, they'll see him.
Next, Dan. Well, that's the Atlanta sports fan base?
Yeah, there would have to be enough fans to hear.
Exactly. Next story.
All right, fellas, Aaron Rodgers may no longer have a firm grasp on the starting quarterback job.
Happy birthday, by the way, to A-Rod.
Is it his birthday?
He's 41 today.
41.
Hey, he's killing it.
Well, he played in one of the worst games of the season in a 26-21 loss to the Seahawks yesterday, leading to a tepid endorsement from their interim head coach, Jeff Ulbrich. Ulbrich punted when asked to give an assessment of Rodgers' performance, which included a red zone interception, a game-changing pick six in the second quarter. He was asked if he's contemplating a quarterback change, and instead of shutting down that speculation just with a direct no, he replied, not as of today. So do you guys think the Jets bench Rodgers, and do you think Rodgers is back with the Jets next season?
Dude, when you're out and eliminated from the playoffs, your season is over. All your games are preseason. The only purpose, in my opinion, for playing in NFL football games when you've been eliminated from the playoffs is to develop for the future. So I guess I'll ask you a question,
Unless
Tyler.
they still think Aaron Rodgers is the future.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers is still the future.
No, but I also don't understand the nuances of the contract and all the stuff that goes down with it. It feels insane that Aaron Rodgers is playing anywhere next year. I mean, he's officially reached the Bill Belichick stage.
Who would want him?
Who the hell would want him?
Yeah.
I guess over time people forget, and maybe Bill Belichick gets another crack at it. I still wouldn't want that dude, and I think anybody that would hire him would be nuts. So that's where Aaron Rodgers has gotten in his career.
I bet you Belichick ends up with Jacksonville, but inherently I think you're right. Like, who really wants him? Give me one team in the NFL, aside from being a backup. Give me one team.
Nobody would want him as a backup. Are you kidding me? You want the Aaron Rodgers circus as a backup?
Fine. I'm just saying he's good enough to be a backup. That's all, like Joe Flacco is. But if you don't want the circus or whatever, fine by me. I can't think of one team that would prefer Aaron Rodgers over the situation they have right now, including drafting a younger quarterback.
Literally, the only team that would actually make sense would be like a Belichick, who, if he was coaching, felt like I can actually control this personality. But Aaron Rodgers is going to think wherever he goes, he's going to get the keys to the kingdom again, and that damn sure ain't happening. He's going to be out of options.
Karma, I'm not a Rodgers fan, so whatever. I mean, they're terrible. They're a terrible team, and he's been a terrible quarterback, and that's just that. And likely that's how his career is going to end.
It's amazing to see just how bad he has been.
It's unbelievable. It's 41, dude. He gave it a run. He's a Hall of Famer, slam dunk. Ended up winning one Super Bowl. I think you can make the argument he had a pretty overall, weirdly Hall of Fame disappointing career. I think there was a lot more there that he didn't achieve. Next up, Dan.
And lastly, fellas, Bryce Young, one of the weirder storylines to come out over the last month and a half of the season. Yesterday, leads his team to overtime against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So yesterday, he was 26 of 46, 298 passing yards with a touchdown to send it to overtime late in the fourth quarter. No interceptions, only took one sack. In fact, over his last 4 games, Bryce Young has 858 passing yards with 5 touchdowns and 1 interception. Do you guys remember in any sport where a number 1 overall pick has looked as bad as Bryce Young did in year 1 and sort of had a resurgent year in year 2? Is he the guy in Carolina moving forward?
Well, I mean, I'd make the argument that Peyton Manning would fit that bill, who threw like a record for interceptions as a rookie. And how many games did Peyton win in his first year? 4, 5? Something like that, 3. And I think he went to the Super Bowl the next year.
Yeah, you'd have to tell me because I didn't watch Peyton Manning's rookie year closely, but certainly there had been signs of hope. What makes this one so unusual is, I mean, there was no sign of life. Like that body was dead. And what's fascinating to watch, and I heard Coach talking about it on the way in, and I'm not anointing these two guys that they're officially going in the opposite directions, but you've got C.J. Stroud, who was the rookie of the year last year, who all of a sudden is looking more and more human, hitting that year 2 slump. And then you got Bryce Young, who's figuring things out. So the number 1 and number 2 picks are now trending in opposite directions.
Maybe, but the Texans are still in first place in their division. And, they also have a great pass rusher in Will Anderson, young guy. And they got a great coach in D'Amico Ryans. I think they're going to be fine. I think Stroud is going to be a great guy for them. But you know what's interesting is that Bryce Young may be all right. I watched a lot of that game, and I thought he looked great.
Both these guys are just prime examples, though, of you don't know what the hell you're watching in the rookie year for anybody. You don't know what the hell you're watching. You get signs of hope. You get things that you want to believe in. But goodness, man, I mean, the year 2 slumps is a real thing. And year 2 rebounds, a little bit more unusual, but I guess it happens.
Yeah, man, I think it's wrong to just judge dudes right off the bat. Some guys need a little bit more time than other guys. Bo Nix is in the running for Rookie of the Year. What was everybody saying after the first 2 weeks of this season? They're burying him. Bo Nix is, hey man, every conversation I'm hearing about Rookie of the Year has Bo Nix's name as part of it.
He's probably the leader in the clubhouse.
Okay,
frankly.
Well, Jaden Daniels got to win this weekend too. But I mean,
that was a big bounce back for him. That was huge.
Yeah,
that was huge for their team and for him.
You know what, guys? You can get a hamburger in McDonald's or Burger King. And there's a Wendy's over there, and I see a Carl's Jr. There's more than one place. You're allowed to have more than one good quarterback in one draft class. It can happen. That's another weird one. The whole it's just got to be one guy. Really? Does it? Not really. I mean, sometimes, and I don't know what this draft is going to be. I think Schefter is going to be that dude. I really do. I get what you're saying about Schefter and dropping back. He can't do that. You're right.
I believe in him. Don't get me wrong, but he's got a lot of bad habits he's going to have to break.
You're right. And likely in the first few games of his NFL career, those things are going to happen.
I could easily see Schefter Sanders having a Caleb Williams first half of his season.
Me too. But I think he'll get it if he's supported enough.
It all just depends on the structure. It really does. Like Caleb Williams, if he doesn't get the right structure around him, he might not ever figure it out. But if he does, I think he will. I think the talent is that good with Caleb Williams that I think he's going to figure it out. And he's already shown signs of it, but it requires structure.
I think Bryce Young could be the same thing too. I really do. I don't think they're drafting a quarterback. I don't think Carolina is. I'm glad it seems that Trevor Lawrence...
All they need to do is see a pulse from Bryce Young to not draft a quarterback because they've got every reason in the world to try to make that thing work.
I think they're there. I think they see a pulse. I don't think Jacksonville's going to draft a quarterback. I think the Raiders are. I think the Giants are. I think the Titans will want to. I don't know if they can because I don't know if they're going to be in position to do so. I think the Saints want to. Again, I don't know if they're going to be in that kind of position.
I would tend to disagree with you on all these teams holding on, but it's not a very good quarterback class. So there might only be,
to me,
who's the third first rounder?
Milroe, maybe?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But
there might only be 3.
Oh, hey, if there's 2, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, he's got to be a first rounder, right?
Milroe?
Yeah.
See, I think there's 2 slam dunk quarterbacks, and I don't think either one of them is going to get past 3 because I think the Giants, who are garbage, and the Raiders, who are garbage, will scoop them up no matter what. And whether they do a deal with Jacksonville, if Jacksonville finishes worse, who knows? But the Raiders and Giants are death spiraling to the bottom of the ocean, and Cam Ward and Schefter Sanders might go 1-2, might go, 2-3, I don't know. And Travis ain't going to be far behind, too. You're about to have...
I think it goes Schefter, Travis, Cam. That's the way I see it unfolding.
But, I agree.
But we'll see how desperate teams are.
I actually totally agree with you. I think the Giants... I think the Giants are actually worse than the Raiders, which is hard to believe. I think they'll be at 2. I think Jacksonville will be at 1 because is Trevor Lawrence playing the rest of the year? If you're the Jaguars, are you playing Trevor Lawrence the rest of the year?
Yes.
Why?
Why is Tua playing?
Because Miami's fighting for a playoff spot. They are. They literally are still. They believe they can get there.
100% were not fighting for a playoff berth when they brought him back. Now they are because magic happened.
All right.
But that team was out of it.
But McDaniel wanted to, they put a trade in front of him. He didn't want to do it. I forget who it was for. And he wanted to fight for it. Jacksonville's got nothing to play for except for that number 1 spot.
He'll play.
I think that would be first of all, I think it'd be risky health-wise for a guy that you want to play for a long time. I think strategically as an organization, it doesn't really help them for him to play and them to actually win a couple games. I do not think that helps them. I don't know why they would do it.
Because you pay the dude a lot of money to play football, and they play.
Yeah, I get it, but you're 2-10. The season's over. What else is there?
Figuring out your quarterback, trying to help him develop, I guess.
Frankly, if I'm the owner of the Jaguars, if I'm Fareed? I'm forgetting his name. What's his name?
I can picture him.
Shad Khan.
Shad Khan. Sorry, yeah. Shad Khan. If I'm Shad Khan, first of all, I just fire Peterson, and I tell the next guy lose. And I'm not playing.
You have a better chance losing out with Doug Peterson than telling the interim to lose.
Well,
good luck telling an interim head coach to lose.
However you want to do it, Shad Khan. But at 2, I really do think this. I don't think owners should meddle until a season is over and you need to do things for the organization, bigger picture things.
God, dude, you can't. You can't tell a team to shut it down. I mean, God dang. If you do it, you know that you're firing everybody in the building.
Well, you don't think Trevor Lawrence is playing next week, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, so there's 4 games left?
Yeah, and I think he'll be back.
Wow. Well, that to me would be incredibly stupid, but they are the Jaguars, so never say never. Final thoughts about the Broncos and the Browns. What this game could turn on that we haven't talked about. That's next. What's going on? C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Holiday season is here. Do you have Christmas joy in your heart? Perhaps there's other parts of you that aren't as joyous. Well, if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, okay, have an answer for you. How about some answers here? Not problems, but answers. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So I want you to schedule a consult. Your initial visit's only $99. It includes that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work, the visit in the office is free. They've got an expert staff. And like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Nate and Andy are at Hofbrau for Monday Night Football. Broncos and the Browns. Cleveland rocks. That's right. Cleveland sucks. How about that one? Cleveland sucks. Cleveland sucks. Cleveland sucks. Actually, the Cavs are the top team in the NBA right now. You guys know that?
Yeah, I did actually.
And the Nuggets play Golden State, which is having pretty good year so far. And then they start a roadie in Cleveland. And then they play a bunch of garbage basketball teams. But Cleveland ain't one of them. Back from L.A., because we all know when you play a game in L.A., you stay in L.A. You don't come home at night. Hell no. Because there's guys.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. You know why? Because LOB, baby. Life outside basketball. And there's a lot of guys from the LA area. They appreciate staying over. And Scott Hastings was one of those guys just getting back on the road. Scotty, welcome back to Colorado.
Yeah, I got to come home, get a little chicken noodle soup, and then watch Hallmark movies. It was fantastic.
Yeah, nothing to watch tonight, Scott.
Scotty, the Broncos are going to do what tonight to the Browns?
I think it's going to be kind of your typical Denver game. I think it's going to be kind of a knuckle dragger game because I think Cleveland's defense is pretty good. I think they'll test the tackles out a little bit. They should win, but I think it's going to be another one of those 23-14 type games, maybe.
I'm going to say the headline for tomorrow. It's going to go like
Laser
this.
Show.
What's that?
Laser Show.
No.
Laser Show.
No. Here's my prediction. The headline is going to be The Bo Show, but Bonito. So it's going to be the Bo Show, but Bonito, because I think the defense will have the biggest impact, specifically the pass rush, and specifically Nick Bonito.
Yeah, the more I look at the matchup, it's feels nearly impossible for the Browns to win a shootout. So if they're going to win the game, they got to stall out the Denver Broncos offense because I don't see a world in which the Browns are going to put up more than 20 points. So can you contain Jameis Winston? That's always the miracle in it, right? I don't know, Scott. The Browns have been up and down even with Jameis Winston at the helm, but they do have two huge wins. So how much do the two huge wins factor into it for you?
Well, it depends who they come to. They look at Denver as a huge team. Maybe they come out and turn something on. I don't know. One of those, they beat was it the game they beat Pittsburgh? Who was it they beat in the snow? Which is a good win, but I don't know, man. I think it's supposed to be. Look at the weather. This is like pass rushing weather.
Perfect.
The Browns aren't going to know what to do. Good weather,
right?
They're gonna good weather. What are you going to do? Like I said, I could see them scoring a couple touchdowns, getting three field goals, and I just don't see that offense unless Davis wins and pulls something out of the caboose. I don't think they get more than a touchdown and a couple field goals.
Yeah, I got 23-13 Broncos, something along those lines. I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring affair, and I really do think the star for tonight for the Broncos will not be Bo Nix. I think he'll be fine, but I don't think he'll be the star. I think it will be the defense, and this is a game where I could see Bonito having like 3 sacks. And listen, Jameis Winston got sacked 6 times by the Chargers, okay, who have a really good defense, as we're seeing week after week. Well, so do the Broncos. I think the star of the game tonight will be the Broncos defense, and they'll force Jameis into mistakes. So not the Bo Show, not the Laser Show, efficient, not spectacular. It'll be the Broncos defense that gets to be the stars.
The Browns they had 2 or 3 turnovers against the Steelers, and they still overcame it. So they will cough it up. They're definitely known to cough the ball up.
-7 on the year, giveaway, takeaway, -7.
Yeah.
So giveaways, yeah. How many interceptions? 9, not bad. They actually fumble the ball quite a bit. They just don't hang on to it. So that's kind of their bigger issue is fumbles than interceptions. But, there you go. Scotty, listen, are the Nuggets just going right to free throw practice today? Do they even do they get to go home?
Well, they just landed, so I don't know. And one of your favorite late night start games tomorrow night.
I got it. But I'll tell you this, bro. That is an embarrassing way to lose games, man. That is an embarrassing way to, and I don't know what the message was. I don't know what to say. But James Harden didn't shoot that great, but guess what he did? 13 of 13 from the line, man. 13 from 13 from the line from James Harden. And good enough, right? And 38 points, but still, he didn't shoot great, but he made his free throws. I find it repulsive when NBA teams just cannot make free throws, and that's why they lose. I get sick to my stomach.
Yeah, I remember having a long conversation with Doug Moe, and anytime there's a bad free throw shooting night, we kind of bring that up. And he pointed out a bunch of years ago, it's amazing if you look how many close games are lost because you couldn't shoot free throws.
Sickening. But, hey, whatever.
Last thing I got to say, though, I know we did tomorrow, we got Tuesday, we'll do a little football, but how about Russell Wilson? Woo!
Your boy! He's playing great! Hey, man, good for him, man.
I didn't know if Russ had a shootout in him.
Good for him. Good for him. I'm rooting for Russ. I'm officially rooting for Russell Wilson. And listen, man, they're a playoff team, and so are the Broncos. And don't tell me we're not here for that drama. Broncos at Pittsburgh. Let's go. Let's go in the playoffs.
Monday Night Football,
awesome.
baby.
All right, man. We got the Broncos winning. Thank you, Scott. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Nate and Andy, how are they feeling about it? Find out next. They're live from Hofbrau on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. It is a lovely Monday afternoon. We are live at the Hofbrau today, 92nd and Wadsworth. Those are the crossing streets.
What's the name of that street?
Wadsworth. Wadsworth.
You sure? Not Wadsworth?
It's not Wadsworth.
Wadsworth guy gone?
I haven't been paying attention to the traffic. Have we had our guy recently? Or did somebody actually correct him?
Well, people were the listeners took notice.
Is there potential for improvement from this guy?
We heard a little bit about it. So yeah, I don't know.
Monday Night Football tonight over at Empower Field at Mile High. Broncos Browns. Denver is a 6-point favorite this evening, taking on a Cleveland team that has been better. They've been better, 2-2. Since Jameis Winston took over as their starting quarterback. They scored 29 points against the Ravens. They scored 24 points against the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have looked less impressive against teams out of division, which the Broncos certainly qualify as that since Jameis has come in and taken over. Andy, we get the return of Jerry Judy. Tonight, our old buddy,
he's got a lot to say.
Our old buddy Jerry Judy is excited about coming back to Denver and taking on the Broncos. And he goes up against a Denver secondary that lacks the services of Riley Moss this evening.
Not ideal.
Not great. Patrick Surtain, who is absolutely dominated, number one wide receivers all season long, and Judy absolutely is number one for them. Cedric Tillman's out tonight with a concussion, so you know Judy is going to be the favorite target this evening for Jameis Winston, but without Riley Moss on the field, how creative can Stefanski get to try and open up the field a little bit for Jerry Judy? He's been very good since Jameis Winston has taken over as their quarterback. It's one of the things about this Browns team, Andy, is their record is quite poor, but the old tale of two seasons, like there was the Deshaun Watson part of the season, which was a nightmare, and then since Jameis has taken over, the Browns have turned back into more of a middling NFL team that has some star players, certainly probably the best pass rusher in the entire NFL in Myles Garrett. They have a very good corner in Denzel Ward. They have Nick Chubb, who scored a couple of touchdowns against the Steelers, even though he hasn't necessarily looked all that dynamic. But there's good players on this Browns team. This is a game tonight, Andy, where I believe the Broncos win this thing, because I don't think Sean Payton is going to lose a home game against one of his former quarterbacks. I just don't see that happening. But also, I do think this game can stay close, and if anything stupid happens, then we could have squeaky bum time late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, look, the Browns are not a defense to be taken lightly because Myles Garrett has eaten up all-pro tackles.
Sure
and
has.
Garrett Bowles sometimes plays like an all-pro and other times maybe not.
Yep.
So they're going to have to mind their P's and Q's with him in that pass rush. Although I will tell you, did the Broncos draft the smartest rookie quarterback of the class?
I don't know even how debatable that is.
I got to tell you,
I mean, the brain power on this dude, like his process.
I'm not being facetious,
He
man.
He doesn't make mistakes.
He doesn't make mistakes.
He doesn't take sacks.
Let me just tell you something else that made me appreciate Bo Nix. Bo Nix not even playing made me appreciate Bo Nix.
Uh-huh.
The Chicago Bear debacle on Thanksgiving.
The debacle?
I thought to myself, there's no way Bo Nix would have taken a timeout, coach or not, right? I mean, doesn't Bo Nix go, hey, we got problems here?
Hey,
I'm thinking, like, with 15 seconds, isn't
here.
Bo Nix taking the timeout?
I also believe Sean Payton would have called the timeout
that too.
Long before them.
But Sean Payton is 10 times a coach. I might have only gone 5 pre-Thanksgiving game. Now he's 10 times a coach that Eberflus is. So just let's say Bo Nix was somehow saddled with Eberflus.
Eberflus isn't actually a coach.
Fair enough. You're right. He's not anymore. But let's just say that Bo Nix was in that situation. Yeah. I was like, there's no way Bo Nix would allow that to happen.
I believe.
And maybe I take for granted just how the acumen the young man has brought to the position. You know what I mean? How Caleb Williams let that happen. Look, I get you're not playing for the greatest organization right now. But how we on Madden know you got a problem with 15 seconds left.
I would say
and you
so.
got a timeout. We got to burn it.
And you're chugging the ball down the field, meaning the play is going to take forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Wrong out. But anyway.
So I take it you didn't enjoy your first weekend as a Bears fan.
No, I was laughing because I was like, I look, all I had to gain from it was being able to tweet you.
Right.
And you had already made me break the Twitter silence once. So it was kind of over then. I'll tell you how I spent my first full game as a Bears fan, just so I could tweet you for being too cocky about the Lions winning.
Yeah.
I slept through all the good stuff. I took my nap. I got up. We done the big breakfast.
Oh, Caleb
and
balled
I
out in
decided
the second half.
Yeah, I slept through it.
Oh, he balled out.
I woke up at enough time to go, wow, this is a close game, and then watch the disaster happen. Where I was like, did they just fire him post-game? No. I'm at the Buff game Friday morning, and I'm like, oh, there it is. Eberflus is fired.
Not even just that.
They made him talk to the media.
They made him do a press conference. They made him do a Zoom call, and then they fired him. Hey, why don't you go? Why don't you stand up there and explain it again?
One more time. You still would do it the way you did it? We're on to San Francisco. You're not.
No, you're not.
Got news for you.
You don't get to,
You will
my
not
guy.
be. You're not going to be on to San Francisco.
You had such a great Bears fan experience for your first weekend as a Bears fan.
Yeah.
In a way, I was almost happy for you of like, you know what? You get to live the life.
Yeah.
Now, they don't usually end with the coach getting fired in season. In fact, that's never happened before.
Never has it ended that way.
Yeah, so you got to be prolific in that way. But no, as I was watching the fourth quarter, I was just like, this drive's going pretty good. How are they going to blow it? Here we go.
You were waiting for it?
Line up for that thing, my friends. It's not going well. Hey, tonight's game. Speaking of the Lions here for a moment.
Real quick. If
Yeah.
you were a good partner, you would notice I'm looking damn sexy on TV at the Hofbrau.
Where?
Yeah, Isabel just gave me a look. She's like, pump the brakes on that.
I was going to say, I only see Pablo Torre right now.
That's where – no, if you look over there or over there, we got a taste test thing going on. The Mammoth game's on.
Oh, your big broadcast debut for the 24-25 campaign.
The Mammoth,
yeah,
you'll see them when you least expect it. I don't know who actually ever watches this live, but I get a lot of, hey, man, I was at a bar and I saw you. All right, cool. So here we are.
I saw you on mute at 2
a
in the
bar.
morning.
Yeah, exactly.
I was hammered.
I was trying to just see if anybody would agree on my last run through the bar, and I saw you.
Saw 2 Lindahls on my television.
Yeah. Only one of you was up there, funny enough.
The Detroit Lions, okay?
Yes.
Currently, they are the number 1 seed in the NFC. However, and I'm taking a look at this Lions team right now. They're banged up.
Yep.
The schedule is about to get more difficult for them. It's also just generally hard to sustain when you've been that red hot. Their next 2 games are Green Bay and Buffalo. Granted, they're both at home, but the Eagles won again yesterday against a good Ravens team. They're 9-2. They're staring right at everybody else in the NFC. 10-2 for the Eagles. If Dan Campbell and the Lions succumb to the injury bug that's plaguing their team a little bit right now and lose a couple of games, does that open the door in the Coach of the Year race and a chance tonight on Monday Night Football for Sean Payton to show the world, hey, here's my rookie quarterback. Here's my team that had the 5.5 win total this season. Look how good my defense is when really we have one blue chip guy and everybody else. They got undrafted guys that are balling out on this defense right now. And Bo Nix was the 6th quarterback taken in the draft, and he might be the best of the class. Look at what I've got right now. Is this a chance tonight for Sean Payton to make a statement on Monday Night Football in the Coach of the Year race?
It could be. You know, it is funny because Bo Nix is all sorts of hyped for Rookie of the Year, although Jaden Daniels
had a good one
himself
yesterday.
an afternoon yesterday.
Yeah.
But who knows? Look, maybe Bo's going to come out and match it tonight. Yeah, Sean Payton doesn't get in the conversation. We kind of talked about this. I'm not quite sure why.
Mm-hmm.
He has done.
Oh, he's in the conversation.
Well, but I don't feel like he gets talked about compared to Dan Campbell and then pick your favorite AFC coach.
Right now, betting odds. Campbell at plus 120, Tomlin plus 350, O'Connell at plus 400, Sean Payton at plus 550. Yeah, plus 550, you're very much in the conversation right now.
If Sean Payton gets this team, remember the Vegas number was 5.5.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll get to 11, but I think they could get to 10.
Sure.
If they get to 10 and basically double the number from Vegas, he should win Coach of the Year, shouldn't he?
You win.
We all go off Vegas as the people that know what they're talking about.
You win tonight. You give yourself a full 2-game lead on Indianapolis. Clutch victory for them yesterday against New England. But you give yourself a full 2-game cushion, meaning that, and I'll allow the possibility of anything, you could lose that game against the Colts. And you still have a full 1-game lead. Now, you lose tonight, things start to get a little bit hairy. Indianapolis can catch you in one game and take the tie break, so that's a huge game right there. But if you win tonight, a full 2-game lead, you're in pretty damn good shape to be a playoff team.
Yeah. The funny part about it is what could swing Coach of the Year, as Josh has texted in, is good old Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
He's in the middle of this whole conversation
Sure
all of a
is.
sudden. He's making Tomlin look like Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Does it hurt Sean Payton's case? I don't know. Sean Payton's taken a rookie for the first time in his career and is about to go to the playoffs with him, one way or another, I would think.
You know what's funny about it is I actually don't think it hurts his case. The biggest reason being because Nix has been as good as he has been and appears to be such a perfect fit in Payton's system. And then you look at the fact that Russell Wilson was sacked 100 times in 2 years as a Broncos quarterback and got pummeled last year as Sean Payton's quarterback. It's like, oh, Sean wanted a quarterback that actually gets rid of the damn ball.
Yeah, I would also caution everybody as someone that does mildly root for the Bengals from time to time. That defense sucks.
Whew.
God, they're terrible. They're so bad.
I mean, Joe Burrow, 3 turnovers, but come on, man. Even with a pick 6, they lost that game.
Did you know that this is pretty interesting? Now, again, I know I should probably not cast stones because Bo Nix does have his receivers pick up yak yardage, but I've never heard a stat. Dan Orlovsky was on ESPN saying 265 yak yards for the Steelers yesterday.
For the Steelers yesterday?
265. Now let that sink in for a second, folks. Most people are lucky. Some of the quarterbacks threw for 265 that won yesterday. They got 265 yards after the catch yesterday. That was ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You can't tackle. What are you doing?
That's bad tackling.
Or you're not covering, and they're so wide open, they get a run for however many more. I cannot get over how bad the Bengals' defense is.
They are 0-7 against teams that are 500 or better this year. They're giving up 36 points a game against winning teams this season.
Yeah.
Whew. Yeah, they got a tough schedule. I mean, they're on a 3-game losing streak, and those 3 losses are Baltimore, the Chargers, and Pittsburgh. But still, with Joe Burrow, you just can't be that bad. They're going to have to make changes.
Joe Burrow has like 13 touchdowns the last month or
Leads
something.
the NFL in touchdown passes.
Dude.
His team's 4-8.
You are wasting an MVP. Like, what do you do with that? I mean, obviously they'll get him a new coach, but their O-line is so bad too. You know what else is amazing about what Burrow does? He's got a guy running free up the middle every time on him.
Sure
it's
do.
Just ridiculous.
Oh, he's phenomenal.
I can't believe he's still playing, frankly.
And there's
should be in the hospital.
Nothing he can do about it. Andy, I heard, speaking of stats, I like your yak stat right there. I heard a stat about rookie quarterbacks and the way they play on Monday Night Football that will absolutely blow your mind. I will tell you what that is because you will not believe it when I say it. That's coming up next.
guys? Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. All right, what are you looking for? What are you for that truck or 4x4 enthusiast in your life? You can find it over at Colorado Off-Road. Here's the thing. Not only can you find it over at Colorado Off-Road, but let's say you're looking for some step rails for your vehicle, or maybe it's a bed cover or floor mats or whatever. You can actually go over to Colorado Off-Road and see what you're buying before you buy it. That beats the internet shops. I'm telling you, once upon a time, 5 years ago when I started working with these folks and I got my F-150 back in 2019, I went in there and I was looking for a bed cover. Now, I had it in my mind I was going to do a soft top. Frankly, because it was just the most affordable thing that I thought I would get. Just wanted to slap it on there real quick. I went and looked at everything that Jerry had to offer, and he didn't try to talk me out of the soft top. What he did was show me the different models. He showed me what the different stuff would do. Ultimately, I went with a hard top that flips into threes. He's got power ones as well. You really want to look at the product before you buy it, because believe me, I know I would have made a very bad decision had I not stopped by and had a conversation with them. So go by Colorado Off-Road. It's real easy to find the showroom. They're 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right behind Arapahoe Community College. Take a look if you want to buy. You're shopping local when you do that. These good folks have been going on almost 25 years here in Colorado. Find them on the web, cooffroad.com. You can give them a call at 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Would you, I'm just curious, if, as a head coach, play caller, have you adjusted over the years how much time you spend with the quarterback? Like, is there too much of you they can have sometimes? Or
I think it's evolved. I mean, I think, look, you delegate the daily stuff, and then there's certain things that you want to make sure they know, especially as the play caller. I think that's the important part, you know. What is, you know, the ones that, man, he really likes, and then the ones, man, I really like, and we kind of know going in. We just had a few discussions as we're going through these plays today, like, you know, that's an A-list play.
I bet you there's such a thing as too much Sean Payton. Funny that Jeff Legwold, of all people, would ask that question. Leggy coming up today at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We're live at Hofbrau in Westminster, 92nd and Wadsworth. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, getting you set for the Broncos and Cleveland tonight. All right, Andy, so I've got some betting research to drop on you right here, and then I'm going to blow your mind. Are you ready for this?
Put my hat on.
Here we go. The Broncos, 5-0 this season against the spread as favorites. Okay. Every time they've been favored, they have covered. Well, that portends well for this evening because the Broncos are 6-point home favorites. Broncos are 8-2 against the spread in their last 10. 6-0 against the spread against teams with losing records this season. The Cleveland Browns would certainly qualify as that. All of those are good numbers for the Broncos. However, betting numbers aren't always necessarily kind to rookie quarterbacks unless you're playing on Monday Night Football. Get a load of this. Last 25 appearances by a rookie quarterback on Monday Night Football, the rookie quarterback is 19-5-1 against the spread.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many different rookies are we talking about here? Like a cavalcade
over
of them?
25?
I know, but
that's many.
Double appearance. Yeah. Why?
Yeah.
What? Why?
I don't know.
They get an extra day to prepare for that, right?
That always helps. An extra day helps. It also gives your opponent an extra day, so you would think they would be better. Last 25 appearances. Maybe that's random as hell. Maybe there's something to it. But the Broncos generally have been looked at this year as a team that has not gotten enough respect from the odds makers. 5.5 is the win total. That would say they didn't get enough respect. They already blew by that. And you look at their numbers as favorites this year. Maybe the numbers are on the Broncos' side. 6-point favorites at home. That's pretty big. That's a large number.
I don't necessarily love that number against a Jim Schwartz defense with your rookie quarterback, but nonetheless.
19-5-1 against the spread last 25. That would suggest that Bo Nix is a 6-point favorite is a solid bet tonight at home. Doesn't feel like it, does it?
No, I feel oddly good about their chances here tonight.
You should. They're better than the Browns.
No, I know they are. I just don't know. I don't know if I figured out if I feel like we're going to see a lot of scoring or if this is going to be more of the defensive. The Broncos might have to go, and again, fans just need to be ready, but they might have to go back to some of the things they did beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Where they're a little more conservative offensively. You know, maybe Sean Payton doesn't give Bo the green light to try to go out there and match the Jaden Daniels game. Although, did you see? I didn't get to watch any of that game. I know you at least have Red Zone.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels didn't throw for a lot of yardage. He had 3 touchdowns, rushed for another, but his yardage total was like in the high or low 200s. Like
206.
It wasn't a
206, 3 tutties. He did have the rushing touchdown, like you talked. I mean, some of it was they were up 21-0 by the end of the first quarter.
So,
Brian Robinson had good numbers in that game yesterday. 25-30, but they didn't really have to chuck it down the field. Tennessee is terrible.
Whew. No, they are.
That
Brian
team is
Callahan's got a lot of work he's got to figure out doing there. But,
what's interesting is after yesterday, so I was looking at the Offensive Rookie of the Year numbers.
Yeah, I'm curious. What are those doing?
Daniels is minus 250 right now, which suggests a heavy favorite. Bo right now is at plus 200, so he's 2-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I would say if you've been holding your water on betting Bo, if he plays well tonight on Monday Night Football, that might be the best number you'll get the rest of the way.
Yeah, I would, because remember, Bo's got 2 national TV appearances because he's still got that Thursday night game coming up here against the Chargers.
Yeah.
Where he can make an impression on the voters.
Sure can.
And actually getting a couple of top crews. I mean, just look at the last couple of weeks between the KC game and what they did against the Falcons. You've seen Kevin Harlan in your life. You've had not Buck and Aikman, but Jim Nantz and Romo.
Tony Romo.
So you've had these crews, which tells you more than country is starting to see these games, and that's where the Bo. That's the reason why he's kind of, I think, been a hot topic for a lot of folks from the national media.
3 straight Rookie of the Week awards.
If he goes out and does something again, and by good, we're talking a couple touchdowns, 250 yards. He doesn't need to go out and be, I think, nutty.
Yeah.
But he shows consistency, throws a couple TDs, they get a win, and as you said, probably really start to firm up the playoff spot. You're really going to see he's going to jump in the lead for Rookie of the Year at some point.
One other thing you could look out for tonight, the Browns have been gashed by running quarterbacks so far this year.
Okay.
They've struggled with that. Now, I know that Knicks' rushing totals are way, way down compared for, you go back to the New Orleans game, and that was 10 for 75. That was his best rushing game of the season. Ran for 36 in the Baltimore game. They did a good job getting pressure on him. Last 3 games, Bo Nix only has 6 carries for a grand total of 5 yards. That's all he's had in the last 3 games. This could be one tonight where I could see Bo Nix converting a long third down. You add one more scramble to it. I think his rushing total tonight is something like 19.5. Cleveland's gotten gashed by running quarterbacks so far this year, and Bo Nix is, while I wouldn't call him a running quarterback, I would certainly call him an athletic quarterback.
How good is that Cleveland secondary? I think that's another part of the key to this.
They've got Denzel Ward.
Look, he may have to run to get out. They've got a good pass rush, right? Yep. Cleveland can apply pressure to the passer, so he may have to run just to simply avoid sacks and things like that.
Exactly. I mean, we saw Max Crosby give all kinds of problems to Mike McGlinchey last week. McGlinchey's going to have his hands full again tonight with Myles Garrett, and they're going to try and put him over on that side a lot. I think tonight ends up being kind of a big Javonte Williams game, not necessarily numbers-wise, but just snap count. Because of a good pass rush coming from Cleveland, Javonte being the guy that they trust, you're going to have to use a tight end to chip a little bit. I mean, Myles Garrett's he's a generational pass rusher.
All right, is the Jerry Judy deciding to pop off going to add anything into this? Were you surprised that part of me isn't surprised at all. I wondered, would he say anything on his return to Denver?
Yeah.
Of course, he had to do it when we all got off the air. I'm sure all the radio shows would have loved for him to have popped off during a normal week when we had a couple days to talk about it. But, of course, he started doing it Thanksgiving Day or Black Friday or whatever. Do you think that's going to add anything to this thing? I mean, are you surprised that he's doing it?
No. Here's the thing about Jerry Judy is
no self-awareness?
Well, there is that, yes. He's always kind of suffered from that a little bit. I generally think his teammates liked him when he was here. I think he was respected as a player inside that locker room. I mean, let's be honest about a little bit of what went wrong for Jerry Judy. He didn't work with Russell Wilson. And a part of it is because Jerry Judy's gift as a wide receiver was the ability to get open quickly, right? It's precise route running and getting open quickly. The problem is that doesn't work with a quarterback like Russell Wilson who wants to hang on to the ball forever. Courtland Sutton figured out how to play with Russell Wilson, right? Sutton figured out, okay, I can be a better free play wide receiver, come back to the ball, improvise, all those kinds of things. I don't think Judy ever figured out how to do that. And right now, playing with a guy like Jameis Winston, I think there's a reason why Judy's having his best stretch as an NFL player.
Okay, but would he have been better than with Bo? I mean, look, I don't look back and go, hey, they should have kept him. I don't think they should have.
That's what's funny about it. Ironically, I think he'd be pretty good with Bo Nix.
Might have been the favorite target.
Exactly. Now, they didn't want to pay him.
No, and I don't blame him.
And
I don't fault the Broncos one iota for what they did.
The Broncos they're not really paying wide receivers all that much money. Like outside of Cortland, everybody else is on the cheap. They're not. I think they're bottom 10 in wide receiver spending this season. Sean Payton's just that's not where he wants to spend his money. Also, they got cap issues. So you got to be cheap somewhere. Cortland's not making an absorbent amount of money. You got a couple of rookies at 2 and 3 right now. They don't spend a ton right there. So they made the trade. They got a 5th and a 6th. I think one of them they used to trade up and get Troy Franklin. All is well. Like I really do think it worked out well for everybody. But to your point, I actually think Jerry Judy would have been pretty good with Bo Nix.
Yeah, we'll never know now. The problem is again, he's had a couple 3 weeks that he was good. He's also had plenty of the season where he isn't. And we've seen that before in this town, where he'll show up for little stretches but disappears for largely, I'd say, 3/4 of the schedule.
And tonight he's got to go up against Surtain.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
He's getting a lot of national love going into this game. He's getting the revenge game narrative going in his favor right now. Yeah, but the Broncos are going to deploy Patrick Surtain against Jerry Judy tonight. According to Next Gen Stats, Patrick Surtain, these are the numbers against him this year. 23 catches for 177 yards. It's December, and those are his numbers right now. Opponent passer rating 47.6 when targeted this season. Andy, you and I could put up a 47.6 in the NFL. That shows you how dominant Surtain has been. You take Cedric Tillman out of the game tonight, it's Jerry Judy and Elijah Moore the top 2 targets. Now, David Njoku's he's a good tight end. He's going to have a couple of brain-dead drops because it seems like he always does anytime you watch this guy. But I don't think Jerry Judy's going to have a big game tonight.
No, I don't expect
He's got to deal with
either.
Surtain.
Well, and on top of it, like I always go back to the moment where I was finally like, okay, we just need to move on from Jerry Judy. It was that Chiefs game last year, Thursday night. Remember Steve Smith had said some things that frankly were true. Jerry Judy didn't like it. He decided he'd go doing a dance in the background, making a scene on that Thursday night set that went out and
where
had,
are your priorities,
37
guy?
yards.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything in the game. So that's what I'm curious to see tonight. He's decided to let everybody know how angry he was about everything. And again, you only had 1 year with Sean Payton. It is one of those things where I do wonder how many Bronco draft picks will look back. Would you say Fant's working out in Seattle? I mean, he's not been a disaster, but he's stayed there
fine.
basically longer than anybody else traded to them.
Yeah, he's fine. He's a perfectly cromulent NFL tight end. He's not first-round pick good, but he's fine. He's a pro football player.
I'm just wondering, again, the Nuggets went through this period where they were switching up some coaches, and they would trade away their guys, and they go be like Jalen Rose was a really good Indiana Pacer. Remember that? Really was just a fine Denver Nugget, but nothing more than that.
I mean, how many – here's what I'll say, and I'll say this in defense of Jerry Judy, because I would be a hypocrite if I ripped into him for his comments of I'm a better player than how they used me, right? How many coaches did he have? How many quarterbacks did he have? How many offensive systems did he have to deal with in his time in Denver? Now, look, is he also at fault, and should he have been better? Absolutely. But also, you look at other receivers that were drafted in that first round, found themselves in better situations, more consistent systems. That's why they've had better careers. You think of Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Ayuk, and I don't think Judy's as good as those guys. But also, he was drafted into this organization at a time when the Broncos were a freaking mess.
Yeah, and nobody knew what way they were going. The offense changed constantly. But again, for his part, there were just too many drops. Whether he likes it or not, there's just too many drops.
He didn't live up to it either.
Not catch the ball when you needed to.
I completely agree with that. Yeah.
And he still doesn't block. Like, again, I don't think Sean Payton loses an ounce of sleep over this.
Nope.
He wants his receivers to block. Judy still was not blocking.
I think Jerry Judy has a good skill set, but it's a specific skill set, and he needed to be in a place that wanted him, that knew how to take advantage of it. They've gotten to that place with Jameis. The Deshaun Watson part of this season, almost just throw that out for the Cleveland Browns and throw it out for everybody else on that offense.
But what are you going to do when you have to bring the guy back next year because you owe him too much money?
Oh, he won't be on that team next year. No, they'll eat the money. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
They'll eat it.
Haslam? I don't think Haslam's the Penners.
You're going to have to.
Dude, they should have done it last year.
I know.
And they chose not to.
And it's 2 years in a row of the guy disappears and you bring in somebody else that you thought was dead, and look at that, the team wins football games again.
What did he do?
How much more evidence do you need in your face of this guy's broken and he can't play anymore?
Yeah, but I mean, look, the evidence was there that you shouldn't give this guy a guaranteed contract.
No, you shouldn't have done that either.
Anyway.
Yeah,
So.
you can't keep doubling and tripling down on it. The other part of it too, and this is the part where like you would hope even an owner would take note of this, is look at how much all of his teammates hated his guts.
No, you're right, but again, I don't think he's a normal owner. Again, I think it's something that you should appreciate the Penners for the way they do their business. They're just listening to the coach, going about what they need to do. It doesn't feel like they're trying to get too involved in things. Haslam is kind of he's got a little Jerry Jones in him.
Fully guaranteed contract.
By the way, the Drew Lock thing.
Yeah, it didn't really work out. Yeah.
Well, why?
The Drew Lock still suffers from the notable handicap of being Drew Lock.
Why is it that way? What is missing there? The arm is there. The arm is there.
The arm is there.
The head isn't.
No. Threw for $178. He got sacked 6 times in that game.
Oh, that game.
Yeah.
That's when everybody drove to wherever they needed to get to.
Yeah.
Did a little eating.
Yeah, that game was heinous. That thing was no good. No.
Did you check out the Chiefs and Raiders, by the way?
I did. I
didn't get to watch any of it because I was up in Boulder.
I watched the fourth quarter of that game. Yes, it was. I watched the Buffs game early on. CSU was on, so I was watching that thing, and then I watched most of the fourth quarter of Chiefs Raiders. They're going to start losing. They're going to start losing.
The Chiefs?
Yes.
I don't think so.
They're. You think whatever deal
whatever
Reid
witchery they've
made
created
with Satan,
yes,
he can never lose.
Yes.
That team is not even. I'll eat all of this word. All right, mark it down. Spring, mark the tape. What is today? December 2nd, 3:39. Oh, that's already a problem. December 2nd. The Kansas City Chiefs will not make the AFC Championship game this year.
Wow.
They will not go to the AFC Championship game.
All right.
Yeah, they won't. Nope. That team's a fraud. That is as fraudulent an 11-1 team as you are ever going to see.
You just said the record. They're 11-1.
And
they beat the Ravens.
Though. That's happened. You remember weren't the Eagles like 11-1 last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look how that turned out. Yeah.
Hey, look. I hope you're right.
Big Ben Steelers did that one year.
I hope you're right.
That team's a bunch of
I would
frauds.
love to watch it all end in misery.
Those guys stink. I'm telling you, man. Aiden O'Connell was moving the ball on that defense. Those guys stink. Seriously, whatever, deal with the devil, to your point, witchcraft, sorcery, whatever it is, it's about to run out.
Yeah.
You can't keep winning football games that way. No way. Kreckman and Lindahl, it's going to be my fault when they win the Super Bowl again. Keep it here. We're out at the Hofbrau today. Andy's going to be hanging out watching the game tonight, 92nd and Wadsworth. So come watch Monday Night Football, Broncos-Browns viewing party right here at the Hofbrau in Westminster. I'm Nate Kreckman. We're with you today until 6 o'clock here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Andy, give me a pick to click tonight. Who's having a big game?
Big game for the Broncos.
Big
Let's see
game
here.
Bronco. Who's a big game Bronco tonight?
Boy, help me out here. You could go offensive and defensive, couldn't you?
You sure could. You can go special teams if you want to. Is this a big Will Lutz game defending AFC Special Teams Player of the Week?
Man, I was not ready for this. You caught me off guard.
Nailed
it feels like Patrick Surtain should have a pick six, the way that Jameis likes to give them out.
Sure
right?
does. Sure does. Thing about Jameis Winston, he'll keep both teams in the game.
He will. He's never seen a corner he's afraid to throw against, so that's what helps sometimes. I'm trying to think offensively, who's the guy? Is there a surprise Monday night, like the hero of Monday night? I'm trying to think if the Broncos, I think, have had Glenn Milburn have a good game on Monday night once upon a time. Josh Reynolds is not playing. We learned that from Mike Kliss today. They're going to make a decision Wednesday
he's
as
out
to whether to activate him or not. Boy, real quick, because I do want to give you a pick, and maybe I'm just buying some time, but
Sure
we do have
sounds
to
like
discuss it. You know, it's what I do.
Old Hem and
I
Hall
told you I was
Lindahl
not
over
ready.
there.
I was not ready for this. I want to pick an offensive guy. Josh Reynolds.
Yeah.
And look, I put my cards on the table so everybody knows where I'm at. I'm not sure Javon Walker. Did Javon Walker play here one more time? And again, Javon Walker witnessed a murder in his lap. I'm not saying it's quite the same as what Josh Reynolds went through.
It's pretty traumatic.
But I think bullets flying at you. Josh Reynolds had to flee a vehicle because it was so riddled with bullets.
Traumatic.
If this guy were to decide, I can't play in Denver anymore, I need a fresh start, I would hope the Broncos would accommodate him.
Yeah.
I would 1,000% completely understand if he never wanted to try to play football in this city again, because I think it would have absolutely nothing to do with the Broncos organization. If he's freaked out by the city and what took place, and I don't know what led to him being targeted in that bar or whatever, but the bottom line is that club, the Glendale Ballet, the bottom line is I would completely understand any mental trauma he's going through.
It's horrible.
So if he does not want to play this year at minimum, I would get that. And frankly, I don't know if the Broncos have to have him. You know what? I'm going to go Devon Vele. Big game for Devon Vele.
Look at you.
Two rookies get on the radar. Well, what tight end am I going to pick? My little whoopee position, I got nothing.
No Nate Adkins going off tonight?
I like me some Nate Adkins, and maybe, you know what? Maybe they scheme up a play like they did for him to go off against the Falcons. I'd love to see that. But no, he just was a one and done. Devon Vele's due for that game, of that arrival game, isn't it? Isn't he? Wouldn't you say?
I'd say he's pretty damn rivaled already.
But I mean, letting the whole league know, hey, you know the name Devon Vele?
Know
you
the
should.
name. Yes, know the name.
Because the Browns are going to focus their actions on Cortland, right? The numbers tell you take Cortland away, that's Bo's favorite receiver.
10 catches for $106 last two games for Devon Vele. That's what he has put up here of late. Listen to this number, by the way. Cosmider had this one. Vele has been targeted on third or fourth down. So these are the clutch downs 11 times this season. He has caught all 11 of those balls, 128 yards and a tutty.
I think he might have received some of Bo's best passes all year.
Yeah,
frankly.
Yeah,
And he and Bo have a connection.
I think he's just he's a tough ball catcher. I think that's what he does. He's Tim Patrick, but a healthier version. I was going to say younger. I don't know if he's actually younger.
No, he's not too much. Did Tim Patrick do anything? Did I miss the Tim Patrick? Did he get a highlight? Did he chip in for Detroit the other day?
I
can't remember.
Not that I recall a huge Tim Patrick play. He did have 2 catches for 48 yards. I guess he had a 30-yarder in that game.
Who you got? Who you going to click?
I'm gonna take Cortland Sutton tonight. I know.
You okay?
It's bold. 24% target share right now, at the highest of his career. Bo Nix loves him, and he's on the best run of his entire career right now. Last 5 games, 7 catches, 93 yards is the average. He has 3 touchdowns over that span. I think Cortland Sutton's just going to keep it going. I think he's a big game player. I think that Cortland Sutton goes and balls out tonight. Wasn't the crazy catch against Buffalo in that Monday Night Football last year?
It was. He shows up in big moments.
I think he's catching a touchdown pass tonight. I like Cortland Sutton as my pick to click this evening.
If the Browns were to pull the upset,
yeah,
will they pull out a flag of a brownie elf that looks like he's somehow the reject of the Keebler Company?
Plant the flag.
And go plant the flag and the Bronco in the middle. And then will a melee ensue?
Can we get everybody pepper sprayed on the field?
What is going on? Why was this the spiciest? And you know what was crazy about it? Saturday was like nothing but college football fights.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm hoping. I'm keeping an eye on this Mammoth game because I'm going to make you watch it.
We had a good Texans-Jags fight yesterday, too.
Yeah, how about that?
Whew.
Well, I mean, you know what?
Good
on the Jags. That's how you got to respond.
Yeah.
We had the craziest fight in the Mammoth game, and you know what? It broke out. We went down. We were trying to figure out what the call was, so we went down to our guy between the benches. So imagine Mark Rycroft between the benches as the two benches decided to just go at each other.
So your dude was just stuck in the middle?
Oh, our guy John Gallant just goes, oh, boy. Next thing I know, coaches are screaming, players are screaming. My guy Zed Williams slammed a guy. Our guy Zed Williams, note to the rest, Zed Williams is the dude you don't mess with. Every time Zed has been involved in an altercation, somebody gets pinned to the ground. Like, Zed is a really, really nice guy, centered dude. And I swear he's telling this guy, don't make me punch you, because I will. Guy could not get Zed off of him. But anyway, yeah, it not only was it great because we had a Donnybrook where literally like 5 guys got involved and one dude literally got assessed 30 minutes of penalty time because he came off the bench. But our dude was in the middle trying to explain penalties to us when the whole thing broke out.
Can I give you
I want Rycroft to experience that now. I just want a Red Wings, Avs, everyone on the ice squares off, goalie fight, the whole deal, while Rycroft's in the middle of it.
Can I give you a flag-planting quote?
Yeah, give it to me. Was this from Baker Mayfield?
This is from Boise State head coach Spencer Danielson today.
Okay, all right.
Quote, to me, if you're one of the best players in the country, you play in a championship game.
All right.
I think I pick up what you're putting down there, sir. You believe that Ashton Genty should win the Heisman over our guy Travis Hunter. Because the University of Houston couldn't hold their water the other night, even though BYU did everything they could to lose that game on Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guy. We're not going that route. Not going to go that route. Although I will say, Travis Hunter, though I thought I did everything I could possibly see, he didn't throw a pass, then take a lateral, and end up with both a throwing and catching touchdoand on the same play.
You know what's so weird about that for Josh Allen?
Score. Is that a scoregami?
He was credited for a receiving touchdown.
Right.
But he didn't have a reception.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Why does he get the receiving touchdown?
I don't know, because it happened on a passing play?
So everybody playing Josh Allen in fantasy is irate.
I guess.
It's rich that somehow Collinsworth had him going in his fantasy team last night against his kid. But, yeah, I don't understand it. He caught it, and then there was a pitch play. Doesn't it become a rushing touchdown on the pitch play? That's what I don't understand. Josh Allen certainly should get a touchdown credited to him.
No, because
I don't understand why he gets 2.
Because think about it this way: it's hooking, like on a hook and ladder. That's all receiving yardage.
Okay, but he didn't catch it. I mean, he caught the pitch.
And then went and scored. Andy, you ready to get in the hunt?
No, let's do it.
303-504-0925. Kreckman and Lindahl Show, get in the hunt. Here we go. Josh Allen, last night, first quarterback since they've been tracking this since 1950, first quarterback ever, with a passing, receiving, and rushing touchdown all in the same game. 4 other players have done it in NFL history, but they were not quarterbacks. Can you name them? Yes. 4 other guys have done it. Passing, receiving, rushing touchdown in the same game. 4 other dudes have done it, but none of them were quarterbacks. Think about it in the break. Get in the hunt. 303-504-0925. Weird box score thing, which I love that stuff. But yes, credit for a receiving touchdown, but no credit for a reception. The box score says he had no catches in the game, but he did have a receiving touchdown. So weird, so great. Thank you, football. Broncos and Browns. Bo Nix's steady improvement. I think I've got a formational thing that could have been contributing to that. I'll tell you what that is next. Oh, guys, tonight is a perfect night to get on Sport Trade. Broncos and Browns. Denver is a 6-point favorite. Live wagering on Sport Trade is such a great experience. Last year, do you remember placing in-play bets on sports books? You get the spinny wheel, and then you see the odds move, and then you watch your bet get rejected. Well, with Colorado's newest sports betting app, Sport Trade, they've changed the game. They're introducing instant in-play NFL betting. And better yet, it's at half the vig. That means more earnings in your pocket when your bet hits. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. You can earn 10% cash back on every bet. You want to wait till the second half of this game to lay down a wager tonight. Sport Trade and their live wagering experience, it is the best way to bet the NFL. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem, you call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. It's Monday Night Football night here in Denver. Broncos and Browns. Going to be a little chilly out there, but not all that bad. We're looking at possibly low 40s, high 30s tonight for this game, although the weather should be quite lovely. Not exactly going to look like it did in the Great Lakes region over the weekend. Buffalo and the Niners, that was an awful lot of fun last night. By the way, real quick, Andy, just more bad news for your guy CMC. PCL, done for the year.
Yeah.
When you got to watch a guy crumple like that, lost season for Christian McCaffrey. And honestly, lost season for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, I mean, look, all serious, he was on my fantasy team. We joked about the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him. The Niners, this is interesting, dude. This is one of your years in the window, and now what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You were able to sign everybody. You're going to have to get rid of Debo after the year, it looks like. Although, are you going to be able to do that now with Ayuk? Heard how long before Ayuk gets back? They were able to find a way to keep most of their guys together to try to make that one more run, and it's not working out right now.
You can only lose so many Super Bowls, too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well,
it's
the
hard to
football
come back
gods don't
from.
let you go every year unless I guess you're KC, which, again, is why they made a deal with the devil.
Yeah. All right, Andy. First quarterback since 1950, passing, receiving, rushing touchdown in the same game. Josh Allen did it yesterday. 4 other players have done it, not quarterbacks. Do you got any for me? Get in the hunt. Irvin Joe style, 303-504-0925.
I'm stealing one from Glenn.
Okay.
He says Frank Gifford.
I did not have Frank Gifford on my list. This is not on the list that I cribbed from NFL Network last night. Although, great guess on Frank Gifford.
Yeah, it would make sense, right?
It's also very Monday Night Football.
That's why I figured we'd throw it out there.
Yes.
What about CMC?
Christian McCaffrey did it in 2022.
Okay,
Yep.
so it's still a member of the Panthers, right?
No,
maybe. Or the year he got traded.
I think it was when he got traded, yeah.
So I don't know. Would you say December 2022?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, then he would have been a Niner by then. He was traded at the deadline.
Yes.
Who else we got? I don't know. Who else was kind of the do-it-all? Is there a receiver in there?
No.
So the receiver never threw a touchdown?
No.
Or got the jet sweep?
I've got 2 Hall of Famers. And
O.J. Simpson.
And Juice didn't make my list. And a guy that I completely forgot existed are on my list. 2 Hall of Famers and a guy that
Go ahead. Give it to everybody because they're coming in fast and furious.
Fast and furious. Okay. I've got LaDainian Tomlinson.
Okay, that was someone's guess.
I've got Sweetness himself, Walter Payton.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Walter did it. One of your Bears. And
they're not my Bears. Let's make this clear.
You're going down with the ship now, man.
No. Although someone did point out I got a coach fired. First day in fandom, coach gets fired.
That's pretty good.
It's the Andy effect.
That's pretty good.
It is. I've got unbelievable powers.
That's magical.
Matter
touch.
of fact, I need to not pick the Broncos tonight. That's what I need to do.
David Patton. Remember David?
I do
Patton?
remember. Was this the Payton Patriots version? David Patton.
This would have been 01, I believe. David Patton. He was a wide receiver, actually.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So a receiver has done it.
And he was New England.
New England. I think this would have been 01 that he got it done. David Patton.
I remember him.
He was a guy.
Long
NFL career.
He played a long time with Brady.
Actually, he played for Sean Payton in New Orleans at the end of his career.
Really?
Yeah, deep cut for you.
That I didn't know.
Deep cut for you.
Was he a Bear ever?
No. No, he played for the Giants, the Browns, New England, 2 years for the Washington football team, and then 2 years in New Orleans at the end of the career. Well-traveled David Patton. Won 3 Super Bowls, by the way.
He's no Jabbar Gaffney, but he did all right.
Good rando Patriots name for you.
Have we had a relevant Bronco 10 since Bo Nix? Since Bo Nix has now made it a relevant Bronco 10.
Mm-hmm.
Judy, I wouldn't say ever made it relevant, but was relevant because he was a first-round pick. Like, Jabbar Gaffney had some all right games for the Broncos.
I think all right.
And I think that's about as good as you're going to do in the number 10 category for the Broncos.
Right, exactly.
Like, Bo Nix you can go ahead. Like, if they retire Bo Nix's number, there'll be no calling anybody else up to ask if it's okay.
So let's see. Let me dive into the history of number 10s. Emmanuel Sanders.
He's a good 10, all right.
Best to ever do it.
I would say he was better than Jabbar Gaffney.
Steve Ramsey.
Yeah, he was a quarterback. You don't remember him?
From 1971 to 1976.
Oh, no. Patrick Ramsey, I think, is who I was thinking
I never
of.
actually
Yeah.
saw
Was
Steve
Ramsey then
play.
a QB?
I was -4 when Steve Ramsey wrapped up his Bronco career. Steve Ramsey was he was a quarterback.
He had to be, because you know why? That was back in the time when he had proper numbers, and I knew your damn position by him.
Judy obviously was a 10. Jabbar Gaffney was a 10.
Only a 10 as a jersey number. Was not a 10 as a player.
How about old Bucky Dilts?
Yeah, you got to know some Bucky Dilts.
Bucky Dilts, 77 and 78. Todd Sauerbrunn was a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was, yeah.
10 vials of whatever.
Yeah, I was about,
pumped into him.
About to say. That was where his rage was most nights.
Triandus Luke.
You don't remember some Triandus Luke?
I don't. Do you?
Yeah, I want to say he was a punt returner. Who was our little guy that was
Trendon Holiday.
Well, Triandus Luke was kind of in that vein, if I remember right. I'll go look it up. Yeah.
Buck 95.
Wow, he was 5'11". I remember him being that big.
He had 6 catches back in 04. What was your favorite of Triandus Luke's 6 catches back in 04?
Yeah.
No touchdowns,
Sure.
by the way. Yeah.
Sure.
Triandus Luke is not on the list with Danian Tomlinson and Walter.
No,
Payton.
he's not. He's not one of those guys. Who else we got? Someone is saying Randy Moss. That's not right, right? No Randy Moss?
Did Randy Moss wear number 10 for the Broncos?
No, I was going back to your list of the 3-tutty game.
Again, not on the list of dudes that I got from NFL Network last night. I'm trusting that the researchers at NFL Network got it
so
right.
we got Tomlinson.
Yeah.
We've got I already forgot who I guessed. We got Tomlinson, we got CMC.
Yep.
We've got
You got Sweetness. You got David Patton. And Josh Allen.
Oh, 5 total. Thought there was one more. All right, never mind.
Wait, who else was on the list, Spring? I'm sorry. Vance Joseph is momentarily confused.
Josh Allen.
Oh, okay.
There he is. Okay. Now he's just want to make sure we get this right. Things that Bo Nix is getting better at, Andy. I got a couple of big ones.
Do you
here
have
for
10?
I got 2.
Okay.
My research.
We'll work it up.
My
to 10.
research falls flat.
Let's work it up to 10.
Play action, weeks 1 through 4. Broncos use play action 8.5 times per game. Weeks 1 through 4. That was prime rookie Bo Nix. Boy, these guys sure do move fast, and I don't really know what I'm doing out here. That was September Bo Nix. Hadn't been the same player in October and November. I guess we'll get our first look at December Bo tonight. But play action 8.5 times per game, weeks 1 through 4. That number has been up to 10.2 per game since that time. They've started to use a hell of a lot more play action, the design rollout stuff, take advantage of Nix's ability, use the legs, get out to the edges. These are some of the ways that Sean Payton's play calling has evolved over the course of the season. Another big one here is how much more he's working under center. Listen to this. Since week 8, Bo Nix has been in the shotgun 62% of the time. That is 32nd out of 39 quarterbacks in that frame. You listen to that, you're like 62% of the time, that feels like a lot. Not really.
Not in the modern NFL.
Not in the modern NFL where most quarterbacks are in the shotgun all the damn time. He's working under center a hell of a lot more. Well, guess what? When you work under center, it's going to help your run game and it's going to help your play action game, of which they're calling more of those throws, opening things up for you in the screen game, which is how they killed Atlanta a couple of weeks ago. These some of the many ways in which the play calling has evolved and really taken advantage of Bo's skill sets. Sean Payton right now, he is in tune with his quarterback.
Yeah, and it's good to see Bo able to operate under center, because I remember talking to C.J. Anderson back during the Peyton Manning run 2015, when he was trying to get used to getting under center with the Gary Kubiak offense.
And he had a tough time with it.
Yeah, and so I asked CJ, why would you then agree on the pistol? And he said, it still allows me to be behind the quarterback. And he said, being behind the quarterback allows me, basically, I'm going to call it a two-way go. But he said, dude, when you're standing on one side or the other of the quarterback, in order to get any momentum, they know that you have to basically run the opposite. If I'm on the quarterback's right, I'm running to the left so I can get my momentum going.
Yeah.
And he says when the quarterback's under center, then both sides of the field are in play, and backs like it a lot better. It can just mess with the defense.
You can disguise a lot more things.
It's just so funny. You just said it, though, right there. It's amazing to watch guys struggle with center. Like Bo, what has Bo had? Maybe 2 funky snaps? I mean, that was one of the problems with Justin Fields. Justin Fields still couldn't take a snap under center.
Right.
That was ultimately why they couldn't wait to get Russ back.
Right.
Because it was frustrating them. So it's just funny that of all the things, it just doesn't seem like it'd be that hard.
They don't do a ton of it in college.
And yet a lot of guys are not used to doing it.
The centers don't do a ton of it in college.
No.
So that's an adjustment that they have to make as well. Yeah, it's just not a real practice part of the game. You have to be able to get to the NFL and get comfortable with it. Now, when you listen to numbers like that and you're like, all right, well, Nix is in shotgun 62% of the time, but that's one of the lowest rates in the entire NFL. It goes to show you most NFL offensive coordinators have just been like, screw it, forget it. It's too hard. It's too dangerous. But
that's a credit to both Sean Payton and Nix. By the way, there's that fight. Look up there. There's a fight going.
Ooh, good man.
We got the Donnybrook going.
All right.
And there's Zed's got him pinned. See? Zed has him down. Zed's on the outside. Don't mess with Zed.
Don't see any flags planted, though.
No flags have been planted. Okay. We got guys getting punched left and right. One of our dudes left with a bloody nose. Guy jumped off the bench. It was pretty good. Pretty good. I'd never seen it. Look, you got to credit both Sean Payton for getting Bo Nix to do this and the fact that Bo was able to do it. It sounds so simple to say good on you to take a snap from under center, but guys, I'm telling you, watch around the league how many quarterbacks, young college quarterbacks, cannot handle this. And it's one of the things that hinders your run game when you can't do it.
Yeah,
so.
You want the versatility to be able to do it. It's nothing you're ever going to have to do all the time as an NFL quarterback, but a part of why the Broncos offense has gotten so damn good is it's really unpredictable. And Sean Payton has, I think early on in the season, we were getting a little bit frustrated with the size of the Denny's menu that he was calling plays off of. And boy, it just feels like you're just trying to pepper everything in there. Well, since they've been able to sort of zero in on what Bo does well, it's like it's expanded again. But Sean's actually calling the right plays.
Right.
And they're being effective.
This team could be dangerous in the playoffs, man.
That's what I'm
They're
saying.
definitely getting a feel for things.
Do you remember the word, Andy? They're frisky.
Frisky.
It's a frisky
That's
Bronco
right. You're
team.
right. It's frisky.
It's
They get frisky tonight.
Frisky 7-5
Not plant the
squad.
flag frisky, but they're getting there.
We don't know. With the flags. Get out of here with the damn
flags. The whole thing is dumb to me. I don't understand.
Like,
why are you doing it? And why do you care if they do it? I don't know. I'm
also,
sure people would say if you hadn't played, you don't understand.
If somebody's running around with the flag, that feels far more effective to me than just standing in the middle of the field and being like, I stand here with my flag.
Did you see ESU took their pitchfork?
They got mad about the pitchfork.
I kind of laughed at the pitchfork. I thought that was pretty funny.
Arizona State and Iowa State going to be your Big 12 championship game. Meanwhile, Buffs are probably going to the Alamo Bowl.
Yeah.
And the weirdest thing about it is they're probably going to play BYU.
Of all things,
they're
right?
They're going to play a damn team from their own conference.
Come on, man. We got to change that up somehow. You got to get a team you're not going to see them play.
Do you know why this is?
Well, because they're both going to Big 12 bowls, right? No?
No, it's because for bowl purposes, Colorado is still a Pac-12 team.
Really?
Because all these bowls had deals with the Pac-12.
Oh, okay.
So like they have their pick of we could take name any Pac-12 team that is now dispatched around college football and is actually bowl eligible. So for bowl purposes, the Buffs are still in the Pac-12. And they're probably going to end up playing a team in their own damn conference, and BYU could be BYU in a bowl game. So stupid.
It is stupid. I want to see him play BYU. I also don't know that they got the greatest Alamo Bowl history.
No.
That one's been rough for them a couple times. If I remember right.
Alamo Bowl though, they got the like the number one pick.
And and they want
They want the Buffs.
So what is that? Is that like a December 28th game, 29th,
I believe so.
something like that?
Yeah, I think it's that week. Yeah,
I think I've worked one of those.
Valero Alamo Bowl.
Valero. What did we find out? That was gas stations one year?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, all right.
Information for you. Jeff Legwald's got information for you regarding the Broncos and the Browns. He will join us from Empower Field next. Yeah, it is Jeff Legwold time here on a Monday afternoon. Broncos-Browns coming up just after 6 o'clock tonight on Monday Night Football. Great stuff from our guy Leggy today on ESPN.com. So, Jeff, I gotta start with this question because I feel as though you're often loath to make these kind of proclamations. The headline for your piece today on ESPN, why Pat Surtain might be the best Broncos cornerback ever. You are a Champ Bailey respecter through and through. Was that an editor's choice, or are you co-signing on that headline, Jeff?
You know that those guys did say it. Really, they said if he does what he's doing right now for a long time, that he will be, and even Champ, begrudgingly said, not begrudgingly, that he admires Surtain's game immensely, but Louis Wright flat said it. If he has a long career the way he's playing now, he could well be the best Bronco corner ever, which is saying an awful lot. They've had some of the best to do it. But I just thought it was an interesting. Initially, I just thought, you know what, I'm gonna touch base with the four best Bronco corners I know and see what they say. I'm not going to get in the way. I'm just going to see what they say. And I thought the things they said were fairly amazing about the young guy, and it just shows you sort of the texture of Surtain's game that maybe we don't see all the time that they do, because they, obviously know what they were doing at the position.
This is a year where you can dig through the numbers and any variety. And this is one of the good things about, the Pro Football Focus, next-gen stats, true media world that we live in here, Leggy, is you can really find out the kind of numbers that quarterbacks and receivers are putting up against Patrick Surtain when he is in coverage. And his numbers are absolutely unbelievable. But he doesn't have the interception totals. Like, is Patrick Surtain ever going to be able to do enough to perhaps get Defensive Player of the Year recognition, because he's been the best player on one of the NFL's best defenses?
Yeah, and I think, in a perfect world, he'd be in the conversation. He's playing his position as well as anybody else is playing theirs. And but corner, Champ Bailey didn't win the award when he intercepted 10 passes, and that year, I vividly remember I charted all of those games, and I believe I had Champ in man-to-man situations like 30-some times for the whole season that people threw the ball at him, and he intercepted 10 passes that year, and he still didn't win. I remember that being, if he couldn't win it that year with that season, I think it's very difficult for sort of a non-pass rusher, non-middle linebacker type to win it.
All right, what was your favorite story or your favorite little piece about him? Maybe even something that didn't make the article. You've been excited about this article, you've told me, for the last 3 weeks. What was your favorite little anecdote you got from any of the guys about him or involving him? I don't know really how to put it.
Yeah, no, just Andy, just the way they talked about him. These guys are phenomenal. I mean, two of them are all-decade players, which is, other than the Hall of Fame, is usually the biggest honor playing honor a player can receive in some ways. So, and just to hear them talk about this guy, none of it was, well, he's got to prove it to me, or he's a young guy. I mean, none of it was that. It was just a respect from the best guys to ever do it in the Bronco uniform to the player of today. And I think sometimes we think of older players thinking, no one in today's game can play football correctly. It's just kind of the perception sometimes, all players today. But there was none of that. And just to hear Louis Wright talk about sitting in the stands and watching Pat Surtain warm up because he just can't believe it. I think those types of things really resonated with me. And I love the Chris Harris he walks out to the coin flip like an all-pro. I mean, that just says it all from those guys.
Jeff Legwold with us here on a Monday. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, I mean, lost in the Patrick Surtain Love Fest is the part where the Broncos have had two really good corners so far this season. One of them, though, is out tonight. No Riley Moss in this game. How is that going to impact the plan dealing with Jerry Judy, who has played very well of late, David Njoku, and anything else that the Browns have to throw at us tonight?
I think that, Nate, they feel like, Levi Wallace is a veteran defender, and, when training camp started, the competition between him and Moss in the coach's eyes was pretty even. So they feel good about him filling in that spot. Now, he isn't as physically strong as Riley Moss and even as athletic in certain parts of the coverage as Riley is as a younger player. But the issue, I think, will come is if the Browns elect to push the Broncos into the dime once in a while with their formations, because without Riley Moss, they've lined up in the dime with three safeties. And sometimes that can be, you can get exposed in the passing game doing that. But fortunately, most offenses don't get the Broncos into the dime unless the Broncos are in a third and long and they want to rush the passer like crazy. So the Broncos have done it on their terms so far. But if the Browns somehow gain some control and can force the issue, that would be something to look out for. And, I think they – the other concern would be defending the run out of the nickel, because Riley Moss is such a good tackler and such a strong player that, if they keep the game in a rhythm where they can just pound Nick Chubb at you against your nickel defense, I think that would be another spot that the Broncos would have some concern.
What do you expect out of Bo Nix tonight? What do you expect out of the Broncos' game plan? We've gone through this stretch of defenses where, let's be honest, a couple of times, specifically with Atlanta and Carolina, you guys are sitting here, you and Nate were telling me how bad the pass rush is, right? And one of the worst pass rushes you've ever seen. They face some beat-up secondaries. And I think it feels like Sean Payton probably took some time to let Bo Nix, let's work in the pocket. Nate was telling me earlier how the rushing numbers are down. Let's work on maybe working the ball downfield a little bit more. With Cleveland in town tonight, will we see them revert back to maybe something a little more conservative, shall I say, like they did against Baltimore or something like that? What do you expect this evening?
Yeah, I think, Andy, they're going to try and get it out of his hands very quickly because, Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns, is a long-time defensive coach, one of the very early coaches in the analytics revolution. So he will definitely have done his homework about what Bo Nix doesn't like and what he does like, and I think they will try to mix coverages up aggressively and give him late looks just before the snap, maybe bail a safety out or something else, and then. They're a quirky defense. They're one of the league's worst in yards allowed per pass play, one of the worst. But they're also one of the best at punishing quarterbacks. So you complete passes, but you pay the price. And, I think that's where the Broncos have to figure out where the line is, because they're going to feel like they can make plays in the passing game because people have all year, but they will punish your quarterback if you leave him in there too long. So I think they will definitely try to get the ball out of his hands, move it quickly, and avoid some of those deep drop-back settings, and you just let those guys come after you. Again, you're probably going to be laying on the ground looking at your completed pass, but I don't think that's the way they want to do business tonight.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN, with us here on a Monday afternoon. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Leggy, we were kicking around our picks to click for this evening. Who do you think is poised to have a big game in this Broncos offense matching up against Jim Schwartz and Cleveland?
Yeah, if they had a tight end, regularly making plays, you'd look right there a little bit. But
yeah, hell of a concept, right? Have a tight end. Maybe one day they'll do it again.
But I think one thing the Broncos have lately is this Marvin Mims all over the formation, because it's difficult for a defense to sort of figure out how you tag him. If he's in the backfield, do you line up and use personnel groupings like he's a running back when really the formation is a 3 or a 4 wide receiver set? So I think that's a spot where they can get some things if they're as savvy about it as they have been lately. Marvin Mims on a little wheel route or something, I think those things are potential big plays, waiting. So I'd keep an eye on that tonight.
By the time we talk to you again this week, the decision will be made. What do you think will be the decision on Josh Reynolds? They chose not to activate him for tonight. Probably not a huge surprise. I think a lot of us have talked about how we aren't going to be shocked to find out if there's some mental trauma there after the incident, after his time at the old strip club there. What do you think the plan is here? Do you have any idea? Do you have a feel for what they might do? Will they activate him? Is there a chance they just let him take the rest of the year to try to digest what happened?
I think ultimately they like the chemistry they have right now. So I think some of this will be what's their health like after tonight. That could impact the decision. I do know there's a school of thought in the building that, you're going to have to make a roster move to bring him back in. And, right now, if he's not going to play special teams, that makes it a lot harder decision. So I think they're fairly, I think they really want to see what, if anything happens tonight that would influence their decision. But I've heard scenarios from in the building of it going either way. So I guess I'm saying I don't have a great sense, but I do know they like the chemistry of things right now with the receiver group they have and how they're being used.
Leggy, last thing. It's Monday Night Football. It's on a huge stage. At the same time, it's the last game before the bye. The Broncos with an incredibly late bye to deal with this season. A Cleveland team coming in at 3-8 on the year. The Broncos are almost a touchdown favorite at home. There's a lot of elements in this game that would kind of scream out that it could potentially be a trap. What is the sense that you get about this team going into this game, the focus of this group, and how Sean Payton's gotten them prepared?
Well, in the parts we saw this week, Nate, it looked pretty clean on the practice field. Now, I think they know the state. You can't have a Patriots game like last year, for example. And I think, it's always the basic things that get you in games like this, the bad turnover. And then Jameis Winston gives the Browns offense a little different profile. And I think the Broncos have enough tape on that now to understand that, even if Sean Payton can't get the message across since he coached the guy. But he gives the Browns a different profile on offense, and that should make people wary, because he is far more willing to push the ball deep on your defense. And, he's been more successful already than they had been with Deshaun Watson in all those other games. So I think those are the two things. Avoid the bad early turnover where it takes Bo Nix 2 quarters to sort of regain his composure, like early in the season, and stay away from the home run, that where you got a team in 3rd and 8 and they pop the 45-yarder on you. They've got to avoid those two things.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN, big night for him. Monday Night Football on the 4-Letter Network. Leggy, you got a lot of work to do. Thanks for giving us some time today.
Thanks, fellas. Anytime for you guys.
All right, Jeff Legwold, brought to you, as he always is, by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Andy, he brought up Jameis Winston right at the end of that conversation. Does Sean Payton have an advantage tonight in the matchup against Winston? We'll talk about that next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's the time of it's the holidays, a time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction this season, can be tough on you. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year and give yourself the gift you can give to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. The place to do this is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You don't have to live with a poor sex life or dealing with the problems of erectile dysfunction. They have multiple treatments that they can offer you, and you can find the right one for you. And at the end of the day, finding the right treatment's what's going to be key for you restoring an enjoyable sex life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some of these treatments can have you even lasting an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. It's real easy on the first visit. It's only $99, but you schedule your visit, and it includes a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get a T and PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. If that test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is then free. So go ahead and schedule your visit now. Again, give yourself a nice little gift this holiday season. Get back what you once had, and that's hopefully a good and vibrant, active sex life. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I would say his aura, right? His essence, him being authentically himself. And I think that won me over so much because from a head coach perspective, I haven't really seen that much personality in my head coach. Bruce Arians was a great example. He did have personality, but that was my first year with him. So it was kind of like a fill-out process. I've known him since I grew up, but what Sean possessed was a leadership quality that was so important to our team at the New Orleans Saints because, I've always put Drew on this pedestal, and I knew it was Drew's team, but in a sense, Sean was one of our biggest leaders, our hardest workers, and definitely he was a leader among men, and that's how I put it. He was one of the best leaders I've been around.
Andy, I don't know if you can get odds on this anywhere, but Jameis Winston is going to be a broadcasting star when his career ends.
Okay.
He's going to be very highly sought after.
All right.
Don't you think so?
Yeah, well, if he does an in-studio show, I'd be curious to see about, does
I don't know if
he'd
be
work.
I don't know if he'd be a great game analyst or not.
College or pro, do you think?
I would think in the NFL. Probably only because it's more lucrative is the reason why I say that. But he's got star at the desk written all over him. He's opinionated. He's funny. He says goofy things. I think Jameis is going to be a really good broadcaster when his career is all said and done.
Well,
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how to bet on this.
No, I don't.
It has to be profitable for me to really care that much. You know that.
He is. Look, he's fun. He's interesting. People like him. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Felt like Stuart Smalley right there.
I would call him.
Could he be a coach though? Would he be a good coach? He seems to understand things. He's been okay wanting to be the backup.
And
by understand things, I mean probably the right kind of guy to go and say, "Hey, this is how it goes sometimes."
No, I know what you're saying.
We'll work through it.
The idea of those who can't teach, one of the most prolific interception throwers of his day. Honestly, he probably knows how to not throw interceptions. He just the guy's a gunslinger.
But he's also a former number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
That knows how cruel the league can be, how a town can chase you out. You know what I mean? Like, he's really seen the ups and downs. I'm sure he'd have a lot of knowledge to impart on young QBs.
I bet he would be a good quarterback coach. Broadcasting is much easier and far more lucrative.
Let me ask you this, though.
So that's what I would recommend.
There's no doubt about that. Yeah. But you gotta want to be in the media. Now, if you're doing the studio show once a week, whatever, that's a good gig, right? You're not traveling. Davis Webb gets a chance to move on, be an OC, be a play caller, whatever.
Yeah.
Takes the next step in his career.
I would
Sean
think
Payton dial up Jameis Winston and say, "Hey, man, why don't you come be my new QB coach?"
No, I don't think so.
You think you wouldn't want to work for him?
No. Again, I don't think this is something Jameis would have to do.
What if the money is all right?
Like, to be a quarterback's coach? Do a pregame television show and work for 20 minutes a week, or spend 20 hours a day in the facility grinding film? I think I know which job Jameis is going to take.
Yeah, but not everybody takes to – I don't know why we're having this debate. We got a long way to go. Not everybody takes to having to criticize players, though. You know that. You and I both worked with guys that found out, oh, wow, they're hearing what I'm saying. Oh, wow, I'm not in the club anymore. Oh, wow, they're mad at me.
Right.
Now, maybe he doesn't care. He's been a few spots.
Does Jameis Winston strike you as a guy that cares about a lot of things? Cares about the way he's perceived by a lot of people?
Maybe his former teammates, but no, not beyond that.
Yeah. If I was going to be his agent, and I'll volunteer for it right now, I'll tell Jameis, do TV, my guy. Do TV. Being a quarterback's coach, that's a miserable
Who's going to have the opening?
Good question. They're always pushing the old guys out. Eventually, CBS isn't going to want Cowher around. So that could be the job that opens for Jameis. He could be perfect right in there. Or who knows? Maybe by then Netflix has their own desk. I don't know if anybody's actually going to be able to get the game without the spinning wheel, but then they'll have to pay everybody a fortune. Bezos pays those guys gajillions of dollars.
See, I'm just telling
Whitworth to sit there with his hood.
If I'm Sean Payton, I go to ownership and I go, I'm not even kidding about this. We all know that. Let's take the Plummer-Shanahan relationship. Gary Kubiak was vital to that thing's success. He was the go-between that was needed. I believe even Jake has talked about that.
Yeah.
I think Davis Webb is, and I'm going to sneeze here in a second, fighting that off like you wouldn't believe. I think Davis Webb is vital to the relationship. I think he's helped Bo Nix. Now, I think we saw on the sideline, Bo Nix isn't afraid to go back at somebody if you get in his kitchen.
Yeah.
And he did that to Sean Payton. But I do think it's vital that you have somebody that's kind of, let me hear your gripes, and then I'll go give the message in a better way to the QBs so that you're not always grinding these guys.
Sure.
And I think Jameis would be the perfect guy who's lived through the Sean Payton experience to be the balancer of that.
He does. He would be very good at it.
You're right. Money's got to talk a little bit, but ultimately it's going to be about, do you want to be rich and go work on TV, or do you want to stay around the game? I don't know what his passion is after this. You and I also know a lot of former players, at least I do, that miss the life. I watch what some of these guys do, and I'm like, really? You miss that life? You miss never being home and always on a plane and hotels every other. But there's a lot of them that even when they're not making a lot of money, like I'm not surprised Dave Diaz-Infante went into coaching. He liked the life. He liked the grind. It gave him a rhythm to his existence.
Sure.
And I'm not talking about a guy that made millions of dollars. I'm talking about a guy that was just happy to be picked up every year. So I don't know I don't know. To your point, Jameis has made millions of dollars. He can probably pick whatever path he decides is worth his time. But I think he'd be the perfect QB coach for Sean Payton.
Jameis Winston, 7% sack rate on the year, Andy. 7% sack rate. That's pretty good.
I was going to say, it doesn't sound high.
Yeah,
it's his interceptions, not his sacks that are the problem, right?
That's pretty good. But this is a Broncos team right now, lead the NFL in sacks. By the way, plus 25 sack differential, one of the best in the NFL because Bo Nix doesn't take sacks. I would say this. Jameis Winston tonight, I think he's going to get hit a few times. This is a Broncos defense that loves to get aggressive. Jameis he's good under pressure, but if you can collapse that middle, and Zach Allen's going tonight, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be,
I think.
If you can get into his lap and disrupt what he wants to do, without Tillman out there, I think this is a big night for the Broncos to sack the quarterback. Now, the question is, can you knock the ball loose and make some plays? Can you cause him to put the ball on the ground, scoop that thing up, go the other direction? Like, I fully think – I think both quarterbacks throw an interception in this game tonight. The difference is who's going to make more mistakes, because ultimately that was what swung that Bronco-Raider game. Broncos weren't dominant in that game. It was the turnovers that eventually swung that thing. Can you make Jameis be the guy to make those mistakes? I think that's going to be the difference in this game. And I think the Broncos, I think they got the pass rush to be able to do it. These guys they're just absolutely brutal the way that they constantly win back there.
By the way, inactives have been announced.
Okay.
No Zach Allen on the list. You're correct.
So he's going.
Our guy Nick Kosmider points out, Drew Sanders, though activated to the roster, is inactive tonight, along with Riley Moss and then Nick Garguglio, who they just called up. He's inactive. Frank Crum and Awazarique. I don't know. Gargiulo.
Oh, it's not Galuli. Okay.
No. Garguglio. Garlio. It's just Jer.
I believe it's Gargiulo.
Gargiulo.
I think is what you want to go with.
There we go.
Right there.
Okay, I'm trying
it's like
to hit
pasta
all.
fagioli.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. I like that. So anyway, yeah, Zach Allen will be playing tonight. Here is the thing. The Broncos, I think the Broncos' personality is to blitz, right? Get after the quarterback. They need to do that. They got to be a little bit careful, though, with Jameis tonight, right? Because he will throw it over your head. The guy's still got a really live arm.
Yep.
Without Riley Moss back there, you just got to make sure you're not giving up too many big plays. Do you expect a high-scoring game tonight?
I do. Yeah, I think some points are going to get scored. Yeah.
See, I wouldn't be surprised if both teams have long drives, and that takes some of the scoring out of it.
Some field goal drives tonight?
Well, I just think if both teams are going on 10-play drives, and let's be honest, it's what the Broncos have lived off of. If both teams find a way to do that, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns are able to do that through their run game, then I could see this maybe not quite being the score fest you would hope for.
Cleveland, with Jameis Winston, is 2-2 as the starting quarterback. When he played for Sean Payton in 2021, he was 5-2. as their starter. He had 14 tutties and 3 interceptions. His interception rate was only 1.9% that season, which is actually the lowest total of his entire career. Already this year, Andy, we have watched Sean Payton dominate the entire NFC South. Okay, familiarity breeded winning football. Bred winning football, I suppose, is more the word. Does Sean Payton win on familiarity tonight against Jameis Winston? Knowing what his kryptonite is, which is oftentimes throwing interceptions.
I don't know. I don't know how to read these Cleveland skill players, right? I mean, has Njoku had the rebirth that we saw last year with Joe Flacco? Not sure. You know, we should probably discuss this more in full here, Nate. My first read is it'll give him some help, but doesn't it kind of depend on the skill guys you're defending too?
Yeah, and he's got quite a bit of familiarity with Jerry Judy as well.
Well, so does Surtain.
Yeah, Surtain went up against that guy in practice every single day. Now, honestly, that could help Judy out a little bit as well. He gets a little bit of insider knowledge going up against Surtain every single day in practice the way that he did for a few years. I still think Surtain is just going to erase Jerry Judy tonight. I don't think he's going to have much of a game. I think Nick Chubb is good in goal line situations, but also like his rushing total tonight is like around 55 yards. He's barely even done that this year. He's averaging like 3 yards a carry.
My biggest concern, Broncos going all blue. Blueberry with the white helmet.
Is that what they're doing tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't look at the uniform combo.
That all blue has not been kind to them at times, so we'll see. Now, it's a new uniform, so maybe I shouldn't put past history on the new uniform.
But the Blues and the Browns tonight.
Wow, that's a good call.
Is that why you wore the blue shirt today?
I guess.
You're ready to be blue?
Yeah, I don't know. I just went,
Okay.
I had to figure out how to wear a Bronco shirt to a Bronco party.
All right. So we got the girl from Willy Wonka going up against the Cleveland Browns tonight.
Yeah.
All right. Good to know.
Uniform combo plays in, Nate.
It does. It's a thing. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We do that next. Let's get right to it. Hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We started with football news. Monday Night Football, Broncos-Browns. Let's do it, Spring.
Let's do the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Broncos-Browns, Monday Night Football coming up here in just over an hour. Sean Payton, talking over the weekend, was asked about preparing his players for the bright lights of Monday Night Football. Here's Sean.
I think it's still the process leading up to it. It kind of goes back to if this is, where you want to go, then these opportunities come up. I know much was made about the flex game. That made a lot of sense for a number of reasons, just strategically. There's a team there's a team that was in that game that we're going to play the next week. So, I would say I haven't talked a whole lot about
the most overrated school.
Monday night. I gave Sutton a hard time. There's been a couple telecasts where they didn't know his name or pronounced it wrong. I said, this group will have your name right. So you get the A team, and these are the games you want to play in.
Who didn't know Sutton's name? Now I'm trying to remember.
Did they call him Sutlin or something like that?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that did happen. Now that you mention it, it did happen.
Did Sean forget the question midway through that answer?
Yes.
Just starts talking about flexing the game.
Yeah.
And then went off on that tangent, and then something about the broadcast. I mean, ultimately, I get you don't want to put too much. You don't want to put Monday Night Football on the pedestal. You just want to say, go out and play. But these guys know. They're all on social media. They know the eyes are on them right now. You got Surtain out there rocking the Travis Hunter shirt to win the Heisman Trophy. Like, these guys know this is their opportunity. The Denver Broncos in recent have been a down franchise, a forgotten franchise. They haven't gotten a ton of cracks to do stuff like this. This is their night tonight. A team that has earned it. Get your flowers tonight. Go ball out on Monday Night Football. I think the guys are well aware of it.
Yeah, not only that, they almost got flexed. Remember that? There was a conversation about 3 weeks ago. Are they going to flex this game? So, dude, they know how big it is. They haven't played on it in a while. They weren't scheduled for many of these. They didn't get a Sunday night game all year. I don't know. What are you saying anymore? These guys are all used to it feels like half the league is on national TV anymore.
The players.
Remember that was a big thing?
The players are well aware of the opportunity.
Here's my
tonight.
thing. This is a big deal for Bo.
It is.
Because I think it's a chance to really cement. He's got 2 more national, you're the only game on nights to cement his Rookie of the Year candidacy.
And he gets to do it against the defending AP Defensive Player of the Year in Myles Garrett tonight. So a huge opportunity for him. Broncos on Monday Night Football. Next up, Spring.
High five. Also tonight, Jerry Judy returns to Denver after being traded to the Browns in the offseason. He recently apparently talked with Tony Grossi of thelandondemand.com, and he said he wants to come back here to Denver and whip their butts. He didn't say butts. I interchanged that word. Jerry Judy talking to the media.
What did he say, Spring?
Oh, man.
Heinies? Rears?
Tushies?
You ever been to Bass Pro Shop? Rhymes with the first word.
Bro? Go ahead.
Jerry Judy formally talking to the media on why he confirmed he did request a trade from the Broncos. Why did he do that?
It was just a new change every year, and just the amount of plays I had got throughout the year last year, and just knowing the player I am, and I wasn't satisfied how they were using me, and I felt like I could do way more than what they expected of me, and I felt limited, so I felt like I had to go somewhere else to really showcase what I'm about.
Jerry, how
saw the difference here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Also, they didn't want you anyway. Like, request a trade, Sean Payton was like, cool, I was going to do that regardless of whether or not you requested this trade. They got a 5th and a 6th rounder, but it was clear Jerry Judy's time in Denver was coming to an end. They didn't want to pay the 5th-year option on him. They moved him because they had to for dead money purposes, and I don't think Sean Payton ever loved Jerry Judy. He was always just too inconsistent on this team. He wanted young, hungry players.
Yeah, and look, he had some diva in him. Okay,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying that Sean Payton won't suffer a diva if you're a good player, but he's not going to suffer it
Wasn't
when
good enough.
your production isn't big enough. And he didn't block, man.
Yeah.
He didn't block. Cortland Sutton will block. Lil Jordan Humphrey blocks. We know that's
Why he
mainly
plays.
why he's out there.
Yeah.
Everyone's happier without it. And again, I'm not going to sit here and have buyer's remorse about or seller's remorse about what they did. He's done this. He's given you a 4 or 5 game good stretch in a season. He's never consistently from start to finish, and he's not going to be this year a good player start to finish of the year.
I think it's funny, too, that it's, again, good for Jerry if he can frame it as, well, I asked out. Dude, they were trying to trade you for like 3 years.
Right.
Okay?
They just didn't get the high enough pick, allegedly.
And they could
that they
have
wanted.
numerous times, and guess what? In the end, they got a 5th and a 6th. They used one of those picks to move up and get Troy Franklin. Everything worked out just fine for the Broncos. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, other NFL stuff. Let's start with this. Yesterday, the Eagles went into Baltimore, and it was an upset. They were dogs. They went in and upset the Ravens, due in large part to Justin Tucker missing two makeable field goals and an extra point. He has missed 8 field goals this season. He is 35 years old. It's kind of crazy to see a fall off this quick. John Harbaugh, the Ravens head coach, was asked today how he's dealing with this very unexpected turn of events.
Yeah, I mean, you rack your brain. You think about everything because that's a big deal, obviously. And we all know it. Justin knows it too. I mean, points were at a premium in the game. They have been a few of these games, and sometimes we haven't made the most of our opportunity to score points because, you're making kicks. And so, and Justin expects to make every kick, no matter how far it is or what the situation is, and those are makeable kicks for him. So, yeah, we're racking our brains, talking to Justin, looking at what we're doing. I'm very confident that it's going to get fixed. I believe it will. It has to, and he's the guy to get it fixed. So, sometimes you respect the player and you respect his ability to get it worked out. And with help from the coaching, from Randy and from Chris, I feel confident that I'll get done.
That's a tricky spot for John Harbaugh to be in, Andy. Right now, his 70% make rate is dead last in the NFL. If his name was anything other than Justin Tucker, I don't think he'd be on this team anymore.
There's no doubt he wouldn't have been kicking yesterday.
Right.
I'm 100% with you. Here's the problem, and it is a tricky spot. I'm not saying you cut the guy. You don't. But you got to bring in someone else.
Yeah.
You got to have another backup plan because, look, dude, if you go and miss one in a game, I'm going to have to put somebody else in there.
You're
and I
at
know
Buffalo.
it's tough.
You're at Kansas City in the playoffs, and you're running him out there to try a 47-yarder in the fourth quarter. You going to feel good about that?
And look, his misses finally cost you a game.
Yeah.
Games you need. People forget, as good as Baltimore is and Lamar's might be the MVP, they are battling. They're no longer in the lead for that division.
Down to 8 and 5.
Matter of fact, they're down to, they're the 6th seed in the playoffs right now.
They're going to be a wild card team.
Here's the thing, and I would even take it this way. I kept thinking that the Bengals would get back into this thing, they'd figure it out. Sometimes you just don't have, it's not your year.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking it's not Justin Tuck's year.
No, it's not. Okay, one situation to keep an eye on right now. Matt Prater could be coming back from injury there in Arizona. Chad Ryland has been filling in for Prater. That's a good NFL kicker. One of those guys is not going to be on Arizona's roster for much longer. I think that's the guy that they go and get. I could see where it could be awkward, like if you did like the guys off the street Tuesday tryout thing and brought them in. When you got a veteran who's got the yips, you might do more damage than good. But in a situation like this, you can eye a situation like what the Cardinals have going on and say, okay, we know eventually that guy's going to be available.
Oh, listen, dude, you cost us a game. Sorry to put it so bluntly, but you cost us 7 points yesterday.
Home game.
Yeah.
Game they should have won.
Can't have it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Saquon ran for a $107 in that game and a tutty, leads the NFL in rushing. He was your MVP pick. Do you think he can get it done, or is it Josh Allen's to lose?
Josh Allen just had a wow game last night. They were debating this on Good Morning Football today. One of them's going to, I don't know. Saquon's going to need another real wow game because it's a quarterback award.
Yeah, the 255 and the backwards hurdle, I don't know. He's going to have to do something else. Might end up getting the single-season rushing record. That could be what it takes. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk about the Azeez Al-Shire hit on Trevor Lawrence. We've all seen it. Texans-Jaguars yesterday. Trevor Lawrence running, slides. Al-Shire dives and hits him a little late, perhaps. Depends on your perspective. What's D'Amico?
It was all the way late, and he drove his head into the turf.
Well,
the forearm was not great.
What's D'Amico Ryans, the Texans head coach's perspective? Here he is today.
With the entire Azeez, situation, we stand behind Azeez and everything, that came from that. Of course, he unfortunately hit on the quarterback, but it's also it's twofold, right? I mean, a lot of the quarterbacks in this day and age, they try to take advantage of the rule where they slide late and they try to get an extra yard. And you're a defender, a lot of onus is on the defender, right? Whether it's on the sideline or where it's on the quarterback, you don't know what a guy's thinking. You don't know if a guy's staying up and he's continuing to run. You don't know. And then you get a late slide and you hit the guy. Unfortunate that Trevor got hurt. Hope Trevor is okay, but it's also, if we're sliding, we have to get down. If we're getting out of bounds, we get out of bounds. And that rule is there to protect the quarterbacks. And we want our quarterbacks to be safe in the league, so we just have to be safe. And we're sliding, make sure we're keeping our heads down. So, and the entire thing is, Azeez hits the guy, but their sideline overreacts, and it turns into a melee. It wasn't our guys. It's their team overreacted, pushed our guy, dragging our guy to the sideline. So that's uncalled for on that side. We have to be better on the sidelines as well with both teams.
All right, I got to jump in.
You
Stop
concussed a guy that gave himself up, and they defended him. Which, by the way, D'Amico, you would coach your guys.
Exactly. If C.J. Stroud had taken the same hit from one of their linebackers, you would have been upset if they did not exactly react the same way.
Trying to stick up for his players.
Period.
I get all that. That's a tough spot to be in on the podium. But I'm sorry, dude. You're full of crap.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that. It's one of the
And
dirtiest
the receiver,
hits you're
what's
ever
funny
gonna
is you
see.
expect the old lineman to go over there. His receiver jumped, or no, it was Evan Ingram, the tight end, jumped in first.
Yeah.
He was the one that got to him first. So
Yeah. Good on ends curled up. Just horrible to see that happen to Trevor Lawrence. I get it. It's a nasty, violent business out there on an NFL field. You can't drive a quarterback's head into the turf.
Well, and the forearm, too.
Yeah.
The forearm is what got out. It was like he saw the target's getting below me, so let me get this forearm in here.
Yeah. Brutal play. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We got Broncos-Browns drinking game before we get out of here on a Monday night. Live at the Hofbrau, Kreckman and Lindahl. Wrong, Vic. Everybody should make fun of Russell Wilson. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here, and I am thrilled to endorse Denver's HVAC experts that truly care, Apple Air. They care about you. They care about your money. They care about your wallet. They care about providing top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest possible price. I know this firsthand because I got a beautiful new furnace from my friends over at Apple Air. A Dakin 2-stage high-efficiency furnace, and I got a great offer, $750 off the purchase of that new furnace system. They'll throw in AC on that as well. Give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. That's AppleAIRE.com to get a free estimate, or if you've gotten a quote that doesn't quite feel right, the pros at Apple Air will come out and give you a second opinion for free. No payments for 18-month financing available with your friends from Apple Air.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
Sometimes there's been some movement throws that are by design. And then, of course, sometimes, he's climbed up in the pocket. And early in the game, first play of the game last week, was really more of a pocket play. Then he flushed and found a target. So it would vary. But there are some design movement throws, too.
Quite a bit of that in this offense. It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are out here at the Hofbrau tonight, Monday Night Football. We're at 92nd and Wadsworth. Andy, if anyone's headed out to the game, certainly bundle. It's not going to be terribly brutal, but low 40s, high 30s tonight. It'll be chilly by the time we get to that
You dress
second
for
half.
the end, not the beginning,
That's
Nate.
right. That's right. Yeah, it'll be chilly when we get to that point of the game. Although here's the thing, especially if they play our drinking game tonight, by the end, maybe they won't even feel the cold all that much.
They'll be like, was it Wisconsin guy? Who were all those guys? What game were we watching? Were just large humans, no shirts, and completely unaffected by the cold.
Oh, the Lambeau on Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
quite a few of them in Buffalo last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone put on Twitter a guy that decided he had his shirt off and decided to do the old, like he was just doing an elbow drop on somebody into the snow, then got up and was trying to cheer. I'm like, bro, that's going to freeze,
It's
That's
going to be cold.
going to hurt.
It's going to be cold. Uh-huh. Well, if you booze enough, you're going to have a good time. If you jump through enough tables in the pregame, you're going to be fine.
Real quick, how about, because Leggy had told me about this. I don't know if you've been to Buffalo quite often, or at least Orchard Park where the stadium is.
I've never actually been to Buffalo, New York.
Nor have I.
Yeah. You never did a game there?
No, I never
wow.
did. No, I hit a lot of the same spots. Like I've been to Jacksonville like 4 times, but went to the Raiders, of course, a lot. Look, it just Seattle was another one that I went, but I love the city of Seattle to visit, so it was a good time. Yeah, apparently that strip, just the little area that they're in, is like a storm magnet.
Yes.
And they were even saying it last night, where if you actually go to the city of Buffalo, not a flake. But in Orchard Park, in the little thing, with the way that the snow goes over the lakes, that they just get hit all the time. So
Lake effect snow.
I guess it was cheap.
Hell of a concept.
It was cheap land, Leggy was telling me one time. So they said, fine, we'll build there.
Okay.
And they figured out it's cheap land because that's where they constantly get heavy snowstorms.
Yeah.
And all around the area, they would have been just fine and not really had to deal with so much of that had they just built somewhere else. So, of course, it makes sense that they're going to build the new stadium right next door without a roof.
Yeah, pretty much.
Good call.
Wasn't there an issue? Did somebody get arrested for like falling in the hole or something like
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Most Bills fan story ever.
Right.
I just wandered into a giant crater in the ground.
Tried to get in there.
When did they put this thing here?
Why are they not letting us tour this facility? Oh, this is why. There's a huge hole here.
So if you're headed out to the game tonight, put the long johns on, but you'll have a nice evening out there. Clear skies, beautiful night for football as the Broncos will take on the Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns, Andy, coming into the year at 3-8 this season, and yet I would not really call this a true 3-win team. They've beaten Baltimore. They've beaten Pittsburgh this season, 2 playoff teams that have been on the schedule here this season. And they've been 2-2 over the last 4 games since Jameis Winston took over. They were stuck with Deshaun Watson, who the locker room didn't like, the coaches didn't like, but they were all ordered to have to play him because Jimmy Haslam gave the guy a guaranteed contract. And yet since they've made the change, this team has started to play some better offensive football, matching up with the talent on their defense. The question is, how dangerous is this Browns team coming in here on the road after a Thursday night game?
I think the pass rush can be potent.
Yep.
I think the pass rush is what you worry about. Like you said, their offense doesn't necessarily scare you, but you are down one of your corners. Chris Abrams-Drain is up and active, the young, promising rookie we haven't seen since the preseason.
First game in his career.
We'll see. I don't know, if he'll play a lot or not, but if he does, then you worry about rookies making rookie mistakes. Look, I think the Broncos should win this, and I think they should win it by probably 10 points. But, does Myles Garrett, I know a lot of people texted in and say, yeah, but Garrett Bowles owned Myles Garrett a year ago. Garrett was not healthy then a year ago. He was not. If
Myles
you
Garrett
remember,
was
he was
banged up
dealing
in
with a
that game.
couple of injuries at that time.
Yeah.
And frankly, he may remember that, and he may come with a little something extra. I still think it's the Broncos game. I'm not quite sure. I'd love to see an offensive shootout like you're talking about. I'm not sure that's what we'll get, but we'll see.
Broncos are better than these guys.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
Broncos are better than these guys, and they should win. By the way, our old buddy Shelby Harris is in town tonight.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's right.
Crowd noise.
We're the former hosts of the Shelby Harris show, Andy.
Crowd noise in this defense should be the deciding factors for the Broncos, and just,
and the part
smart
where
with the football like they've been.
Jameis Winston will make a mistake.
He's going to throw you a couple.
Yeah.
Not one. He'll throw you a couple.
It gets tough this time of year. You talked about Jim Schwartz earlier, excellent defensive coordinator. Browns are going to have a plan. I have no doubt about that. I expect Bo Nix and company to have a hard time coming up against this pass rush, especially with extended time coming into this game. I don't trust Cleveland's offense to not make a mistake that's going to swing this game. This Broncos defense has shown all year long they can make a play when they need to. I think they will in the second half of this game. And, yeah, I think the Broncos are going to win. I don't know if I love the Broncos to cover the 6, but I do think Denver is going to win this game at home tonight.
Yeah, I do too. And again, I think Bo Nix just has to do what he's been doing. You've been patient to this point. Stay patient. Take the quick passes. Take the easy 5-yard stuff.
Yep.
He really nickeled and dimed the Raiders to death at points last week. Keep doing that. Then take your shots when you get them, and hopefully you hit a couple of the ones that maybe you'd like back last week. But he had a great throw to Sutton. If you can get that play in there, great. But again, nickel and dime him all the way down the field. This doesn't need to be. If this is a quick football game, I think they're just fine.
All right, it is time. Broncos and Browns coming up here on Monday Night Football. We are live at the Hofbrau, which is a perfect place to play a little Broncos-Browns drinking game here this evening. I mean, the bar is well stocked, plus it's Mexican Monday. Have a burrito. In fact, you could just eat a burrito for the drinking game tonight.
Have a bite.
Eat 2 or 3 if you want to.
You could have a bite every time we give you the props.
Here we go, Andy. Broncos-Browns drinking game. Going to start out with a real obvious one. Jameis Winston throws an interception. You should probably drink.
Drink on up.
Jameis Winston, who threw 30 interceptions in a single season his last year with Tampa Bay, which then spurred the Bucs to go out and, get a guy named Tom Brady. I would say that worked out a little bit for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jameis Winston, also a former Sean Payton quarterback. Sean has shown this year when he's got familiarity with the opponent, he can dominate. I think Jameis is throwing a pick in this game this evening. Andy, if the Broncos throw a screen pass, drink.
Sip.
Yes. Don't overdo it.
Might be a few of those.
They're going to throw several of them in this game tonight. The Atlanta game, best screen game of the year for the Broncos, but they've had success with it every single week. This team can actually block a bubble screen, which the Broncos have not done successfully since Peyton Manning and Demaryius Thomas were doing it. But Sean Payton has solved the riddle. We talked about this earlier. Bo Nix has kind of ventured away from being too much of a running quarterback of late. Only 6 carries over the last 3 games for a total of 5 yards. Yeah, but Cleveland's defense gets gashed by quarterbacks a lot. If Bo Nix runs for a first down, drink.
I like that.
I think Bo is going to find some space to scramble a little bit this evening. If Bo Nix runs for a first down, you should drink. Cortland Sutton, he's been pretty damn good on Monday Night Football in the past. Plus, he is on the best 5-game stretch of his career. He's got 3 touchdowns in that time. A Cortland Sutton touchdown. You should drink tonight.
Booze.
Yes. How about this one? Jeff Legwold's pick to click tonight. He went Marvin Mims.
Yep.
Who continues to see his role expand in this Broncos offense. If Marvin Mims gets a touch, you should drink.
Just a touch. We're not going on the wheel route tonight?
I'm just
not going to
saying
be picky?
A run, a jet sweep, a throw, whatever way you get the ball into Marvin Mims' hands. I'm not counting punt returns. We're talking offensive touch. You should drink. You know, I've been told I have an offensive touch.
Yeah. Well,
there's
only a handful of candidates that would know.
Devon Vele. We brought this up before. 11 targets on third or fourth down so far this season. He has caught all 11 of those passes. If Devon Vele has a third or a fourth down catch, drink.
It's my pick to click.
That's your pick tonight. Yes. Anytime that on the broadcast tonight on Monday Night Football with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, anytime you hear the phrase 7 seed,
okay,
drink.
What if they throw the pie chart up there?
Oh, I love it. I hope that
it's not really a pie chart, but it's a graphic.
Can they find a pie chart
They could.
to throw up there?
Broncos would be the
chart.
little sliver of the 7th seed, right?
Right there.
They could do playoff chances.
Could do that. We could get the whole in the hunt list. But
There
the
you
Broncos, they're a playoff team right now. If you hear the phrase 7 seed, 7th seed, 7th position, etc.
What about the playoff drought? Mention
Ooh.
of the playoff drought.
Mention of the playoff
Because aren't they
drought.
second behind the Jets?
They sure are. The Jets have not been in the playoffs since 2011. By the way, they said today Rodgers going to start again this week. What are you doing?
Dude, after those comments, you know what was amazing, real quick? I could not believe how little was the national talk shows didn't even mention the Jets this morning. They're so sick of it, they didn't even bring him up.
Irrelevant team?
How about that?
They're a mess. By the way, Leonard Williams, his 92-yard pick six yesterday, longest interception returned by a 300-pounder in NFL
Biggest
history.
fat man touchdown in history.
Damn right. By the way, he was drafted originally by the Jets.
Well,
just another perfect
What's that
thing
made him feel good
to happen to that team. Just such a freaking mess going on with that organization. They got to move on from everybody. Any shot of the Broncos ownership group in the suite and their consternated faces, you should drink.
Are they now? Are they partying or are they not partying?
No, they always look
If they're
concerned.
partying, we all have a whole drink with them.
Yes.
They normally
if
are
they're
just,
having a
it's
good
very,
time.
Yeah, it's very. It's like Parliament half the time when they go there.
Yeah, Condi's always got that that concerned look on
But
her
she's the
face.
one though, usually doing some kind of cheering. She's either clapping or she's got something to say.
But the thing about Condi is she claps but doesn't smile.
No, she's not thrilled with everything, but she's at least into it.
She's cheering while looking miserable.
Yeah. Last shot they gave us, it almost looked like Carrie Penner was teaching her dad about the game a bit. Like he was like, she was talking to him, and he had that, see, we got a touchdown there.
Was she explaining points?
I know the
to him?
last time you showed up, we didn't get any touchdowns. We just got a touchdown.
This one in honor of one of our favorite drops here on the Crackman and Lindahl show. If Troy Aikman laughs at either team tonight because of their own misfortunes, you should drink tonight.
You got a whole collection from that Thursday nighter, didn't you? Was that a Monday, or were they were doing Thursdays? That was a Thursday night game. That was the Fox Thursday night. That's
right.
what it was.
That's right. That's going old school right there.
And Joe Flacco was like, what are we doing here?
Oh, man, Troy Aikman hated that Bronco team, didn't he? If Jerry Judy catches a pass, drink. But if Jerry Judy drops a pass, drink twice.
2 drinks.
2 drinks on a Judy drop. One drink if he should hang on to the ball. By the way, speaking of the broadcast, any mention of the Jerry Judy revenge game tonight? If you hear the phrase revenge game, you have to drink tonight.
Okay.
Ooh. All right, Andy. It's Monday Night Football. This is like ESPN introducing the Broncos to the nation. They're going to view it that way tonight. Therefore, any mention of the Bo Nix, Sean Payton marriage, drink.
If the backpack comes up, half a drink.
I had finished your beer on the backpack.
Okay, we can do that then.
It was a national game. If they mention lacrosse ball or anything having to do with the backpack, you have to drink. But yes, finish your beer on that one. By the way, Myles Garrett, if he gets his 100th career sack tonight, drink. He enters the game with 98.5 career sacks.
If he gets it on bowls, 2 drinks.
2 drinks for you. We're gonna stick with the old standbys. Holding on number 72.
Yeah.
Drink.
McFlinchy's back in the mix.
I think we should probably. You
want to up it?
We should probably also add any penalty on Mike McGlinchey.
Yeah, McGlinchey, anything.
Yeah,
okay.
he had
McGlinchey flag.
He had a tough one there last week. And finally,
Oh, no, I got one to add, but go ahead.
You do? Okay. Well, then add it.
If Shelby Harris, what do you remember Shelby Harris for? Now, he's playing, right?
I do remember Shelby Harris for being on our radio show and being a huge Milwaukee Bucks fan.
Okay, he was the king of the tip ball. Tip passes.
He was.
Remember, he was able to, I think he even blocked a field goal once, but he tipped a pass that I think led to a late win for them against the
It was against
Steelers.
it was the Raider game.
Okay.
And it was the Raiders went down and then they went for 2 to get the dub.
Yeah.
And he batted that thing down, which
That's
then gave,
right.
if I'm not mistaken, that gave the Broncos the win. The Raiders then had the 12th pick. The Broncos had the 15th. Neither one worked out. The Broncos took Judy at 15. The Raiders took Henry Ruggs at 12.
Well, if he bats a pass, have a drink. Just for old time's sake.
Didn't mean to make it so dark.
Yeah, like, oh. Good
That's
memories.
no good. But yeah, Shelby Harris batted pass. I like it. Go ahead and add that to the list. And finally, Andy, any footage of the drive.
Okay. Wow, that would be cruel, but okay.
Going back into the Wayback Machine, any footage of the drive, drink, if they show Pat Bolin in his fur coat with the mirrored shades.
Pull out the good stuff.
Yeah, that's finish your drink.
That's
stuff
top
right
shelf
there.
liquor.
Yeah, that's take a shot of the good stuff. Shotgun your beer, whatever is going on. If you get Bolin in the fur coat tonight on ESPN, it's a bit of a long shot. They probably don't want to do it with the new ownership group. But if they've got any chutzpah, I believe in Joe Buck and Troy Aikman tonight.
Come on now. It's just classic. Come on. Who doesn't love a good
history.
bowl? Yeah.
It's NFL history.
Got the glass, got the aviators.
Oh, man.
Huh?
He was a sharp-looking guy.
Yeah, it was. That's how owners looked back in the day.
That's Bronco history right there. Yeah. Now they just sit in the suite and look mad.
Well, maybe not tonight. Hopefully not tonight.
Hopefully they'll have a good time. There you go. That's your Broncos-Browns drinking game for Monday Night Football. Perfect place to participate is right here at the Hofbrau. We're going to kick it off a little bit after 6 o'clock, but they'll have the game on roughly 1,000 televisions here at the Hofbrau. So head on out here tonight. By the way, Andy, I just saw Bo Nix on one of those televisions. Got my first look at that blue on white. It's a good-looking football uniform.
All right, but the all blues not been kind in the past, so we'll have to see how this goes.
We'll find out how it goes tonight. We'll figure out if we have to burn those or not. Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, why wait, Andy, to find a genie in a lamp and wish for riches when you play Mega Millions? The jackpot, $541 million. That's more money than Deshaun Watson got guaranteed. So get your lucky numbers ready. Pick up a ticket today and get ready to grant your own wishes. The Colorado Lottery knows, Andy, we all have wishes for what we would do if we won. Travel the world, get your dream home. Or should we say homes, however big your wishes are. The Mega Millions jackpot, big enough to grant them all, so get your lucky numbers ready because the next Mega Millions jackpot, $541 million. Andy, what are you doing with over $500 million when you win this thing?
Giving Garrett Bowles a new contract. What do you think of that? I'll just foot the bill. Keep him around, maybe a little Cortland Sutton money too.
Wouldn't even
just
notice
keep the
it.
boys together. What do you say? Buy them out of that dead cap hit? Give me that again. How much was it? $300 million?
541.
Well, you could just go ahead and shave off 82.
There you go.
Give it back to the NFL. Let's just make this go away.
Give me a chunk of that football team. Drawings are every Tuesday and Friday. You pick 6 numbers, $2 a ticket. Choose your lucky numbers to do a quick pick and have your numbers picked for you. The jackpot keeps growing until someone wins. That's Mega Millions from the Colorado Lottery. Out here at Hofbrau in Westminster, 92nd and Wadsworth. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Monday Night Football kicking off 6:15. Jameis Winston currently firing up the Browns right now. He's always good for a weird pregame speech. Joining us right now out here at the Hofbrau is the owner and proprietor, our friend Ken Harrell. Ken, big Monday Night Football tonight. Looks like the crowd is already filling in, and based on what I'm seeing in the back, it is on the 17-foot big screen here at Hofbrau.
It is.
Hell yeah. All right.
Stadium room's open, and it's going to be rocking back there today.
All right.
Tonight.
What are the drink and food specials tonight for Monday Night Football? It's a perfect place to watch.
Yeah, our typical Monday night, Sunday day sports menus up there. You got your specials on sliders. We got happy hour drinks and all that stuff. It's
all throughout the game.
All throughout the game.
Wings, beers, burritos.
Wings, beers, burritos, sliders.
This is the spot to do it right here.
Absolutely.
Fajitas.
Yep, we got lots of fajitas. It's Mexican Monday, too, so between the two of them.
You got a lot going on. Again, we got it on the big screen. Now, this kind of surprised me. You said things were a subdued crowd Friday morning. Are you done with 10 a.m. CU games? Would you like that to be a thing of the past?
Yeah. I would even like more, though, the 8:30 games. Those are even more rough. But yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Well, the good news is I don't
because
think
it
the
competes
Alamo
with the
Bowl
band
is
and
at 10
stuff.
a.m.
You know, you got the band and stuff on you.
What was that? Hold on, what?
Alamo's at 10 a.m.?
No, it's not going to be at 10
Oh,
a.m.
good.
You're good to go.
Man, I just got to.
You're great.
Yeah, it's perfect. Good. Remember the Alamo.
All right. Well, Mexican Monday out here tonight at the Hofbrau, 92nd and Wadsworth in Westminster. Monday Night Football this evening. Chilly outside. Come inside of the Hofbrau. Perfect place. Again, Broncos fans, I see the orange and blue just flowing inside the door right now.
They're coming in pretty good clip.
Yeah. So get in here now. Plenty of good tables available. Ken Harrell in the Hofbrau, everybody. Thanks, Ken.
See you guys next
You're going
week.
to sit back there with me?
Yeah. You're going
right.
to stay and watch the game, right?
Yeah, we're here all night. Now, not really. Till, 9:30?
Until the game ends.
And then we're going to jump on the post-game podcast we got going on Altitude, so you can say a little something there.
Come on down and watch in the stadium room. It's fired up.
We're ready to go.
That
All
screen is quite large down there. All
Yeah,
right,
I can
everybody.
see it from here. I can see that TV from the front of the bar than I can anywhere else.
My
That's
God.
about 190 feet from here.
Yeah.
Good.
Not bad. Yeah. A mere Bo Nix fling away. Ken Harrell here at the
guys.
Hofbrau
Thanks,
at
Ken.
92nd and Wadsworth. Perfect place to come out here and watch some Monday Night Football this evening. All right, picks to click. Andy, you went to Von Vele. I went with Cortland Sutton tonight. I think Cortland is getting into the end zone this evening. By the way, anytime touchdowns tonight. Let's check out some of the props here tonight for this particular game as the Broncos and the Browns prepare to do battle. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. Here's a fun prop for you. Jerry Judy to score 3 or more touchdowns, 100-1 tonight.
Really?
Jerry Judy
100
revenge
to 1?
game, 100-1.
All right, what would make it the revenge game? If he simply catches the game-winning score, would that be
That'd be
the
good
revenge game?
Yeah, it's a 100-yard game. Wide receivers don't have to win. They just got to put up numbers.
If he gets a touchdown and 100 yards, but they lose, that's not really a revenge game, is it?
No, not necessarily. No. Nick Chubb plus 140 anytime touchdown. Javonte Williams plus 145. Cortland Sutton 155. Judy plus 170. Bo Nix at plus 200. Jaleel McLaughlin at plus 200. You forget about Jaleel McLaughlin, and then he's always out there on the opening drive of the game.
Yeah, he's kind of been the starter, hasn't he, a
Yeah.
little bit. Now, like you've been saying, they like Javonte Williams to come in there because he's both a run and a pass-blocking threat at least. But Jaleel McLaughlin, I think, quietly might have been the starter. Does it really matter anymore? Running back's one of those positions where it really doesn't matter,
Yeah,
at least on this team.
It's firmly committee on this team. By the way, Denver, a defense for special team score is plus 375 tonight. I could see Pat Surtain taking one the other way tonight. Your long shots tonight, Michael Burton at 14-1 on an anytime touchdown, a fullback dive touchdown.
Really? If they were to get a fat man touchdown, who'd be the likely candidate?
Ooh, fat man touchdown. I'm going to go Malcolm Roach tonight.
Like a little Malcolm Roach
For a
over
fat
John
man
Franklin
tutty.
Myers?
I'm going to take Malcolm
DJ
Roach
Jones?
on a Nick Bonito forced fumble, scooped up by Malcolm Roach, and he rolls into the end zone tonight, and the Broncos get the dub. Denver, by the way, numbers up to 6.5 now on the Broncos. We dropped this number earlier in the show. Rookie quarterbacks last 25 games on Monday Night Football, 19-5-1 against the spread. Broncos are a 6 or a 6.5 point favorite, depending on where you get it at right now. Total down to 41.5 in this game, so the money's been coming in on the under. But the Broncos are.
Who's the one? Who's the tie? I gotta know.
I don't know. I don't. They didn't give me the full chart.
Right.
Yeah,
I gotta try to Google that real quick.
My guy from VEASAN just gave me that stat. So
rookie QBs.
It's not a tie. It's just a push, is what.
Oh,
it is. It's against the spread.
Nah, I was all excited. I thought it was gonna be
looking for a Monday Night Football
tie.
Darn it! Any chance we get a tie tonight?
Don't do that to people. No. Gosh, that would be. You'd have Russ era flashbacks.
No.
What was the tie with the Colts? Was that a Thursday night, or was that that was a tie, right? Or did they end up losing that?
No, they ended up losing that game.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 12-9.
Oh, it
in
was
overtime.
gonna tie, and then they went and turned it over so the Colts could win. Remember that?
Yeah.
They got the late possession, and I thought, oh no, this is going to end up. The Colts are going to tie 2 in a row. That was Matt Ryan Colts.
I thought Bucks-Panthers had a chance to tie late yesterday.
Are you coming around a little bit on our guy on why am I spacing his name? Bryce Young?
He's playing like a decent NFL. Let me put it this way: he looks like he belongs.
He looks like he's getting out of the muck a little bit.
Something's clicking with him and Canales right now. He looks like he's starting to play a little bit better.
Dude, I bring it up because at some point, it's probably a larger discussion, obviously, for a different day, but at some point, NFL teams need to go back to understanding it's all right if a QB doesn't play exactly immediately.